The blazing sun hung high over Zhanghai City's third awakening high school, its harsh white light pressing down and baking the concrete track field until it seemed like an iron plate on the verge of cracking. Thousands of senior students stood in the awakening formation, none daring to raise their voices. The air was thick with the smell of sweat, uneven breathing, and an indescribable simmering restlessness. Every gaze was fixed on the awakening platform at the center of the field, as if everyone were staring at the verdict on the rest of their lives. A massive holographic screen floated in midair, its blue-white light curtain endlessly scrolling through names, classes, and awakening results. Each time a name was called, someone would soar like a dragon, while someone else would crash straight into the mud. Next, Class 2, Grade 3, Lin Mu. The invigilator's mechanical voice came through the speakers, cold and utterly devoid of emotion. Thousands of eyes on the field turned in unison. At the end of the line, a thin boy lifted his head. He wore a school uniform washed so many times it had faded, the cuffs frayed to fuzz, and his black tousled hair partially veiled his brows and eyes. Judging by his clothes alone, he was the kind of slum kid people's eyes slid right past. Yet his back remained ramrod straight, like a rifle once bent by wind and rain, but never broken. Lin Mu drew in a deep breath and walked toward the awakening platform. As his foot fell on the first step, the murmurs around him drilled into his ears like swarming flies. That's Lin Mu, the one who ranks first in the whole school in cultural subjects. So what? This era doesn't reward test scores. If you can't awaken a good talent, no matter how high your grades are, you can only end up in logistics. I heard he's from the lower district, so poor he can't even afford fortified nutrient serum. Lin Mu did not look back. It had been 110 years since spiritual energy revived on Blue Star. In this era, everyone who reached 18 had a chance to awaken a transcendent talent through the awakening ceremony. From lowest to highest, talents were graded F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. F, Trash. E, Ordinary. D, Elite. C, Battle General. B, Commander. A seed of a Grandmaster. Anything above S was a strategic level genius that would draw the simultaneous attention of the nation academies and the military. Awakening results were almost equivalent to a judgment on one's social stratum. A high-grade talent meant resources, academy status, and wealth. It meant you could stand atop skyscrapers in the safe zone and look down on everyone else. A trash talent meant bottom-rung labor cannon fodder in the wild's grunt work and logistics. Meant that even the right to live decently in the city would have to be fought for with your life. Lin Mu walked up to the awakening stone and slowly extended his hand. The half-man-tall stone was pitch black, its surface etched with dense silver patterns like some ancient eye in slumber. The instant his palm touched it, the stone gave a faint shudder. A low hum rang out as a thread of ghastly pale light rose from its depths. It was weak, so weak it resembled a flashlight on the verge of going out. The entire field fell abruptly. The invigilator glanced down at the data panel. The expression on his face shifted from expectation to indifference, then to open disdain he did not bother to hide. He picked up his recording pen and made a careless tick on the form. Lin Mu awakening successful. Talent, ability, name minor visual enhancement. Overall evaluation, no cultivation value. Recommended to apply for logistics, handling basic reconnaissance, or low-level warehousing specialties. After a brief dead silence, the field erupted. PFF, haha, minor visual enhancement. Isn't that just slightly better eyesight? The school's #1 student, and this is all he awakened. Frank, haven't we gone 3 years without producing an F? At least when he's carrying bricks in the future, he'll be able to see the gaps clearly. Very practical. What good is a smart brain? Will the beast in the wild spare you just because you can do test papers? The jeers rolled in waves, each louder than the last. Lin Mu stood on the awakening platform, his palms still pressed against the cold stone. He could feel that faint trickle of power flowing behind his eyes, sharpening even the tiny numbers on the distant projection screen. But that was all. Slightly better vision. In this age with beasts rampant, the wilds out of control, and awakened wielding the resources of every social stratum, such an ability was not even worthy of being called chicken ribs. Lin Mu's fingers slowly curled into a fist, his nails digging into his palm. The pain kept him from losing control under all those staring eyes. Frank. Useless. No cultivation value. Those words were like nails being hammered one by one into his bones. Just as he was about to turn and step down from the platform, an arrogant voice rang out behind him. Move. Don't block the awakening of a true genius. The next second, a heavy shoulder slammed into Lin Mu. His body lurched, and he nearly tumbled down the steps. A boy in a custom combat suit strode past him. A silver Zhao Corporation emblem gleamed on his chest. His spirit-powered combat boots were spotless, forming a jarring contrast with Lin Mu's worn-out sneakers. Zhao Tai, young master of the Zhao family of Zhanghai City, tyrant of the Third Awakening High School, and the one who most enjoyed mocking Lin Mu's origins. Zhao Tai stopped before the awakening stone, tilted his head to glance at Lin Mu, and lowered his voice. See that, Lin Mu? This is what we call fate. Some people are born in rich districts, some are born on trash heaps. You could study yourself half to death, and it still wouldn't change the fact that you're a rat from the lower district. He chuckled and placed his hand onto the awakening stone. A thunderous boom followed. A pillar of crimson light shot into the sky. Raging flames roiled above the platform, warping the air with heat. A deep lion's roar echoed from within the light, making nearby students blanch. On the rostrum, the principal jerked to his feet. A phenomenon. The invigilator's voice cracked. Zhao Tai awakening successful. Talent greater rank. Ability named Blazing Flame Lion. Dual type talent elemental and beastification. Overall evaluation top tier genius. Recommended for direct inclusion on the special recruitment list of the Magic Capital War Academy. An uproar swept through the crowd. Moments ago they had been mocking Lin Mu, now their expressions turned at once to envy, shock, sycophancy, and reverence. An ranked talent. Jianghai City might go an entire year without seeing one. As long as Zhao Tai did not die, he would at the very least become a regional powerhouse, and was even qualified to enter the Magic Capital War Academy, where true prodigies gathered. One frank piece of trash won a rank genius. The same awakening platform, the same day, the same school. The contrast was more brutal than any insult. Lin Mu said nothing. He stepped down from the awakening platform. Those nearby instinctively made way for Zhao Tai, yet squeezed him toward the very edge, as if he were carrying some contagious failure. He had long since grown used to such looks. Those who came from the lower district were best at swallowing humiliation, yet a faint warmth still lingered in his heart. Lu Yan, the girl who had been with him for 2 years, who had said that no matter how his awakening turned out, she would stay by his side. Lin Mu pushed through the crowd and looked toward the edge of the field. His steps halted. Lu Yan stood among Zhao Tai's entourage, holding an exquisitely packaged recovery potion in her hand. A smile Lin Mu had never seen on her face curved her lips, sweet, ingratiating, fawning with careful eagerness. He had only ever seen that kind of potion in shop windows. The price of a single bottle was enough to support him and his younger sister for a month. Yin Yan. Lin Mu's voice was hoarse. Lu Yan's body stiffened. She turned. When she saw Lin Mu, panic flashed in her eyes, but it quickly faded into cool detachment. She did not walk toward him. Instead, she stepped half a pace back, as though afraid others might misunderstand that she still had anything to do with him. Lin Mu stared at her, his throat blocked as if by a stone. Didn't you say that after today we'd go visit Xiaoya together? Lu Yan frowned, as if the words were an annoyance. Lin Mu, since you've already seen this, I'll just be blunt. She lifted a hand to smooth her hair, her tone so calm it bordered on cruelty. We're breaking up. Lin Mu stared at her. Why? Why? Lu Yan sounded as though she'd heard an unbearably childish question, her voice suddenly sharpened. You're really asking me why? She pointed at Zhao Tai surrounded by the crowd, then at Lin Mu. Young Master Zhao is a rank. His future is to be above others. And you? Frank, minor visual enhancement. In the future you won't even be qualified to carry his shoes. Lin Mu, be realistic. This world isn't one you can win just by studying hard. You can't give me resources, can't give me a sense of security, and you don't even know whether you yourself will be able to live like a human being. Each soft word sliced across Lin Mu's heart like a knife. You didn't say that yesterday, Lin Mu said, voice low. Yesterday was yesterday. Lu Yan cut him off impatiently. Today you're Frank, he's a rank. We already belong to 2 different worlds. With that she turned and ran toward Zhao Tai. Young Master Zhao, congratulations. You're incredible. Zhao Tai had just stepped down from the platform. He casually slipped an arm around Lu Yan's waist. She did not dodge. She even leaned into his embrace. From amid the crowd, Zhao Tai looked over at Lin Mu, his smile full of a victor's malice. He lifted his hand and drew an invisible line across his own throat. His mouth formed a silent, unmistakable word. Useless. Lin Mu stood where he was as the cheers, laughter, congratulations, and gossip around him seemed to recede into the distance. He did not charge over. If he rushed up now, he would only be crushed under Zhao Tai's heel and become a fresh joke for everyone. He simply turned slowly and left the field. Sunlight beat down on his back, scorching hot. Yet his heart held nothing but ice. Evening fell over the edge of the slums in Jianghai City's lower district. The sky was overcast. In the lower district, the heavens always seemed draped in a sheet of gray, a shroud no sunset could pierce. Narrow alleys were piled with garbage bags as sewage trickled along the walls. The stench of rot mingled with greasy smoke from cheap eateries thick enough to make one retch. Lin Mu walked alone through the alley. This was Jianghai City's shadow, and the place where he had grown up. A rank. Frank. People from 2 different worlds. Lu Yan's words replayed in his mind like a broken recording. Lin Mu clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. He was unwilling to accept it. Why should everything someone had worked for before turning 18 be wiped away by a single stone, a string of data, one sentence of no cultivation value? He currently had 3 goals. First, to obtain the special recruitment qualification from the Magic City War Academy. With this identity Xiaoya, was Frank truly nothing but a destiny to bow his head and accept fate? A shrill screech sharp enough to make his scalp crawl sounded from behind a nearby heap of garbage. Lin Mu stopped short. At the end of the alley a pair of blood-red eyes flared in the shadows. The thing slowly crawled into view. It was the size of a large hound, coarse black, fur bristling like steel needles. Its limbs were thick and powerful claws screeching against the concrete as it moved. Its fangs jutted outward, dripping greenish drool that hissed softly where it hit the ground. A mutated black rat. A rank beast. The authorities would also investigate why he could rise from class to class high level in just a few days, and why he could kill a peaked class. Although the city barrier could not block every insect and rodent, a beast of this size, and with this level of spiritual fluctuation, should never have appeared at the edge of a residential area. Unless someone had brought it in on purpose. Zhao Tai's throat-slitting gesture flashed through Lin Mu's mind. Couldn't even wait one night. The mutated black rat gave him no time to think. Its hind legs kicked off the ground, its body blurred into a black shadow, a reeking wind surging toward Lin Mu's throat. Lin Mu instinctively stepped back, while drawing a rusty folding knife from his waist. It was the habit that had kept him alive in the lower district. No one protected the poor here, the only protection they had was whatever they could hold in their own hands. Get lost, he roared, driving the knife hard at the black rat's shoulder and neck. The blade sank in with a wet sound, but the next second it felt as if it had lodged in steel. It would not budge at all. The hide and bones of an rank beast were far beyond what an old folding knife could pierce. Snarling in pain, the mutated black rat went completely feral. One claw swung out. Fabric tore with a hideous rip as Lin Mu's shirt was shredded and 3 deep, bone-revealing gashes raked from his shoulder down to his ribs. Hot blood fountained out, splattering the ground. The massive impact sent him flying, his back slammed into the wall with crushing force. Dust rained down. Lin Mu crashed into the filthy water on the ground as sweetness surged in his throat, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Pain. Not ordinary pain. It felt as if a red-hot saw were sawing back and forth through his chest cavity. His vision dimmed, fingers grew cold, and his strength poured out through his wounds. The mutated black rat landed not far away and licked the blood from its claws. In its blood-red eyes there was no rage, only pure predatory hunger. It advanced step by step. Lin Mu tried to rise only to find his body no longer obeyed him. So I die here, in an alley that stinks like a sewer. Tomorrow at most the news will mention a single line: a student's corpse was found in the lower district, suspected to have been killed by a beast. In his mind, Zhao Tai's grin, Lu Yan's cold face, the blinding crimson pillar atop the awakening platform, and the roar of laughter calling him trash all flashed by. From the depths of his dying body, fury ignited. Why? Why were they allowed to stand in the light and decide others' lives? Why was it that after all his effort he could only be tossed into the dark like trash? If he had power, if he had enough power, every person who had bullied him, humiliated him, tried to crush him, he would make them pay one by one. The mutated black rat opened its gaping maw and lunged for his neck. In that instant a streak of dark golden light flared in the depths of Lin Mu's unfocused eyes. Time seemed to be pressed down by an invisible hand. The black rat froze midair, droplets of blood hung motionless, and even the wind at the mouth of the alley vanished. An icy, vast electronic voice, as if synthesized from the depths of the cosmos, boomed through Lin Mu's mind. Detected host's intense desire to survive. Detected host's extreme will to kill. Hidden permissions unlocked. God-level system activating. Binding complete. Congratulations to the host for awakening the sole hidden talent plunder of all things. Talent grade SSS-rank. Current status near death. Activate novice protection and forcibly plunder the target before you. Lin Mu did not know what it was. He no longer had the strength to think. Only one thought remained. Live. Kill it. Kill everyone who wanted him dead. Yes. He roared in his heart with the last scrap of strength he possessed. Kill for me. The frozen time shattered with a hum. Lin Mu's right hand, which he had been unable even to lift, suddenly moved, as though seized by some force, and shot forward. His fingers clamped around the mutated black rat's throat with a sharp smack. Squeak. For the first time fear flickered in the beast's blood-red eyes. It thrashed wildly, claws tearing bloody grooves down Lin Mu's arm, yet his hand remained clamped like an iron vice. A pitch-black vortex blossomed in his palm. The vortex spun in utter silence like a mouth devouring all things. Plunder of all things initiated. A cold, furious force stabbed from his palm into the black rat's body. Before his eyes, the mutated black rat shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its fur dulled, muscles withered, bones creaked and cracked, as if every drop of its life force were being ripped away. Lin Mu's fingers tightened abruptly. There was a crisp snap. The beast's throat bone broke. The rank monster that had nearly torn out his neck a moment before crumpled like a rag and hit the ground motionless. At the same time, a rush of scorching warmth surged into Lin Mu's body. The torn gashes on his chest began to clot at once as torn flesh knit and scabbed over. Broken muscle fibers were forcibly rejoined, the chill and numbness in his limbs receded as strength flowed back into them. A-rank, mutated black rat killed. Plunder successful. Attributes obtained: Strength 5, Agility 5. Active skill acquired: Nidus. Skill grade A-rank, Burst Technique. Detected host has completed first kill. Novice gift pack. The prompts chimed one after another. Bracing himself against the wall, Lin Mu staggered to his feet. He looked down at his chest. The 3 gashes that had exposed bone were now nothing but vicious scabs. The pain remained, but the mortal danger had been violently suppressed. A power he had never felt before surged inside him like a wild beast waking from a years-long sleep. Lin Mu looked again at the black rat's corpse on the ground. It had shrunk until it resembled a specimen dried for years. Its blood-red eyes were dull, its fangs frozen in their final bite. Moments ago it had nearly killed him. Now it was dead. In the span of a few seconds, prey and predator had exchanged places completely. Lin Mu slowly lifted his head. At the end of the alley, the high-rises of the city's center blazed with light. The neon of the rich districts painted the gray sky like the stars of another world. There lay Zhao Tai Lu Yin and everyone who stood on high, laughing at him, trampling him, wanting him to accept his lot. Lin Mu raised his hand. The black vortex in his palm had already vanished. But he knew it was still there. In his blood. In his bones. In the spine that from this day on would never be. Frank trash. Lin Mu let out a low laugh. It was hoarse, cold, laced with the viciousness of someone who had crawled back from the edge of death. Zhao Tai Lu Yin. In this world that recognizes only talent, only birth, only fists. Covered in blood, he walked step by step out of the dark alley. Night closed in behind him. In his eyes, a dark, golden light flickered and vanished. From this moment on, he whispered, "It's my turn to plunder you all." The stench of blood still lingered in the alley. Lin Mu stood beside a heap of trash, the scab on his chest tightening under the evening breeze. At his feet, the mutated black rat had shriveled completely. A body that had been the size of a wolfhound was now curled into a tight clump, its black fur dull and lifeless like a specimen airdried for many years. Just minutes ago, it had still been an A-rank beast capable of tearing an ordinary person to pieces. Now it was nothing more than the residue of Lin Mu's first plunder. Lin Mu lowered his head and looked at his own hand. Blood stained his fingers, yet the pitch-black vortex in his palm had already vanished. Yet he could feel that power still flowing deep within his body. Cold, hungry, silently waiting for the next prey to draw near. There was none of the terror he had imagined. Nor was there the weakness of one who had narrowly escaped with his life. He only felt as if he had climbed out of a deep well, seeing for the first time the true rules that govern this world. The weak are eaten. The strong devour others. Before he had merely known these words, now he had personally verified them. System. Lin Mu spoke softly in his heart. Open the novice gift pack. Since he had already crawled back from the edge of death, he would never again leave his fate to luck. Zhao Tai might be an A-rank talent, but that did not mean his current combat strength matched his innate gift. Yet behind Zhao Tai stood the Zhao group. Money potions, bodyguards, black market channels, and a whole arsenal of dirty methods that could make someone in the lower district vanish without a sound. A single mutated black rat catalyzed by a berserk potion had nearly claimed Lin Mu's life. Next time what Zhao Tai sent might not be just a rat. He had to grow stronger. Immediately. Ding. Novice gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the following rewards. First, free attribute points 10 points. Second, special skill Eye of Insight growth type. Skill description allows viewing a target's basic attributes, energy fluctuations, weak points, skill traces, and partial tendencies of loot. Third one, Drank Alloy Combat Dagger. Equipment description, standard military alloy blade with basic armor-piercing capability already stored in system space. A faint light flickered within Lin Mu's eyes. 10 free attribute points for someone like him right now were a life-saving trump card. The Eye of Insight was even more vital. No one understood this better than those raised in the slums. Many deaths did not occur because one was not ruthless enough, but because one never knew where the enemy hid nor from what angle the knife would come. As for the Drank Alloy Combat Dagger, it was nothing short of a blessing in dire straits. In this era, an ordinary steel blade might not even be able to cut through the bones of an A-rank beast. Weapons capable of truly injuring awakened individuals and beasts had to be spiritual energy alloy armaments. Even the lowest spec Drank Combat Dagger would start at least 100,000 federal credits on the black market. When he had left home that morning, his phone balance had been only 32.5 credits. System open personal panel. A soft hum resonated. Only Lin Mu could see the pale blue light screen slowly unfolding in his field of vision. Host Lin Mu current combat rating A-rank early stage strength 15 agility 20 constitution 12 spirit 18 talent 1 wolf do SS rank Unique skills: Night Raid E rank, Eye of Insight, special growth type, equipment Drank, alloy combat, dagger, remaining free, attribute points 10. Lin Mu slowly clenched his fist. His knuckles cracked softly, the muscles in his arm feeling as though they had been rain-fused with electricity. He could clearly sense that his speed and reflexes had already far surpassed what they had been a few hours ago. The strength and agility of that mutated black rat had already been dismantled by Wanwu of Duo and poured into his body. This pace of growth was almost unreasonable. An ordinary rank awakened would need at least several months of harsh training aided by nutrient tonics, basic medicinal baths, and time in a training chamber to temper their physique to this level. He had taken only a few seconds, but it was still not enough. His agility might already be sufficient to evade many attacks, yet if his offensive power was lacking, no matter how long he dodged, he would only be waiting for death. He remembered with brutal clarity the instant that rusty folding knife jammed against the black rat's bone. Weak weapons, weak strength. His attempt at resistance had been laughable. 10 free attribute points. Lin Mu did not hesitate. All into strength. Ding. Allocation successful. Current strength, 25. Boom. A heavy surge of heat exploded from deep within his heart, flooding through his veins into every limb and bone. Lin Mu let out a muffled grunt, dirty water splashing under his feet as his body nearly staggered forward. It was not pain. It was excess, as if a high-speed engine had been forcibly crammed into this still, slightly lean frame. The muscles across his shoulders and back tightened. His fingers instinctively dug into the nearby wall. With a sharp crack, the old wall coating and the cement beneath were ripped out in a chunk by sheer force. Staring at the crushed cement in his palm, Lin Mu's gaze finally changed. This was strength. It did not need anyone's acknowledgement, no certification from a school, no charity tinged with pity from Lu Yan. So long as it was gripped in his own hand, it was real. Still far from enough. He ground the cement into powder, letting the dust sift down through his fingers. But it is enough to begin. Just as Lin Mu prepared to leave the alley, 2 hurried footsteps sounded from the entrance. The steps were light, yet carried a clear sense of purpose. Then came deliberately hushed voices. Damn, is that kid properly dead yet? Young Master Zhao is waiting. Relax, that black rat was dosed with berserk potion. Forget and frank piece of trash. Even a freshly awakened rank warrior would be bitten to death. We're just here to collect the corpse. Snap the photos, toss him into the sewer, all clean and tidy. Young Master Zhao's really vicious. Awakens in the daytime, disappears at night. You don't understand a thing. Some useless scum from the lower district dares to displease young Master Zhao. He can die, and no one will ever ask questions. Lin Mu halted mid-step. The wind in the alley turned abruptly cold. Moments ago, he had only been guessing, and now the answer had walked up to him of its own accord. The mutated black rat had not been an accident. It was a contract killing ordered by Zhao Tai. Not even a Spirofthemant decision. Berserk potion, corpse collection, photography, disposal. Every step arranged with practiced ease. A dark golden glint flickered across Lin Mu's eyes, then vanished. Zhao Tai. He silently pronounced the name once. Shadows at the alley mouth parted. 2 burly men in black vests stepped in. One bore a knife scar across his face, a spring knife in his left hand. The other had dyed yellow hair, a cigarette dangling from his lips, a skull tattoo encircling his wrist. Spiritual energy fluctuations pulsed from both their bodies. Not strong, but for the former Lin Mu, they would already have been foes he could not resist. The scar-faced man was about to curse when his gaze suddenly froze. He had seen Lin Mu, and he had seen the shriveled, grotesque corpse of the black rat at Lin Mu's feet. Both men stalled in place at the same time. What the hell? The cigarette slipped from Yellow Hair's mouth and fell to the ground. How is this kid still standing? The scar-faced man's expression changed. His gaze dropped to the desiccated heap of black rat remains, his throat bobbing. Where's the rat? Isn't that it? Yellow Hair's voice trembled. But how did it end up like this? Lin Mu did not answer. He simply lifted his gaze. Eye of Insight activate. In the next instant, their information was laid bare before him, as if their flesh had been peeled away. Target: scar-faced man, current combat rating A rank, mid-stage, strength 20, agility 12, skill brutal swing frank, weak point old injury in left knee, delayed when changing direction under burst movement. Target: yellow hair, current combat rating A rank, early stage, strength 15, agility 15, skill no stable combat technique, weak point unstable lower stance, reaction balance collapses under fear. Lin Mu's gaze grew calm. At last he understood the true value of the Eye of Insight. An enemy's strength, flaws, and skills were no longer vague impressions, but clear lines of information he could exploit. Half an hour earlier, either of these men could have crushed him into the filthy water. Now things were different. Hunter and prey had traded places. The scar-faced man had spent years in the black market. He quickly suppressed his panic. He stared at Lin Mu, the flesh on his face twitching as a ferocious grin stretched across his features. I don't know how you managed to survive, kid, but that doesn't matter. He flicked open the knife in his hand. The blade gleamed coldly under the dim light. Young Master Zhao said you have to disappear tonight. Yellow Hair finally reacted, cursing as he drew the short knife at his waist. Quit wasting time. Let's move together and stab him to death. Before the last word had fallen, the two lunged in from left and right. The scar-faced man pressed forward, heating his spring knife, stabbing straight toward Lin Mu's chest. Yellow Hair circled to the side, his blade aimed at Lin Mu's ribs. Their coordination was practiced. One overwhelmed the line of sight, the other struck at a vital point. Against an ordinary student, this approach was more than enough. But in Lin Mu's eyes, their movements were as slow as if broken down frame by frame. Each time the scar-faced man's left knee exerted force, it paused ever so slightly. Yellow Hair's heels never fully touched down. His center of gravity floated in his upper body. The openings were far too obvious. Too slow, Lin Mu murmured. In the next heartbeat, he moved. Night Raid. A dark blur flashed. Lin Mu vanished from where he stood, leaving only a circle of shattered ripples in the dirty water. The scar-faced man's pupils contracted violently. His thrust met nothing but air. Before he could recover, an icy hand had already reached out from the side, clamping down over his face. 5 fingers pressed down like an iron vice on his cheekbones and jaw. Your strength, Lin Mu's voice sounded beside his ear. I'll be taking it. Huan Wu of Duo activate. A pitch-black vortex unfolded in Lin Mu's palm. Aya! The scar-faced man's scream tore through the alley at once. He felt something inside him being dragged out by force. Not blood, not breath, but a deeper, more fundamental power. His muscles collapsed like deflating rubber. His bones crackled with countless fine, brittle sounds. The arm that had once been able to snap someone's ribs with a single punch visibly shriveled. He struggled desperately, wanting to swing his knife, to kick, to bite Lin Mu's hand. But Lin Mu's foot pinned his injured left knee, pressing him hard against the wall, so he could not even move. He couldn't even kneel down. 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds. The scream of the scar-faced man turned into a hissing sound like air leaking from a tire. His eyes rolled back, his body went limp, and he fell to the ground like a deflated sack. Looting successful. Power 3. Acquired skill, brutal swing frank. Lin Mu released his... The scar-faced man crashed into the sewage, breathless. Huang Mao stood a few steps away, his fierce expression utterly shattered. His hand trembled violently as he gripped his knife, his teeth chattering. Ghost. You are not human. You are a ghost. He turned to run. Moments ago, he was still thinking about how to stab Lin Mu and how to take a photo of the corpse to gain credit with Zhao Xiao. Now he just wanted to get away from this monster. But just as he turned, a faint blue light suddenly flashed before him. No, that wasn't a light. That was a knife. A pitch-black cold steel combat dagger appeared out of thin air in Lin Mu's hand. Drank alloy combat dagger. Lin Mu flicked his wrist. Whoosh. The dagger tore through the air, transforming into a streak of black light. Huang Mao had just run 3 steps when he suddenly felt a chill at his back. Thud. The blade pierced through his chest, protruding half an inch from the front. Huang Mao looked down at the cold gleam on his chest, disbelief filling his eyes. He opened his mouth, wanting to shout, wanting to beg for mercy, but only a mouthful of blood surged from his throat. Bang! He fell to the ground, his body convulsing a few times before going still. Lin Mu walked over and pulled out the dagger. Warm blood slid down the blade, not lingering on the alloy surface. He crouched down, placing his palm on Huang Mao's back. All things looted activate. Huang Mao's body quickly shriveled away. Looting successful. Agility. The alley fell silent once more. Only the sound of dripping water from the distant sewer echoed like a delayed countdown. Lin Mu stood beside the 2 corpses, looking down at his bloodstained hands. This was his first time killing. A momentary churn in his stomach, his throat tightening. But that reaction was quickly suppressed by something colder. These 2 were not innocent. They had come to collect his corpse. If he hadn't awakened the all things looting, he would have been the one tossed into the sewer. The slums never teach one to die kindly. It only teaches one thing: when others draw their blades, you better be... Lin Mu crouched down and rummaged through Huang Mao's pocket, quickly finding a cell phone. The screen was still lit. Unread messages sat at the top. Is the job done? Send me the corpse photos. Sender's note, Zhao Xiao. Lin Mu looked at those 2 words, a slow smile creeping onto his lips. It wasn't a smile. It was more like a blade slowly being drawn. He raised the phone and took a picture of the 2 shriveled corpses on the ground. Lin Mu opened the reply box. His fingers tapped a few lines of text on the screen. The gift has been received. Very satisfied. Clean your... Lin Mu opened the reply box. His fingers tapped a few lines of text on the screen. The gift has been received. Very satisfied. Clean your neck and wait. I will come to find you personally. Send. The moment the message was sent, Lin Mu snapped the phone in half and threw it along with the SIM card into the sewer. Then he picked up his old folding knife and glanced once more at the drank alloy combat dagger in his hand. The disparity between the 2 weapons was like 2 different worlds. Just like him and Zhao Tai on the playground today. But from this moment on, that disparity would be gradually torn apart by him. Lin Mu stored the dagger back in the system space, pulled up the hood of his tattered coat, and turned to leave the alley. The night swallowed his silhouette. The corpses on the ground lay quietly, unable to respond to Zhao Tai anymore. In the center of Shanghai City, at the glorious hotel, the top-floor private room was brightly lit. Crystal chandeliers illuminated the expensive tableware, with champagne, red wine, spirit, beast meat steaks, and exquisite desserts filling the long table. There was no stench of the lower city here. No sewage, no rats, no rusty iron doors. Only applause, laughter, and flattery. Zhao Tai sat at the main seat wearing a freshly tailored white suit, a custom spirit energy badge from the Zhao group pinned to his chest. Lu Yin nestled beside him holding a wine glass, smiling sweeter than anyone else. Zhao Xiao, congratulations. A rank talent, dual elemental, and beast transformation, it's a sure thing to enter the Magic Capital War Academy in the future. What about the Magic Capital War Academy? Zhao Xiao will definitely be the top of the younger generation in Shanghai City. What is Lin Mu? So what if he topped the cultural subjects? Frank, weak, visual enhancement, it's laughable. When he sees Zhao Xiao again, he probably won't even dare to look up. In the private room, a group of students and Zhao family's side members took turns toasting. Zhao Tai listened with great satisfaction. He enjoyed this feeling. Everyone surrounded him, everyone fawning over him, and everyone knew he was destined to stand at a height above the rest. As for Lin Mu, just a useless Frank from the lower city. After tonight, even his name would be forgotten. Thinking of this, Zhao Tai pinched Lu Yan's waist. Lu Yan's face flushed, but she didn't shy away. Instead she leaned in closer. Zhao Xiao, why do you keep looking at your phone? As she asked softly. Zhao Tai chuckled lightly. Waiting for a photo. A photo? The last sight of a useless person. Lu Yan paused for a moment, quickly understanding her face, turning slightly pale. But she didn't ask. This world is like that. She had chosen Zhao Tai and could no longer speak for Lin Mu. Just then Zhao Tai's phone vibrated. A glint of delight flickered in his eyes. It's here. He leisurely opened the message, already preparing to enjoy the sight of Lin Mu being torn apart by a beast. In the next second, Zhao Tai's smile froze. In the photo there was no corpse of Lin Mu. Only two desiccated bodies that were no longer human in shape, along with a similarly drained, mutated black rat. At the bottom of the screen were several lines of cold text. The gift has been received. Very satisfied. Clean your neck and wait. I will come to find you personally. The signature was left blank. But Zhao Tai knew who it was. Bam! The goblet in his hand slipped and shattered on the ground, splattering red wine and glass shards everywhere. The laughter in the private room came to an abrupt halt. Zhao Xiao. Lu Yan was startled. What's wrong with you? Zhao Tai didn't respond. He stared intently at the phone screen, his pupils violently contracting, as if an invisible hand was gripping his chest. Those two were the ones he had arranged to collect the corpses. Though they were just black market thugs from the Zhao family's outskirts, they had a rank strength. Killing a Lin Mu who had just awakened his frank talent should have been as easy as crushing an ant. But now the corpses in the photo were theirs. Lin Mu was not dead. Not only was he not dead, but he had also sent back the corpse photo. More terrifying was the shriveled state of death, reminiscent of certain forbidden rumors. Draining life force. Devouring spiritual energy. Dark arts. Monster. These thoughts flashed through his mind, only to be suppressed by an even stronger sense of humiliation. He was a young master of the Zhao family. He was a rank talent. How could he fear a useless Frank? Lin Mu. Zhao Tai's fingers gradually tightened the phone, casing creaking under the strain. Lu Yan stepped back half a pace, frightened by his expression. Zhao Xiao, what on earth happened? Zhao Tai suddenly looked up, his eyes flushed red. That bastard. His voice squeezed out through clenched teeth. He's still alive. The crowd in the private room exchanged glances. No one dared to speak. Zhao Tai lowered his head, looking once again at the corpses in the photo and the provocative text. The brief fear was burned away by rage. Throughout his life, he had only ever stepped on others, and no one dared to threaten him in return. Let alone Lin Mu. That frank waste whom everyone had mocked during the day, who had been publicly dumped by Lu Yan, whom he regarded as trash. Good. Zhao Tai suddenly smiled. But that smile twisted into something terrifying. Very good. Lin Mu, do you think killing two useless ones gives you the right to challenge me? I want him to know that offending the Zhao family is not as simple as dying. Lu Yan, sitting beside him, turned pale. She suddenly recalled the look Lin Mu. I want him to know that offending the Zhao family is not as simple as dying. Lu Yan, sitting beside him, turned pale. She suddenly recalled the look Lin Mu had when he left the playground. At that time she thought it was laughable. What could a useless Frank do even if he hated her? But now an inexplicable chill rose within her. The boy who had been trampled into the mud by everyone seemed to have truly crawled back from the darkness. Moreover, he held a knife that no one could see. In the depths of the lower city at night, Lin Mu did not look back. The lights of the city center flickered in the distance like a sea far away from him. He knew that message had surely reached Zhao Tai's hands. He also knew that from this moment on the Zhao family would not let him go easily. But that didn't matter. Zhao Tai wanted to kill him and had already taken action. Since that was the case, Lin Mu would no longer regard him as a classmate, a school bully, or a rich young master to be tolerated. An enemy is an enemy, and the best ending for an enemy is to become his attribute points, skills, resources, and stepping stones. Lin Mu raised his gaze, a flash of dark golden light flickering in his eyes. The system panel slowly faded at the edge of his vision. Current power, 28. Current agility, 22. Skills, night raid, brutal swing, eye of insight. Equipment, drank, alloy combat dagger. Overnight, he had transformed from an frank waste into an awakened being capable of counterkilling rank thugs. But Lin Mu was well aware that this was just the beginning. The Zhao family was wealthy. Zhao Tai had resources. Zhanghai City had hunter guilds, black markets, magical beasts, and wild zones. As long as he dared to rob, dared to kill, and dared to turn all dangers into nourishment, power would continuously flow to him. Lin Mu lowered his hat's brim, disappearing into the tangled alleys of the lower city. Zhao Tai, the next gift. It's my turn to deliver. Late at night in Zhanghai City's Xiaoqing district, a slab-style apartment building. When Lin Mu returned, the old digital clock on the wall had just clicked to 117 a.m. His so-called home was an under 20 square meter rented room in an aging slab building in Xiaoqing district. Chunks of plaster peeled from the walls, the window frames leaked drafts all year, and at night the sewer below sent dampness back up. An unshakable mildew smell lingered in the air. Inside there was only a single bed, a paint-chipped wardrobe, and an old desk propped level with a plank. At the desk corner lay half a pencil left behind by Lin Xiaoyao before she moved to boarding school, and a dog-eared exercise book. Lin Mu stood in the doorway, the coppery tang of blood on his clothes cut through the room's mildew, and somehow seemed sharper. He glanced down at himself. His jacket had stiffened from rat blood and human blood, his pant legs were smeared with the alley's black mud, and a smear of stubborn dark red clung between his fingers. If Xiaoya had been home tonight, she would have noticed something was wrong at a glance. Fortunately, because of her excellent grades, she had been accepted early to a fully boarding key high school in Zhanghai City and only came out on weekends. All right, he thought. Lin Mu closed the door and deadlocked it. Better not to scare her. He did not switch on the main light, only brightened the dim lamp by the bathroom door. In the cramped bathroom, the mirror had a cracked corner, the faucet looked like a rusted throat. When opened, it first coughed up murky yellow water before gradually running clear. Cold water crashed from above. Blood ran down skin, shoulders, chest, gathering into a faint red swirl around the drain. Lin Mu closed his eyes and let the cold wash over him. A few hours earlier, he had been nothing more than the frank waste everyone laughed at on the third awakening high school track field. Only hours later, he had killed an rank mutated black rat, slain 2 hired thugs sent to collect the body, and sent Zhao Tai a small return gift from Xiaoqing district. Everything had happened too fast. Fast enough that a normal person should have panicked, trembled with fear, vomited, even wondered if they had gone mad. But Lin Mu did not. He only felt something inside him ripped open. It was not madness. It was a survival instinct buried in the mud for years, finally finding a knife. Lin Mu lifted his head and looked into the mirror. The face in the glass was still a little pale, the brows and eyes retaining the awkwardness of 18, but those eyes were already wholly different. They were very dark, as if steeped in night. He pressed his hand to the glass. The cold contact steadied him completely. System, he spoke inwardly. Check current status. A faint blue panel opened soundlessly. Host Lin Mu. Current combat rating, rank lower tier. Strength, 28. Agility, 22. Constitution, 12. Spirit, 18. Talent, 1 Wu Lu Duo, all things plunder. SSS-rank unique. Special skill, Eye of Insight, scalable. Combat skills, Night Rush, rank, Brute Swing, frank. Equipment grade, alloy combat dagger. Remaining free attribute points 0. Strength, 28. Agility, 22. These were the spoils he had plundered from the black rat, from Scarface, and from Yellow Hair. They were not hollow consolations or the cold verdicts from teachers that he had no value to cultivate. They were tangible things that could save his life, kill enemies, and turn him from prey into predator. Lin Mu's gaze lingered on Brute Swing. In the alley, he had not only taken 3 points of strength from Scarface, he had absorbed a rough but practical memory of how to exert force. It was not the Academy's standardized technique. It was more like the crude tricks street gangsters honed through countless brawls, how to twist shoulder, waist, and legs into a single coil of power in one instant, how to drive your body weight into a fist, how to use elbow, knee, and shoulder to shove an enemy aside when there is no room to strike. Rough but useful. Skills. Lin Mu wiped the water from his face. System, you mentioned skills. What are the exact rules? No sooner had he asked than the panel trembled gently, and a notice appeared detected that the host possessed 2 combat skills eligible for smelting. The skill smelter module activated. A dull red furnace icon floated in the pale blue panel. Its inner wall was etched with fine patterns like spiritual circuits or ancient ritual script. 2 empty slots appeared beneath the furnace. The basic rules of the skill smelter displayed. 1 skills of the same origin or same attribute can be combined. For example, strength with strength, agility with agility, claw type with claw type. 2 at least 2 skills or sufficient skill shards are required as materials. 3 the higher the material grade, the greater the fusion risk. Low tier F and E materials have higher base success rates. For upon fusion, the original skills are consumed to create a new combat technique, passive or special ability. 5 unique or special rule abilities like Eye of Insight and Wan Wu Lu Duo cannot be directly placed into an ordinary smelter. Lin Mu looked at the 2 empty slots and formed a quick conclusion. He had only 2 possible materials to input. Night Rush, a rank and agility-based short-range burst skill suitable for rushing, evading, and closing instantly. Brute Swing Frank, a strength-based basic power technique, crude but increasing close-range burst. 1 agility, 1 strength. The systems were incompatible. Indeed, as soon as he dragged the 2 skill phantoms before the furnace, the system flagged them material compatibility insufficient. Current fusion failure rate is too high. It is recommended the host collect same type skill shards before fusing. Lin Mu did not feel disappointed. On the contrary, his eyes brightened. The inability to fuse proved the rule's authenticity. As long as he kept hunting and plundering, low-tier skills would not remain useless. 5th-grade claw fragments might become a stronger claw strike. A few agility shards might push Night Rush to a higher tier. If someday he could smelt countless low-tier skills into an ability that transcended conventional categories. Lin Mu shut the panel. So the core is still the same. Kill, plunder, then fuse. The cold water stopped. He changed into the only clean black t-shirt he had left, sealed his blood-stained jacket in a plastic bag, and shoved it to the deepest recess under the bed. He retrieved the grade alloy combat dagger from system storage once more. The blade was long and narrow, matte black, throughout the grip pattern for traction. It was heavier than an ordinary dagger, but with his current strength it felt just right. Lin Mu tried a few basic thrusts without using Night Rush, simply adjusting wrist, shoulder, and core power. The first thrust was fast, but a little wild. The second steadier, but the recovery lagged a beat. On the third, he dissected the crude force memory from Brute Swing, taking only the shoulder-waist linkage portion. SSS. The dagger sliced the air with a faint wind sound. Lin Mu stopped. He was not through. His physical attributes had risen too quickly. His control could not keep pace. Speed, strength, reflexes were increasing, but unless he turned them into true combat instincts, veterans would still catch his flaws. Like tonight's Scarface. If Eye of Insight had not flagged the old injury on the left knee in advance, if he had not suddenly gained a strength advantage, a frontal brawl might not have gone so cleanly. Need more real fights. Lin Mu returned the dagger to system space and glanced at his phone balance. 32.50 Federation credits. The number on the screen was stark and sharp. 32.5. That was his entire fortune. Tomorrow's breakfast, transport, Xiaoya's weekly living allowance, potions, training equipment. Each would cost money. And Zhao Tai had the Zhao group behind him. He could casually acquire rage serum, bribe 2 E-rank thugs, and send a mutated black rat into a secure zone. Money was not omnipotent. But in this world, the penniless could not even touch the ticket to getting stronger. Lin Mu snapped his phone shut on the table. Tomorrow, go to the Hunter Guild. Make money first, then get stronger. Morning came. Jianghai City Center, the Hunter Guild Tower. The Hunter Guild sat on the edge of Jianghai City's central district. Deeper inside lay the prosperous streets controlled by the Zhao and Lu families. Beyond lay Xiaoqing District, the old industrial quarter, and the wilderness isolation wall. The guild tower rose 100 stories, its exterior forged of silver-gray alloy and blast-resistant glass. 2 crossed swords formed a massive emblem on the roof. When sunlight hit them, the blades seemed to grow cold. The forecourt was crowded with modified off-roaders, heavy motorcycles, and armored trucks. Some roofs showed tethered monster carcasses, trunks stuck with half a scallop tail, and people patched bandages around split battle axes on the steps. The air smelled of smoke, sweat, bitter hemostatic spray, and a faint tang of blood. This place was nothing like school. At school, awakening results determined students' fates. Here, fate was posted on the mission board each day and priced in reward credits. Lin Mu, wearing a faded black t-shirt and carrying an old backpack, walked into the hall. The dagger stayed in system space. The backpack was only for carrying materials he might bring back. The hall was vast, with several giant floating mission screens at the center, cycling red, yellow, and green notices. Collect Frank iron pig tusks. 500 credits apiece. Take as many as you want. Outbound to the wilderness perimeter. Need an E-rank shield fighter. Cowards need not apply. Selling low-tier hemostatic gel. Guild-certified 10-fold refund for fakes. Someone muttered, another rookie team died outside the northwest gate yesterday. Tisk just awakened and already leaving the city. Lucky they liked danger. Lin Mu did not linger and headed straight for the reception desk. Behind the desk sat a woman in her 20s, immaculate makeup and bright red nails, scrolling a terminal. Hearing his footsteps, she glanced up at Lin Mu. Her eyes swept from his worn t-shirt to his scuffed sneakers, and then to his face that was far too young. Her brow tightened at once. What business? Register as a hunter, Lin Mu said. The woman paused, tapping the terminal. Just turned 18. Lin Mu placed his ID and the third Awakening High School student card on the counter. The woman skimmed them, and her expression grew colder. Third Awakening High. You guys only awakened yesterday, right? She returned the documents with a practiced air of condescension. Kid, the guild is not a school club. The missions here will kill people. I see students come to register right after awakening every year. Most don't survive their first task. Several hunters nearby who were settling materials turned to look. Someone whistled. A schoolboy. Look at that frame. The wilderness wind will blow him away. Don't say that. What if he awakened within a rank? A rank would not queue up like this. They'd already be snapped up by academies or clans. The laughter was low but cutting. Lin Mu did not turn. He was all too familiar with that look. At school. In the slums. Now, even in the Hunters Guild, the weak carry a badge of contempt wherever they go. According to the law, awakeners over the age of 18 can apply to register as hunters. Lin Mu calmly looked at the woman at the front desk. I meet the requirements. The woman was momentarily taken aback by his gaze, which was not the fierce facade of a young man. Nor was it the stubbornness of a face reddened by humiliation. It was a chilling calm, as if he had just been washed clean of blood. The woman instinctively averted her gaze, feeling somewhat irritated that she was intimidated by a student. She pulled out an electronic form from the drawer and pushed it in front of Lin Mu. Fill this out. After completing it, proceed to the testing area on the left. Even a low-level black iron hunter must pass the basic strength test. If your punching power is below 300 kilograms, the system will not issue you a certificate. Lin Mu took the form. 300 kilograms. Exactly. The woman let out a cold laugh. The punching power of an ordinary adult is only about 50 to 60 kilograms, while trained fighters can reach over 100. 300 kilograms is the basic threshold for a level awakeners. If you can't reach it, you'd better go back now. Lin Mu nodded. Understood. After filling out the information, he turned and walked toward the testing area. With this movement, more onlookers gathered around. The Hunters Guild was never short of boredom and bloodshed. A newly awakened high school student testing his punching power was merely an appetizer for these hardened veterans. I bet a pack of cigarettes he can't hit 150. 150. You think too highly of him. Just look at his arms. There's no way he'll even reach 100. Don't be ridiculous. What if he actually is a strength-type awakener? Even a newly awakened strength type can't be that exaggerated unless his family has been pumping him full of potions since childhood. Lin Mu listened to their chatter as he stood in front of the black punching target. The punching target stood about 2 meters high, made of thick alloys and cushioned spiritual gel, with a display screen next to it flashing standby status. He raised his hand, but did not strike immediately. Instead, he glanced at his own arm. Strength 28. According to the guild's official conversion, 1 point of strength roughly generates 10 to 15 kilograms of impact force, depending on techniques, body coordination, and whether battle skills are used. Theoretically, he could hit between 300 and 420 kilograms. If he unleashed the brute force swing, it could even be higher. But he couldn't do that. What he needed now was registration qualification, not to be reported as a monster by the guild. Moreover, Zhao Tai had just suffered a major loss, and the Zhao family would soon come looking for him. The more he exposed himself, the greater the trouble. Keep it between 302 and 305. Lin Mu set a mental limit for himself. He didn't adopt an exaggerated stance. He simply stepped his left foot forward half a step, withdrew his right foot, and slightly bent his knee. He inhaled, relaxed his shoulders, and tightened his core. The rough memory of the brute force swing from the scarred face surfaced in his mind, but was forcibly suppressed by Lin Mu. He couldn't use it all. A bald hunter next to him laughed out loud. That stance isn't even standard. Oh, does he really think he... In the next second, Lin Mu threw a punch. There were no shouts, no build-up. His right arm shot out like a suddenly taut black whip, with shoulder, elbow, and wrist aligned in an instant. The punching surface struck dead center on the alloy target. Boom! The dull explosion reverberated in the left part of the hall. The entire punching power testing machine jolted backward, and the securing bolts underneath emitted a piercing, grinding sound. The bald hunter who had been laughing moments ago froze in place. The woman at the front desk also suddenly looked up. The numbers on the display screen began to fluctuate wildly. 98 kilograms, 187 kilograms, 276 kilograms, 351 kilograms, 402 kilograms. Finally, the red number stabilized. 415 kilograms. Beep. Test passed. Assessment black iron level hunter qualification met. The hall fell silent for a moment. Then the discussions erupted like they had been ignited. 415. Did this kid really just awaken yesterday? This punching power is almost on par with a seasoned level fighter. Wasn't it said that Inflevel Waste was just awakened in high school yesterday? It couldn't be him, right? No way Inflevel with weak visual enhancement can actually hit over 400 kilograms. Lin Mu retracted his fist. His knuckles felt a bit numb. It wasn't pain, but the sensation from releasing too much force. He looked at the numbers on the screen and slightly furrowed his brows. It was still too high. He had originally intended to keep it around 305, but his body had just undergone a power boost, and his muscle coordination hadn't fully adapted. Moreover, a bit of the force memory from the brute force swing had uncontrollably carried over, causing the number to jump straight to 415. Looks like I need to adapt to this body quickly. Lin Mu made a mental note. Values are just values. In actual combat, even a slight increase in strength could lead to more vulnerabilities. Facing black rats and thugs was manageable, but if he encountered a truly seasoned awakener, any loss of control could be fatal. He ignored the surrounding gazes that had shifted from mockery to scrutiny. Surprise and caution, picked up the test receipt and turned back to the front desk. Slap. The receipt was placed on the counter. Test passed, Lin Mu said. Process the certificate. The woman at the front desk looked at the receipt. Her expression had completely changed. She glanced at Lin Mu again. Old t-shirt, worn sneakers, 18 years old, just awakened. But this time she no longer saw poverty and absurdity in those things. She only saw 415 kilograms of punching power. In the guild, strength is the most direct. All right. Good. Her voice noticeably softened as her fingers quickly operated the terminal. Mr. Lin Mu, your basic information has been recorded. Since you are registering for the first time, your current level is Black Iron Hunter, and you can only undertake a-level tasks or special cleaning tasks evaluated as Black Iron by the system. The risk of task death must be borne by yourself. The guild is only responsible for publishing, certifying, settling, and basic rescue. It does not guarantee the complete accuracy of task objectives. Do you confirm registration? Confirm. 5 minutes later, a black metal badge popped out of the print. It was cold and heavy. This item did not represent glory, not at least at this moment. It only represented that he had finally obtained a legal ticket to enter the wilderness and task system. It was cold and heavy. This item did not represent glory, not at least at this moment. It only represented that he had finally obtained a legal ticket to enter the wilderness and task system. He turned to the task light screen. A multitude of tasks scrolled in the air. Find lost pets, reward 800 federal coins. Collect low-level hemostatic herbs, reward 1200 federal coins. Clear out Flevel mosquito swarms in the old city, reward 3,000 federal coins. Escort a potion convoy to the north suburbs quarantine point, reward 8,000 federal coins, suggested 3 or more people. These tasks are not too shabby for an ordinary newcomer. But for Lin Mu, it was not enough. The money was insufficient. The prey was also insufficient. His gaze continued to sweep down until a line of urgent red bounty caught his eye. Urgent bounty, clear out the rat infestation in the sewer. Task location, north suburbs of Jianghai City, underground sewage system of an abandoned chemical plant. Target description, a large number of mutated black rats have gathered in this area, estimated to be between 150 and 300, suspected to have given birth to an A-level elite individual known as the Corrupted Rat King. Task requirement, eliminate the core rat group and bring back the tail of the Corrupted Rat King as evidence. Basic reward, 50000 federal coins. Additional benefits, materials from ordinary mutated black rats, crystal cores, and venom sacs belong to the hunter. Suggested level, a level 3-person team, at least 1 shield warrior or antidote potions needed. Mutated black rats. Lin Mu's gaze froze. Last night, he had nearly died in the jaws of a mutated black rat driven mad by a potion. He distinctly remembered the speed, the angle of its pounce, and the foul stench that arose when its tail swept through the sewage. He also remembered the fear. But after the fear came experience. He had already tested where the black rat's bones were thin, how it charged with its fore and hind legs, where the gaps were between the throat and shoulder blade, and whether a level alloy dagger could cut through its fur. He had risked his life to test it once. More importantly, there were many of them. For others, a rat swarm meant being besieged, toxins, diseases, and the risk of being gnawed to the bone. For him, the numbers meant attribute points, skill fragments, and materials for the skill forge. Lin Mu raised his hand and swiped the black iron badge on the terminal. Do you confirm the urgent bounty, clear out the rat infestation in the sewer? An old hunter nearby saw the task name and changed his expression slightly. Kid, wait a moment. Lin Mu turned his head. The old hunter had one eye covered with a gray-white prosthetic, and his left shoulder was missing flesh as if bitten off by something. He looked at Lin Mu and frowned, saying, this task has been posted for 2 days without anyone taking it, not because the reward is low. The sewer's terrain is narrow, the smell is heavy, and visibility is poor. Once the rat swarm surrounds you, there's nowhere to run. What's more troublesome is the Corrupted Rat King. Its venom can corrode armor. Your punching power is good, but fists aren't everything. Going alone is a sure way to die in a nasty way. Several hunters around them quieted down. They could mock newcomers, but when they truly saw one walking to their doom, some would still offer a word of warning. Lin Mu glanced at the old hunter. He could tell the other was not being sarcastic. "Thank you," Lin Mu said. "I will prepare antidote potions." The old hunter wanted to say more, but seeing Lin Mu's expression, he swallowed his words. That was not a look of ignorance of danger. Quite the opposite. It was a look of someone who knew the danger, yet still decided to proceed. The terminal chimed lightly. Task accepted successfully. Hunter Lin Mu, please arrive at the task area within 24 hours. During the task, the guild will record your location signal. If there are no signs of life for over 6 hours, the task will be automatically deemed a failure. Lin Mu tucked away the badge and turned to walk out. The hall erupted again with hushed discussions. He really accepted it. Just registered, and he's tackling a rat infestation alone. Is he trying to get himself killed? What good is over 400 in punching power? Rat swarms are not punching targets. What a shame. If this kid were a bit steadier, he could still make a future for himself. Lin Mu heard them, but he did not stop. The sunlight poured in through the entrance of the guild, casting a long shadow at his feet. Before yesterday, he might have chosen to be steadier, to endure a bit longer, to wait a bit more. But Xiaotai did not give him the chance to wait. This world would not be merciful simply because he was cautious. Lin Mu stepped out of the Hunters Guild and looked up at the direction of the northern suburbs. The abandoned chemical plant lay at the edge of the city, beyond which was the wilderness quarantine wall. There were rat swarms, toxins, and the corrupted Rat King. There was also 50,000 federal coins. There were skill fragments. It was his first true feast, a significant step towards becoming stronger. Half an hour later, Lin Mu opened his eyes. The desk lamp in the room was still on. A ring of fine dust lay on the edge in the northern suburbs of Jianghai City, outside the Hunters Guild supply point. At 10:27 in the morning, Lin Mu stood in front of the supply point window, a gray plastic box placed before him. There were no high-end goods in the box. A cheap high-powered flashlight, 2 glow sticks, a roll of anti-bite tape, a disposable gas mask, 3 packs of industrial lime powder, 2 basic detoxification tablets, a roll of bandage, and a rough route map of the underground sewage system of the abandoned chemical factory. The supply clerk was a scruffy middle-aged man smoking a cigarette who glanced at Lin Mu's black Iron Hunter badge. Emergency rewards, standard epidemic prevention package, deposit 800 will be deducted upon task settlement. If you die inside, the deposit will be deducted from the compensation. He spoke calmly, as if discussing something that happened every day. Lin Mu lowered his head to check his phone balance. $32.05. Not to mention 800, that wasn't even enough for a decent lunch. Can I get it on credit? The supply clerk raised his eyes. Are you taking on the rodent infestation task? Lin Mu handed over the task information. After reading it, the impatience on the clerk's face diminished slightly. All right. That place has been deserted for 2 days. The guild doesn't lack your 800. What it lacks is someone to clear out that nest of things. He pushed the plastic box forward and added, Kid, don't think you can walk all over the place just because you have strong. The sewers are most afraid not of a single rat, but of the second, third, and the one that comes up from behind. Remember, don't enter wide pipes, don't step into deep water, and don't let the rat swarm surround you. Lin Mu studied the wrinkled pipeline map, his finger tracing from the east sewage outlet all the way to the main channel of the abandoned chemical factory. There are many narrow pipes, many forks, and the wastewater trenches vary in depth. If it were an ordinary hunter team, they would need a shield warrior to bear the brunt and front ranged attackers at the back to clear monsters and support to detoxify at any time. But Lin Mu was alone. One person couldn't advance like a team. What he needed to do was not to charge into the rat's nest, but to dismantle the nest piece by piece, swallowing it bit by bit. Thank you for the reminder. Lin Mu put away the map and lifted the plastic box. The supply clerk noticed that he didn't have a face full of excitement, but instead frowned at him. You don't look like a newbie. Lin Mu paused. I was just a newbie yesterday. The clerk froze for a moment, then chuckled scornfully. Then try not to die like one. Lin Mu said nothing more and turned northward. Not far from the supply point, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Lin Xiaoya. Xiaoya, brother, do you have class today? Xiaoya, I just heard the homeroom teacher say that there is temporary control near the abandoned chemical factory in the northern suburbs because of mutant beasts, so don't go near there to do odd jobs. Xiaoya, also I might be able to come out for half a day on the weekend, so don't spend too much money. I want to eat the braised ribs from the restaurant by our home, nothing fancy. Lin Mu stared at the screen, his fingertips lingering for a long time. Braised ribs. In the past, whenever the siblings passed by that small restaurant, Xiaoya would always gaze at it a little longer. The shop was small, filled with heavy oil smoke, and the owner had a loud voice, but the aroma of the stewed ribs could waft down half the street. Back then, a portion of ribs cost 68 Federation coins. For them, it was a luxury. Lin Mu stood by the roadside, the sunlight falling on his shoulder, the strong flashlight in the supply box digging into his palm. He replied with 2 words. Lin Mu not going. After a few seconds, he added another sentence. Lin Mu will take you to eat on the weekend. After sending the message, he set his phone to silent, stuffed it into a waterproof bag, and kept it close to his body. When he spoke the lie, he felt no relief. But he understood more clearly that what would truly free Xiaoya from fear in the future was not explanations nor promises, but strength. 50,000 Federation coins. The Rat King's crystal core. Skill fragments. These things he must acquire before tonight. In the northern suburbs of Jianghai City, at the abandoned chemical factory underground sewage outlet. The abandoned chemical factory lay like a long-dead steel giant crouched at the edge of the city. The towering chimney was half broken, its outer walls covered with black-green moss, and shattered glass gently swayed in the wind, producing a sharp, jarring sound. The underground sewage outlet was located at the northernmost part of the factory. A rusted iron gate hung askew with a faded yellow warning sign posted at the entrance. Chemical wastewater residue, entry prohibited. Risk of psychic contamination, keep away. Beneath the warning sign, there were fresh scratch marks. They were dense, as if something had repeatedly scraped the iron sheet with claws. Lin Mu crouched down and reached out to feel the ground. The wet mud still bore chaotic claw prints. The large ones were as wide as a fist, and the small ones were also the size of a cup's opening. There were also dragging marks. Not just one, but a group. He did not enter immediately, but first circled around the periphery of the sewage outlet. 3 ventilation shafts. 1 collapsed old inspection port. 2 drainage ditches. If the rat swarm was startled, they might escape from these places, or they could circle around to his back. Lin Mu spread the route map on an abandoned concrete stump using stones to weigh down the corners. The main channel is too wide, I can't go in and attack Heaton. The width of the west maintenance passage is less than 2 meters. The rat swarm can charge in with a maximum of 3 to 5 at once. The east drainage ditch has deep water, so I can't step in. The corrupted Rat King is large, it probably doesn't like narrow pipes. It should either be in the depths of the main channel or near the settling pond. As he quietly assessed, he opened 2 packs of industrial lime powder, pouring them on both sides of the entrance and exit, then tightly wrapping his pant legs, cuffs, and wrists with anti-bite tape. After putting on the gas mask, his vision narrowed down. Breathing became heavy, but the acrid stench of rotting wastewater was finally filtered out for the most part. Lin Mu took out a grade alloy combat dagger. The matte black blade reflected no light in the shadows. Good. He didn't need it to be pretty. He just needed it to be fast, hard, and quiet. Eye of Insight activated. A wisp of dark golden light flickered deep within his black pupils. The world before him instantly changed. On the slippery wall, residual spiritual energy appeared like a faint mist. The edges of the claw prints on the ground glimmered with tiny red light. That was the chaotic aura from the mutated black rat. The deeper he went, the denser the red light became. Lin Mu tightened his grip on the dagger and bent down to crawl into the sewage outlet. Darkness swallowed his silhouette. The tunnel was very narrow. The cement walls on either side were pitted from the corrosive wastewater, and beneath his feet was a shallow sewage ditch with black foam floating on the surface, rotting for who knows how long. Occasional water droplets fell from above. Plop, plop. Each sound felt like it was striking on a person's nerves. Lin Mu didn't turn on the strong flashlight, but only activated a glow stick, inserting it into the side of his backpack. The ghostly green cold light spread along the ground, illuminating beneath his feet, without startling the rat swarm in the distance. Squeak. The first rat's cry came from the upper left. Lin Mu halted his steps. In the Eye of Insight, a dark red outline clung to the top of the pipe, its limbs upside down against the cement-seamed body, arched like a bow. It was waiting for Lin Mu to walk directly beneath it. Lin Mu didn't look up. Acting as if he had noticed nothing, he continued to take half a step forward. Just as the mutated black rat launched down from overhead with a kick of its hind legs, Lin Mu's body suddenly pressed to the right. The shadow brushed past his shoulder and missed. At the same instant, he reversed the grip on his dagger and thrust upward. Thud! The blade pierced through the black rat's jaw, penetrating its skull. The mutated black rat didn't even have time to let out a complete scream before its body went limp. Lin Mu did not let the corpse fall into the water. He grabbed the rat's tail with his left hand, dragging the body to the dry ground. Ding! A level mutated black rat killed. All Things Plunder activated. Gained agility 0. 2. Gained skill fragment cloth grade 1. A faint warm current flowed into his body through his arm. Not much. It was nothing compared to the first time he killed a black rat last night. Lin Mu was not surprised. The system was not a bottomless pit. The more low-level targets of the same type he killed, the lower the individual gains would be. This was very reasonable. If killing 100 level black rats still gave 5 points of attributes for each, then the world's rules would have been shattered long ago. Single target gains decreased. Then it relies on quantity and skill fragments. Lin Mu flicked the black blood off the dagger and continued forward. The second black rat emerged from the wastewater, targeting his ankle. Lin Mu withdrew half a second early, stepping on the rat's head with his boot and thrusting the dagger downward vertically. The third one lunged from the right, crack blocked by his backpack, and he slashed its throat in response. Fourth, fifth, sixth. He did not rush deeper. After killing a dozen or so, he retreated a distance, piling the corpses at the corner, then sprinkling another layer of lime powder. The lime heated up upon contact with water, and the pungent smell stimulated the subsequent black rats, making them unwilling to immediately cross the pile of corpses. This way the rat swarm was forced to emerge from the narrower maintenance passage, gradually reducing their numerical advantage. Lin Mu was like a quiet knife guarding the throat in the darkness. Each attack was not pursued for its flair. He aimed only for the vital points: eyes, throat, back of the head, limb joints. The degrade alloy combat dagger was sharp enough to deal with a level ordinary black rats. The real trouble was not killing them, but not getting dragged into the water, not getting bitten by poisonous fangs, and not exhausting himself from continuous slashing. 10 minutes later, in the first maintenance passage, over 20 black rat corpses had already piled up. The system's prompt sound rang out intermittently. Gain strength 0. 1. Gained agility 0. 1. Gain skill fragment cloth grade. Gain skill fragment cloth grade 1. Gain skill fragment hardened skin grade 1. Gain skill fragment bloodthirst grade 1. Lin Mu's breathing began to grow heavy. A layer of white mist formed inside his gas mask. His right arm was starting to feel sore. Killing monsters was not like clicking a button in a game. Each thrust, draw, turn, and dodge drained muscle and spirit. Especially in this dark, damp environment filled with corrosive waste gases, he had to constantly assess whether he might slip if there were movements behind him and if there were shadows in the water. Don't be greedy. Lin Mu took 3 steps back, broke the second glow stick, and threw it into the fork ahead. The ghostly green light rolled out far. The next second, the depths of the pipe seemed to awaken like a graveyard. Countless scarlet little eyes, one pair after another, lit up. The number was far more than 20, not just 50. Lin Mu squinted. The guild estimated 150 to 300 rats. Looks like they underestimated. Squeak, 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 squeak. The piercing screams suddenly erupted. The darkness ahead boiled as countless black figures surged along the walls, floors, and tops of the pipes. The rat tide has arrived. Lin Mu did not retreat to the exit. If he was scattered at the main entrance, those rats would escape through the ventilation shafts and cracks, and not only would he fail the task, but he might also let the rat swarm invade the lower city. He chose a narrower maintenance corridor on the left, less than 1.5 meters wide. The height was just enough to bend down. It felt oppressive for Lin Mu. For the rat swarm, it was even more oppressive. He stood at the entrance of the maintenance corridor, his left shoulder against the wall, holding the dagger in his right hand, his feet on the lime powder he had sprinkled earlier. The first wave of black rats crashed in. 3 came in side by side. Lin Mu did not use skills. The dagger struck 3 times in succession. Thud, thud, thud. 3 rat heads were precisely pierced. The second wave followed closely. 5 of them. 2 jumped over the corpses of their companions, aiming straight for Lin Mu's face. Lin Mu finally activated Night Raid. Not to rush out, but to complete a very short distance lateral move. His figure seemed to be pulled by the darkness, sliding half a step along the wall. 2 black rats missed and crashed into the cement wall. Lin Mu countered, slashing their bellies, and then using his knee to slam into the third rat. Night Raid is essentially a short distance burst, not a teleportation. In a narrow space, it cannot make him disappear, but it can allow him to seize the position in the most dangerous half-second. That half-second was enough to keep him alive. The corpses were piling up. Rat blood mixed with sewage, turning into a viscous, black-red fluid. Lin Mu's shoes began to slip. He immediately kicked over a half bag of lime powder nearby. The white powder hit the ground with a sizzling sound, heating up and releasing a cloud of pungent mist. The few black rats charging in front were thrown into disarray. Lin Mu seized this moment and sliced horizontally with his dagger. 4 black rats fell. Ding. Skill fragment cloth grade has reached 5 pieces. Detected that melee material can be fused. Current materials cloth fragments, 5, brutal swing grade. Do you want to activate the skill furnace? Lin Mu's expression shifted slightly, but he did not confirm immediately. The rat tied ahead was still pressing in. If he opened the furnace now and needed a few seconds to process, he would be overwhelmed. Retreat first. Lin Mu pushed off with his feet, sliding backward out of the inspection corridor. 1 black rat seized the opportunity to bite at his wrist. The anti-bite tape was pierced through a layer. Lin Mu's expression turned cold, grabbing the rat by the back of its neck, applying force with his fingers. Crack. The neck bone shattered. Plunder successful. Constitution 0. 1. He turned and dove into another fork, the route he had memorized, allowing him to hesitate not at all. After running 30 meters, Lin Mu broke a rusty maintenance chain hanging by the wall. Clang. Half a collapsed iron gate crashed down, temporarily blocking the passage. The rat swarm crashed into the iron gate, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. Lin Mu leaned against the wall, his chest heaving. 3 seconds. At most 3 seconds. No more. System activate the skill furnace. Skill furnace started. A light screen appeared before him. 5 claw fragments were thrown into the furnace like gray-white little knives. Brutal swing transformed into a rough, dark red fist shadow swallowed by the furnace's flames. Material type melee cutting muscle explosion. Fit degree 83. The host currently holds a grade alloy combat dagger which can serve as a medium for battle techniques, enhancing synthesis stability. Synthesis started. Boom. Lin Mu felt as if a knife had suddenly cleaved through the darkness in his mind. It wasn't a skill description. It was a complete set of power memory. How to grip the ground with the heels. How to twist the waist and abdomen. How to lead the forearm with the shoulders. How to draw an arc with the blade in the shortest trajectory. It is not merely a slash. It compresses power, speed, and the cutting point of the blade into a semicircle, exploding in an instant. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring level combat skill, Half Moon Slash. Half Moon Slash level using melee weapons as a medium. It condenses muscle explosion and sharp spiritual energy, slashing out a crescent-shaped chi in a fan-shaped area ahead. Current effective range, 3 meters. High stamina consumption. Continuous use will cause muscle tearing in the arms. The swarm of rats is about to break through. Lin Mu opened his eyes. Just in time. Boom. The iron door was smashed inward. Dozens of mutated black rats pounced, stepping on their companions' corpses like a rolling wave of darkness. Lin Mu did not retreat. He stepped back half a step with his right foot, pressing his left hand against his right wrist, transmitting power from his soles through his waist and back, gathering it into the hand holding the knife. The level alloy combat dagger emitted a faint humming sound. In the next moment, Lin Mu slashed horizontally. Half Moon Slash. Buzz. A pale white arc of light erupted from the blade's edge, sweeping forward along the pipe. Puff, 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 puff. The front row of black rats was simultaneously severed. Flesh, bones, claws, and tails scattered in midair as the black tide of rats was forcefully cut through by an invisible hand. One strike. 13 rats. Lin Mu's right arm suddenly felt numb. His muscles felt as if they were burned by fire. This move is very powerful, but it must not be used recklessly. With my current body, 3 consecutive strikes are the limit. Lin Mu immediately made a judgment in his mind. Combat skills are not cheat buttons. Level combat skills require a body and spiritual energy base above level. He is currently forcing it with his attributes. While the power is sufficient, the cost is also present. However, it is enough. The rat swarm was dazed for a moment by this strike. Lin Mu seized the opportunity to dash out through a side path. Night Raid. His figure skimmed along the wall, avoiding the direct onslaught of the rat tide, and returned to the edge of the main channel. Not far away, the sewage suddenly began to churn. A stench 10 times stronger than that of ordinary black rats penetrated even through the gas mask and into Lin Mu's nostrils. He stopped in his tracks. In his insight, a massive dark green silhouette lit up beneath the sedimentation pool. That thing did not emerge immediately. It circled underwater like a crocodile hiding in the muck, finally willing to show itself. Lin Mu tossed his backpack aside, and his left hand rummaged inside for the last basic detoxification pill, placing it under his tongue. This would not stop the deadly venom of the corruption rat king, but it could buy him dozens of seconds. Dozens of seconds were enough for him to judge life and death. Boom. The cement ground at the edge of the sedimentation pool suddenly exploded. A giant rat the size of a calf burst forth from the sewage. Its body was covered in black-green bristles with abscesses bulging on its back, yellow venom dripping from its fur onto the cement ground, sizzling as it fell. The most terrifying aspect was its tail. That tail was as thick as an adult's arm, covered in barbs, whipping around like an iron whip soaked in corrosive fluid. Insight: I feedback target corruption rat king. Level elite. Strength 35. Agility 30. Constitution 28. Abilities: corrosive venom, tail whip, rat swarm summoning. Weaknesses: soft flesh on the side of the neck, old injury on the left hind leg, abdominal defense decreases when the venom pouch is charging. Lin Mu's gaze darkened slightly. Ordinary A-level black rats and A-level elites are entirely different concepts. The strength and agility of the corruption rat king are above his own. If he were to be hit, he might not be able to stand. If hit by the venom, the basic detoxification pill would not hold out for long. Squeak. The corruption rat king let out a sharp shriek. The remaining mutated black rats around began to converge from various side paths, as if receiving orders. Lin Mu did not look at the small rats. He focused on the abdomen of the rat king. It contracted slightly. The venom pouch was charging. It wants to force me to dodge first, then seal the escape route with the rat swarm. I can't follow its rhythm. The corruption rat king opened its mouth. A mass of dark green venom shot out. Lin Mu activated Night Raid, half a second early, darting to the left. The venom grazed past his shoulder, splattering against the wall behind him. Sizzle. The cement wall was corroded, creating a black pit. But Lin Mu did not continue to retreat. Instead, he dashed towards the side of the Rat King. The Rat King's tail swept horizontally with a sudden force. The wind sound was like an iron rod breaking through the air. Lin Mu ducked and rolled the tail whip, sweeping over his head. The acid it raised, burning several small holes in his coat. Severe pain shot through his left arm. A drop of venom splattered onto his skin. Lin Mu gritted his teeth and did not stop. He rushed to the left hind leg of the Rat King, thrusting his dagger at an angle. Weakness, old injury. Puff. The blade cut through the hard bristles and plunged into the muscle. The corruption Rat King let out a cry, its massive body suddenly sinking. But its reaction was faster than Lin Mu had anticipated. Its front paw slapped horizontally. Lin Mu withdrew his knife, but still got hit by the paw wind on his chest. Bang! His whole body slammed against the pipe wall. A mouthful of blood surged to his throat, but he swallowed it back down. His ribs felt as though they had been struck by a hammer. The gap in strength is too great. Lin Mu's vision darkened slightly. The rat swarm had already surrounded him. If this dragged on, he would be worn down. The corruption Rat King also realized that this human was not as weak as he appeared. A cruel light flashed in its yellow-green eyes, and its abdomen swelled again. Its venom pouch was charging. This time it was closer to Lin Mu. Avoiding the venom, he would be surrounded by the rat swarm. If he did not avoid it, he would be poisoned heated. Lin Mu looked up and suddenly smiled. You can calculate too. Unfortunately, your calculations aren't detailed enough. He stepped on the wall corner with his left foot, gripping the knife with his right hand, his body slightly sinking. Not to dodge, but to charge. The moment the corruption Rat King sprayed venom, Lin Mu activated Night Raid. A short distance explosion. Not to the left nor to the right, but skimming the ground forward. The dark green venom whizzed past above his back. The toxic mist singed his hair tips. Lin Mu slipped into the dead angle beneath the Rat King. It was the smelliest, dirtiest, and most dangerous spot. But it was also the position where the tail and venom were the hardest to attack immediately. In his insight eye, the Rat King's abdomen had just finished spraying venom, and its defense had briefly decreased. Lin Mu did not hesitate. His right arm's muscles tightened to the extreme. Level combat skill, Half Moon Slash. This time it was not a horizontal sweep. It was an upward thrust in close quarters. A pale white arc of light erupted from the dagger, tearing a gruesome wound between the Rat King's abdomen and neck. Puff. Green toxic blood gushed out like a spring. Lin Mu was prepared, immediately rolling aside to avoid most of it, but still a few drops landed on his shoulder, burning his skin with a sizzling sound. The corruption Rat King rolled frantically, its front paws, tail, and body smashing into everything around. Lin Mu was sent flying, his back sliding along the cement ground for several meters. He did not stop, because the Rat King was not dead yet. The truly fatal spot was the soft flesh on its neck. Lin Mu grabbed a black rat corpse from the ground and hurled it at the Rat King's face. The corruption Rat King instinctively bit down and crushed the corpse. In that moment, Lin Mu charged out again. His right arm was already starting to ache. After 2 consecutive half-moon slashes, the muscle load was nearing its limit. So the final strike could not be a wide-range slash. He only needed a little penetration. Brute force slash had already been melted down, but that segment of power memory had not disappeared. It became part of the half-moon slash and part of Lin Mu's Bodis instinct. Heels gripping the ground, waist and abdomen twisting, shoulders pressing down on the knife. The level alloy combat dagger transformed into a pitch-black straight line. Puff. The tip of the knife accurately pierced into the soft flesh on the side of the corruption Rat King's neck, where there was no hard bristle. Lin Mu pressed down with both hands, exerting all his strength to twist sideways. Crack. The neck bone shattered. The corruption Rat King's massive body suddenly stiffened. It opened its mouth, producing a sound like a broken windbag in its throat, its tail twitching a couple more times before it finally collapsed with a thunderous crash. The sewage was splattered everywhere. The remaining mutated black rats, losing their king's suppression, squealed and scattered in all directions. Lin Mu leaned against the wall, his chest heaving violently. His right arm hurt so much that he could barely lift it. His left shoulder had several black patches burned by venom. His chest felt tight, and his back burned with pain. But he was still standing. Ding. A level elite corruption Rat King killed. Triggered elite plunder across levels. Plunder successful. Strength 4. Agility 3. Constitution 3. Acquired rare skill Poisonous enchantment level. Poisonous enchantment level can temporarily attach corrosive toxins to weapons or body surfaces, causing sustained corrosive damage and somewhat inhibiting wound healing. A warm current surged into Lin Mu's body from the corpse of the Rat King. The burning sensation in his left shoulder rapidly diminished. The dull pain in his chest was also suppressed. It was not a complete recovery, but it was enough to allow him to continue moving. Lin Mu looked down at his right hand. A faint green glow was vaguely rising along the edge of the dagger. Poison. This was not merely venom, but a capability of using toxins as combat spiritual energy. Zhao Tai. Lin Mu gently exhaled a breath of stale air. The first rat you sent me provided me with the system. The second nest of rats you indirectly sent me gave me a level combat skill and poisonous enchantment. You, apart from having poor vision, have indeed been quite lucky. He smiled slightly, then immediately restrained his emotions. The task was not complete. The tale of the corruption Rat King is the proof. The core of the rat swarm must also be cleared away. Lin Mu did not continue hunting all the fleeing black rats. It was unrealistic and unnecessary. He confirmed with his inside eye that the rat swarm had already dispersed, and the remaining individuals were no longer under unified command, unable to form a rat plague in a short time before stepping forward to cut off the Rat King's tail. The rat tail was heavy. The cut was still dripping with green toxic blood. Lin Mu sealed it with the anti-corrosion bag provided by the guild, and then checked the Rat King's corpse. This time he did not simply chop wildly like when he first entered. The inside eye scanned the Rat King's abdomen. A faint blue spiritual energy wave lit up from deep within the stomach. Lin Mu pried open the rotten flesh, enduring the foul smell, and extracted a crystal the size of a fingernail from within. The crystal was light blue all over with extremely fine red, fibrous material on its surface. Inside eye feedback item spiritual energy crystal, a level high purity. Source condensation within the corruption Rat King's body. Abnormal attachment trace residue of frenzy potion. Market valuation 1,000 to 15,000 federal coins. Lin Mu's pupils constricted slightly, starting from 100,000, higher than the task reward. More importantly, the red fibrous material. Residue of frenzy potion. The mutated black rat that attacked him yesterday had been artificially fed frenzy potion. Today's corruption Rat King also bore the same traces. Once could be an accident, twice it is not. Zhao Tai or the Zhao family are not simply buying a rat. They might have an entire chain of magical beast catalysis and potion smuggling behind them. Lin Mu cleaned the crystal and stored it close to his body. He did not rush to leave, but instead checked around the sedimentation pool. Sure enough, behind a corner of the wastewater pipe, he discovered several broken red syringe shells. The syringe labels had been corroded away, leaving only a blurry skull symbol. Lin Mu wrapped the fragments in cloth and stored them separately. This evidence might not immediately take down the Zhao family, but evidence is bound to be useful sooner or later. When he walked out of the underground sewage outlet, it was already nearing 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The sunlight made Lin Mu squint slightly. He was covered in black blood sewage and lime powder, and the edges of his gas mask were corroded and yellowed, looking more disheveled than a street homeless person. But in his backpack he had the tail of the corruption Rat King. In his arms he had the high-purity crystal nucleus. Inside him he had just synthesized the level combat skill Half Moon Slash, and a level skill Poisonous Enchantment that he had just plundered. Lin Mu leaned against the wall of an abandoned factory and took out his phone. The screen displayed 3 unread messages. Xiaoya, brother, you really didn't go to the northern suburbs, right? Xiaoya, I had a strange dream during my lunch break, dreaming of many red eyes looking at me in the black water. Xiaoya, reply me when you see the message. Lin Mu looked at those lines of text, his gaze tightening slightly. Red eyes. Black water. If it were just a coincidence, it would be too coincidental. Xiaoya had been physically weak since childhood, but her senses were very keen. When he had a fever in the middle of the night as a child, she could wake up even through a wall and bring him water in the dark. At that time Lin Mu only thought his sister was thoughtful. Now it seemed perhaps it was not just simple thoughtfulness. But he did not ask too much in the text. Some things once asked would only frighten Xiaoya. Lin Mu typed a reply with his relatively clean fingers. Lin Mu, it's nothing. Signal was poor just now. Lin Mu, this weekend braised pork ribs, unlimited. This time Xiaoya replied very quickly. Xiaoya, really? Xiaoya, then I want 2 servings. Lin Mu looked at that line. I want 2 servings, and finally had a hint of genuine smile at the corner of his mouth. Lin Mu, 3 servings. After sending the message, he put his phone away and turned to look towards the city. The tall buildings in the center of Zhanghai City gleamed with cold light under the sun. Zhao Tai might still be enjoying flowers, applause, and flattery after the celebration banquet. Or perhaps he had already seen the text from last night and was furiously sending people to investigate him. It did not matter. Lin Mu clenched his right hand. The power memory of the Half Moon Slash still trembled deep in his muscles. The faint green glow of Poisonous Enchantment also flickered at his fingertips. Yesterday he had been a prey driven to the brink of death by a rat. Today he walked out alive from an entire nest of rats, even packing the Rat King's tail into his backpack. This is change. This is power. Lin Mu hoisted his backpack and walked towards the Hunters Guild. Along the way the wind blew from the abandoned chemical plant, carrying the scent of decay and rust. He did not look back, because next there was still a task reward of 50,000 federal coins to collect, and a crystal nucleus worth over 100,000 to deal with. And there were accounts that Zhao Tai and the Zhao family owed him to be settled slowly one by one. And today was just the beginning. Shanghai City Hunters Guild Hall. It was 2:46 p.m. The guild's automatic sensor doors slid open. A wall of cold air, coffee, cheap tobacco, and a faint metallic tang of blood washed from the hall and struck Lin Mu like an invisible barrier. The next instant that barrier was pushed back by the scent on his person, a reek of industrial effluent, rotting rodent blood, lime, dust, corrosive toxin, and years of sewage mold. Several hunters near the entrance frowned in unison. Someone opened his mouth to curse. Where did this beggar come from? But swallowed the insult back down. Because the youth who walked in carried a bulging tactical pack on his back, a sealed anti-corrosion bag in his right hand, and a patch of fabric burned through on his left shoulder, revealing a scabbed wound beneath. Most importantly, his eyes were unervingly calm. Not numb, not theatrically cold. It was the quiet of someone who had crawled out of a lethal zone, whose muscles had not yet fully relaxed, but whose spirit could draw a blade at any instant. Hunters recognized that look too well. If a man is merely filthy, he is despised. If he is filthy, exhausted, and returns from a quarantine zone in silence, it means he has just wriggled out of a pile of corpses. Lin Mu ignored the stares and walked straight to the reception desk. Behind the counter sat the heavily made-up woman from that morning. She was checking task manifests. When the smell reached her, she frowned, lifted her head to scold, and then froze. You're back. She recognized Lin Mu, the student in the shabby t-shirt from that morning, who had thrown a punch with 415 kilograms of force and taken the rat infestation job alone. Earlier the hall had laughed at him for soloing such a task. Now he had returned. Lin Mu set the anti-corrosion bag on the counter. Task handed. His voice was hoarse, not from weakness but from having worn a gas mask too long, the throat raw from the underground fumes. The receptionist bowed her head reflexively. The anti-corrosion bag was translucent. Within lay a severed, thick black tail, its surface bristling with barbs and dark green coarse hair. The cut had been crudely frozen and sealed, yet the corrosive toxin had left visible pitting. Her expression changed at once. Corrosive Rat King. The murmur in the hall fell as if someone had flipped a switch. Hunters near the task screen turned their heads. Someone hissed under his breath, "He actually did it. Wasn't that a rank 3-person suggestion? I saw he took it this morning when alone." A newly awakened student clearing a rat nest solo. The receptionist did not settle the claim immediately. Although the guild doesn't police how you kill a monster, it strictly controls proof of completed tasks. She donned isolation gloves, slid the tail into an identification slot, and inserted Lin Mu's black iron hunter badge into the card reader at the side. The reader hummed. A green scanning beam crawled inch by inch along the tail. Detection in progress. Target organism: mutated rodent tail. Toxin type: corrosive rat king venom. Spiritual fluctuation at tier elite. Identity match: corrosive rat king. Task E7712, clear underground infestation at abandoned chemical plant, core, target confirmed. Task complete. The hall fell utterly silent for a moment. The receptionist stared at the green confirmation mark on her terminal, her Adam's apple bobbing. That morning she had thought this boy an arrogant student. Now the Rat King's tail lay on her counter. Guild scans do not lie. Reward 5000 Federation credits. Her tone grew cautious. Because you completed a 3-person suggested task alone, in under 4 hours the system deems it a high completion. You receive an extra 120 hunter points, and your black iron rank is promoted to 3 stars. Lin Mu's eyes flickered. Points and rank could not buy a meal immediately, but they mattered. Hunter points could be exchanged for information, priority task access, and discounts on field supplies. Black iron 3 stars meant he was no longer a mere newly registered in the guild system. At the very least, next time the desk would not regard him like a corpse. Transfer. All right. As the receptionist began, a calloused hand suddenly reached over and pressed against the anti-corrosion bag. Hold on. Several faces in the hall shifted into a different expression. Not surprise, but anticipation. They came to watch. Lin Mu did not look at the hand. He glanced first at the 4 corner cameras of the guild hall, then up at the rules plaque above the counter. Hunters Guild Shanghai Branch Hall Rules. Article 1. No private brawls. Article 2. No seizing of authenticated spoils. Article 3. If there is a dispute over a task voucher, one may apply for arbitration of spoils. Article 4. Malicious applicants must post a bond and will have hunter credit deducted. Having read them, Lin Mu turned. Standing by was a bald, beefy man. He wore leather armor and wore boots. An old scar, slashed from brow to mouth, a necklace strung with beast teeth hung at his throat. He reeked of smoke and wilderness blood. Two teammates stood behind him, a lanky man and a short-haired woman. Their positions were deliberate. The bald man pressed himself to Lin Mu's side. The lanky man blocked half a step out. The woman stood between the counter and the security line of sight. This was no Spiro Femin act. Insight opened and a faint data stream unfolded in Lin Mu's vision. Target Zhongming. Alias Vulture. Hunter rank bronze 1 star. Current combat rating Tire Novice. Strength, Agility 24. Constitution 29. Spirit 15. Known skills Crushing Stone Fist D. Loadier Thick High D. Weaknesses Old injury to left knee, former right shoulder dislocation. Crushing Stone Fist lowers core defense while charging. Behavioral tendencies Greedy, probing, adept at leveraging rules to extort newcomers. Lin Mu's expression did not change. Tire Novice. Far stronger than the thug's head face that morning and more like a true opponent than the Rat King had been. People calculate. Little brother, you look out of place. Zhongming grinned, yellow teeth flashing. First day registered, and you bagged the Rat King alone. If word gets out, half the old hunters here won't believe it. Lin Mu asked calmly, do you want to file for arbitration? Zhongming's smile faltered. He had intended to intimidate, coax information, and then get the kid to hand over. Lin Mu steered the conversation straight to the rules. In the guild hall, the true hazard is not fists but regulations. Once rules are invoked, many gray maneuvers cannot be pretended away. Zhongming tapped his fingers on the anti-corrosion bag. Don't put it so bluntly. I'm just suspicious. That tail looks too clean, not like the result of a hard fight. The underground nest is territory our fierce tiger squad has long watched. You barged in and took the biggest prize. You owe an explanation. People around snickered. Here he goes again, the vulture. This kid's in trouble. Zhongming preys on rookies. He knows the rules inside out. Either pay up or go to the review platform. Newcomers lose either way. Lin Mu heard them and could detect the habitual indifference in their words. This was the Hunters Guild rules on the surface and another set beneath. When the weak claim what they shouldn't have, someone will come and ask if they deserve it. Lin Mu raised his hand and with a light but steady motion peeled Zhongming's fingers off the bag one by one. The movement was gentle yet unyielding. Zhongming's gaze hardened immediately. Lin Mu looked at him and said evenly, first, the Rat King task was posted by the guild and is not the private property of any squad. Second, the task voucher has been authenticated by scan. Third, if you want to file a spoils dispute arbitration, you must post the bond per the rules. He glanced at the receptionist as he spoke. How much is the malicious arbitration bond? The receptionist blinked as she had not expected the student to wield the rules so adeptly. Minimum 10,000. For spoils above a tier elite, the challenger may add more. If the challenge fails, the bond is forfeited to the challenge party. Lin Mu nodded. Senior Zhongming is a bronze hunter and doubts my entitlement. 30,000. A sharp inhalation swept the hall. 30,000 was not ruinous for a bronze hunter, but it was not spared. Zhongming's smile drained away. Kid, you like to play games? Lin Mu replied, I don't dare. I'm newly registered and learning the rules. The words were soft but struck like a pin in Zhongming's ear. He loathed newcomers who did not fear him. He stared for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. Fine. I apply for spoils dispute arbitration. Reason: the target lacks credibility for a solo kill. Request combat power review. The receptionist's face shifted. Combat power review was a form of arbitration when a voucher could not fully prove the kill. The challenger could demand that the challenge display the corresponding combat ability at the guild review platform. Bluntly put, it meant a fight. No killing. No external band enhancers. If the challenge party could prove basic capability within 3 minutes, the arbitration failed and the bond returned to them. If they could not, the reward would be suspended and the guild would reinvestigate the spoil's origin. The rule was designed to prevent task fraud. But in hands like Zhongming's, it became a tool to squeeze newcomers. Lin Mu did not answer immediately. He glanced at his right arm. The muscle-tearing sting from using Banyue slash had not yet fully faded. The spot where corrosive toxin had splashed his left arm still throbbed. His stamina was under 70%. It would be foolish to collide head-in with a tire novice without preparation. But this was the hall rules, cameras, and a bond. Zhongming could not kill him here. This was not wilderness combat, but a short rule-bound contest. The kind that favors exploiting weaknesses. Agreed, Lin Mu said, but I add a condition. Zhongming narrowed his eyes. Speak. Before the review begins, you must publicly admit that if you lose, there is no dispute over the Rat King task, and I have not seized any benefit from your fierce tiger squad. Lin Mu paused, then added, also for 3 days you shall not harass me or anyone close to me in any form. Zhongming's facial muscles twitched. This boy was not merely protecting a spoil, he was blocking future avenues of trouble. The lanky man behind Zhongming sneered. Who do you think you are making the fierce tiger squad promise? Lin Mu did not look at him, only at the receptionist. There is an addendum clause for disputes, right? Her lips moved. She felt trapped between pressure and the cameras. Surrounded by onlookers, she could not pretend ignorance. There is. Lin Mu nodded. Write it in. Zhang Ming stared at him, then burst into loud laughter. Fine, a black iron rookie lecturing me on guild rules. He flashed his badge across the terminal. 30,000 bond. We'll put it up. But you better not regret it. Lin Mu swiped his black iron badge as well. The terminal chimed, spoils dispute arbitration request accepted. Review method short-term combat verification. Time limit 3 minutes. Restrictions: no killing blows, no firearms, no external pharmacologics, innate talents and registered equipment permitted. Bond, 300 Federation credits. Addendum: if the challenger fails, they shall not within 3 days follow, threaten, or retaliate against the challenged party or their immediate relatives and cohabitants. Violators will have guild credit frozen. When the words immediate relatives appeared, a faint, almost imperceptible chill flashed through Lin Mu's eyes. He did not utter Lin Zioya's name, but he had already folded her into the rule's protection. That was why he had not simply cut Zhang Ming down. Killing solves only the immediate problem. Skillful use of rules can silence a crowd of nuisances for a time. The review platform is on the west side of the hall. The review area was a compact 20-meter square floored with dark gray shock alloy plates and ringed by translucent protective screens. A crowd had gathered, arms folded to watch, devices recording, others placing bets. I bet the vulture will have the rookie kneeling within 30 seconds. 30 seconds. You're overrating the kid. Zhang Ming is tire novice. A crushing stone fist can split a low-tier beast's skull. But the kid did solo the Rat King. A Rat King is one thing, humans are another. Beasts rely on instinct, people bait and feint. Lin Mu stood to one side of the platform, took off his pack, and shed the jacket burned by acid. Beneath was a black t-shirt soaked with sweat and plasma. He removed his grade alloy combat dagger and placed it in the registration slot at the platform's edge. He could have used it. The rules permitted registered equipment, but he would not. Drawing a blade in the guild hall changes the nature of things. His Banyu slash is a killing move. Once drawn, it either reveals too much or cannot be restrained. This fight today was not to kill Zhang Ming, but to show everyone watching that his spoils were not for anyone to snap. Zhang Ming saw him lay down the dagger and sneered, afraid to use your blade. Lin Mu flexed his right wrist. Worried you'll die. Laughter erupted outside the platform. Zhang Ming's face darkened. Good. Young men who talk tough often have hard bones. I enjoy knocking hard bones to pieces. The referee was a guild security supervisor, mid-tire, expressionless. He glanced at both men. Rules confirmed. Within 3 minutes, the challenge party need only demonstrate basic capability to have completed the task. They do not need to defeat the challenger. If one side concedes or loses mobility, the review ends immediately. 3, 2, 1, begin. The moment the word began, fell the alloy plates beneath Zhang Ming's feet shuddered. He did not probe. Like an armored boar, he charged straight at Lin Mu. A pale yellow spiritual sheen rose along his right fist, crushing stone fist. Several veteran hunters' eyes flickered. Zhang Ming's tactic was to use raw, oppressive frontal force to make an opponent retreat on instinct. Once driven back, he would be trapped against the barrier and finished with a second blow. Lin Mu did not step back. He stood his ground and watched Zhang Ming charge. Insight tore the man's form into detail: right shoulder initiating, left foot rolling outward, overdriven waist, and abdomen, a split-second rightward bias and balance from an old left knee injury. The crushing stone fist charges powerfully, but is slow to alter direction. Too straight. Lin Mu judged as Zhang Ming closed to 2 meters, and the wind of his punch slammed in. Only then did Lin Mu move. He did not unleash Dark Knight Strike fully, only a half flash. His body slipped as if pulled by a black thread, shifting half a step to the right. A step, neither more nor less. Zhang Ming's fist grazed his shoulder as it came crashing down. Boom. The alloy ground was dented, leaving a visible crater. The shockwave ruffled Lin Mu's hair. Someone in the crowd gasped. Did he dodge? Zhang Ming reacted quickly, sweeping his left elbow to force Lin Mu back into the path of his punch. Lin Mu raised his right hand, not blocking directly, but instead deflecting along the outer side of Zhang Ming's elbow. The force was minimal, yet it landed precisely on the spot that aggravated Zhang Ming's old shoulder injury. Zhang Ming's left arm went numb. His movement stuttered for a moment. Lin Mu lowered his body, sliding his toes along the ground, tapping the outer side of Zhang Ming's left knee. It wasn't a kick to break. He simply used his toes to precisely tap the gap of the old injury. Zhang Ming's pupils constricted sharply. His left leg instinctively softened. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Mu pressed his right palm against Zhang Ming's waist. It wasn't a punch. It was the base of his palm. The force application technique he learned from the half-moon slash was minimized, merely compressing the energy of his heel, hips, and shoulders into a brief burst of impact. Bang! A dull thud. Zhang Ming staggered back 2 steps. The laughter from the crowd ceased. Experts could tell at a glance that this was no chaotic brawl. This was a precise judgment of the human body's center of gravity, old injuries, and moments of power accumulation. Zhang Ming looked down at his abdomen. It wasn't a serious injury, but it hurt. It felt as if someone drove a nail into the flesh below his navel. His face darkened entirely. A talent for insight. Lin Mu did not respond. Of course he wouldn't admit it. The less he explained, the more others would fill in the gaps themselves. Mistaking eye of insight for perception or weakness recognition talents was much safer than exposing all-purpose plunder. Come at me again, Lin Mu said. Zhang Ming let out a roar, his arm muscles bulging and his skin taking on a gray-brown sheen. Thick skin. Immediately he unleashed a second rock smash punch. This time, he didn't strike Lin Mu's body, but aimed directly at the ground. Boom. The alloy panel trembled. The shockwave spread along the ground. This was one of Zhang Ming's old tactics. Knowing Lin Mu was fast, he didn't pursue him. Instead, he used the shock to destabilize Lin Mu's footing. Lin Mu felt a slight numbness under his feet. The shockwave did indeed affect his rhythm. If it were on a slippery floor in an underground tunnel, this would be enough to send him tumbling into a horde of rats. Zhang Ming seized the opportunity to charge and launching a series of punches. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Mu dodged continuously. The first punch grazed his chest. The second punch shattered the illusion of the guardrail behind him. The third punch forced him to withdraw his right leg, half a step his heel, nearing the protective barrier. Someone in the crowd whispered, "Newcomers are still newcomers, pushed to the edge." But Lin Mu's gaze remained steady. He was intentionally retreating. Zhang Ming's rock smash punch was powerful, but each forced tremor on the ground would cause his old left knee injury to experience a backlash. Once was fine. Twice was fine. After the third time, his stride would change. Lin Mu was waiting for this change. The fourth punch came. Zhang Ming swung his right fist, the energy glowed brighter than before. He aimed to finish with a single strike. Lin Mu suddenly pressed against the protective barrier. This action appeared as if there was nowhere left to retreat. A sinister smile appeared in Zhang Ming's eyes. It's over. The rock smash punch descended. Just as the fist was less than half a meter from his chest, Lin Mu suddenly pushed off the edge of the protective barrier. Using the force. Sidestepping. Dark Knight ambush erupted again. His body glided past Zhang Ming's fist, which struck empty air, crashing against the protective barrier. Boom. The backlash instantaneously surged back into his arm. Zhang Ming's old right shoulder injury was jolted numb, and his left knee twisted painfully due to the forward inertia. Ugh, he groaned. There was only half a second of opportunity. Lin Mu did not waste it. He cut in from Zhang Ming's side, delivering a knee strike at the old injury spot on his waist. Immediately afterward, his left hand locked Zhang Ming's right wrist while the fingertips of his right hand came together, emitting a faint emerald glow. Toxic enchantment. Not fully unleashed. Just a wisp. This thread of toxin did not penetrate a vital spot, but instead slipped in through the thinnest muscle gap under Zhang Ming's armpit. Zhang Ming's body stiffened abruptly on one side. It wasn't lethal poison. It was paralysis. Enough to slow his movements for 2 seconds. 2 seconds could mean life or death in the wilderness. On the verification platform, it could also determine victory or defeat. Lin Mu pressed down with force. Bang! Zhang Ming knelt on one knee. His right fist still glowed, but he could not swing it out. Lin Mu stood beside him, one hand resting on his shoulder, the fingertip of his other hand hovering before his throat. The emerald glow pulsed faintly. Just an inch further, and he could deliver the toxin into his trachea. The verification platform was silent. From the beginning until now, only 42 seconds had passed. Zhang Ming had not lost his combat effectiveness, but everyone could see that he had already lost. If this were not the guild's verification platform, but the wilderness, Lin Mu would have 10 ways to kill him at this moment. I concede. Lin Mu's voice was soft. Cold sweat beat up on Zhang Ming's forehead. He tried to struggle, but found half his body felt as if it were crawling with icy bugs, his muscles utterly unresponsive. He finally realized he was wrong. This young man before him hadn't relied on luck to get by. He had truly fought his way out of the rat's den. This calmness, this speed in seizing weaknesses, this audacity to push himself to the edge of the protective barrier and then counterattack was not something an ordinary student could possess. I concede. Zhang Ming gritted his teeth, each word deliberate. The guild's security supervisor immediately raised his hand. Verification concluded. Determination. The question party Lin Mu possesses the basic combat strength to independently complete the A-level elite Rat King extermination task. Reward for the task will be dispersed normally. A guarantee of 300 federal coins has been transferred to the account of the question party. Supplementary clauses are now in effect. The moment the prompt sounded, discussions erupted in the hall. Did he really win? In just over 40 seconds, he forced level Zhang Ming to his knees. It wasn't purely strength. The vulture was led around the nose the entire time. That kid used poison earlier, right? But he controlled the dosage. Cunning and smart. Lin Mu did not indulge in these discussions. He lowered his head to look at Zhang Meng. Now clarify according to the supplementary clauses. Zhang Meng's face turned ashen. He didn't want to speak. But the verification platform was surrounded by recordings, and the guild terminal was also recording. He could only lift his head, his voice hoarse. I Zhang Meng admit that there is no dispute regarding the Rat King task. Lin Mu did not encroach on any interests of the Tiger Squad. Lin Mu said, and there's more. Zhang Meng's teeth clenched tightly. Within 3 days the Tiger Squad will not track, threaten, or retaliate against Lin Mu, his immediate family, or housemates. Only then did Lin Mu release his grip. The emerald glow dissipated. At the same time he pressed his palm down on Zhang Meng's shoulder. It wasn't an attack. It was plunder. All-purpose plunder activated. Target not dead and retains consciousness. Plunder benefits reduced. Gain strength 0. 8. Gain skill fragment rock, smash level 1. A stream of not-so-massive warmth surged into his body from the palm. Lin Mu's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Not much, but useful. More importantly, the experience of unleashing the rock smash was very suitable for strengthening close-range bursts. The half-moon slash is a sword technique. Rock smash is a fist technique. If he can accumulate enough close combat power fragments in the future, perhaps he can enhance his short-range burst while unarmed. Zhang Meng stood up awkwardly, half his body still numb. The look in his eyes toward Lin Mu had completely changed. No longer the disdain from before. There was no longer mere anger. Only wariness remained. Lin Mu did not deliver a follow-up taunt. He simply picked up his backpack and level alloy dagger from the edge of the platform and turned to leave. To him, Zhang Meng was not a necessary enemy to kill, just a greedy hunter in his way. Subduing him with rules, intimidating him with strength, and collecting a bit of interest through plunder was already enough. The truly damned ones were in the Zhao family. The front desk processed the transaction quickly. This time no one reached out to press that Rat King's tail. The terminal continuously displayed 3 prompts. Your account received 5000 federal. Your account received 3000 federal coins. Hunter points increased 120 points. Lin Mu watched the balance number fluctuate, his fingertip pausing slightly. 80,000 federal coin. To be precise, after deducting the supply deposit and basic consumables from the morning's credit, he still had 79,120 left. This wasn't astronomical. For someone like Xiao Tai, it might just be the cost of a meal. But for Lin Mu in the past, it was savings he and Xiaoya hadn't dared to imagine for years. He opened the school meal card system and transferred 3,000 to Lin Xiaoya's account. The note contained only 4 characters. Don't skimp on meals. As soon as the message was sent, Xiaoya's call came through. Lin Mu glanced at the bloodstains on himself and the noise in the hall, stepping into a corner to answer. Why did you suddenly transfer me so much money? Lin Xiaoya's voice was low, likely in the dorm corridor. Did you run off to some dangerous place again? No, Lin Mu lied without changing his expression. The school issued a subsidy. When did the third awakening high school become so generous? Lin Xiaoya clearly didn't believe it. Lin Mu replied, I'm first in cultural subjects, so the subsidy is a bit more. The other side fell silent for 2 seconds. Brother, can you be more serious when you lie to me? Lin Mu's mouth twitched slightly. The money is clean, he did not fabricate this time. Feel free to spend it. Don't skimp on food and don't stop taking medicine. They'll pick you up for braised ribs this weekend. Xiaoya fell silent for a moment. When she spoke again, her voice was much softer. Then you don't skimp either. Also today the school gatekeeper asked me to verify an off-campus package saying the recipient was me, but I didn't buy anything. Lin Mu's gaze turned cold instantly. But his tone did not change. Don't sign for it. I didn't sign. The homeroom teacher said it was of unknown origin and has been temporarily held at the gatekeeper's office. From now on, do not accept any anonymous packages. If anyone asks, just say your brother doesn't allow it. Got it. Lin Xiaoya mumbled softly. You're becoming more and more like Dad. No, you're even more nagging than Dad. Lin Mu was slightly taken aback. The siblings rarely mentioned their father. This name felt like a stone pressing down on their past lives, unspoken, but still existent. He did not pursue the topic. He simply said, Xiaoya, moi. If you start dreaming lately about red eyes, black water, or smell strange sweet scents, tell me immediately. Lin Xiaoya was taken aback. Brother, how do you know? Her words trailed off as if fearing to worry him. Lin Mu's voice softened. It's nothing, just that there have been many mutated rats in the city recently, and the school is also implementing preventative measures. I'm just clarifying a bit. Oh. Lin Xiaoya clearly didn't fully believe it, but still obediently replied. Then I won't run around, won't accept packages, and won't skimp on meals. And you don't get hurt either. Lin Mu glanced at the red marks on his left arm, burned by corrosive poison. The call ended. Lin Mu stood in the corner, the temperature in his eyes cooling down gradually. Anonymous package. Recipient Lin Xiaoya. Red eyes, black water, sweet scent. These 3 things together were no longer a coincidence. Xiao Tai, stimulated by his text message last night, would definitely not remain unresponsive. But Zhao Tai might not know about Lin Xiaoya's school's package process. Anyone capable of sending threats to the school gatekeeper must have at least Zhao family's logistics channel behind them, or something even deeper. Lin Mu put away his phone. He did not head to the school immediately. Going there now would only make Xiaoya more afraid, and might also alert the others. Since the package was still held at the gatekeeper's office, Xiaoya was safe for the time being. He needed to grow stronger first. Then clarify the origin of the red fibrous substance on that crystal core and the red needle shell in the Rat King's nest. Crystal core. Lin Mu murmured softly. Black market. He took out the high-purity spiritual energy crystal core wrapped in cloth from his pocket. In Zhanghai City at the entrance of a dark alley outside the downtown area. The time is 6:37 in the evening. The sky is not completely dark yet, but the skyscrapers in the city center have already lit up the first batch of neon lights. However, the outer ring of the downtown area feels like the other side of the city that has been discarded. Half of the streetlights are broken rain mixed with oil flows into the drainage ditch, and the walls are plastered with expired awakening training advertisements and cheap potion flyers. Walking another 300 meters in you reach Zhanghai City's largest underground black market, the dark alley. Lin Mu did not enter directly. He first changed out of the clothes stained with toxic rat blood at a public restroom at the street corner, and then used a portable disinfectant spray bought from the guild to treat his wrist shoe soles and the outer layer of his backpack. After that, he bought a black duckbill cap, a regular mask, and an old gray jacket from a roadside stall. The mask was too conspicuous. When he texted Zhao Tai last night, he had not anticipated that the Zhao family's reaction would be this swift. Now an anonymous package has already appeared on Lin Xiaoya's side, and if he were to wear a white faceless mask walking through the streets, it would not be hiding you, it would be telling others, come and investigate me. Lin Mu looked down at his phone. Balance 79120. 5 federal coins. Among that 50,000 was the reward for the Rat King mission, 30,000 was the deposit lost by Zhang Ming, and after deducting expenses for field supplies, the meal money transferred to Xiaoya, and some miscellaneous fees, this was what remained. For his past self, this was a large sum of money. For his current self, it was merely the startup capital for the next step to becoming stronger. The truly valuable item was in his inner pocket. The high-purity spiritual energy crystal core extracted from the abdomen of the toxic Rat King was wrapped in 3 layers of energy-sealing cloth, still faintly radiating a warm blue glow. The guild certainly accepts crystal cores. However, the guild's purchase will record the task number, collection location, crystal core fluctuations, and the identity of the seller. Under normal circumstances, this protects the rights of hunters, but now this crystal core is suspected to have residual traces of a violent agent. Once recorded in the guild system, it would be like delivering the clues to everyone with access. Lin Mu was unsure whether the Zhao family had reached into the Hunters Guild, so he chose the black market. The black market is dirty, chaotic, and dangerous, but it has one advantage. It only recognizes goods without questioning where they come from. Lin Mu lowered the brim of his hat and stepped into the dark alley. In an instant, another order of the city rushed towards him. To the left, a neon sign read Spiritual Energy Massage, with 2 women in kipeos standing at the entrance, their eyes colder than knives. On the right, a stall displayed rows of beast bones, broken horns, and bloodied pelts, with the stall owner missing and ears slowly sharpening a curved knife on a whetstone. Deeper within, there were casinos, underground fighting arenas, illegal potion shops, and unregistered clinics. The air was mixed with alcohol, perfume, blood, cheap cigarettes, and the burnt smell of spiritual energy fuel. Such places felt like the open jaws of a monster to an ordinary student. Yet Lin Mu walked steadily. He never stopped where he shouldn't stop, nor did he gaze twice at anything he shouldn't. The slums taught him one thing: many troubles do not come from seeking them out, but from letting your gaze linger too long. The eye of insight activated slightly. He did not look at people, only the environment. In the corner of the wall, there was a pinhole camera. Under the 3rd stall, a level E mutated dog was hiding. Ahead, the shop selling nerve vitality water had 2 armed thugs behind the sign. Lin Mu did not approach those larger stores. He turned through a narrow alley filled with old cables and red lanterns, finally stopping in front of an inconspicuous shop. A wooden sign displayed 4 crooked characters. Old Joe's Groceries. There was no greeter at the door, nor any bodyguards, just a thin old cat lying on the threshold. The cat was very skinny with tangled fur, its left eye blind, but its right eye shone with a frightening brightness. It glanced at Lin Mu, let out a low purr from its throat, and then rested its head back on its paws. Lin Mu pushed the door open and entered. The copper bell on the door jingled softly. Behind the counter, a thin old man was wearing reading glasses while repairing an old pocket watch. On the table, there was a yellow lamp, 2 glossy walnuts, and half a cup of tea that had already gone cold. He did not lift his head. By medicine, go left. If you're injured, use the back door. For fights, head to the underground arena. This shop only does legitimate business. Lin Mu pulled his mask down a bit. Uncle Joe, it's me. Old Joe paused with the tweezers in his hand. He raised his head and saw Lin Mu's face. A flicker of surprise flashed in his murky eyes. A kid from the Lin family. The next moment his gaze fell on Lin Mu's shoulders, cuffs, fingernails, and the edges of his shoes. Bloodied. Poisoned. The clothes have been changed. But the things truly brought back from the battlefield cannot be washed away. Old Joe closed the pocket watch and slowly sat up straight. Wasn't yesterday the awakening day? You dare to come to the dark alley today? I need to sell something. Lin Mu did not make small talk. He walked to the counter and peeled back the layers of the energy sealing cloth. A faint blue glow seeped through the folds of the cloth. The small grocery store seemed to be illuminated by a cold light. Old Joe finally stopped his hands from shelling the walnuts. He did not reach out immediately, but first flipped the open sign on the door to closed and pressed a button under the counter. Buzz. A layer of faint soundproofing energy membrane unfolded against the wall. High purity crystal core. Old Joe put on thin gloves and took out a small detection pin, gently sweeping along the edge of the crystal core. The detection pin first lit up with blue light, then revealed a faint red line deep within the crystal core. Old Joe's brows slowly knitted together. A level elite. The energy purity is very high. It was extracted not long ago. He raised his eyes to look at Lin Mu. Did you kill it? Lin Mu did not pretend. The toxic rat king. Old Joe fell silent for a moment. He knew Lin Mu's background. A child raised in the lower city with a missing father, a deceased mother living with a sickly younger sister. In the past, Lin Mu used to haul goods around the outskirts of the dark alley after school, and had also delivered unimportant parts to Old Joe twice. At that time the kid was as thin as a bamboo pole, his eyes bright, but there was no killing intent about him. Now it was different. Like a blade freshly sharpened from stone. Sharp yet still knows how to remain sheathed. Old Joe did not ask how he killed it. The black market has its own rules. Asking too much can lead to a short life. He placed the crystal core on the detection tray and added 2 more scans. The guild's normal price is between 100,000 and 120,000. If the auction house hypes it up, there are people who would pay 150,000. But your item has complications. Red residue. Lin Mu's gaze shifted. You know. Old Joe gave him a deep look. You know. I saw a broken needle shell in the Rat King's nest. It looked like it was artificially catalyzed. Lin Mu said, and Old Joe turned the detection screen towards him. On the screen a line of small text slowly emerged. Suspected residue of violent agent type 2. Source characteristics: military prohibited modification batch. Risk: this residue can enhance the aggression, reproductive desire, and pain threshold of aberrant beasts. Lin Mu's expression turned cold. The abnormal charges in the rat nest, the excessively swollen pus sacs within the toxic Rat King, and the sudden increase of mutated rat groups in the lower city, all connected into a single line. This shouldn't be appearing in the city's sewer system. Of course not. Old Joe took off his gloves, his voice very low. The violent agent is a military prohibited item. Possessing it, as a civilian, is a serious crime. Yet every month someone in the dark alley asks for its price. It can catalyze magical beasts, create accidents, and turn an ordinary rat infestation into panic. At this point Old Joe glanced at Lin Mu. Who did you offend? The Zhao family. Old Joe fell silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly laughed. That's not just offending them. That's being bitten by a dog on the pants leg. So I need to knock the dog's teeth out first. Lin Mu said. Old Joe stared at him for a while. It's good for a young person to have some fire, but don't burn yourself out. They'll take this crystal core. They'll give you 120,000. Isn't that low? Lin Mu asked. Not low. Old Joe pointed to the detection screen. This red residue will make many legitimate buyers steer clear. I have to wash away the risks, split the goods, and bear the trouble of accounting. 120,000 is the price for friends. Lin Mu nodded. He understood that Old Joe was not trying to cheat him. This is not simply selling materials, it is dealing with a hot lead that could implicate the Zhao family and prohibited drugs. Deal. Old Joe picked up an old-fashioned transfer device. Moments later Lin Mu's phone vibrated. Account credited 12000 federal coins. The balance jumped to 199120. The moment this number lit up, Lin Mu's heart skipped a beat. Not out of excitement, but confirmation. Strength can be exchanged for money. Money can be exchanged for resources. Resources can then be turned into stronger power. This is the most genuine cycle of the awakened era. Previously he stood outside the cycle, only able to watch others feast. Now he had finally cut the first piece with a knife. I want to buy something. Old Joe stored the crystal core in a gray lead box. Speak. 10 vials of primary gene enhancement liquid. Genuine products from Tian Shun Biological, no watered-down versions from Black Workshops. Old Joe paused in the action of closing the box. 10 vials. He raised his head, his gaze suddenly stern. Do you know how to use that stuff? 1 vial a week, best used with a nutrient pod, and under the supervision of a physician. Lin Mu answered quickly. You know and still want to buy 10. I need to stock up. Old Joe sneered. Stock up. I've seen too many young people like you. Kill a monster today, and tomorrow think you are destined for greatness, treating enhancement liquid like candy. In the end, your blood vessels burst, and your corpse will need me to introduce someone to collect it. Lin Mu did not argue. He simply stated calmly, I won't use it recklessly now. This was said firmly, not as a guarantee, but as a judgment. At least at this moment he indeed did not plan to down all 10 vials immediately. His body had just undergone the rat nest and re-examination battle with his left arm burned by poison and his right arm strained. A forcibly increasing medication would be suicidal. However, if Zhao Tai had already reached out to Lin Xiaoya, he must ensure he has enough resources to cross the level threshold in the shortest time. Resources can be held off for now, but they cannot be absent. Old Zhou stared at him for a few seconds, ultimately turning around to open a hidden cabinet in the back wall. The hidden cabinet was not filled with flashy black goods, but only a few rows of sealed medicine boxes. Old Zhou took out a silver-gray refrigerated box and placed it on the counter. When the lid opened, 10 blue glass test tubes lay neatly inside, each with a Tian Shun biological anti-counterfeiting energy code. Genuine. Each one costs 10,000. 10 vials total 100,000. Includes 3 packs of high-energy nutrient paste and 2 cell stabilizers. Don't blame me for being verbose. If you really need to use it, first administer a stabilizer, or else you won't even be able to endure the pain. Lin Mu glanced over. The Eye of Insight responded quickly. Item: primary gene enhancement liquid. Manufacturer: Tian Shun Biological Group. Quality: qualified. Effect: stimulates the activity of awakened cells, enhancing basic physical attributes. Risk: overuse will cause cellular rejection, blood vessel rupture, and spiritual energy circuit disruption. Note: can be converted by the universal predation system, but still has a physical carrying limit. The last sentence made Lin Mu's eyes shift slightly. It can be converted, but there is a limit. That is enough. Swipe the card. Another prompt sounded. Expense 100,000 federal coins. Balance 99120. 5. The money flowed out like water. Yet Lin Mu did not feel heartbroken. Previously, 100,000 federal coins was a sum that he and Xiaoya would not dare to dream of saving. Now 10 vials of medicine meant 10 possible attribute enhancements, the confidence to retaliate against a higher level, and a path that could tear the Zhao family apart. Old Zhou rummaged through a drawer and took out a gray thin sheet, tossing it to him. Concealment sticker. Stick it on the bottom of the refrigerated box. It can prevent low-level tracking scans. It's a gift for you. Lin Mu caught it. Thanks. Don't thank me too soon. Old Zhou tapped the counter with a walnut. You best not go back the way you came tonight. After you entered, 2 tails circled outside 3 times. One is a black market pickpocket, the other doesn't seem local. Walking too cleanly, the soles of his shoes are not muddy from the alley. Lin Mu's expression darkened. The Zhao family. Possibly. Old Zhou said, or it could be wild dogs that have caught the scent of the crystal core. The dark alley is not lacking in such people. Lin Mu placed the refrigerated box into his backpack. Where's the back door? Old Zhou did not answer directly, but raised his hand to point at the old cat lying at the door. Follow it. The old cat seemed to understand, lazily getting up and slipping into a 0.5% high small door next to the counter. Lin Mu followed inside. In the dark alley, the back alley drainage ditch. The back alley was narrower than the front street. The walls on both sides were as high as if they were squeezing the sky, and dark sewage flowed through the drainage ditch, the air humid to the point of suffocation. The old cat walked ahead at a leisurely pace, its tail gently swaying. When Lin Mu reached the third corner, he suddenly stopped. The old cat also halted, squatting on the wall to lick its paws. Whoosh! The stone flew out, grazing the wall, striking an old iron barrel 10 meters away. Bang! The barrel toppled over violently. A gray shadow. Whoosh! The stone flew out, grazing the wall, striking an old iron barrel 10 meters away. Bang! The barrel toppled over violently. A gray shadow darted out from behind the barrel, moving quickly, still clutching a small tracking needle. It was not rushing towards Lin Mu. It aimed to escape towards the wall. Lin Mu exerted force under his feet. Night raid. His figure instantly left a residual shadow, and before the gray shadow could leap onto the wall, he seized its ankle. Bang! The person was yanked back into the alley, their back crashing onto the ground, causing their eyes to roll back in pain. Lin Mu did not draw his knife. He pressed his knee against the person's wrist, removed the tracking needle with his left hand, and his right fingertips glowed with a faint greenish hue. Who sent you to follow? The gray shadow was a thin man in his 20s, his face smeared with black and gray, his gaze slippery and panicked. Bro, it's a misunderstanding. I just saw you come out of Old Joe's shop and wanted to swipe something. I didn't know who you were. Eye of Insight scanned. Target: dark alley pickpocket. Level F. Skill: dexterous fingers. Mental wave: primarily fear, not professionally trained. Carried item: low-level tracking needle, universal model, for the black market. This was not a professional spy from the Zhao family. But these small thieves were the most troublesome. He did not know who he was working for. As long as he could stick the tracking needle, he could earn a bit of money for running errands. Lin Mu pressed the tracking needle close to his ear. Who gave it to you? The thin man shivered. The people from the Black Centipede. They said today to keep an eye on old Joe's shop. Whoever takes the refrigerated box out gets to stick the needle, and if they hit, they'll get 2,000. Black Centipede. The ones collecting info in the dark alley. Lin Mu's eyes turned colder. The ones collecting info might not know that the buyer was the Zhao family. But the buyer was definitely waiting. The faint green light at his fingertips approached the man's neck. The thin man turned pale with fright. Don't kill me. Bro, I really don't know who is inside. Lin Mu looked at him for 2 seconds. He did not kill. Killing such a person was meaningless. It would only attract the cleaners of the dark alley. He reversed the tracking needle into the thin man's jacket and took out the man's phone, opened the recent contacts to an anonymous number, and sent a photo of the empty corner alley. Then he tossed the phone back at the man. From now on, run along the west drainage ditch, stop at the city south guard. The thin man was stunned. Huh. Lin Mu's fingertip lightly tapped his shoulder. A diluted, deadly poison enchantment seeped into his muscles. It won't kill him, but it will make one feel as if their heart is entangled by a snake. If you run slowly, the poison will take effect. The thin man let out a miserable scream and scrambled out of the back alley. Lin Mu stood in place, watching the figure with the tracking needle disappear at the fork in the road. He did not linger long. The people from the Black Centipede would soon. He might chase in the wrong direction. With this little time, he had enough to escape. The old cat jumped down from the wall, seemingly impatient with his slow movements, sweeping its tail against his pants before darting into another alley. Lin Mu followed. 5 minutes later, he emerged from the other end of the dark alley, rejoining the flow of people in the lower city. Throughout the entire process, he left no name, drew no blade, and allowed no corpses to lie in the black market's back alleys. Staying calm is more useful than killing, especially when the enemy is still hidden in the fog. Zhanghai City, the old street barbecue stall. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the smoky atmosphere of the old street diluted the chill of the dark alley. The iron skewers sizzled on the charcoal, the smell of cumin and chili powder making people cough uncontrollably. Plastic tables and chairs were crookedly arranged by the roadside, with several tables of off-duty workers drinking cheap beer, boasting louder than A-class powerhouses. Lin Mu changed his position, sitting at a corner table against the wall. From this position, he could see the street corner, the back alley, and the movements of the barbecue stall owner. He ordered 100 skewers of lamb, 20 skewers of chicken wings, 2 servings of fried noodles, and 2 bottles of beer. Not for luxury, but because he had consumed too much today. The rat nest, the verification table, and trailing in the dark alley had kept his body under high pressure all day. Awakened ones are not machines. While attributes can increase physical strength, must also be replenished. He had just eaten 2 skewers of lamb when a round figure rushed in from the street corner. Mo Gu. Wang Kai grasped the table, panting as if he had just been chased by 10 dogs. Damn, you finally replied to my message. I sent you messages all day and you didn't respond. I thought you were done in by that bastard Zhao Tai. He couldn't continue with the rest of his sentence as he inspected Lin Mu up and down, confirming he was intact before plopping down onto a plastic chair. The chair groaned under the weight. Wang Kai, nicknamed Wang Fatty, was the only person Lin Mu could truly call a friend during his 3 years in high school. While everyone else kept their distance because of his flash awakening, Wang Fatty was still cursing Zhao Tai's ancestors on WeChat, even asking if he wanted to stay at his place for a couple of days. Such people are rare, thus precious. Lin Mu pushed a skewer of lamb towards him. Eat first. What the hell? Wang Fatty exclaimed, his eyes reddening with urgency. The forum is going crazy, saying Zhao Tai has threatened to ruin you. You still dare to run around alone? Do you really think those young masters from the financial sector will talk law with us? Lin Mu replied calmly, he has already made his move. Wang Fatty was stunned. Lin Mu didn't reveal all the details, merely summarizing the mutated black mouse, the anonymous thug, and Zhao Tai's threatening message. Wang Fatty grew paler the more he listened. Finally, he slammed the table. That bastard. He's hiring someone to kill you. The people at the surrounding tables glanced over. Lin Mu restrained his wrist. Keep your voice down. Wang Fatty gritted his teeth and sat back down. Mo, go listen to me, don't confront him, Hedon. He pulled out a bank card from his pocket, shoving it directly into Lin Mu's hand. There's 50,000 in it. It's the pocket money I saved since I was little, plus what my mom secretly gave me. The password is your birthday. You should leave tonight, go to the neighboring city. Don't take a registered vehicle. I'll have my dad find a logistics vehicle to send you out. The Zhao family is powerful in Zhanghai, but their reach doesn't extend that fast to other cities. Lin Mu looked at the bank card. The edges were worn and slightly frayed. This was not a card pulled out temporarily to show off. It was truly money that Wang Fatty had saved for many years. Something stirred gently in Lin Mu's heart. He didn't get sentimental, nor did he say brotherhood is as heavy as a mountain. That would be too empty. He simply pushed the bank card back. You keep this money safe. Mo, go, what time is it? And you're still being polite. It's not about being polite. Lin Mu pulled out his phone, opened the balance page, and showed it to Wong Fatty. Balance 99120. 5 federal dollars. Wong Fatty's mouth slowly dropped open. 110, 100,000, 10,000. 99,000. He suddenly looked up. Did you really rob a bank? Lin Mu picked up a skewer of lamb and took a bite. Completing a task. What task can earn you 100,000 in a day? Killing rats. Wong Fatty was stunned for 2 seconds. Do you think I'm stupid? Killing rats can earn 100,000. Then I'll go sit in the sewer tomorrow. Lin Mu took back his phone. Don't go. It's dangerous. He said these 2 words very calmly. Wong Fatty's joking expression suddenly froze. Only then did he notice that even though Lin Mu had changed clothes, the skin peeking out from his sleeves had faint burn marks, and the knuckles on the back of his hands still bore incomplete wounds. Those were not ordinary injuries from a fight. Wong Fatty's eyes suddenly turned red again. Mo, good, did you awaken some hidden ability? Lin Mu didn't answer immediately. Wong Fatty waved his hands. If you don't want to say, don't. Really, I won't ask. I'm just afraid you're bearing it alone. Lin Mu looked at him. This sentence was heavier than the bank card. After a few seconds, Lin Mu said, consider it a hidden talent. Wong Fatty's eyes brightened for a moment, but he forcibly suppressed his excitement. Can you beat Zhao Tai now? Zhao Tai isn't a class talent, not a class combat strength. Lin Mu corrected him clearly. He has just awakened. The real trouble lies in the Zhao family's resources, connections, and hired thugs. So you can't just look at him. You need to see the line behind him. Wong Fatty stared blankly at Lin Mu. He suddenly realized that the familiar Mo Gu had indeed changed. The previous Lin Mu was smart and could endure, but that endurance was tinged with frustration. Now it was different. The current Lin Mu was like a pot with a lid pressed down. The fire burned inside, but it did not explode in chaos. The quieter it was, the more dangerous it became. Fatty, huh? Your hardening talent is E-class, right? Wong Fatty grimaced. Don't bring it up. Others awaken flames, lightning, beast souls, and I awaken to being beaten. The teacher even said I'm suited to be a shield in the future. A shield is not shameful. Lin Mu said, as long as it's hard enough, a shield can also crush someone to death. Wong Fatty was taken aback. Lin Mu placed a bottle of beer in front of him. Do you want to become stronger? Of course. Wong Fatty answered without hesitation. Who doesn't want to? I don't want to be laughed at as a fat pig by Zhao Tai's group, nor do I want to watch you fight, while I can only cheer from the sidelines. Then start training from today. How do I train? First, lose 10 pounds. Wong Fatty's enthusiasm instantly deflated by half. Mo Gu, is it really that practical? Lin Mu said, you're a defensive type, not a meat ticket type. Fat doesn't block spiritual energy blades. A stable core strength and resistance to impact are what matters. Wong Fatty opened his mouth and finally squeezed out a sentence. You sound quite professional. I ranked first in cultural studies. Damn. Wong Fatty finally laughed out loud. At that moment, the tense atmosphere at the dining table eased a bit. Lin Mu smiled slightly too. It was a shallow smile, but it was genuine. For him, Wong Fatty was not a fighting force. At least not now. Wong Fatty was evidence that he still wanted to believe there were normal people in this world. After walking in the dark for a long time, one must leave a light on. Halfway through the barbecue, Wong Fatty's phone vibrated. He looked down at it, his expression suddenly changing. Mo Gu. Lin Mu looked up. Wong Fatty pushed the phone over. It was a screenshot from the logistics internal network. Recipient Lin Xiaoya. Delivery address, Zhanghai City. First Key High School Dormitory Mailroom. Sender anonymous. Item notes, fresh sample. Abnormal status, security guard refused to sign, temporarily held. Wong Fatty's voice lowered. My dad has some connections at the logistics company. This afternoon I had him check for any abnormal items related to your family, and he just got back to me. This item came out of Zhao's logistics outsourced warehouse, but it changed hands 3 times in the middle, and Zhao's name is not visible on the surface. The security guard said the package had an odor and didn't let Xiaoya sign for it. Lin Mu's hand froze in midair. Is there a photo? Wong Fatty swiped the screen. The second photo appeared. The image was somewhat blurry, presumably taken by the security guard through glass. It showed a white foam box with a dark red liquid seeping from the corner. A crooked line on the seal read for Lin Mu's sister. The third photo was a blurry image after the box was open. Inside lay a dead mouse with its belly cut open. The mouse's eyes were red and a broken needle casing was still sticking from its body. Lin Mu's gaze instantly turned cold, devoid of warmth. But he did not crush the cup, nor did he slam the table. He did not stand up and roar like a beast out of control. He simply enlarged the photo, carefully examining the color of the needle casing, the serial number on the box's edge, and the glue patterns on the seal. Wong Fatty felt a chill run down his back from Lin Mu's reaction. If Lin Mu had exploded with rage, he could have understood. But Lin Mu was too quiet now. Quiet enough as if he had already sentenced certain people to death in his heart, and was just confirming where the bodies should be buried. Where is the box now, eh? Lin Mu asked. In the school security room. The The guard said they'd wait until tomorrow to hand it over to the police. Don't wait until tomorrow. Lin Mu returned the phone to him. Have your dad remind the guard not to open the box again and not to let Xiaoya come into contact with it. It's best to put it in a sealed cabinet. Just say there might be biological contamination inside. Okay. Wang Fatty promptly sent a message. Lin Mu took out his own phone. There were 2 missed calls, both from Lin Xiaoya. He dialed back. The call connected quickly. Brother. Lin Xiaoya's voice was very low with the background noise of girls talking in the dorm. I was busy just now, Lin Mu said. I know about the package. You didn't touch it, right? No, Lin Xiaoya replied softly. The guard uncle smelled something off and didn't let me sign for it. I wanted to call you, but you didn't answer. You did well. There was a brief silence on the other end. Lin Xiaoya seemed not to expect her brother's first words to be praise. Brother, is that thing something Zhao Tai did? Lin Mu did not lie to her. Maybe. Lin Xiaoya took a breath. She did not cry, nor did she scream. After a while she asked, did I cause you trouble? Lin Mu's gaze finally. Xiaoya. Moi. You are not a trouble. His voice was low but clear. You are one of the reasons I want to become stronger. The other end fell completely silent. After several seconds Lin Xiaoya gently responded with a sound. Then I'll listen to you. Don't leave the dorm tonight. Close the windows and doors. If someone calls you out, no matter who it is, send me a message first. Okay. If you dream of red eyes, black water, or smell any strange sweet scents, tell me as well. Lin Xiaoya hesitated for a moment. Brother, I did indeed have a dream last night. Lin Mu tightened his grip on the phone. What dream? I dreamed of many red eyes watching me from the sewer, and one person whose face I couldn't see placed a dead mouse on my desk. When I woke up, there was a faint sweet smell in the dorm, but it disappeared after I opened the window. Wang Fatty sat across from him, unable to hear the content of the call, but he could see Lin Mu's gaze gradually darkening. Lin Mu did not allow Xiaoya to notice anything unusual. That might be you hearing about the rat infestation news during the day and dreaming about it at night. I will handle it. What you need to do now is eat, sleep, and not think too much. Lin Xiaoya said softly, brother, don't get hurt. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mu stared at the darkened screen, not speaking immediately. The sweet smell, red eyes, a dead mouse, an anonymous package, Zhao's logistics outsourced warehouse, residue of a violent agent. These clues quickly pinned together a picture in his mind. Zhao Tai was threatening him, but behind this threat was not just the anger of a high school student. Someone had provided him with Channel's agent's logistics cover and biological contamination samples. This indicated that the Zhao family's dark line was not a Spuro Themin idea. It had long been operating underground in the city. Zhao Tai was merely using this line against him. Fatty. Wang Fatty immediately looked up. Speak. Help me do 3 things tonight. First, have your dad continue checking the transfer records of this package, but don't touch Zhao family's visible accounts. Just check the outsourced warehouse drivers and temporary workers. Second, go sit downstairs at my place for a night. Don't go upstairs, don't get into conflicts. If you see strangers taking photos, scouting, or delivering something, take a picture and report it immediately. Third, early tomorrow morning, help me deliver a new phone and 2 spare SIM cards to Xiaoya's school using your real name. Wang Fatty listened in shock. Mo, you're too experienced at this. Lin Mu said, poor people have to survive. They must think 3 steps ahead of others. And you, where are you going? Wang Fatty asked anxiously. Lin Mu put down the last skewer of lamb. To trace the source. By yourself. Having more people will alert the snake. Wang Fatty gritted his teeth. At least take me with you. Lin Mu looked at him. You compared to the past will only distract me now. This was a direct statement, even a bit hurtful. But Wang Fatty knew he was speaking the truth. After a few seconds of silence, he nodded vigorously. All right, I won't hold you back. But you promise me don't die. Lin Mu picked up a beer bottle and lightly clinked it with his. I still want to see you lose 10 pounds. Wang Fatty cursed, but his eyes were even redder. Under the night sky at the end of the old street, Lin Mu finished paying the bill, pushing $200 federal onto the greasy table. The barbecue stall owner was momentarily stunned. You won't need that much. The rest have him grill 20 more skewers. Lin Mu pointed at Wang Fatty. Wang Fatty was about to say something when Lin Mu had already stood up. He pulled his duck bowl cap down low again. The refrigerated box in his backpack was covered by a blocking sticker, hiding 10 bottles of primary gene enhancement liquid quietly inside. The system panel floated at the edge of his sight. Host Lin Mu. Current combat strength assessment Peaky class. Strength 38. Agility 31. Physique 21. Mentality 20. Core talent Alpower Plunder. Abilities Mastered Eye of Insight Night Raid Half Moon / Venom Enchantment. Resource Inventory Primary Gene Enhancement Liquid 10 Cell Stabilizer 2. High Energy Nutrient Paste 3. Low Level Blocking Sticker 1. Risk Warning Host Related Hostility from Zhao Family is rising. Direct relatives of the host have entered the enemy threat range. Lin Mu closed the panel. The night breeze blew through the street, carrying the sound of traffic from the distant overpass. He did not impulsively rush to the Zhao family mansion. That would be foolish. The Zhao family mansion had surveillance guards, official connections, and a defense system that he could not penetrate at the moment. But the Zhao family's logistics outsourced warehouse was different. The anonymous package came from there. The residue of the violent agent might have passed through there as well. That was the thread. As long as he caught that thread, he could pull out the dirty things behind it. Lin Mu walked into the night. The barbecue stall behind him became noisy again. Wang Fatty sat at the table watching his departing figure, finally feeling that his brother, who always wore a washed-out school uniform and lowered his head to calculate meal costs, had truly become another person. Not a stranger, but someone who finally revealed the sharpness that should have been there. Under the streetlight, Lin Mu's shadow was elongated. He did not look back. What Zhao Tai sent was not a dead mouse. It was a declaration of war. And Lin Mu has never liked being in. If someone sends him a portion of fear, he will return an even greater portion of fear. If someone reaches for Lin Xiaoya, he would follow that hand and chop down to the bone. Zhao Tai. Lin Mu whispered, his voice swallowed by the night wind. I have received your gift. Now it's time for me to return the favor. In the depths of night, in the lower district of Zhanghai City, an old tenement building. At 1:17 in the morning, Lin Mu did not return home through the front door. He circled around 2 streets, passed through a block of old buildings undergoing demolition, then climbed up to the abandoned balcony on the 2nd floor via the back alley, finally making his way back to his small room of less than 20 square meters via the rusted fire escape. The door lock had not been tampered with. A half-cut strand of hair was still wedged in the door crack. The grain of rice on the windowsill had not rolled off, indicating that the Zhao family had not yet found this place. Lin Mu pushed the door open, closed it behind him, and did not turn on the light immediately. He stood in the darkness listening for 3 seconds. Downstairs, a drunkard was cursing, a couple was arguing next door, and the distant sound of traffic from the elevated highway mixed with the faint noises of rats scurrying through the pipes. There were no extra breaths. No faint sounds from electronic devices starting up. The inside eye flickered slightly in the dark. The outlines of all the items in the room were sketched out by a faint layer of data lines. Under the bed secure. In the wardrobe secure. The old socket in the corner had no external wiring. Across the street on the opposite rooftop, there was a civilian surveillance camera, but its angle was directed towards the street corner, unable to capture this room. After confirming everything was safe, Lin Mu finally turned on the desk lamp. The dim yellow light illuminated a narrow single bed, a peeling desk, a worn wardrobe, and the old photograph on the wall that had been there for many years. In the photograph, Lin Xiaoya was dressed in a blue and white school uniform, holding a second-hand backpack, smiling energetically at the camera. Lin Mu glanced at the photo. At this moment, his phone vibrated. Xiaoya, brother, I'm fine. The dormitory aunt has already handed that anonymous package over to the school security. I haven't touched the contents inside. Xiaoya, but I still feel a bit unwell. I dreamt of the reed-eat rat again during— Xiaoya, don't worry, I haven't run around, nor have I left the school gate. Lin Mu looked at the screen, gently tapping the edge of his phone twice. He did not immediately reply with "it's fine," saying that would be lying to her. Zhao Tai had already reached out to her. This matter was certainly not fine. But he couldn't just pass his fear on to Xiaoya unchanged. Lin Mu typed, well done. From now on, don't touch any anonymous packages. If anyone at school calls you out in my name, ask for the code first. Xiaoya quickly replied, what's the code? Lin Mu thought for a moment. Braised pork ribs. The other side paused for a few seconds, then replied with a string of ellipses. Xiaoya, brother, you're really uncreative. Lin Mu's lips twitched slightly. He continued typing, attend class normally tomorrow, don't leave the school. Wang Kai will be watching near your school. If anything happens, call him directly, and then send me your location. Xiaoya, what about you? Lin Mu looked at these 3 words and fell silent for a moment. He didn't want her to know what he was planning to do tonight. But he also couldn't just leave a simple don't worry about it. Lin Mu replied, I'm going to find out where that dead rat came. Xiaoya, will it be dangerous? Lin Mu, yes. Xiaoya on the other side fell silent again. After more than 10 seconds, she replied, then promise me, when it's dangerous, come back alive. Don't put yourself at risk, just for revenge. Lin Mu held the phone, his gaze calming. Xiaoya was more perceptive than he had imagined. She did not say don't go, because she knew that the dead rat was not just a prank, it was the shadow of a knife falling. If they backed down this time, the next time the opponent extended their hand, it wouldn't just be a package. Lin Mu replied, I'm not going for revenge. I'm going to cut off a line that reaches out to you. This time Xiaoya did not try to persuade him again. She simply sent one message, brother, I'll wait for you. Lin Mu placed the phone screen down on the table. The room fell silent again. He took out a refrigerated box from his backpack. 10 vials of primary gene strengthening fluid lay neatly inside, filled with a bluish liquid. Next to it were 2 vials of cell stabilizers, 3 tubes of high-energy nutrient paste, a roll of bandages, painkillers, detox tablets, and a low-grade blocking patch he bought from old Joe. He could have gone directly to the Zhao family logistics park, but that would be foolish. Since the Zhao family dared to send threatening packages from there, it was clear that it was not an ordinary warehouse. There must be armed guard surveillance lookouts and possibly even awakened individuals stationed there. He was currently at the peak of a level. That was enough to deal with a level small fries. But if a level powerhouse appeared inside, or if spirit energy firearms formed a crossfire, he would be forced into a desperate situation. Lin Mu did not resist taking risks. But he hated taking risks without calculating the stakes. Objective 1, confirm the source of the anonymous package. Objective 2, find evidence of the violent drug and the Zhao family's logistics chain. Objective 3, if the opportunity arises, destroy the warehouse node, forcing the Zhao family to expose deeper connections. Objective 4, come back alive. Lin Mu wrote these 4 objectives on a scrap of paper, drawing a heavy line beneath the 4th one. Revenge was not about trading his life for a moment of satisfaction. True valuable revenge was about making the other party gradually lose everything they thought was safe. To achieve this, he needed to become stronger tonight. Lin Mu picked up a vial of primary gene strengthening fluid, not rushing to open it. The inside, I scanned the vial. Item: primary gene strengthening fluid. Source: mass-produced agent from the Heavenly God Biological Group. Standard recommendation: a level awakened individuals should inject 1 vial every 7 days in conjunction with a nutrient pod for absorption. Risk: continuous use in a short period may lead to cell rejection, blood vessel rupture, spirit energy circuit burns, and organ failure. Tip: the host has a special devouring type circuit which can attempt to absorb external energy, but there is still a risk of physical collapse. Lin Mu squinted his eyes. Special devouring type circuit. The system rarely used this term. It usually only hinted at all things plunder. This indicated that in the system's own judgment, all things plunder was not a simple skill, but something akin to a fundamental structure hidden deep within his body. What exactly are you? Lin Mu asked quietly. The system did not respond. Only the faint blue panel remained suspended before him. Current combat power assessment: Pika level. Strength 38. Agility 31. Physique 21. Spirit 20. Mastered abilities: Insight Eye, Night Raid, Half Moon, / Venomous Enchantment. Warning: forcibly absorbing excessive agents may trigger irreversible damage. Lin Mu looked at the warning, his expression unchanged. He did not gulp down all 10 vials like a madman. That was not being ruthless. That was gambling with his life. Gambling is acceptable, but before betting one must at least calculate the stakes. He first pulled the curtains tight, then stuffed a wet towel in the door crack to prevent the smell of the agent from escaping. Then he inserted a vial of cell stabilizer into his arm. The cool liquid entered his bloodstream, spreading like a thin buffer membrane within his body. Only then did he crack open the first vial of primary gene strengthening fluid. This substance was meant for injection according to the manual, but Lin Mu had no nutrient pod, nor any professional syringe. Old Joe had warned that the oral absorption rate was low, and it was more irritating. Normal people using it this way would be courting death. Lin Mu chose to take it orally, because his advantage was not normal absorption, but plunder. The moment the liquid entered his throat, the cold sensation lingered for half a second. The next moment it felt like someone poured a bucket of molten iron into his stomach. Lin Mu's fingers gripped the edge of the table tightly. The wooden table let out a faint groan. The pain erupted first from his stomach, then surged through his veins to his limbs, his heartbeat quickening, and the sound of rushing blood filled his eardrums. Detected external strengthening energy entering. All things plunder passive assimilation activated. A thread of black whirlpools slowly rotated deep within Lin Mu's dantian. The power that should have burst forth was seemingly grasped by an invisible hand, gradually torn apart, filtered, and pressed into his muscles and bones. Lin Mu closed his eyes, silently counting the time. 30 seconds. 1 minute and 15 seconds. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Until the burning sensation decreased to a bearable level, he finally opened his eyes. The first vial could be absorbed, but not without cost. His body temperature rose, blood pressure spiked, and the burden on his heart became noticeably heavier. He bit open a tube of high-energy nutrient paste, swallowed it, and then drank half a bottle of water. 5 minutes later, the second vial. This time the pain was twice as strong as the first. The system's prompts became urgent. Cell activity, abnormal increase. Rejection response beginning. Separating excess impurities. Lin Mu's forehead broke out in fine beads of sweat. The sweat carried a faint grayish-black hue. That was the impurities accumulated in his body over many years, and it might also be remnants of the rat poison, decay, toxins, and byproducts of the agents that had just been forcefully expelled. The third vial. The fourth vial. Lin Mu's breathing began to grow heavy. His chest felt like it was being squeezed by a large hand, each breath bringing a stabbing pain. He reached for the painkillers on the table, but then stopped. He couldn't take them. Painkillers would numb the nerve feedback. Right now he needed to clearly know where his body was breaking down. Pain was an alarm. Turning off the alarm did not mean the fire was out. Before the fifth vial, Lin Mu paused. He pushed the second vial of cell stabilizer into his arm. The veins under his skin looked like tightened black lines. After the stabilizer took effect, he continued. Fifth vial. Sixth vial. By the seventh vial, Lin Mu was seeing brief double vision. The table, the desk lamp, and Zioya's photo on the wall all seemed to be split into two layers. His hand was cut open in a few places, blood seeping out only to be steamed into a sticky substance by the heat rising from his skin. Warning: physical capacity nearing limit. Recommendation: stop absorption. Lin Mu stared at the panel. Stopping would indeed be the safest option. 7 vials were enough to allow him to step from the peak of a level into the threshold of level. But tonight's goal was not just barely enough. He needed to infiltrate the Zhao family logistics park. There could be peak level guards, level leaders, spirit energy firearms, and even beasts catalyzed by violent agents. If he barely reached level, he wouldn't have any margin for error. No margin for error meant risking his life on luck. Lin Mu did not like luck. He reached for the 8th vial. This time the system panel suddenly flashed. Among the faint blue text, a line of extremely fine, unstable gray-white characters appeared. Detected host forcibly challenging the life threshold. Plunder circuit compatibility increasing. Unknown base protocol responding briefly. Zeroing sequence fragments. Insufficient permissions. Information blocked. The gray-white characters appeared for just an instant before being covered by the blue panel. Lin Mu's pupils contracted slightly. Zeroing. These two words did not sound like the system's usual terms. They did not resemble talent descriptions either. They felt more like some obscured identification number or a deleted origin. He did not pursue further questions. Now was not the time for inquiries. Secrets could be unearthed later. For now, he needed to survive. The 8th vial went down. Boom. This time it was not burning. It was an explosion. Lin Mu's entire body jerked up, his forehead crashing hard against the table edge, the table leg nearly breaking from the impact. His stomach felt like it was being ripped open. The power of the agents transformed into countless tiny blades slicing through every inch of muscle via his bloodstream. His bones began to itch. It was not an ordinary itch. It was the itch of marrow being boiled by high temperatures and then flooded with cold water. Hold on. Lin Mu bit down on the towel, his voice squeezing out from between his teeth. Hold it down for me. All things plunder, passive assimilation, efficiency increasing. Absorbing uncontrolled drug properties. Restructuring muscle fibers. Reinforcing bone density. The black whirlpool accelerated within his body. The uncontrolled power of the agents was ground down layer by layer, as if being pulverized into powder, then poured into the areas of his body most in need of strength. The 9th vial. Lin Mu did not drink it immediately. He waited a full 12 minutes, waiting for his breathing to stabilize, for his heartbeat to drop from 180 beats per minute to 120, and for the tremors in his fingertips to cease. Only then did he crack open the vial. After downing the 9th vial, he could no longer hear the sounds from outside. The world seemed to consist of nothing but his heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Each beat felt like a war drum. A certain invisible door within his body was violently breached, creating a crack. Level. Not a talent rating, but a true assessment of his current combat power level. The spirit energy circuit stabilized, and his physical strength crossed the first major hurdle of ordinary, awakened individuals. Lin Mu did not smile. He looked down at the last vial of primary gene strengthening fluid. Rationality told him that he could stop here, but the data provided by the inside eye was not perfect. Strength and agility improved quickly, but his physique still had an unstable gap. That was the dark injury left over from consecutive injuries a few days ago, the rat poison's corrosion, and the forced use of the half-moon slash. If he did not address it now, once high-intensity combat broke out tonight, that dark injury would become a flaw. The 10th vial was not for becoming stronger. It was to patch up the loopholes. Lin Mu squeezed the last tube of high-energy nutrient paste into his mouth and grasped the 10th vial. Last time, the liquid entered his abdomen. This time the pain did not explode. Instead, it became eerily quiet. Lin Mu's skin surface took on an abnormal red hue, then gradually faded. Black, oily residue seeped from his pores, mixed with blood and faint green toxic remnants. His breathing slowed down. It became heavier, like a beast completing its shedding in the darkness. Half an hour later, Lin Mu opened his eyes. The desk lamp in the room was still on. A ring of fine dust lay on the edge of the lampshade. He looked down at his hands. His fingers remained slender with no exaggerated swelling at the joints. The skin was even cleaner than before, and the veins quietly flowed beneath the surface like a sharp edge pressed into a sheath. He gently clenched his fist. Snap! The air in his palm made a soft sound. It was not an explosion, but rather the subtle sound of power being finely honed. This was far more terrifying than simply being forceful. It indicated that he had not only grown stronger, but could also control this strength. The system panel unfolded. Host Lin Mu. Current combat power assessment, grade, initial stage. Strength, 52. Agility, 45. Constitution, 41. Mental 27. Core talent Power Plunder. Acquired abilities Eye of Insight Night Assault, Half Moon, / Venom Enchantment. Special status Primary Gene Recombination completed. Cell Stability enhanced. Toxin Resistance enhanced. Extraneous Energy Assimilation Efficiency enhanced. Note the host has briefly touched upon an unknown underlying protocol insufficient permissions unable to analyze. Lin Mu stared at the last line for 3 seconds. Unknown underlying protocol. Zeroing sequence fragment. He committed these two terms to memory. The system provided no explanation of origins. The awakening stone also failed to detect the true Power Plunder. This meant that his golden finger was likely far more complex than an ordinary talent. But for now it was his weapon. The origins of the weapon could be investigated slowly. For tonight, he would use it to cut into the Zhao family's skin. Lin Mu got up and walked into the bathroom. As the cold water cascaded down, black grime flowed into the drain at his feet. The boy in the mirror did not appear to have become more robust. His gaze was simply deeper, his shoulders steadier, and his body lines seemed recalibrated. Thin but not weak. Quiet yet dangerous. He changed into a black hooded tactical jacket, tactical pants, and soft-soled military boots. A grade alloy combat dagger was inserted into the quick-draw sheath on his thigh. A spare folding knife was hidden in his sleeve. 3 steel balls purchased from a scrap market were placed in his left pocket. A low-grade blocking patch was stuck on the inner side of his white faceless mask. This mask was not suitable for the black market, but it was perfect for tonight. The black market required concealment. The Zhao family needed to feel fear. Lin Mu wanted them to know that something had already reached out from the shadows they could not see, grasping their throats. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Wang Fatty. After arriving near Xiao Ya's school, don't get too close. Just watch the front and back gates. If anyone asks, say you're waiting for a classmate. Wang Fatty replied, immediately got it. Don't worry. After 2 seconds, he sent another message, Moga, don't get too worked up. Lin Mu looked at these 3 words and replied with a simple Then he turned off his phone, took out the SIM card, and snapped it in half. At exactly 2 o'clock in the morning, he climbed out of the window of the tenement building, silently landing down the fire escape. The night breeze swept through the narrow alleys of the lower city, carrying the sour smell of garbage cans and the damp odor of mud after rain. Lin Mu did not take the main road. He moved like a black cat, merging into the cracks of the city, passing through old markets, under bridges, and abandoned parking lots, finally stopping outside the industrial zone in the Western District. In the distance, the Zhao Group's No. 3 storage logistics park was brightly lit. High walls, searchlights, patrol dogs, security checkpoint, surveillance cameras, spiritual energy sensing gates. This was not an ordinary logistics park. Regular warehouses would not station a grade awakened beings to guard the premises at midnight. Ordinary logistics would not coat an entire building's outer walls with a spiritual energy scanning shield. Normal enterprises would not make patrol teams change their routes around warehouse No. 3 every 7 minutes. Lin Mu squatted atop an abandoned factory building, observing for 10 minutes using the shadow of the chimney. Eye of Insight does not look directly at people. It only observes the routes. 3 patrol teams. 4 members per team. 2 ordinary security guards and 2 awakened beings. There were canine patrols at the eastern wall with keen senses of smell. The western truck entrance had a weighbridge, and beneath the weighbridge lay a pressure alarm. The drainage ditch to the north leads into the inner zone, but the iron fence was electrified. The area around warehouse No. 3 had the strongest spiritual energy fluctuations. Anonymous package shipping records pointed to this location. Lin Mu unfolded a logistics park map he had bought from a second-hand stall, layering the patrol routes he had just observed in his mind. The front gate cannot be entered. The drainage ditch cannot be used. Climbing over the wall would be illuminated by the searchlights. The best entrance was the cold chain truck waiting to unload at the northwest corner. The driver was smoking. There was no one in the passenger seat. The truck's exterior could shield against infrared. It would enter the park in 5 minutes. Lin Mu did not move immediately. He waited until the patrol dog passed by the northwest corner, and the guard holding the dog turned around to light a cigarette before sliding down from the top of the factory. Night Assault was activated. It was not a full-force explosion, just a momentary acceleration. He moved like a black line, skimming the ground, crossing the 20-meter gap, and silently adhering to the underside of the cold chain truck. The underside of the truck was heavily soiled. The metal was cold. Lin Mu gripped the chassis beam with one hand, shrinking his body into the shadows. The cold chain truck slowly started. The security checkpoint was very strict. The searchlight swept over the truck's body, and the driver cursed as he handed over the delivery slip. It's urgent for warehouse No. 3. Supervisor Liu has urged it 8 times already. If the goods are delayed, you'll have to pay for it. The security guard at the checkpoint took the slip and scanned it with a scanner. Beep. Green light. You can go in. The cold chain truck entered the park. Lin Mu listened to the sound of the tires rolling over the speed bumps from beneath the truck, silently counting in his mind. 1, 2, 3. After the 9th speed bump, the truck slowed down. A shadow of containers appeared on the left. This was the place. Lin Mu released his grip, rolling into the shadow close to the ground. No sound. Only a single drop of oil fell to the ground. He hid between 2 containers looking up at warehouse No. 3. 4 guards stood outside the main entrance. Each one wore black security uniforms from the Zhao family, equipped with anti-stab vests, and at their waists were not batons, but spiritual energy submachine guns. Eye of Insight quickly scanned. Target A, a grade peak strength type old injury on the right shoulder. Target B, a grade high tier perception type enhanced hearing. Target C, a grade peak excellent marksmanship. Target D, a grade high tier quick reflexes carrying a personal alarm. A frontal charge could kill, but after the gunfire the entire park would awaken. Lin Mu looked to the right side of the warehouse. There was an independent transformer box. Next to the transformer box was a backup power switch. If the main line was damaged, the backup power would activate within 30 seconds. 30 seconds. For ordinary people, that was just enough time to panic. For Lin Mu, it was enough to kill a round. However, he did not plan to slaughter the entire park from the start. His target was warehouse No. 3. The 4 at the entrance had to be dealt with. As for the others, he would avoid alarming them if possible. Lin Mu took a steel ball from his pocket. He gently pressed it with his fingertip. Grade strength gathered in his palm, yet did not leak out. He did not aim for the center of the transformer. That would cause too loud an explosion. He aimed at the junction of the side insulation porcelain bottle and the wire bundle. Whoosh! The steel ball sliced through the night wind. Crack! It was not the sound of an explosion. It sounded more like a bone snapping. The transformer box jolted violently, sparks flashing inside. The next second, a row of searchlights on the west side of the park simultaneously extinguished. Immediately, the entrance of warehouse No. 3 was plunged into darkness. What happened? Power outage on the west line. What about the backup power? Don't move, it could be a wiring issue. The 4 guards reacted quickly, immediately backing against each other. The perception type guard even pressed his earpiece first. Calling control center, power outage on the west side of warehouse No. 3, requesting. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Mu moved. Night assault. He did not charge and heed in. Instead, he maneuvered along the wall using the shadows of the containers, first cutting towards the side rear of the perception type guard. This type of person had to be dealt with first. Otherwise, the advantage of darkness would be neutralized. The perception type guard's ears twitched slightly. He heard the sound of wind. But by the time he turned around, Lin Mu was already there. The figure wearing a white faceless mask approached from the darkness, covering the guard's mouth with his left hand, while his right hand with 2 fingers pressed against the nerve cluster at the back of his neck. Faint green glimmers shimmered at his fingertips. Venom enchantment. Low dosage. Paralytic type. Not corrosive burst. The guard's eyes widened instantly, his body went soft, and he couldn't even make a sound. Lin Mu supported his body and dragged him into the shadow by the door. The first one incapacitated. No gunfire. No screams. The remaining 3 finally sensed that something was off. Old Chun. Where is he? The guard carrying the alarm's expression changed, and his left hand reached for his waist. Lin Mu's gaze turned cold. This time he couldn't leave any behind. If the alarm went off, it would not only mean mission failure. The Zhao family would immediately move to transfer the evidence. Lin Xiaoyu would also fall into a more dangerous cycle of retaliation. Lin Mu stepped forward, drawing his knife. The grade alloy combat dagger slid out silently. The cold light shone only for an instant in the darkness. Whoosh! The tip of the knife sliced above the guard's wrist, severing the 2 tendons he was reaching towards the alarm. The guard opened his mouth to scream. Lin Mu's left elbow had already pressed against the area below his Adam's apple. Crack! The sound was very light. The guard's eyes rolled back, and he fell. The second incapacitated. The other 2 grade peaks raised their guns simultaneously. Their training was far superior to that of ordinary thugs. Even without a clear view, they completed their fire direction based on their fallen comrade's position. Fire! Lin Mu did not give them the chance to pull the triggers. He pushed off with his feet, shifting his body half a meter sideways in midair, avoiding the first line of fire, while twisting his wrist, slicing the dagger along the gun's body. Crack! The muzzle of the first spiritual energy submachine gun was severed. The guard's pupils constricted. Degrade weapon. Lin Mu did not respond. He drove a knee into the opponent's abdomen. The degrade physical strength exploded in a restrained manner. It did not pierce through the person, but it was enough to make the opponent's stomach convulse, disrupting their spiritual energy flow. The third down. The last strength-type guard roared, but did not fire. Instead, he swung the gun stock towards Lin Mu's temple. His judgment was accurate. Close-range firearms were easy to cut, and a heavy blow was faster. Unfortunately, Lin Mu had already spotted his old shoulder injury. Eye of Insight marked the red dot clear as a bullseye. Lin Mu sidestepped, dodging the stock, gripping the guard's wrist with his left hand, and reversed the dagger in his right hand. Instead of stabbing the throat, he smashed the knife handle heavily onto the guard's old shoulder injury. Bang! The old injury exploded. Half of the strength type, guard's body, instantly lost power. Lin Mu took the opportunity to sweep his leg against the guard's knee bend. The opponent knelt on one knee. The cold dagger rested against his neck. Who was responsible inside the warehouse? The guard was drenched in cold sweat, gritting his teeth in silence. Lin Mu's tone was calm. You can be tough, but I will only ask once. A faint green glow seeped into his skin from Lin Mu's fingertips. It was not a lethal poison. It was the nerve-burning poison of the corrupted Rat King. The guard's face twisted instantly, and he let out a muffled groan that was deformed with suppression. 3 seconds later he broke. Lu. Supervisor Lu is inside. Who is watching the entrance to the underground cold storage? Lu Tsong is offering. A grade peak. He is in the core area. A grade peak. Lin Mu's gaze darkened slightly. He had guessed right. This warehouse was indeed not an ordinary transit station. With his current grade initial stage strength facing in a grade peak, his chances of winning were very low. But tonight was not a Colosseum battle. This was a warehouse. There was darkness, shelves, pipes, a power system, flammable materials, and rules that the opponent mistakenly believed were safe. Lin Mu retracted his dagger and delivered a palm strike to the guard's neck. The fourth unconscious. The entire process took less than 20 seconds. In the distance, the backup power began to hum. There were 10 seconds left to restore power. Lin Mu dragged the 4 guards into the dead corner by the door, took one of their access cards, and crushed all their earpieces. Before the backup lights turned on, he looked up at the main door of Warehouse No. 3. The access control system was still rebooting. Lin Mu pressed the access card against it. Beep. Red light. Insufficient permissions. He was not surprised. The outer guards could not possess core permissions. Then he could only use the second plan. Lin Mu pressed his palm against the side of the electronic lock. A faint green glow seeped into the metal crevices from his fingertips. Venom enchantment was not limited to killing. The poison of the corrupted Rat King could corrode flesh and blood, but it could also corrode certain alloy structures. The downside was that it was slow and consumed considerable energy. But for now it was sufficient. Zzz. A faint corrosive sound came from inside the electronic lock. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 7 seconds. Click. The lock core failed. Lin Mu pushed open half the door. No alarms sounded immediately inside the warehouse. Only a wave of cold air surged from the gap, mixed with the sense of disinfectant metal blood and a faint familiar fishy odor. That was the smell of residual violent potions. Lin Mu donned the white, faceless mask. The blocking patch warmed slightly, suppressing his facial spiritual energy fluctuations to a blurred state. He gripped the grade alloy combat dagger and stepped into the darkness. The next second, the backup power was completely activated. Emergency lights began to illuminate one by one at the top of the warehouse. The sickly green light illuminated rows of containers like silent coffins. Lin Mu stood in the shadow within the door, hearing footsteps echoing from deep within the warehouse. Many footsteps. There were also the sounds of firearms being chambered. He raised his eyes. Beneath the mask, his eyes were calm, without a hint of fluctuation. Zhao Tai. The gift has arrived. He stepped forward. The hunt officially began. Inside Warehouse No. 3 of the Zhao's storage yard, the dim green emergency lights flickered on. Rows of containers lay submerged in the half-light, resembling stacked iron coffins. The air was filled with the chill of cold chain equipment in operation, mingled with the sense of disinfectant machine oil, a metallic tang, and the familiar sweet and fishy medicinal odor that Lin Mu had grown accustomed to. Raging potions. There was not merely a trace left behind. It was a scent that only emerged from a substantial accumulation. Lin Mu stood in the shadow by the door, not rushing forward. What is truly dangerous lies within the warehouse, the central control communication crossfire from firearms, and that peak-leveled class entity in the underground cold storage. He glanced at his watch. The backup power had just recovered for 23 seconds. From the moment the external guard noticed something was amiss to the central control, confirming the loss of contact with Warehouse No. 3, there were at most 2 minutes left. If he couldn't cut off internal communications within 2 minutes, he would go from infiltrator to prey tonight. Lin Mu quickly rearranged his targets in his mind. First, cut off the central control's communication. Second, obtain evidence of the transaction between the Zhao family and Tianshan Biotech. Third, confirm the entrance to the underground cold storage. Fourth, weaken the firepower inside the warehouse as much as possible before Lu Tsong made his move. As for how many people to kill, that was not the goal. He would only kill those who obstructed him. He tightened his grip on the glass alloy dagger, his eyes cold as a deep well beneath the mask. In the distance, footsteps rapidly approached. No response from the outer door. The central control signal is being interfered with. Seal the doors first. Everyone back against the shelves. Do not act alone. The Zhao family's guards inside the warehouse were clearly more professional than the security outside. They did not panic like ordinary thugs, but quickly divided into 3 groups. One group occupied the second-level steel platform, guns pointed downward to suppress. One group advanced along the container corridor. The last group guarded the electronic door leading deeper in preventing intruders from advancing further. Lin Mu activated the Eye of Insight. A faint data line spread across his vision. Target warehouse security captain E-class peak. Skills precise shooting tactical command. Weakness hearing impairment in the left ear, accustomed to judging sound sources from the right side. Target guard AE class high rank. Skills night vision weakening. Weakness unstable spirit energy circuits, slow reaction after exposure to strong light. Target guard BE class mid rank. Skills enhanced hearing. Weakness exposed nerve bundle at the back of the neck. Target guard C ordinary trainee. Holds an alarm terminal. Lin Mu did not finish looking at everyone. On the battlefield, too much information could also slow down judgment. First take out the eyes, then sever the ears. Finally silence the mouths that call for help. He took out one of the last 2 steel balls from his left pocket and flicked it with his finger. The steel ball did not hit anyone. Instead it struck an empty metal medicine box piled on the shelf 10 meters away. Ding! The crisp sound of impact exploded on the right side of the warehouse. To the right, the security captain instinctively turned his head. His judgment was quick, but his old injury in the left ear caused a half-second error in sound localization. It was this half-second. Lin Mu moved. Night raid. He did not charge straight in, but instead slid low against the side of a container, his footsteps falling in rhythm with the hum of the cold chain units, hiding all minute sounds within the machine noise. On the second-level platform, the guard with weak night vision abilities was the first to notice the shadow. Above, before he could finish, a cold light whipped up from below. It was not a dagger. It was a section of fixed steel wire that Lin Mu had conveniently cut. The wire wrapped around the guard's wrist, and Lin Mu yanked it with force. The guard lost his balance and fell over the edge of the platform. Lin Mu did not let him make a sound. Before the other could hit the ground, he had already flashed down, his left hand gripping the back of the neck, while his right fingertip glimmered with a faint greenish hue. Deadly poison enchantment. Low dosage paralysis. The guard's eyes rolled back and his body went limp. The first to lose combat capability. Lin Mu supported his body, stuffing him between 2 medicine boxes. Gun muzzles turned towards him simultaneously. Rat-a-tat-tat. The tongue of the spirit energy submachine gun tore through the darkness, bullets hitting the shelves, exploding into a shower of sparks. Lin Mu rolled to the side, half a step, his body sliding into the shadow of the forklift. He did not take it heed. He was now at the class beginner level, not invulnerable. Being shot through the thigh by spirit energy bullets would still lead to death. The warehouse security captain shouted sternly, "Don't chase. Seal the passage. He is alone, force him out." Very rational. Lin Mu crouched behind the forklift, his breathing steady. If the other party dispersed, he would eliminate them one by one. If they consolidated, he would create reasons for them to disperse. His gaze fell upon the fire alarm box on the left wall. It connected to the internal sprinkler system and smoke alarms of the warehouse. He could not trigger a large fire directly. Setting a fire now would burn the evidence, and also alert Lu Song ahead of time. But smoke could be used. Lin Mu reached for the hydraulic oil pipe under the forklift. He gently flicked the dagger. Oil began to drip. Then he broke apart a tactical illumination stick he had taken from an outer guard and tossed it next to the dripping oil. A bright white light flashed. The heat was not high, but it was enough to cause the oil to emit a pungent smoke. The smoke probe flickered a couple of times. Drip, drip, drip. The sprinkler system at the top of the warehouse automatically activated. A fine mist of water fell from the ceiling, cutting the light into a hazy green curtain. Damn, it's a smoke alarm. Vision is obscured. Do not shoot recklessly. Be careful not to hit your own people. The opposing formation was forced to become loose. Water mist emergency lights, metal reflections, and shadows mixed together, causing people's eyes to start making errors. But the Eye of Insight would not. In Lin Mu's vision, the spirit energy lines on each person appeared like white lines on black paper. He silently emerged from behind the forklift. The second target was the enhanced hearing user. He stood behind the left shelf, eyes closed, listening intently, his fingers already pressing on the earpiece. He's on the left. Lin Mu's palm pressed against the back of his neck. Crack. It was not the sound of a cervical bone breaking. It was the back neck nerves being accurately targeted for numbness. The deadly poison seeped through his fingertips, sealing the vocal cords and half his body. Plunder triggered. Target not dead. Resistance capabilities greatly reduced. Temporary plunder successful. Perception experience fragment 1. Lin Mu frowned slightly. The gains from living plunder were indeed low, but that was not a problem. He was not here to farm monsters tonight. He was here to obtain evidence and cut the strings reaching for Lin Xiaoya. The third guard holding the alarm terminal was forced out of cover by the smoke and was about to press the red button at his waist. Lin Mu threw out a steel ball with his other hand. Pop! The steel ball shattered the alarm terminal's screen and broke 2 of the man's fingers. Just as a scream began, Lin Mu was already close. The knife handle struck his throat, a knee to the abdomen, then a palm struck the back of the neck. The entire action was devoid of any flair. Quick, precise, and efficient. The security captain finally realized that the person opposite was not an ordinary student nor a common assassin. This person in the white mask was not showing off skills with every move. Instead, he aimed to stop the warehouse's operation piece by piece. Don't worry about him. Lock down the evidence cabinet and notify Lu Gongfeng. The security captain turned and ran deeper. Lin Mu's eyes turned cold, finally hitting the key point. The evidence cabinet. Lu Gongfeng. He did not chase immediately, but picked up a fallen spirit energy submachine gun from the ground. The gun felt heavy in his hands. He was not familiar with this type of gun, but the Eye of Insight provided structural annotations, safety magazines, spirit energy storage chamber, and overheating protection. That was enough. Lin Mu did not fire. He simply detached the magazine and kicked the gun body far away. Then he chased after. At the end of the passage, the security captain turned and fired repeatedly. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets sealed off the path ahead. Lin Mu did not charge recklessly but stepped onto the shelf beam, using the momentum to flip up, and initiated the second short burst of night raid in midair. His figure was like a line forcefully pulled into a fold. The bullets grazed his shoe soles. In the next moment, Lin Mu landed beside the security captain. The dagger was held in reverse. He did not stab the heart. First he cut the sling, then severed the right wrist. Finally, the knife tip pressed against the throat. The security captain froze in place, cold sweat mixing with the sprinkler water streaming down his forehead. The voice behind the mask was calm. Where is the evidence cabinet? The security captain gritted his teeth. Do you think I would tell you? Lin Mu looked at him, his tone devoid of any fluctuations. You will. A faint green glow pressed against the other's shoulder and neck. The low dosage of poison was not meant to kill. It would cause the nerves to feel as though they were being pierced by red-hot iron wire inch by inch. The security captain's entire face twisted in an instant, his teeth grinding together. He held on for 5 seconds. In the 6th second, his sanity shattered. Second floor. Behind the control room. Gray safe. Access to the underground cold storage. Lu's supervisor has a backup card. He is in the freight elevator. Don't kill me, I'm just doing my job. Lin Mu did not respond. He struck the security captain, knocking him unconscious, and pressed down on his forehead. Plunder triggered. Target is in a deep coma. Resistance capabilities reduced to 0. Life signs stable. Plunder gains reduced. Agility 0. 6. Spirit 0. 4. Gain skill fragment precise shooting class. Even in a coma, plunder can occur, but the gains are diminished. Lin Mu noted this conclusion. He did not need to kill every time. Achieving his goals at minimal cost was growth in itself. Control room. The second-level control room was locked. Lin Mu used the security captain's access card to unlock the outer door, and then used deadly poison enchantment to corrode the inner backup lock tongue. When the door opened, the 2 technicians inside turned pale with fright. One of them was about to press the general alarm when Lin Mu had already lodged his dagger half an inch away from his hand. The blade pressed against his fingers, causing the keyboard to crack. Hands off the keyboard. The technician trembled all over, obediently raising his hands. The other one tried to secretly pull out the data disk. Lin Mu didn't even look. He flicked his left hand. The detached magazine struck his wrist. Crack. The wrist bone shattered. The scream was suppressed back into his throat by Lin Mu's glare. Turn off internal communications in the warehouse. The technician stammered. I can't. The authority is with Lu's supervisor. Lin Mu glanced at the control panel. Eye of Insight marked 3 data lines. Internal communication. External alarms. Monitoring uploads. He did not let the technician operate slowly. He raised his hand and accurately severed 2 fiber optic lines beneath the control panel with the dagger's tip, then pulled out the 3rd monitoring backup line along with its interface. The screens went dark one by one. The external alarm signal stopped at the pending confirmation status. The internal warehouse became an isolated island. After completing all of this, Lin Mu turned to the 2 technicians. The gray safe. The 2 turned even paler. One of them quivered and said, that contains Lu's supervisor's things. We don't know the password. Lin Mu stared at him. I didn't ask for the password. 10 seconds later, the dark door behind the control room opened. The gray safe was embedded in the wall. Triple security, mechanical lock, digital lock, and spirit energy recognition lock. If cracked normally, it would take at least half an hour. Lin Mu did not have half an hour. He placed his palm on it. Deadly poison enchantment corrosion mode. ZZZ. White smoke began to rise from the surface of the alloy. This time the corrosion was much slower than at the outer door. Lin Mu did not wear himself out. He first corroded the digital lock interface, then stuffed the spirit energy cartridge taken from the guard into the lock seam and lightly tapped it with the dagger's handle. The residual spirit energy in the cartridge was shaken into a brief overload. Bang! A crack erupted from the front of the safe. Lin Mu reached to grip the edge of the crack. Power level 52 exploded. Crack! The steel plate was forcibly pried open. The two technicians were nearly wide-eyed. This was not opening a safe. It was tearing down a wall. Inside the safe there was no cash. Only 3 items. A black data disk, a stack of encrypted paper documents, and a small refrigerated box bearing the Tianxin Biotech logo. Lin Mu first picked up the documents. The title on the first page made his eyes go cold. Report on induced experiment of rat infestation in the sewers of Zhanghai City's West District Phase. Report cooperator, Zhao Logistics Tianxin Biotech, Zhanghai Branch. Agent number R17 Rage Induction Agent. Experiment objective to verify the uncontrolled diffusion efficiency of low-tier social monsters in urban pipeline environments. Commercial conversion direction, beast control powder security, services monopoly on low-level hunter missions. Lin Mu continued to flip through. October 3rd, distributed diluted samples in the West District sewers. October 5th, aggression of the black rat swarm increased by 320%. October 6th, emergence of E-class elite individual corrupted rat king. Note if civilian casualties occur, this can be used to promote Zhanghai municipal procurement of the Zhao family's beast control powder. The edges of the paper crumpled in Lin Mu's grip. The mutated black rat he encountered that day in the alley was not an accident. The rat swarm in the abandoned chemical factory's sewer was also not a natural gathering. The Zhao family and Tianxin Biotech deliberately created a rat infestation in the lower city to sell drugs, security, and profit from government procurement. To them, the people in the slums were not even experimental subjects, just casualty indicators. Lin Mu did not immediately become enraged. His anger was suppressed deep within his chest, transforming into something colder and harder. He continued flipping through. The second document was a logistics record. One page detailed an anonymous package flow chart. Recipient Lin Xiaoya. Address Zhanghai City, First High School Boarding Area. Package contents remnants of E-class black rat corpses. Objective psychological intimidation, forcing the target Lin Mu to voluntarily expose his actions. Note the target's sister is suspected to be spiritually sensitive, experiencing abnormal dream feedback the night before receiving the package. It is recommended to continue observations. Lin Mu's eyes finally showed a hint of change. Not anger, but a killing intent. So they weren't just threatening Xiaoya. They had already begun to observe her. Abnormal dreams and spiritual sensitivity were not things that should appear in the Zhao family's logistics records. This indicated that someone was collecting data on Xiaoya in some way. Perhaps it was Tianxin Biotech. Perhaps it was something deeper behind the Zhao family. Lin Mu carefully folded that page of documents and stored it in the system space. Xiaoya could not stay at her current school for too long, but it was also unsafe to transfer her immediately. Since the Zhao family had already set their sights on her, they were definitely waiting for him to panic. The more panicked he was, the easier it would be to expose his route. He must first obtain enough evidence, eliminate the Zhao family's influence, and then arrange for Xiaoya's transfer. His goals became clearer. Tonight it wasn't just about destroying a warehouse. He aimed to render the Zhao family incapable of using their public identities to protect themselves. Lin Mu opened the refrigerated box. Inside was not an ordinary agent. It was a dark red syringe the thickness of a thumb. Fine black filaments floated inside the syringe like a streak of tainted blood sealed in glass. Eye of Insight scanned it. Item R17 Rage Induction Agent Concentrate. Status highly. Effect stimulates low-tier monsters' nerve center, forcibly increasing aggression, reproductive impulses, and inclination towards group gathering. Danger also effective on low-tier awakened humans, potentially causing mental collapse and spirit energy circuit mutations. The system panel suddenly flickered. Normal pale blue text was covered by a line of extremely fine gray-white characters. Detected incomplete imitation protocol. Suspected zeroing sequence contaminated sample. This sample attempts to simulate the devour, reorganize, enhance link. Imitation failed, contamination rate too high. There exists a weak homologous response with the host's original plundering circuit. Insufficient permissions, source tracking failed. The gray-white characters lingered for less than a second. Yet Lin Mu remembered every single word. Zeroing sequence. Imitation protocol. Original plundering circuit. This was the second time. The first time was when he forcibly absorbed 10 vials of gene enhancement liquid. This time was before the original liquid of Tianxin Biotech's Rage Induction Agent. This meant that certain things researched by Tianxin Biotech might contain extremely weak homologous traces with the Al-Power plunder within him. They were imitating something far older, far more complete. And the system embedded within him might be but a fragment of that whole. Lin Mu closed the refrigerated box. He did not indulge in further speculation. Knowing too much now served no purpose. Without strength, secrets become death warrants. He uploaded the data disk, the files, and the raw solution into the system space. System notice obtained key evidence. Zhao Clan Tianshan biological rodent-induced outbreak experiment report. System notice obtained key evidence. Lin Xiaoya psychological intimidation parcel circulation record. System notice obtained hazardous sample. R17 rage inducer raw solution. System advisory: this sample may serve as a special contamination material for the skill forge, but absorption is not recommended at present. Lin Mu read the final line, and his gaze chilled. If absorption is not recommended, then leave it for now. The system space swallowed everything like a silent black curtain. At that moment, hurried footsteps sounded outside the control room. Supervisor Liu, the control room door is open. Where is everyone? A high, irritable voice shouted. All useless. Lock the evidence locker for me. The voice cut off abruptly. A middle-aged man in a gray suit, his hair slicked back, stood at the doorway. He looked at the pried-open safe, the darkened monitors, and the fallen technician, his face draining of color. System tag, target Lu Kuan. Identity Zhao number 3 warehouse supervisor responsible for illicit goods circulation and cold storage permissions. Rank a level mid-tier. System tag weakness, cowardice, and self-preservation. Lin Mu stepped out from the shadow of the hidden door. The white mask on his face betrayed no emotion. Lu Kuan stumbled back, voice trembling. Who are you? Do you know whose turf this is? The Zhao family will not forgive you. Lin Mu did not entertain his bluster. Access card for the underground cold storage. Lu Kuan's eyes flickered. He reached instinctively toward the inner pocket of his suit. Lin Mu's dagger was already pressed against the back of his hand. The blade's tip applied a gentle pressure. A bead of blood welled up. I do not like repeating myself. Lu Kuan's Adam's apple bobbed. He forced a smile that was uglier than tears. Brother, we can talk this out. How much is the Zhao family paying you? They'll double it. Do you want reagents? Crystal cores? Women? We can negotiate. Lin Mu stared at him. When you delivered the package to Lin Xiaoya, who ordered it? Lu Kuan's gaze slid away. I only handled shipments. Orders came from above. Young Master Zhao wanted to frighten you. Who am I to refuse? Really, I did not touch your sister. I was only following procedures. Who provided her anomalous dream records? Hey. Lu Kuan's face changed. This time he did not answer at once. Lin Mu understood. He knew. The blade tip shifted, sliding from the back of the hand toward the finger webs. Lu Kuan shivered all over. Tianshan biological people. They said your sister might have a spiritual sensitivity reaction and could be used as an observation subject. I only took their data forms, really, just the data forms. Where is the data? The cold storage. The underground cold storage has an independent server on the second level. Lutsong, the family enforcer, guards it. All important data sits behind him. Lutsong. This was a name Lin Mu could not avoid. He reached into Lu Kuan's inner pocket and extracted a black access card and a mechanical key. System confirmation inside eye. System log, item acquired. Underground cold storage level 2 access card. Item acquired. Corridor mechanical backup key. Lu Kuan spoke cautiously. Take the things and let me go. Pretend you never saw me tonight. I can help scrub the surveillance. Lin Mu did not smile. He only asked, those people who died in the rodent experiments, can you pretend you never saw them? Lu Kuan's face paled further. He forced himself to answer. This is not something I decide. The world is like this. The lives of the lowly are worthless. Now that you are stronger, you should understand there's no need to stick up for those people. Before the sentence finished, Lin Mu's palm slammed into his throat. Lu Kuan's eyes bulged, and his body collapsed to his knees, unable to make a sound. Lin Mu did not kill him. Not because of compassion, because this man's life was more useful to him than his death. If handed over, Lu Kuan would be a living link between the Zhao family and Tianshan Biological's illicit supply chain. But before that, he could not call out or run. Lin Mu tore a restraint strip from a guard and bound Lu Kuan's hands behind his back, then crushed his communicator. He pressed his palm to Lu Kuan's forehead. System plunder triggered. System target in mental collapse. Resistance extremely low. Spirit 0. Free. Memory fragments obtained. Underground cold storage route map. Countless disordered images flooded Lin Mu's mind. Freight lift, cold storage corridor, 3 doors, the left side reagent depot, the right side sample lab, the deepest core chamber, and a man sitting on a sofa sharpening a blade. Lutsong. Peaked level. The Zhao family's enforcer. Called the Headless Wolf. Lin Mu opened his eyes and exhaled softly. This plunder brought little immediate gain, but the memory fragments were valuable. They would save him at least half the detours. System summary of temporary host gains agility 1. 9 spirit 1. 2 constitution 0. For a skill fragments obtained precision shooting, enhanced hearing, night vision attenuation, special information obtained. Underground cold storage route map. Lin Mu did not let these rewards cloud his judgment. The attribute gains felt good, but were insufficient to crush Lu Tsang. At best, he was a strong level novice. His opponent was a level apex, a gap of at least 2 subgrades. A frontal brawl would be suicide. So before meeting Lu Tsang, he had to prepare an exit. Lin Mu left the control room and moved toward the freight lift along the route from Lu Kun's memories. On the way, he no longer cleared every guard by force. Where he could bypass, he did. Where he had to act, he felled with a single strike. Calmness did not mean mercy. It meant knowing why to kill, when to kill, and to what degree. Outside the lift chamber, 2 guards stood, their faces full of doubt. They had heard the disturbance within the warehouse. Why hasn't Supervisor Lu returned? Should we go notify Lu the Enforcer? You go. Lu the Enforcer hates being disturbed. He hangs up on even young Master Zhao when he is drinking. Hidden in the shadow of the racks, Lin Mu judged the situation. Lu Tsang was not a strictly vigilant guardian. He was strong but arrogant. Arrogant men share a weakness: they believe they still control the scene. Lin Mu picked up a fallen nut from the floor and flicked it in the opposite direction. Both guards turned their heads at once. The next second, Lin Mu closed in from the shadows. One guard was struck on the temple by the dagger's pommel and fell unconscious. The other began to speak, but Lin Mu clamped his throat and used a toxic paralytic to seal his vocal cords. Both men collapsed silently. Lin Mu dragged them aside and swiped the card to enter the freight lift. The lift descended slowly, 1 to be 1, then to be 2. The air grew colder and the scent of reagents thickened. Lin Mu did not stand in the center of the lift. He hugged the side wall to avoid the main door's line of fire, dagger in his left hand, a small delayed igniter in his right, taken from the control room. It was not a high-tech bomb, merely an electronic ignition test unit from warehouse maintenance with its trigger re-rigged. Combined with the flammable cleaning solvents outside, it would create chaos for his retreat. Ding! The lift stopped and the doors opened. A rush of white cold spilled in. The second level of the underground cold storage was quieter than he had imagined. Far too quiet. Frost coated the side walls, and anti-slip steel plates covered the floor, each step emitting a faint metallic echo. Lin Mu did not step out immediately. Inside, I scanned beyond the door, a camera 3 meters to the left, a psi-sensing line 6 meters to the right, and an infrared gun tower 10 meters ahead. Without Lu Kun's memory fragments, he would have been locked on by the turret the instant he stepped out. Lin Mu tossed a metal teacup, head taken from the control room. The cup rolled across the infrared beam. Click. The turret rotated. Rat-a-tat. A burst of bullets shredded the cup to fragments. In the turret's brief rotation pause, Lin Mu sprinted from the lift, a short nocturnal assault, staying close to the wall, dropping low, rolling. In 3 strides, he reached the turret's rear flank. A ghastly green glow flickered along his dagger. Venom enchantment, corrosion mode. SEZZT. The base of the turret dissolved, a jagged crack. He finished with a pommel strike, and the turret went silent. He did not gloat. That mechanism was merely the appetizer. The true core of the cold storage lay further in. The first reagent chamber stood half up in rows of red syringes neatly shelved. Labels read: Rage Reagent 2 Military Contraband Variant, Rage Reagent 3 Experimental 72% Mortality, Beast Drive Powder Raw Solution with addictive induction components. Nerve stimulants suited for E to D level, awoken for short bursts. Side effect: spiritual energy circuit scarring. Lin Mu did not greedily clear out the room. The system space was not an infinite warehouse, and these items were highly contaminating. Taking too many would be a liability. He only took 10 intact IA-type vials, 2 IA-type samples, 1 bottle of Beast Drive Powder Raw Solution, and a ledger of inventory movements. The ledger contained ciphered channels for the Zhao clan, Tianshan Biological, and the underground black market, worth more than the reagents. In the second sample lab sat several transparent preservation jars. The jars held malformed beast tissue, pussellatin slices of a corrupt rat king's spinal, nerves from a Gale leopard, and a gray-white limb resembling a human arm with fine black scales at the fingertips. Lin Mu stopped in front of that arm. Inside, I flagged sample: unknown humanoid, anomalous limb. Source: suspected low-rank awoken human experiment. Status: deceased. Residual ability: faint devouring impulse. The system flash detected failed devouring circuit. Contamination level: excessive. Not absorbable. Lin Mu stared at the arm for 2 silent seconds. The Zhao family and Tianshan Biological were not only experimenting on beasts, they were experimenting on people. Worse, they were attempting to replicate some kind of devouring circuit. The thought sent a true chill through Lin Mu regarding the origin of his system. If Things Plunder was not an ordinary talent, then who had left it behind? Why had it activated when he was near death? Why did Tianshan Biological's failed samples share a faint commonality with it? He had no answers for now. But one thing was certain: he would investigate Tianshan Biological to the end. Lin Mu dismantled the lab's recording device and stored it in the system space. Having done all this, he moved to the deepest part of the cold storage. A heavy alloy door sealed the way, and icy white fog seeped through its seam. The psi reader at the side still glowed red. Core area. Permission requirement level 3 and above. Internal life, signs 1. Danger level high. Even through the door, Lin Mu felt the pressure inside. Not the animal stench of a rat king, nor the crude ferocity of street killers like Zhang Ming. It was a cold, hard aura of someone who had killed many and habitually solved problems with a blade. Song. Lin Mu did not open the door at once. He first placed the delayed igniter beneath a cleaning solvent barrel outside the door, then poured 2 IA-type rage reagent vials into the nearby drain. Not to detonate immediately, but to create toxic fog and fire upon retreat, slowing any pursuers. Then he checked his condition. A slight strain on his left wrist, 25% stamina expended. The nocturnal assault could still produce 3 to 4 short bursts. Half Moon Slash could be safely used at most twice. Venom Enchantment Corrosion Mode consumed a lot and could not be squandered. System gains had just converted, but he remained some way from mid-tiered level. In other words, a heating clash was still unwinnable. To prevail, he must exploit information asymmetry. Use the environment, exploit weaknesses. Lin Mu pressed Liu Kun's access card to the reader. Beep. The red light flickered. System level 2 access insufficient. He then inserted the mechanical key. Click. The first mechanical lock opened. Only the psi lock remained. Lin Mu placed his palm against the side of the lock core. A ghostly green corrosion glow seeped in bit by bit. SSS. From inside the door came a low, hoarse voice. Little mouse outside, don't bother yourself. The lock's broken, you'll have to pay for it. Lin Mu did not stop his work. The man inside was awake, and he already knew Lin Mu had come. It was unsurprising Lin Mu could fool the cameras, but not the perception of a level apex warrior. Song continued. You've killed so many and still dare come in. You're bold. Lin Mu answered calmly, they were in my way. A low laugh came from inside. Kill them because they barred your path. Young man, you are crazier than I was in my day. Mad dogs bite indiscriminately. Lin Mu watched the corrosion progress, his voice steady. I only sink my teeth into those who deserve it. The room fell silent for a moment, then the sound of a blade being sharpened, shoo, grew nearer, slower, and heavier with menace. Then come in. Let me see how strong your little dog's teeth are. Lin Mu did not take the bait. Instead, he eased off the lock and stepped back half a pace. The psi lock had been corroded to the critical point of forcing it would open the door. But if he merely opened the door, his opponent could step out and wield the blade at ease. Lin Mu changed tactics. He inhaled deeply, rooted his left foot, gripped the knife with his right, and channeled power along his spine, shoulder, and arm into the blade. He did not aim at a man. He struck the hinge. Half Moon Slash compressed. A pale white chi slashed along the side of the door, cutting the already corroded hinge halfway through. Lin Mu followed with a kick. 52 points of force exploded, not at the center of the door, but at its lower hinge. Boom. The heavy alloy door collapsed inward with a scream of metal, the whole slab crashing into the cold storage. A white bone-chilling fog surged out. There were no guns behind the door, no guards. Only a core chamber colder than a mortuary. Deep within the fog, a middle-aged man in a gray tang jacket sat on a leather sofa. His hair was salt and pepper. He held a narrow battle blade and a half-empty bottle of strong liquor at his feet. The fallen alloy door lay 3 meters away. He did not even lift an eyelid, merely flicked the blade with his thumb. A hum, the song of a keen edge, spread through the cold room. Lin Mu stood at the threshold. A frost had begun to rim his white mask. Inside eye unfolded. Target Song. Ranked level apex. Status tipsy but killing intent steady. Skills Gale Blade Technique Rock Armor Bloodthirst Instinct. Danger Assessment Extreme. Recommendation Avoid frontal confrontation. Lin Mu's right hand tightened around his dagger. The strength within him, the chemically reinforced muscles, and the perceptual fragments he had plundered all fell silent in that instant. He understood perfectly. The guards before had been cleanup work. From now on the real fight began. Song finally raised his head. There was neither anger nor panic in his eyes, only the butcher's curiosity at fresh prey. Boy, he grinned, a mouth stained yellow by drink. Your blood smells very fresh. Looks like tonight I can sober up. Lin Mu stepped into the cold fog. Behind the mask his voice was flat and cold. Then do not stay. In the core area of the underground cold storage at the Zhao family warehouse, a chill mist surged forth from the collapsed alloy door. The temperature was even lower than Lin Mu had anticipated. The white mist rolled along the ground, and the metal floor beneath his feet was coated with a thin layer of ice. Each step he took produced a faint creaking sound. This was not an ordinary cold storage. An ordinary cold storage would not have an embedded layer of spiritual energy insulation in its walls, nor triple filtration systems at the exhaust vents, and it certainly would not convert all surveillance cameras to internal recording mode. This place was not meant for preserving goods. It was for keeping things hidden from the outside world. Lin Mu did not rush forward immediately. He stood at the entrance, his left shoulder slightly lowered, right hand gripping a grade alloy combat dagger, his gaze sweeping across the cultivation tanks, pipelines, lights, drainage channels, and backup power boxes in the cold storage. The eye of insight silently unfolded. A series of pale blue data lines appeared at the edge of his vision. Environment: low temperature cold storage. Ground condition: lightly frozen slippery. Hazard sources: high-pressure glass of cultivation tanks, low-temperature cooling pipes, unknown biological samples, spiritual energy suppression net. Suggestions: avoid direct confrontation, use the terrain to weaken high-power targets. Lin Mu's expression darkened further after reading the last line of advice. The system's suggestion was straightforward. It had identified the same issue. Lutsong could not be confronted hidden. In the center of the cold storage, a dozen transparent cultivation tanks were neatly arranged. Inside were experimental subjects with distorted forms. There were human embryos with rat tails, deformed creatures with one half covered in lizard scales, and a giant ape with its chest cavity opened and heart replaced by a spiritual energy crystal. Most of them were already dead. Only a few still twitched slightly in the nutrient solution. Each twitch caused the pipes on the tank walls to vibrate gently. Lin Mu did not look longer. Not because he was unshocked, but because he knew that now was not the time for anger. Anger could wait until after he survived. Now he had to face the man sitting on the deep leather sofa. He wore a gray tang suit, had grizzled hair, and a narrow, long combat knife rested on his knee. A half bottle of strong liquor was placed at his feet. The man slowly raised his head. There was no panic in his eyes from the guards being killed, nor was there rage from the warehouse being breached. Only a seasoned scrutiny remained, like a butcher observing a piece of meat that still resisted. Kid, Lutsong flicked the blade with his thumb, and the knife rang out, producing a long echo in the cold storage. Being able to kill your way here from the entrance means that the waste outside died without grievance. Lin Mu did not respond. He was counting. Lutsong's chest rose and fell heavily as he spoke. His right hand held the knife steady, but his left leg's toe habitually pointed outward. Although his sitting posture seemed casual, it was actually to keep his left knee away from the cold ground. An old injury. A lung injury. These 2 points matched the feedback from the Eye of Insight. Target: Lutsong. Identity: a venerated of the Zhao group, nicknamed Headless Wolf. Level: peak, grade half-step crate. Strength: 68. Agility: 55. Constitution: 63. Mental: 29. Skills: Gale Saber Technique, grade high proficiency, rock armor, grade bloodthirsty instinct passive. Weapon: grade standard combat knife with slight wind pressure enhancement. Weakness: 1. Early lung injury causes unstable breathing after prolonged high-intensity exertion. Weakness: 2. Old injury in the left knee leads to decreased stability in low-temperature and slippery environments. Weakness: 3. Alcoholism, current neural reaction reduced by about 4, but pain suppression enhanced. Danger assessment: extremely high. Lin Mu's eyes showed no fluctuation. On the surface, he had just broken through to grade, swallowed 10 enhancement liquids, and plundered some minor attributes from the warehouse guards, making his combat power far exceed that of an ordinary newcomer. But compared to Lutsong, the gap was still obvious. The difference in strength. The difference in weaponry. The difference in combat experience. Most importantly, the opponent was not a newly awakened young master like Zhao Tai, nor a street thug, and certainly not a beast driven by the instincts of a rat swarm. Lutsong was an old warrior who fought his way out of the wilderness and black markets. Such a person would not lose his rationality due to 1 or 2 provocations. Nor would he fear seeing the dead. Lin Mu was very clear about his goal. It was not to prove he was stronger than Lutsong, but to obtain the core evidence and resources deep within the cold storage before the Zhao family's reinforcements arrived. Lutsong was in his way. Therefore he had to fall. Lutsong finally stood up. The tip of his combat knife hung down to the ground, drawing a white mark on the thin ice. "He'll give you a chance." He walked while smiling. "Take off your mask, reveal the people behind you. Hand over all the data and drug samples you just obtained. I can just cripple one of your legs." Lin Mu replied coldly, "You're stalling for time." Lutsong paused his steps. "Oh, I severed communication between the underground cold storage and the outside world, but you have an independent alarm line here." Lin Mu's gaze swept over the inconspicuous black footrest next to the sofa. "Since I kicked the door, you've already stepped on it. Based on the distance from Zhao family warehouse to here, external support will arrive in at least 8 minutes. You're not trying to give me a chance, you're trying to make me lose 40 seconds. Lutsong's smile finally shifted slightly. It was not anger. It was heightened interest. Not bad for a brain. Unfortunately, clever people die just as quickly in the face of absolute power as fools do. As soon as the words fell, Lutsong moved. Without warning. Without gathering strength. The thin ice beneath him exploded into a circle of white foam, and he shot forward like a gray beast, covering a distance of several meters in an instant. Lin Mu's pupils suddenly contracted. Too fast. Much faster than the grade guards outside. The combat knife swept upward from below, and before the blade reached him the wind pressure arrived first. This slash was not meant to kill him. It was to force him to block. As long as the dagger collided head-on with the crayed combat knife, Lin Mu's wrist would be rendered useless. Lin Mu did not block. Night Assault. He folded his body to the left, sliding out almost flush against the cultivation tank. The blade grazed the edge of his mask. A fine cut appeared on the white mask. Lin Mu's right-hand dagger swiftly stabbed towards Lu Tsong's rib. Ding! The dagger did not pierce flesh and blood, but struck a suddenly appearing layer of gray-white rock pattern. Rock armor. Lu Tsong didn't even look back. He simply twisted his waist and countered with a slash of the combat knife. Lin Mu could only raise his arm to unload the force. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal exploded. He was swept away by this strike, crashing against the outer wall of the cultivation tank. Thud! The cultivation tank shook. The deformed embryos in the nutrient solution convulsed violently. Lin Mu felt a sweetness in his throat, forcing the blood back down. The skin between his thumb and index finger split. His right arm felt numb. He did not waste time being surprised. The first round had already gathered enough information. Lu Tsong's reaction was faster than the data. Rock armor could instantly cover the attacked area, not permanently present all over the body. The combat knife was long, powerful, and quick to defend. But when he turned, Lu Tsong's left knee indeed had a moment of hesitation. He could be hit. It had to be done dirty. Lu Tsong bore the knife, approaching with a chilling smile. You're tougher than a regular grade. But being tough doesn't mean you can win. Lin Mu raised his left hand, wiping away the blood seeping from the edge of his mask. He did not speak. His heel lightly scraped the thin ice, confirming his traction. Then he suddenly turned and charged towards the left side of the cold storage. Lu Tsong raised an eyebrow, trying to run. His figure flickered as he pursued. Lin Mu was not escaping. He was aiming for the 3 groups of low-temperature cooling pipes on the left side of the cold storage. There the pipes were densely packed, and the space was narrow, unsuitable for wide swings of the long knife. Lu Tsong saw through his intention and scoffed. Trying to pressure my knife with the terrain. Not a bad idea. Unfortunately, you're too inexperienced. As his voice fell, Lu Tsong did not pursue into the narrow passage, but instead delivered a horizontal slash at the nearby support frame. Boom. Half of the steel frame was severed, and several cooling pipes burst simultaneously. A bone-chilling white mist erupted. The cold air engulfed half of the cold storage like waves. Lin Mu's vision instantly turned white. In the next second, the knife wind slashed through the mist. This time, Lu Tsong had utilized the terrain he had chosen. It was unseeable, unclear to hear. The low temperature slowed muscle reactions. And for Lu Tsong, an old warrior who relied on experience, the mist was not an obstacle, it was a hunting ground. Lin Mu corrected himself in his mind. The first plan failed. Reason underestimated Lu Tsong's ability to use the environment. Adjust. He closed his eyes for a moment. Not to give up sight, but to let the outline marks of the Eye of Insight cover the mist. In the white fog, Lu Tsong's spiritual energy circuit resembled a gray flame moving at high speed. The blade slashed down. Lin Mu did not retreat. Instead, he lunged forward, rolling almost flush with the ground. The blade swept past him from behind, cutting through the back of his tactical jacket. Lin Mu supported himself with his left hand and sharply slashed the ground with his right-hand dagger. Venomous enchantment. A ghostly green corrosive liquid spread along the blade tip, carving a narrow groove between the thin ice and metal ground. It was not an attack on Lu Tsong. It was to alter the terrain. When Lu Tsong stepped down, while pursuing, his left foot firmly landed on the ground, ready to exert force, but his left knee shifted slightly due to that groove. For an ordinary person, this detail would be entirely missed. Lin Mu caught it. Night Assault was activated again. He sprang from the ground, slipping into the inner circle beneath Lu Tsong's knife-bearing arm. The dagger stabbed directly at his left knee. Lu Tsong's gaze turned cold. You aim precisely. The gray-white rock pattern instantly covered his left knee. Ding! The dagger struck the rock pattern, only sparking a flurry of sparks. Lu Tsong retaliated with an elbow strike. Bang! Lin Mu raised his arm to take the hit, and his entire left arm felt like it had been struck by a hammer, instantly losing all sensation. He used the force to fly backward, and before his body landed, he hooked a dangling pipe, with his right foot forcibly changing direction. Crack! A faint sound of a sprained ankle echoed. But he avoided the subsequent second knife. The blade sliced where he had just been, leaving a deep cut on the outer wall of the cultivation tank. The nutrient solution surged out with a sudden splash. It was bloody, sweet, cold, and viscous. When Lin Mu landed, half of his body was drenched in the nutrient solution. The low temperature instantly seeped into his clothing. His muscles trembled. Lu Tsong also paused for a moment. His breathing grew heavier. White mist spewed from his mouth and nose like a beast panting. Lin Mu heard it. Lung injury. During that round of high-speed pursuit, Lu Tsong consumed more than he appeared to have. He was not incapable of enduring a protracted fight. But in an environment of low temperature, high humidity, and rapid bursts, his lungs would be the first to fail. Lin Mu remained calm inside. He could not rush to kill. First he needed to tire him out. First he needed to irritate him. First he needed Lu Tsong to feel that every strike was a step closer to victory. Only then would there be openings. Lu Tsong looked at Lin Mu's disheveled appearance, but his smile gradually faded. Kid, something's off with you. Lin Mu took a breath. What's off? You've been taking hits. Lu Tsong squinted, but every time you get hit you make me expend more effort. You don't want to run, nor do you want to confront me head-on. Are you trying to wear me out? Lin Mu raised his gaze. Beneath the cracks in his mask, his eyes, only realizing it now is a bit late. Lu Tsong laughed. This time his laughter finally carried an edge of anger. Good. Then he smeared his blood across the blade. In the next moment, a faint azure wind pattern appeared on the surface of the combat knife. Gale Saber technique. This was not an ordinary slash. It was a full display of battle skills. The mist in the cold storage was stirred by the knife's momentum, forming 3 visible arcs of wind pressure. Lin Mu's expression darkened. There was no way to dodge. The range was too wide. If he retreated, he would be pursued and shredded by the 3 knife winds. If he blocked, the dagger would not hold. The only chance for survival was to charge forward, into the densest part of the knife winds. Because there was also the inner dead angle after Lu Tsong swung his knife. Lin Mu stepped down hard. Night assault. At the same time, his right-hand dagger glowed with a faint white energy. Half-moon slash. He did not throw out the half-moon slash. Instead, he pressed the energy against the edge of the dagger. A brief arc of a blade formed. This was the method he had discovered while battling the Rat King in the sewers. It did not expand its range, but merely enhanced the cutting power. The price was that his wrist had to endure more. 3 arcs of azure blade winds pressed towards him. The first brushed past his shoulder, tearing flesh. The second was cut open by the edge of his half-moon slash. The dagger emitted a strained hum. The third arc struck his chest. Lin Mu leaned to the side with the momentum, yet still had a long gash torn open. Blood gushed out instantly. But he charged in. He rushed within 3 feet of Lu Tsong, the most difficult distance for the long knife to turn back. Lu Tsong's pupils constricted. Madman. Lin Mu did not shout. He even had no extra expression. His right-hand dagger thrust directly at Lu Tsong's throat. Lu Tsong instinctively let the rock armor cover his neck. This was precisely what Lin Mu wanted. In the same instant, Lin Mu's left knee sharply struck the outer side of Lu Tsong's old knee injury. It wasn't a dagger. It wasn't a combat skill. It was an extremely ordinary, extremely vicious close-range impact. Lu Tsong's armor had just covered his neck, leaving no time to shift. Crack. A very light sound. But it was painfully clear in the cold storage. Lu Tsong's left knee suddenly gave way. Lin Mu's right-hand dagger then sank down. Venomous enchantment. Half-moon slash edge burst. The eerie green poisonous light and pale white air currents simultaneously burst along the edge of the dagger, fiercely cutting into the old injury gap on Lu Tsong's left knee. This time the rock armor did not keep up. Blood splattered onto the thin ice. Lu Tsong finally let out a suppressed low growl. Oh, he did not fall. The peaked grade physical condition was too strong. Even with his knee cut open, he still forcibly twisted his waist, swinging his battle knife back at Lin Mu's back. Lin Mu knew this knife would come. He did not dodge. There was no way to dodge. He could only press his body closer forward, preventing the blade from fully unfolding. The back of the blade struck his shoulder. Bang! Bones emitted a muffled sound. Lin Mu's vision darkened, nearly kneeling down. But his left hand had already grasped Lu Tsong's wrist. His 5 fingers tightened. A system prompt flashed in his mind. Target not dead, target resisting strongly forced plunder, success rate extremely low. Lin Mu did not forcibly plunder attributes. What he wanted was not attributes. What he wanted was a momentary distraction. Plunder. He commanded in his heart. Plunder target spiritual energy flow. Cutting off localized energy supply. This was not a complete plunder. It merely forcefully bit away a portion of the spiritual energy supply at Lu Tsong's wrist. The time was less than half a second, but it was enough. Lu Tsong's right hand holding the knife slightly faltered. Lin Mu slammed his forehead hard against Lu Tsong's nose. Bang! A corner of the mask shattered. Lu Tsong's nose bled profusely. He furiously looked up, but what he saw was not Lin Mu's panicked face, but Lin Mu's eyes, which were frighteningly calm. You. Lin Mu released the wrist and dropped his body down. He seemed to have vanished from Lu Tsong's embrace, sliding to the side and back along his injured left leg. The battle dagger was gripped in reverse. The target was not the heart, not the throat. Those areas were protected by the rock armor. His target was behind the ear. That was the slowest covered position by the armor. It was also the only gap exposed after Lu Tsong's head tilted back from the earlier impact. Lu Tsong sensed danger and forcibly turned around. His left knee could not support him. His body lost balance. Lin Mu did not let go of this flaw. Night Raid erupted one last time. A pain like tearing muscles exploded from his leg. He swept close to Lu Tsong's nape, and his right-hand battle dagger slanted and pierced in from behind the ear. Puff! There was no exaggerated sound. Only a short muffled sound when the blade penetrated the defensive gap. Venomous enchantment injected with full force. Lu Tsong's body suddenly stiffened. The battle knife slipped from his hand, crashing to the ground with a heavy and crisp sound. His lips moved as if he still wanted to say something. Lin Mu did not give him the chance to utter his final words. He drew his knife, sidestepped, and delivered a half-moon slash, compressing air currents, severing Lu Tsong's last chance for counterattack. Lu Tsong's massive body knelt on the ground. Then he crashed down heavily. The white mist in the cold storage dispersed. Lin Mu also knelt down. He propped himself up with his right hand, blood dripping onto the thin ice. A knife wound on his chest. A fractured left arm. A heavy blow to his right shoulder. An injured ankle. At least one rib was broken. If he hadn't just broken through to grade, if he hadn't had 10 enhancement liquids stacking up his physique, if he hadn't planned from the start not to win Hedon, he would have died 3 times in this battle. Ding. Killed grade peak warrior Lu Tsong. Triggered cross-level kill determination. Battle evaluation, narrow victory. Plunder successful. Strength 7. Agility 5. Physique 4. Spirit 1. Acquired skill rock armored. Gained battle skill experience Gale blade technique, grade, incomplete experience package. Hint: the current main weapon of the host is a short dagger. The Gale blade technique cannot be fully adapted and can be used as skill furnace material or transformed into understanding of blade intent. A wave of warmth surged into his body. It was not as violent as a potion, nor as weak as the black rat. Lu Tsong's peak grade warrior body was like a shattered furnace. Strength, speed, physique, combat experience, all were forcibly but effectively stuffed into Lin Mu's body by the system. The broken ribs did not heal immediately. His shoulder still throbbed painfully, but the most dangerous feeling of blood loss and weakness was suppressed. Lin Mu closed his eyes briefly. He could even feel part of the muscle memory when Lu Tsong swung his knife. Not a complete technique, but an understanding of how a blade rides the wind and how the wind carries the blade. Very rough, yet enough for him to have a new judgment on close combat. This was the benefit of plundering the strong. Killing 10 weaklings could not compare to killing a true grade peak warrior who crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The feeling of exhilaration exploded deep within his body. It was not mere excitement. It was the tangible sense of becoming stronger. Every inch of muscle felt like it was being tightened anew. Each breath was deeper than before. He raised his right hand, the gray-white rock patterns in his palm, flashing briefly. Rock armor. The defensive skill was finally supplemented. Previously, Lin Mu had relied on speed, poison daggers, and judgment to win. But no matter how fast he was, there were always times when he could not evade. Now he finally had a genuine life-saving card. Lin Mu did not linger too long in his thoughts. He was very clear that Lu Tsong's death did not mean the danger was over. External reinforcements were still on the way. There might still be remote destruction protocols in the underground cold storage. He forced himself to stand up, walk to Lu Tsong's corpse, and first used the dagger to pry open the communication ring on his wrist. The screen of the communication ring was already cracked, but it was still flashing a red dot. Alarm has been sent. Estimated support arrival 3 minutes and 42 seconds. 3 minutes and 42 seconds. Lin Mu repeated in his mind. Enough time to take the most important items. Not enough to be greedy. He squatted down, pulled out a black golden access card, a mechanical key, and a thumb-sized black chip from Lu Tsong. As soon as the chip was in hand, the system suddenly popped up a line of gray prompts different from usual. Anomalous lower-level protocol residue detected. Protocol characteristics: zeroing sequence imitation circuit. Similarity 1. 7. Warning: this imitation circuit is not the true all-purpose plunder. It only possesses low-level energy extraction and life catalysis capabilities. Speculated source: unknown ancient fragment or contaminated old civilization technology. Lin Mu's fingers paused slightly. The zeroing sequence. This was not the first time similar terminology had appeared. When he forcibly suppressed the effects of 10 enhancement liquids, the system's lower levels had also briefly flashed similar cold prompts. All-purpose plunder was not like an ordinary awakened talent. Nor was it a capability like Zhao Tai's, which could be recorded by the Awakening Stone and rated by the Education Bureau. It felt like something that had long been buried at the bottom of the world. It was merely awakened by his near-death experience. Lin Mu did not continue to probe. Now was not the time for solving mysteries. He stored the black chip into the system space. Simultaneously, he found an encrypted terminal next to Lu Tsong. The terminal required dual verification of iris and access card. The iris was not an option. Lu Tsong's eyes could no longer pass live detection. Lin Mu swept through the terminal structure with Eye of Insight, finding the backup data port at the bottom. He did not forcibly hack it. Too slow. He simply pried open the exterior casing with his battle dagger and retrieved the local storage chip inside. No matter what was inside, he took it first. Then he looked towards the deepest part of the cold storage. There was a heavier door there. The door bore no Zhao family group insignia. Only 2 words. Top secret. The display screen beside the door was still lit. Core library status sealed. Remote destruction countdown 0256. Lin Mu's expression turned cold. Sure enough, Lutsong's delay was not the only goal. What the Zhao family truly feared was that the contents inside would fall into someone else's hands. He dragged his injured body over, inserted the access card, and then inserted the mechanical key into the adjacent lock. Click. The door did not open. The screen displayed a prompt. Insufficient permissions. Secondary authorization code required. Lin Mu did not curse. He simply raised his hand and pressed his palm against the door lock. Venomous enchantment corrosion mode. Sizzle. The high-strength alloy door lock began to emit smoke. The corrosion speed was very slow. Much slower than the previous electronic door. Lin Mu glanced at the countdown. 0221. Too slow. He immediately adjusted, corroding the door lock with his right hand, pressing his left hand against the spiritual energy insulation layer on the adjacent wall. Plunder. Target door lock's spiritual energy supply node. Extracting trace energy. The internal blue light of the door lock dimmed. The corrosion speed instantly accelerated. A glimmer of understanding passed through Lin Mu's eyes. All-purpose plunder does not merely have to be used for killing. As long as the energy ownership is found, it can also dismantle systems, break formations, and pull out the heart of mechanisms. This was not a simple combat talent. It was more like a key specifically designed to pry open rules. 0147. Click. The door lock finally popped open. Lin Mu did not rush in immediately. He first stepped back half a step, dragging a discarded experimental body to the door. Then he lightly prodded with his battle dagger. The alloy door slowly slid open. Whoosh. 3 strands of laser beams as fine as hair shot out from the door gap. The discarded experimental body was instantly sliced into several pieces. Lin Mu's expression did not change. If he had rushed in just now, it would have been his legs that got cut off. Calmness always grants one more life than recklessness. The laser trap closed 3 seconds later. Lin Mu used Eye of Insight to confirm that there were no second-round immediate kill mechanisms inside before taking a step forward. At this moment, the backup phone in his pocket gently vibrated. Lin Mu paused slightly. He took out the phone, and the screen displayed only a text message from an unknown number. The wind chime is still there. For words. It was the safety code he had agreed upon with Lin Xiaoya in Chapter 7. If she was safe, she would send the wind chime is still there. If someone pressured her to reply, she would intentionally write it as the wind chime is very good. Lin Mu looked at those 4 words, and the chill that had been weighing on his chest finally eased a little. Xiaoya was temporarily safe. But it was only temporary. The materials from Chapter 8 had already proven that the Zhao family and Tianshun Biological were not just targeting him. They were also targeting Lin Xiaoya. Lin Mu put away his phone, his gaze colder than before. He did not come here to rob for money. Money was merely a resource. Potions were merely tools. Evidence was merely leverage. What he truly intended to do was to sever every hand reaching out for Xiaoya one by one. The secret room was dark. Only a few rows of safes and a silver-white constant temperature box emitted a faint cold light. The countdown on the wall was still ticking. 0112. Lin Mu leaned against the door frame, his breathing somewhat heavy due to his injuries. But his gaze was steady. 3 minutes to kill Lutsong. 2 minutes to break the door. 1 minute to obtain the core. Not a second to spare. He raised his battle dagger and walked deeper into the secret room. Let me see. What exactly does the Zhao family use to buy your life as a peaked grade? In the underground core chamber of the Zhao family storage yard, the air beyond the chamber door is colder than that of a cold storage. It is not a chill of temperature. Instead, it is a kind of deathly silence that has been tightly sealed away for years, never to see the light of day. Lin Mu leaned against the door frame for 2 seconds, suppressing the surging blood energy within his chest. The blade that Lutsong wielded before his death did not truly strike at the vital point, yet the shockwave from the blade and the punch still roamed chaotically within his body. His left shoulder's collarbone cracked, at least 2 ribs were broken, and the muscles in his back felt as if they had been repeatedly hammered with a heavy mallet. Each breath brought with it sharp, fragmented pain. But he did not sit down. The countdown was still ticking. A red indicator light flickered in the corner. 0058. This was the return timer for the independent alarm line of the cold storage. External support would not arrive at the underground location that quickly. It would take at least 6 minutes to go from the outskirts of the Zhao family storage yard to warehouse No. 30 and then to the underground level via the freight elevator. Lin Mu never believed he could always win at gambling. Therefore, he set a time limit for himself, 3 minutes. Within 3 minutes, he must retrieve the core materials. After 3 minutes, regardless of what else remained, he would withdraw. Greedy people die the fastest, Lin Mu murmured to himself as a reminder. He then raised his right hand. Insight I activated. A pale blue light rapidly spread across his vision, marking the structure of the chamber, hidden compartments, safes, wall layers, and ventilation ducts. Environment high-level constant temperature chamber. Protection level grade resistant to conventional attacks. Triggered status external silent alarm. Danger source 1 safe no. 2 has an internal acid destruction device. Danger source 2 the document cabinet on the east wall has spiritual energy imprint tracking. Danger source 3 items inside the constant temperature box possess high activity. Severe shocks may cause the loss of medicinal properties. Suggestion prioritize taking high-value low-volume, non-reproducible materials. Lin Mu's eyes flickered slightly. This time the system's suggestion was more proactive than before. It was not just a simple data feedback, but seemed to be filtering the optimal solution based on his situation. Since the limit-breaking incident in Chapter 7, he had vaguely felt that all Things Plunder was not merely about killing monsters for attributes. It felt more like a certain incomplete, yet highly advanced underlying protocol. It could judge. It could filter. It might even reveal traces that should not belong to an ordinary system when the host was on the brink of death or in contact with special substances. But now there was no time for deep investigation. Lin Mu first approached the document cabinet on the east wall. There was no gold or silver, nor any potions, only a row of thin black data chips. If it were an ordinary person, their attention would definitely be drawn to the stacks of cash and gold bars in the center of the chamber. But Lin Mu knew very well that money was just money. Evidence was the real blade that could prevent the Zhao family from sleeping. He did not directly pull out the data chips, but instead used a dagger to pry open the energy seal on the edge of the cabinet door. The intricate red patterns on the seal immediately lit up. Tracking imprint detected. Nature low-level spiritual energy mark. Proceed with plunder purification. Lin Mu did not hesitate. Plunder. The moment his finger pressed against the seal, a wisp of faint red light was swallowed into his palm by a black vortex. It was not attribute points. It was not a skill. Just a faint residue of energy. Plunder successful. Acquired residue of spiritual energy mark. Compatibility of zeroing sequence fragment slightly increased. Lin Mu paused for a moment. Zeroing sequence. This term came up again. When he encountered the imitation protocol for the celestial beings in Chapter 8, the phrase primitive plunder circuit also appeared. Now a tracking seal from a Zhao family chamber was also determined by the system to be a residue that could be absorbed by the zeroing sequence. This indicated that what the Zhao family and the celestial beings were researching was likely not something they had invented themselves. They were merely imitating some older, more fundamental technology. And all Things Plunder might be one of the true sources of that technology. Lin Mu buried this judgment deep in his heart and quickly took the data chips. There were a total of 6 chips. He quickly scanned them with inside eye. Data 1 record of Type 2 Berserk Agent City deployment. Data 2 formula for Guardian Beast repellent powder and addiction-inducing agent ratio. Data 3 Zhao family's account with celestial beings for transportation. Data 4 list of missing low-tier awakened individuals from Zhanghai City. Data 5 Lin Mu's individual observation file. Data 6 initial report of Lin Zioya's unusual reactions. Upon seeing the last line, Lin Mu's fingers tightened slightly. A faint clicking sound came from the edge of the data chip. He immediately released his grip. He could not crush it. Anger was useless. The data was useful. Lin Mu placed the 6 data chips into 2 waterproof bags, one into the system space and the other into a hidden pocket. A double backup. This was a habit he had learned from surviving in the slums. Never put all your eggs in one basket. Then he walked toward the center of the chamber. There were 3 heavy metal boxes placed there. The first box contained neatly stacked federal currency notes. The second box held more than 20 high-purity gold bars and 3 anonymous black cards. The third box contained several spirit crystals of varying sizes with qualities ranging from grade E to grade D. Lin Mu did not rush toward them like a poor boy who had never seen money. He first glanced at the bottom of the box. No dyed bullets. No positioning chips. The black cards posed a tracking risk, so they would not be used for now. Gold bars and cash were relatively safe, but a large influx of cash into an account would raise suspicions, so initially, they could only be used in small amounts. As for the spirit crystals, they could be used for cultivation or sold on the black market. Money is a path, resources are legs. Lin Mu waved his hand. Instantly, most of the 3 boxes' contents disappeared. System space has acquired approximately 3.6 million federal currency notes. Acquired 24 high-purity gold bars. Acquired 3 grade D spirit crystals, 9 grade E spirit crystals. Acquired 3 anonymous black cards. Lin Mu did not touch the remaining small amount of cash. It was not that he could not take it. Rather, the scene could not be too clean. A chamber that had been burned by fire, if nothing remained, would seem too staged. The Zhao family needed a scene of heavy losses, yet unable to explain to the outside. Only in this way would they feel constrained. Only then would the Zhao family internally doubt whether it was an external invasion or an insider's betrayal. Lin Mu turned to walk toward the innermost safe. This safe was on an entirely different level from the metal boxes outside. The door was nearly half a meter thick with no mechanical lock holes on the surface, only a black sensing panel. If Lutsong had not died, Lin Mu might have needed a long time to open it. But now Lutsong's black gold access card and that key were in his hands. Lin Mu did not swipe the card immediately. Inside, I scanned again. Safe, Zhao family's Class C core storage cabinet. Access method: access card, biological heat source confirmation, physical key. Anomaly: internal acid destruction device. Risk: items inside will be corroded by strong acid after 3 incorrect attempts. Lin Mu looked at the words biological heat source confirmation, his gaze darkening slightly. Lutsong was already dead. The dead have no stable heat source. If he forcefully used a corpse to swipe, it could very likely trigger a failure. Normally, this would be a dead end. But the Zhao family would not expect that there exists a capability that can directly plunder the operational logic of the lock. Lin Mu pressed his palm against the sensing panel. A black vortex began to faintly rotate in his palm. It's not about destroying it. It's about making it think that it has already been confirmed. All Things Plunder activated. This time he was not plundering physical energy, but the layer of spiritual energy recognition flow that was operating on the surface of the sensing panel. Threads of grayish-white light were drawn out, weaving into fine lines in his palm. Low-level permission recognition protocol detected. Parsing. Parsing failed. Zeroing sequence fragment intervened. Bypassing. Click. The sensing panel changed from red to green. Lin Mu's face paled slightly. The consumption of this plunder permission was greater than that of plundering an A-grade magical beast. It was not a physical exhaustion. Rather, it was a feeling of emptiness, as if a layer of skin had been stripped away from the depths of his spirit. Lin Mu remembered this cost. Right now, he could not frequently engage with such rule-level matters. Then he swiped the card, inserted the key, and turned. The heavy door of the safe slowly popped open. Inside were only 2 items: a silver constant temperature briefcase and a heavy box wrapped in black shock-absorbing foam. Lin Mu first opened the constant temperature briefcase. The moment the lid popped up, a rich and warm aroma of medicine wafted out. Just inhaling a wisp of it eased the tearing pain in his chest by half. In the center of the box lay a spiral-shaped golden potion. The potion's body was marked with intricate anti-counterfeiting spiritual patterns, and beside it was a gold-embossed card. My son Zhao Tai, and a grade talent, is just the starting point, not the end. This potion is custom-made by celestial beings, designed to help you stabilize a grade foundation before and after special recruitment, and to step into the threshold of high-tiered grade early. Remember, the Zhao family's resources are only ever given to those who can rise. Father Zhao Tianba. Lin Mu finished reading and did not smile. He simply flipped the card over. On the back was a line of extremely small gray code. TSC 0 stable 03. Z0. Lin Mu narrowed his eyes. This was not an ordinary product batch number. Celestial beings' standard potions would not use such internal coding. Inside, I scanned the golden potion. Item: high purity gene evolution liquid. Leveled grade custom version. Quality perfect. Effect: repairs hidden injuries, expands grade spiritual energy circuits, enhances basic physical attributes, and has a chance to activate the latent circuit prototype. Note: the potion is highly potent. It is not recommended for a grade awakened or those with unstable foundations to consume directly. Anomaly: the potion's underlying formula contains an unknown stabilizing factor which resonates slightly with the host's original plunder circuit. Lin Mu stared at the words unknown stabilizing factor for 2 seconds. He suddenly realized something. This potion indeed belonged to Zhao Tai, but it was not necessarily prepared just for Zhao Tai. Zhao Tai was in a grade talent. It was reasonable for Zhao Tianba to want him to quickly widen the gap in the special recruitment. However, the unknown stabilizing factor mixed into this potion was clearly not something an ordinary family could access. The Zhao family might just be the buyers. Celestial beings were the ones conducting high-tier adaptation experiments using Zhao Tai. You two think you're consuming resources, Lin Mu said softly. In fact, you are merely a line of data on someone else's experimental sheet. He closed the constant temperature box and stored it in the system space. Then he opened the second black box. As soon as the box opened a crack, the light in the chamber seemed to be swallowed by something for a moment. A fist-sized piece of pitch-black metal lay quietly in the shock-absorbing foam. Its surface was not smooth, it was even somewhat coarse. Yet within that pitch blackness, faint silver-blue light dots flowed slowly, as if an entire starry sky had been crushed and sealed within the iron. Lin Mu merely reached out to get close without even touching it, and all Things Plunder trembled slightly in his palm. It was not hunger. It was resonance. Ding. High-level star source material detected. Name: stellar iron. Qualities: grade rare. Properties: high strength, spiritual, energy, conduction, self-weak, repair, high compatibility with shadow and space attributes. Anomaly: contains a faint unknown source, stone resonance reaction internally. Recommendation: do not absorb directly, do not melt violently. Suggested use: to be forged into a long-type personal weapon. Warning: host's current level is insufficient. Forceful absorption will lead to physical disintegration. Lin Mu's finger hovered in midair. Do not absorb directly. This was the first time the system had explicitly warned him. He did not try to be brave. Anything that could trigger a warning from the system was certainly not something he could recklessly consume. This stellar iron was a knife. It was not food. What he truly lacked now was a weapon that could keep pace with the growth speed of all Things Plunder. The grade alloy combat dagger was very useful, but its upper limit was already apparent. He had already suffered losses when facing Lu Tsang's grade combat knife. In the future, when encountering grade, or even higher-tier enemies, an ordinary dagger would only become a shortcoming. Lin Mu closed the black box solemnly and stored it in the system space. The system notification followed. Core harvest statistics. 16 pieces of evidence data concerning the Zhao family and celestial beings. 2 approximately 3.6 million federal currency notes. 324 gold bars. 4 3-grade D spirit crystals, 9 grade E spirit crystals. 5 1 high-purity gene evolution liquid of grade D. 6 1 piece of grade stellar iron. 7 3 black cards. Risk unknown suggested to delay. Lines of data appeared. Even Lin Mu could not help but take a deep breath. This was not merely about getting rich. This was about forcibly moving half of the upward path prepared for the son of a financial magnate into his own pocket. If Xiao Tai knew, he would go mad. If Xiao Tianba knew, he would kill. And what Lin Mu wanted was for them to go mad, for them to be chaotic. Only when they were in chaos would more flaws be exposed. Just then a dull rumble came from outside the chamber. It was not the fire. It was the sound of the freight elevator starting up. The Zhao family's support had arrived. 20 seconds earlier than expected. Lin Mu was not flustered. He glanced around the remaining chamber. The experimental subjects could not be left behind. The samples of the berserk agent could not be left in excess. But the evidence was already in hand, and the scene must be manufactured into a mixed state of fire disaster, an experimental accident rather than a simple invasion and theft. In this way, the Zhao family could not report to the outside world. The more they wanted to cover it up, the more valuable the evidence in Lin Mu's hands would become. Lin Mu took out 3 already seized berserk agent type 2 from the system space, not taking them all away, but leaving 1 as a sample, while the other 2 were directly thrown at the convulsing cultivation tanks in the center of the cold storage. Finally, Lin Mu took out a lighter, ignited an oil-soaked cloth, and threw it into the corner where the pipes intertwined. The flame was initially very small. However, upon contacting the volatile reagent, it instantly flared up like a well-fed beast. Boom! The fire wave spread along the ground. The low temperature of the cold storage did not suppress the fire. Instead, the temperature difference and the ruptured pipes caused the white mist and black smoke to roll together. The alarm finally shattered the underground space. Woo-woo! The sharp sound waves spread layer by layer. Lin Mu donned a mask, pulled up his hood, and rushed toward the ventilation duct with his injured body. Just as he exited the secret room, 3 tactical flashlights lit up at the end of the corridor. There's someone here. Open fire. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The fire tongue of the psionic submachine gun tore through the smoke-dense bullets, striking the metal wall, sparking bright flashes. Lin Mu did not charge Hedon. He tilted his body to the right, sliding into the back of a row of cultivation tanks on the thin ice. Bullets shattered glass as they chased his shadow. Nutrient solution mixed with mutated tissues sprayed out the stench and burnt smell swirling together. The Eye of Insight captured data on the enemies. Target A, captain of the Zhao's Rapid Response Team, level beginner weapon specialist. Target B, member of the Zhao's Rapid Response Team, a level peak fire suppression. Target C, member of the Zhao's Rapid Response Team, a level advanced shield defense. If in full condition, Lin Mu could take them all down. But now was not a full condition. He was injured, and time was also insufficient. There was only one target: retreat. Lin Mu raised his hand and threw in a level crystal bomb, which he had slipped out from the secret room, toward the left side pipe. The captain reacted extremely quickly, the gun's muzzle immediately shifting. Don't chase the shadow. Before he could finish, the crystal bomb collided with the leaking cooling pipe. Boom. The low-temperature gas exploded, and the white mist instantly engulfed half the corridor. Lin Mu was waiting for this moment. Night Raid was activated. He did not charge toward the enemies, but instead slipped along the wall into the densest part of the white mist. The shield bearer was just about to intercept when his feet suddenly slipped. Lin Mu's dagger grazed the lower edge of the shield, not slitting his throat, but stabbing into the ligament on the side of his knee. Venomous enchantment was injected in low dosage. The shield bearer screamed in agony, and fell to the ground. Lin Mu promptly pressed a palm against his shoulder. Plunder. Plunder successful. Constitution 0. 5. Acquired skill fragment, shoot. A slight warm current surged into his body. Not much, but enough to restore some sensation to his fingers which had gone cold from blood loss. The firepower specialist roared as he adjusted the gun's direction. Lin Mu did not dodge. For the first time, he proactively activated the rock armor he had just acquired from Lu Tsang. Gray-white patterns spread from his chest to his left arm. In the next second, 3 psionic bullets struck his left shoulder and side ribs. Bang, bang, bang. The rock patterns shattered and intense pain struck his bones like a hammer. But the bullets were blocked. Lin Mu also used the impact to flip backward into the lower part of the ventilation duct. The new skill isn't familiar. I can only block 1 round. As this thought flashed through his mind, Lin Mu's combat dagger made a horizontal slash. Half-moon slash. This time it was not to kill, but to cut the fastening buckle of the ventilation duct above. Clang, clang, clang. The heavy pipe fell, just smashing between the firepower specialist and the captain, severing the pursuit route. The captain roared, "He's going into the ventilation duct. Seal the exit." However, Lin Mu had already stepped on the collapsed pipe to leap up, drilling into the maintenance passage above. Gunfire still rang out behind him. Bullets grazed his calf, leaving a trail of blood. Lin Mu did not look back. He climbed while using his dagger to cut off 2 thin wires along the way. Not the power source. It was the fire isolation door control line. 3 seconds later, the heavy fireproof gate crashed down behind him, isolating the pursuit sounds. The sounds of flames, alarms, and curses all became muffled. Lin Mu lay in the narrow ventilation duct, taking a couple of breaths. Blood dripped from under the edge of the mask, landing on the metal plate with a faint plop. He did not stop for too long. The ventilation system would be shut down by the Zhao family. He had at most a minute of safety here. Lin Mu followed the cold chain ventilation map he had memorized in Chapter 8, avoiding the main passage and turning into an abandoned exhaust shaft. 10 minutes later, on the west side of the storage yard, in an abandoned drainage ditch. Splash. A rusty iron grate was pushed open from the inside. Lin Mu crawled out from the dark water, kneeling on one knee, coughing violently. The blood he coughed up was diluted by the rain, quickly disappearing into the ditch. In the distance, flames soared above No. 3 warehouse. The shrill fire alarm pierced through the night. The Zhao family's convoy rushed into the park from all directions, and no one noticed the shadow that crawled out from the west side ditch. Lin Mu sat on the cement slope, raising his hand to remove his mask. The night wind brushed over his wounds, causing a slight twitch at the corners of his eyes. He took out a spare phone and glanced at the time. 3:47 in the morning. There were still more than 2 hours until dawn. He couldn't go home. He couldn't go to old Zhou's place. He couldn't contact Wang Ponzi. He also couldn't immediately look for Xiaoya. The Zhao family would definitely be madly searching for everyone related to him right now. His best choice was to go to the place that least fit his identity. City Center High-End Hotel. An Flevel waste born from a slum who had just been hunted down by the Zhao family would not normally stay in the presidential suite of the Cloud Hotel with serious injuries. So it was safer there. Lin Mu wiped the blood from his face and dialed a black market taxi number. When the call connected, his voice was hoarse. West District Old Drainage Ditch, arrive in 10 minutes. The driver on the other end was about to ask for the price. Lin Mu directly stated 30,000 cash. There was silence for a second on the other end. Boss, 5 minutes. Lin Mu hung up the phone. Then he sent a message to Lin Xiaoya. Don't go out of school tonight. Anyone who says I'm injured, that something happened, or asks you to go to the hospital, don't believe them. After about 20 seconds, Lin Xiaoya replied. The wind chime is still there. She added another sentence. Brother, I just dreamed of a black stone with many stars in it. Is it very heavy? Lin Mu looked at this message, his pupils slightly constricting. Starfall iron. How could Xiaoya dream of that? He did not explain immediately, just replied with 2 words. It's nothing. After thinking for a moment, he added another sentence. Once I'm done, I'll take you to eat ribs. This time Xiaoya replied quickly. Then don't lie to me. Lin Mu stared at the screen for a while, the hint of murderous intent in his eyes gradually subsiding. I won't lie to you, he said. Then he took out the SIM card, broke it, and threw it into the drainage ditch. Zhanghai City First Hospital Special Care Ward. At 7 in the morning. Zhao Tai had just come out of the sleep pod. He had hardly slept well last night. Every time he closed his eyes, it was the photos of the 2 shriveled corpses and Lin Mu's words, clean your neck and wait. But when he saw the flames on his arm stabilize again, he managed to regain some confidence. He was in a level town. Lin Mu was just in Flevel Waste, who did not know what kind of luck he had. As long as his father sent him the Dlevel Custom Evolution Liquid, as long as he stabilized his Dlevel Foundation thoroughly before the special recruitment, Lin Mu's little tricks would eventually be crushed by him. Just then the ward door was pushed open violently. A bodyguard in black rushed in, his face pale. Young master. Zhao Tai frowned. What are you panicking about? The bodyguard's lips trembled. The No. Free storage yard. Something happened. Zhao Tai's heart suddenly sank. What happened at the No. 3 storage yard? It was attacked last night. The underground cold storage caught fire. Lu Song is missing and the core secret room was opened. Zhao Tai's vision darkened and he suddenly grabbed the bodyguard by the collar. What did you say? His main concern was not the warehouse, nor the illicit goods that could not be seen, but the secret room. Inside were the level custom evolution liquid his father had prepared for him, and the starfall iron that the Zhao family wanted to use to establish connections in the imperial capital. Where are the items? Zhao Tai's voice changed. Where's the medicine? Where's the meteorite? The bodyguard dared not meet his gaze. The constant temperature box is gone, and the black box is also gone. The safe was opened with normal permissions, but Lu Song has been confirmed dead, and all underground surveillance was burned by the fire, leaving only a few fragments of footage from the perimeter. Waste. Zhao Tai slammed his fist against the edge of the hospital bed. The flames exploded, burning a hole in the bedsheet. Lu Song is a level peak. Who could kill him? Who could enter the secret room? Who knew there were items there? The bodyguard trembled as he handed over a phone. Young master. And this? Zhao Tai snatched it. On the phone screen, there was a photo sent from an unfamiliar number. In the photo, an open silver constant temperature box was empty. Next to it lay the golden card that was originally written for Zhao Tai. On the back of the card, someone had added a line with a black marker. The medicine is good. Thanks for the gift, Zhao Xiao. There was no signature, but Zhao Tai almost instantly knew who it was. Lin Mu. It must be Lin Mu. No one else would humiliate him in such a tone. No one else would send him a photo after stealing the Zhao family's core resources. Oh. Zhao Tai let out a hysterical roar from his throat. He smashed the phone hard against the wall. But those words burned into his mind like a branding iron. The medicine is good. Thanks for the gift, Zhao Xiao. That was his medicine. His meteorite. His future. All taken away by Lin Mu. Zhao Tai's chest heaved violently, his face turning from red to white, then from white to green. In the next second, he spat a mouthful of blood on the patient gown, staggering as he leaned against the wall. Lin Mu. Zhao Tai's eyes were bloodshot, his voice squeezing out from between his teeth. I want you dead. I want your sister too. Before he could finish, the intercom in the ward suddenly lit up. Zhao Tianba's voice came from inside, cold as ice. Shut up. Zhao Tai's body stiffened. Dad. Zhao Tianba did not comfort him as he usually did. His voice suppressed the anger and the killing intent. From now on, you are not allowed to adjust personnel at will, nor are you allowed to use Zhao family's open channels. This matter is no longer a personal feud between you and that kid. The secret room data is lost, and Tianshan Biology is already holding accountable. If those items leak, the Zhao family will be uprooted. Zhao Tai's face turned pale. It was not until this moment that he realized the severity of the situation. What Lin Mu took away was not just his medicine, but the Zhao family's hidden lifeline. Zhao Tianba continued, I will handle this personally. As for you, prepare for the special recruitment in 3 days. Having lost that medicine, you will have to fight for your spot with your life. The Zhao family does not raise waste. The intercom went dead. Zhao Tai stood there, the color draining from his face. He suddenly felt that Lin Mu had taken away not just the resources, but also the way his father looked at him. Zhanghai City Cloud Hotel. At the same time, in the top presidential suite, hot water had filled the bathtub. Lin Mu did not rush to lie down. He first checked all the electronic devices in the room, then scanned the ventilation ducts, smoke detectors, wall lamps, and bedside sockets with eye of insight, confirming there were no hidden cameras before taking off his clothes soaked in blood and sewage. The person in the mirror looked even more disheveled than last night. His left shoulder was purple and swollen, there were large bruises on his chest, and the impact marks from 3 gunshots on his side were still seeping blood, while the wound on the outside of his calf from a bullet was turning white. But Lin Mu's eyes were bright. Not mad, but clear-headed. He did not immediately enjoy victory. Instead, he first reclassified all the spoils. Evidence data fragments stored separately. Black card not to be activated yet. Cash laundered in batches. Gold bars through old Joe's channels. Crystal cores leaving part for cultivation and part for exchanging resources. Starfall iron, find a reliable forger. Level evolution liquid to be used tonight. Because once the Zhao family reacts, they will definitely block all black markets and hospitals. The longer this drug stays in his hands, the greater the risk. Moreover, his body was severely injured and needed repair. Resources only truly belong to oneself when consumed. Lin Mu took out the golden potion. The glass tube shimmered with a warm glow under the light. He did not forget the system prompt. A level and below or level beginners with unstable foundations are not advised to take it directly. But he was no ordinary level anymore. He possessed all things plunder. He had just plundered rock armor. And there was the most natural absorption channel between the level potion and his own injuries. More importantly, he had no time to wait slowly. The Zhao family would not give him time. Tianxin biology would not either. Lin Mu sat by the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the entire Zhanghai city. The rising sun was appearing at the city's edge. The glass curtain walls of the rich area shone brilliantly in the sunlight, while the lower city was still shrouded in a layer of gray mist. This city has never been fair. Some are born with level custom potions, level materials, protective guardians, and fathers paving the way. Some fight for their lives only worthy of being sentenced to death, with the words level waste. Lin Mu looked down at the potion in his hand. Then he smiled slightly. Zhao Tai, you are right. This world indeed only recognizes resources, only recognizes strength, only recognizes who can climb up. So your resources now belong to me. He twisted open the potion's seal. The golden liquid flowed into his mouth. In an instant, warm energy surged like a sleeping dragon, sliding down his throat into his chest. In the next second, all the wounds in Lin Mu's body heated up simultaneously. Broken bones, torn muscles, overloaded psionic circuits, all reconnected, as if by an invisible hand. High purity evolution energy detected. Unknown stabilizing factor detected. Original plunder circuit resonating. Warning, energy intensity exceeds the current safe absorption threshold. Do you want to activate all things plunder for forced assimilation? Lin Mu closed his eyes. Activate. Boom. The golden light exploded deep within his blood vessels. The morning sun completely leaped out of the horizon. And in the corner of the room where the sunlight did not reach, the shadow beneath Lin Mu's feet suddenly twisted gently. In Zhanghai City, at the Cloud Hotel in the presidential suite, as the morning sun crossed the edge of the city, Lin Mu's shadow beneath him stirred slightly. It was very light, like the surface of water disturbed by a pebble, only to return to stillness in the next moment. Lin Mu did not open his eyes immediately. After the grade custom evolution liquid entered his throat, its effects did not surge violently like the previous 10 primary enhancement liquids, but instead split into several more intricate and troublesome warm currents, drilling into his body inch by inch along his blood vessels, bone seams, and meridians. This sensation was uncomfortable. It wasn't painful enough to make one scream, but it felt as if someone were using a small file to gradually polish the inside of his bones. The fractured ribs heated up first. Then came the left shoulder. After that, the internal damage from Lutsan. Lin Mu could distinctly feel the damaged muscle fibers rejoining the cracked bone, seams closing little by little, and the hidden injuries accumulated in his chest being dissolved by the medicinal power seeping out as a layer of foul-smelling black sweat through his pores. However, he did not let his guard down simply because the medicinal effect was gentle. The more advanced the medicine, the less likely it was to be as simple as healing the body. Zhao Tianba prepared this medicine for Zhao Tai not to allow him to sleep and restore his spirit, but to stabilize his grade foundation before the special recruitment, enabling him to step into the grade high tier ahead of time. In other words, this thing was originally meant to pave the way for a grade talents. Lin Mu consuming it now would yield great benefits, but the risks were not small. Detected grade custom evolution liquid. Drug quality high purity. Core function repaired grade spiritual energy circuits, enhance physical carrying capacity, assist the transition from grade mid-tier to grade high tier. Warning, the host's current stability of the spiritual energy circuit is insufficient. Direct absorption carries the risk of energy accumulation. Should the universal plunder be initiated to disassemble, filter, and assimilate the medicinal power? Lin Mu responded calmly within his consciousness. Initiate. In the next moment, the golden medicinal power seemed to be caught by an invisible hand, and the originally scattered energy began to layer. A portion sank into the bones. A portion repaired the organs. A portion entered the muscles and blood. Finally, a small part was stripped away by the system and pressed into the incomplete spiritual energy circuit near his heart. Lin Mu frowned slightly. That was not normal body enhancement. The energy felt very cold and dark, as if the night itself had been crushed and stuffed into his meridians. All the lights in the room were off, with only the morning light outside falling on the carpet. Logically, as the sunlight grew brighter, the shadows should have thinned. But the shadow beneath Lin Mu's feet instead grew deeper. Detected multiple records of nighttime stealth assassination, concealment, and combat in shadow environments. Detected residual fluctuations of starfall iron. Detected weak resonance between the primitive plunder circuit and low-tier shadow interface. Generating temporary adaptive circuit. Generation failed. Insufficient permissions. Downgraded. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Shadow Seed. Lin Mu opened his eyes. The sunlight outside fell into his pupils, but in the depths of his eyes a faint black light flickered and vanished. It was not a complete supernatural ability, nor was it a secondary talent. It felt more like a seed buried within his body. It had not yet sprouted, but it had already given Lin Mu a new perception of the shadows around him. The corners of the bed, the curtains, the space beneath the coffee table, the dark places behind the door, and even the small corners that the air conditioning vent could not reach all seemed to be illuminated anew in his consciousness. No, it was not illuminated. It was seen by him. Shadow Seed, incomplete dark system adaptive circuit. Current status low tier sprouting. Derived ability 1 Shadow Sense. Shadow Sense can perceive weak movements within shadow areas up to 10 meters, as well as lingering gazes and disturbances in spiritual energy. Derived ability 2 Shadow Step Prototype. Shadow Step Prototype use shadow areas to reduce the sound of one's footsteps and breath leakage, gain a slight speed boost during short distance movement. Limitations: cannot pass through walls, cannot be immune to damage, cannot teleport over long distances. Reminder: this ability is not a complete supernatural power and requires higher tier dark materials or rule fragments for further cultivation. After reading the prompt, Lin Mu felt a sigh of relief. That's good. He was not afraid of weak abilities. He feared abilities that came too quickly, too full, and without cost. In this world, there is no free power. A suddenly emerging complete grade shadow talent would truly be suspicious. A seed of shadow, however, seemed reasonable. Last night, he had killed dozens of people, spending nearly the entire time lurking in the darkness, assassinating, avoiding surveillance and projectiles. He had also come into contact with Starfall Iron, a suspected grade material related to the Zero sequence. Combined with the grade custom evolution liquid forcibly repairing his spiritual energy circuit, he had brought forth a certain latent adaptability to the dark system within his body. This was not a matter of gaining an unfair advantage out of thin air. It was the result of multiple conditions colliding together. Lin Mu closed his eyes and attempted to move the shadow beneath his feet. The shadow did not turn into tentacles, nor did it detach from the ground. It merely trembled at the edges like ripples on water. Very weak, but still sufficiently useful. For him now, what truly mattered was not flashiness, but concealment, early warning, breath control, and reduce. What he was about to face were the Zhao family, Tian Shun Biological Corporation, the Special Recruitment Selection, and even those behind Thessine's forces whose outlines were not yet clear. Rather than having a move that could destroy the heavens and the earth, he needed to live longer. To live until his enemies revealed their flaws. To live until he could settle all accounts. Lin Mu summoned his personal panel. Host Lin Mu. Current combat power leveled grade high tier. Spiritual energy circuit stability 82. Grade core condensation progress not started. Power 71. Agility 67. Physique 66. Spirit 48. Core talent universal plunder. Combat skills Half Moon / Venom Enchantment Night Raid Rock Armor Gale Blade Technique Experience Pack. Special abilities Eye of Insight Shadow Seed. System space activated. Reminder: the host's physical strength has approached the threshold of grade peak, but the Kraid's spiritual energy core has yet to be condensed. Forcibly impacting Kraid carries the risk of circuit rupture. This time Lin Mu felt no disappointment at all. Grade high tier. That was already fast enough. It had been less than 3 days since his awakening. For others to progress from a grade to grade high tier, even with family resources, it would take months or even years. A bottom tier awakener without resources might take 10 years to reach this threshold. He had reached a position that many could only look up to, relying on the attributes gained from killing the resources snatched and the countless times he had risked his life. But it was still not enough. Zhao Tai had the Zhao family. The Zhao family had Tian Shun Biological Corporation behind them. Tian Shun Biological Corporation had that thing behind it which caused the system to repeatedly prompt replication protocol and primitive circuit. Lin Mu raised his hand, pressing his fingertip against his chest. There, the last remaining golden warm current of the medicinal power was slowly settling. Officially Kraid, no rush. He murmured. An unstable foundation means that the faster you go, the quicker you die. He stood up, and the bones in his body emitted a series of fine light sounds. The injuries from last night had not completely disappeared. His left shoulder still ached, the depths of his ribs still felt tight, and there were still large bruises where Lu Tsang had struck him on his back. But it no longer affected his movement. More importantly, he could now clearly feel every muscle, every fascia, and every path of exertion within his body. This sense of control was far more intoxicating than mere numerical enhancement. Lin Mu walked to the bathroom and turned on the shower. As the hot water poured down, black filthy blood slid off his skin and spiraled down the drain. The youth in the mirror looked a bit paler than last night, but he no longer resembled the grade waste who had been casually kicked down in the slums. His shoulders were held straighter, his gaze was more profound, and his body lines were not exaggerated but resembled a sword sheathed in its scabbard. There was no need to draw it. Just being there made one feel its sharpness. After showering, Lin Mu did not rush to change clothes. He first recounted all the spoils from last night. Evidence data chips 2 backups. 3 grade crystal cores, 9 grade crystal cores. Cash gold bars and black cards temporarily stored. Starfall iron was placed separately at the deepest part of the system space. He retrieved the information related to Lin Xiaoya from the Zhao family's records and reviewed it. Initial report of anomalous reaction for Lin Xiaoya. Age 17. Schooling St. Roland Private High School. Status not officially awakened. Anomalous record 1 refused to accept packages containing mutated rat corpses suspected to have detected pollutants in advance. Anomalous record 2 multiple occurrences of dream descriptions related to strange tremors. Anomalous record 3 mental fluctuations higher than those of ordinary students of the same age. Recommendation continue observation. May be classified as a level 2 sample if necessary. Lin Mu stared at the last line for a long time. Level 2 sample. Not a student. Not a human. A sample. The Zhao family and Tian Shun Biological Corporation had never regarded lower-tier individuals as human. This information made him even more certain of one thing: Xiaoya could not continue to stay unguarded in the same place. But forcibly extracting her now was not the optimal solution. First, he did not yet have a stable foothold. Second, the Zhao family was searching for him throughout the city. If Xiaoya left the school, she would lose the protection of school security and public visibility. Third, he needed special recruitment qualifications needed to enter the Magic City War Academy and required a sufficiently strong identity and backing to take Xiaoya to a safer place legitimately. Thus, what he needed to do today was clear. Confirm Xiaoya's status. Establish a secure code and backup communication method for her. Obtain a special recruitment quota. At the special recruitment conference nail Zhao Tai in front of everyone. Lin Mu changed into a set of black casual clothes. The clothes were procured by the hotel without exaggerated logos, but well-tailored in sturdy fabric suitable for action. He sewed a small positioning interference chip obtained from the Zhao family's warehouse into the inner side of his sleeve. This item was not high-end, but could interfere with ordinary trackers within a short period. Finally, he put a small black communication button into his pocket. This was taken from the warehouse guard last night and could be used as a one-way alarm after simple cleaning. Press once to vibrate. Press 3 times for help. Long press for 5 seconds to report location. Lin Mu did not plan to tell Xiaoya too much about the bloody things, but he had to ensure she had means of self-defense. Before leaving, he stood at the door and suddenly paused. Within the range of shadow, since a faint gaze lingered in the shadows at the end of the corridor. It was not a camera. It was a person. Lin Mu's expression remained unchanged as he walked toward the elevator like an ordinary guest. In the reflection of the elevator door, a man dressed in a hotel cleaning uniform was bowing his head as he pushed a cleaning cart, moving very naturally. But his right hand was always hidden beneath a towel. Lin Mu did not look back, nor did he take action. He simply entered the elevator, and at the moment the doors were about to close, he flicked out a small metal button with his fingertip. The button silently fell into the bottom of the cleaning cart. The elevator descended. 10 seconds later, a faint electric explosion sounded from the end of the hotel corridor. That was the sound of the positioning interference chip short-circuiting. The cleaning man's expression changed slightly as he immediately bent down to check the cleaning cart. Nothing was. There is nothing. Only a line of words pressed down by a disposable napkin. Don't follow. The man broke out in a cold sweat. He raised his head towards the elevator direction, noticing that the elevator's numbers had stopped at the first floor. He suddenly realized that he was never the hunter. He was merely the prey that person had let go of once. During the weekend break time, the school gate was even more lively than usual. Luxury cars lined the roadside, doors opening as parents dressed in custom suits or designer gowns chatted under the sun, discussing their children's talents, special admissions, prestigious academies, and family resources. Children from ordinary families rarely appear here. This school is nominally a private high school, but in reality it resembles a preparatory camp for the upper-class families of Zhanghai City. Those who can enter either have wealth, achieve good grades, or show potential in talent assessments. Lin Xiaoya falls into the latter two categories. Her grades are excellent and her mental strength has always been high, but her body is too weak and the school has refrained from letting her participate in high-intensity training. Lin Mu stood under a sycamore tree across the street, holding a cup of full-sugar pearl milk tea in one hand. His other hand was in his pocket. He appeared casual, but in reality he had already scanned the entrance with his inside eye. On both sides of the school gate, there were 4 school security guards, all at E-level initiation. Across the street, there were 2 suspicious black cars. At the left side convenience store's entrance, a man wearing a baseball cap had looked at him 3 times in a row. Not all these people belonged to the Zhao family. They could just be reporters, scalpers, or parent bodyguards. Lin Mu did not act recklessly. This was not a place for killing. There are students, ordinary parents, and Xiaoya. His goal is to confirm his sister's safety, not to vent his anger. The crowd soon surged out of the school gate. Lin Xiaoya was dressed in a blue and white school uniform, her hair in a ponytail, holding 2 books in her. Unlike other students who rushed towards luxury cars the moment they exited, she did not look around for her driver, but first stopped in the shadow inside the gate, carefully observing the crowd outside. Only when she saw Lin Mu under the sycamore tree did her eyes light up. Brother. She ran over. Lin Mu did not wait in place, but took a few steps forward to position himself between her and the two black cars. Xiaoya leaped in front of him, wanting to hug his arm as usual, but suddenly paused. She wrinkled her nose. You smell like medicine. Lin Mu handed her the milk tea. Is your nose that sharp? It's not my nose. Lin Xiaoya took the milk tea and whispered, I just feel that your scent is a bit like the box that dead rat was in yesterday. Lin Mu's gaze shifted slightly. It wasn't an odor. It was a residue of spiritual energy. Xiaoya truly had a perception of pollution and abnormal fluctuations. He did not immediately probe further, but asked in a relaxed tone, how did you handle it yesterday? I didn't sign for it. Lin Xiaoya's face turned a bit pale as she recounted the incident, but tried to appear calm. The delivery person said it was sent by you. I was about to sign for it, but when my hand touched the box, I suddenly felt extremely anxious, as if something inside was watching me. I told him my brother would never send me something anonymously, so I had him take it back. Later the dorm supervisor went to ask, and he had already run away. Lin Mu reached out and ruffled her hair. Well done. Xiaoya looked up at him. Brother, have you gotten into trouble? Lin Mu did not dismiss her casually as he used to. His sister is not a fool. She is just young, but that does not mean she lacks judgment. To continue to deceive her with a simple, it's nothing, will only cause her to react incorrectly when real danger arises. So Lin Mu thought for 2 seconds and chose to reveal part of the truth. There is indeed something off with Xiao Tai. Xiaoya's expression changed. Does he really dare to lay his hands on you? He did. Lin Mu spoke in a calm tone, but he did not gain any advantage. Are you hurt? Xiaoya's voice tightened immediately. A bit last night, but I'm fine now. Lin Mu did not give her a chance to continue questioning and placed a black communication button in her palm. Keep this safe. Xiaoya looked down at the small button-like object. What is this? A distress button. Lin Mu lowered his voice. Don't take it out usually. If a stranger tries to get you to leave the school, or someone approaches you in my name, you first ask for the secret signal. The wind chime is still there, Xiaoya said immediately. Lin Mu nodded. I will reply with the light is not extinguished. If it doesn't match, don't trust it. Xiaoya tightened her grip on the communication button. She had many questions to ask, such as where her brother got these things from, why he suddenly became so calm, what exactly he did last night. But looking into Lin Mu's eyes, she ultimately swallowed her questions and softly said, Then you must promise me not to bear it alone. Lin Mu smiled faintly. All right. You always say all right. This time it's true. You're lying. Lin Xiaoya remarked, but her eyes were slightly red. She lowered her head and took a deep sip of the milk tea as if by doing so she could suppress her fear as well. Lin Mu watched her, feeling something soften in his heart. He did not tremble when killing Lu Tsong. He did not look back when exiting the fire scene. When swallowing Zhao Tai's gray drug, he merely calculated the benefits and risks. But Xiaoya's simple plea of don't bear it alone made him feel worse than the knife he had used on Lu Tsong. Thus he must not lose. And he cannot be hasty. Haste leads to mistakes. If he makes mistakes, Xiaoya will be dragged in. Let's go. Lin Mu suppressed his emotions, changing to a lighter tone. Brother will treat you to a good meal today. Xiaoya immediately became alert. Where did you get the money? Hunter mission bonus. Really? The task settlement can be checked. This sentence is true. At least there are 50,000 officially credited by the Hunters Guild. As for the rest that cannot be traced, he did not mention a word. Lin Xiaoya stared at him for 3 seconds. Brother, you've turned bad. Where am I bad? You used to blink. Lin Mu fell silent for a moment. What about now? Now you don't blink. Xiaoya huffed, even more suspicious. Lin Mu was rarely stumped by her. Just as he was about to speak, Shadow Sense suddenly stirred slightly. At the entrance of the left side convenience store, the man wearing a baseball cap picked up his phone and aimed it at Lin Xiaoya. Lin Mu's gaze turned cold. He did not turn back, only whispering to Xiaoya, walk to the right, don't look back. Xiaoya sensed something was wrong, but did not ask why, obediently following along. The two of them passed through the edge of the crowd. As Lin Mu passed by a roadside trash can, his finger flicked lightly. A coin slid along the ground, hitting the base of the advertisement board at the convenience store entrance. The advertisement board shook slightly. The man in the baseball cap instinctively stepped back, his phone camera shifting away. In the next second, Lin Mu had already passed by him. No one saw how he raised his hand. The man only felt a numbness in his wrist, and his phone fell into Lin Mu's palm. Lin Mu glanced down. The screen indeed showed Lin Xiaoya's photo. There was also an unsent message. Target's sister has appeared. Confirm the man beside her is suspected to be Lin Mu. Lin Mu deleted the photo and pulled out the SIM card, crushing it. The entire process was so swift that it seemed like a mere brush by. The man in the baseball cap turned pale. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Mu's voice had already whispered in his ear. Go back and tell your backers. You can watch me. But watching her is a different matter. The man swallowed hard. While he spoke, Lin Mu's fingers had already pressed against his wrist bone. He did not apply force, but just an inch lower and the man's wrist would break. The man stood frozen in place, not daring to nod too obviously. Lin Mu released his grip, continuing to walk forward with Xiaoya. Xiaoya did not look back, but heard the suppressed gasps from the person behind. She gently grasped Lin Mu's sleeve. Brother, moi, I will listen. Lin Mu paused for a moment. It's not to make you afraid. I know. Xiaoya looked up, her expression much more serious than before. I won't hold you back. Lin Mu did not say empty words like, you are not a burden. He merely looked at her. You have never been. The restaurant is located in the high-rise commercial district in the center of Zhanghai City. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, there are streams of vehicles, neon lights, advertisement screens, and glass curtain walls of skyscrapers. The waitstaff here have standard smiles. The utensils are clean enough to reflect a silhouette, and even a glass of plain water incurs a service charge. When Lin Xiaoya sat down, she seemed a bit uncomfortable. She flipped to the end of the menu to check the prices first, then closed it quickly. Brother, let's change to another plate. Why? A single soup here costs more than my week's worth of meal card. So drink 2 bowls today. Lin Xiaoya glared at him. Lin Mu handed the menu to the waiter, ordering in a calm tone, neither showing off nor feeling angry. He did not order only the most expensive items, but selected several dishes suitable for Xiaoya's condition: hot soup, stewed meat, fish dessert, and a nourishing medicinal porridge. This is not for show. Xiaoya has been threatened, had nightmares, and been mentally strained these past few days. Lin Mu knows very well where to spend money to be truly useful. After the dishes were served, Xiaoya initially held back. But she is only a 17-year-old girl. No matter how sensible, she couldn't resist the steaming stewed ribs and dessert. When she had her third piece of rib, her expression finally relaxed. Brother, moi, this is better than the cafeteria food. Then let's come here often in the future. You shouldn't waste money. I know. You always say you know. Lin Mu picked up a piece of fish and placed it in her bowl. This time it's true. Xiaoya lowered her head to eat fish, the corners of her mouth secretly curling up. This brief moment of tranquility finally eased some of the lingering tension in Lin Mu's chest that had persisted since last night. He did not become stronger to kill. He became stronger so that this ordinary meal would no longer be a luck. Due to the outbreak of mutant rat infestations, in order to ensure the safety of ordinary citizens, the Zhao Group will collaborate with Tianxin Biotech to launch the new generation of Guardian Beast repelling powder in advance. The first batch of products will be supplied to the community at half price. We are willing to use the power of the enterprise to build a safety barrier for Zhanghai City. The scene shifts. Several elderly people express their gratitude to the interview camera. Director Zhao is a good person. There are really too many rats lately. I dare not go out at night. Half price. That really is a conscientious enterprise. Lin Xiaoya could no longer hold back upon hearing this. How can he speak as if it's true? Her voice was not loud, but carried an uncontainable anger. That package must be what they sent, right? And those people at school. They are clearly bullying others, so how come they all appear as good people in the news? Lin Mu slowly put down his chopsticks. He was not surprised. Zhao Tianba's move came even faster than he had anticipated. Last night's warehouse fire, the secret chamber being cleaned, the risk of evidence leaking was extremely high. The most appropriate action for the Zhao family was not to remain silent, but to preemptively define the incident. To label assault as fire and underground experiments as worn-out wiring. To package artificially creating rat infestations as corporate disaster relief. Ordinary citizens would only see the surface information. They do not know about the violent drugs. They do not know about the addictive inducing agents. They are unaware that those so-called beast-repelling powders would, after dispersing magical beasts in the short term, cause the beast herd to experience even more intense withdrawal rage after the drug's effect wears off. Even less do they know that the Zhao family and Tianxin Biotech have already regarded them as the next target for market exploitation. Lin Mu could certainly make the documentation public right now. But that is not the optimal solution. First, the source of the information cannot be explained. Second, the Zhao family could immediately claim he forged, framed, or sought revenge. Third, Tianxin Biotech would immediately cut all ties and throw Zhao as a scapegoat. Fourth, Xiaoya would be put on display. What Lin Mu wanted now was not a moment of relief. He wanted the Zhao family to be unable to turn things around. He wanted Tianxin Biotech to be forced to reveal their true nature. He wanted to peel away the skin of Zhao Tai and the Zhao family piece by piece in a situation where enough strong individuals, media, and official figures were watching. The special recruitment event at the Magic City War Academy 3 days later was precisely such an occasion. Brother, Xiaoya called him softly. Lin Mu snapped back to reality, his icy demeanor softening. They did not suddenly become good people. Then what is it? They are simply smarter than the average bad people. Lin Mu picked up a napkin and wiped away a bit of soup from the corner of Xiaoya's mouth. Cunning bad people do not hold the knife in hand. They first hide the knife within the rules, then tell others that this knife is meant to protect you. Xiaoya listened somewhat understanding. Then what do we do? Let them pull out the knife themselves in front of everyone. Lin Mu's tone was very calm, but Xiaoya knew he had already made a decision. Lin Mu took out his phone and opened an encrypted backup interface. Among the 6 data pieces from last night, the 3 most crucial documents had already been cut into dozens of segments and dispersed into several different cloud dead letter boxes. If he does not log in again within 3 days, these documents would be sent to the Hunter Association, the Shanghai City Education Bureau's supervisory group, several media outlets not controlled by the Zhao family, and the black market channels left by old Zhou. This is not trust. It is insurance. If he is alive, he can use it. If he is dead, the documents will explode on their own. Lin Mu pressed the final confirmation key. Scheduled backup has been activated. Trigger conditions: no identity verification performed within 72 hours. He put away his phone. At this moment, he felt even calmer. Zhao Tianba thought he had control over public opinion, money, and rule. But what he did not know was that the grade waste that crawled out of the fire last night had already embedded a knife, just waiting for 3 days later for the handle to reveal itself. At this moment, Lin Mu and Xiaoya's phones vibrated almost simultaneously. The same notification popped up. The Shanghai City Education Bureau and the Magic City War Academy announce, in light of this year's Awakeners having a higher overall quality than previous years, the Magic City War Academy will initiate the special recruitment selection for Shanghai City ahead of schedule. Time 3 days later, 9 a.m. Location: Shanghai City Central Sports Stadium. Eligible applicants this year's Awaken students, and those who have completed Awakening registration. Special note: the special recruitment quota is not subject to the ordinary college entrance examination volunteer restrictions, and selected candidates will directly enter the Magic City War Academy preparatory camp. After Xiaoya finished reading, her face became tense. Brother. Zhao Tai will definitely go. He isn't a great talent. And the Zhao family. I know that too. Xiaoya put down her phone and looked at him seriously. Then do you still want to go? Lin Mu did not answer immediately. He looked out the floor-to-ceiling window. The enormous dome of the Shanghai City Central Sports Stadium loomed between the tall buildings in the distance, like a silver giant half buried in the city. 3 days later, it would be filled with students, parents, examiners, media representatives of financial tycoons, education bureau personnel, and even people from the Magic City War Academy. Zhao Tai would go. The Zhao family would go. Everyone would think that it was Zhao Tai's stage to reclaim the spotlight. But what Lin Mu needed was precisely such a stage. He currently had 3 goals. First, to obtain the special recruitment qualification from the Magic City War Academy. With this identity, Xiaoya would be formally taken out of the mire of Shanghai City. Second, to publicly defeat Zhao Tai. Not through assassination or revenge, but within the rules, to step on him down, preventing the Zhao family from gilding him with the term genius. Third, to force the Zhao family to make mistakes. As long as they used what they should not at the special recruitment site, last night's evidence could come in handy. After Lin Mu thought it through, he finally spoke. We will go. Xiaoya's lips moved slightly. But running away won't help. Zhao Tai will not let me off just because I take a step back. The Zhao family will not stop watching you just because you obediently stay in school. They have already written us into their documents. Xiaoya's fingers trembled slightly. Lin Mu continued, so we cannot hide any longer. I want to obtain an identity that they temporarily do not dare to act against me. I also want everyone to know that if they act against you again, it is not just bullying the sister of a slum student, but targeting the family member of a special recruit from the Magic City War Academy. Xiaoya stared at him blankly. She suddenly realized that her brother was not going for the sake of showing off, nor was it to compete with Zhao Tai. Every step he took was about how to keep her safer. This realization made her nose sour. She lowered her head, trying to poke the pearls at the bottom of her milk tea with a straw, her voice muffled. Then I want to become stronger too. Lin Mu paused. Xiaoya raised her head, her eyes red, but her gaze was very serious. I don't want to always rely on you for protection. I know I am very weak right now, and I don't understand what those dreams are about. But I can feel that something is not right. When that box got close to me yesterday, I really felt like the air had bent. And this morning when I saw you, I also felt that your shadow underfoot was deeper than others. Lin Mu's heart trembled. Xiaoya can see. No, not see. It was sensed. Her sensitivity to space and abnormal fluctuations was higher than what was written in the Zhao family's documents. Lin Mu did not immediately say you may have a special talent. Telling her too early would only increase her pressure. But in his heart, he raised Xiaoya's priority level once again. She was not merely a weakness targeted by the Zhao family. She might be the embryo of some extremely rare talent. It's possible, Lin Mu said. Lin Xiaoya was stunned. She originally thought her brother would say no need, just study well. But Lin Mu did not. If you want to become stronger, you can. I am serious, but not to practice recklessly or show off. Starting today, you need to do 3 things. First, record your dreams. Every day upon waking, write down the colors, sounds, locations, and feelings you experienced in your dreams. Second, avoid unknown items, especially those that make you feel like the air is deforming. Third, maintain physical training, but do not exceed the limits set by the school teachers. Your body foundation is weak, do not rush it. Lin Xiaoya nodded vigorously. Okay. After thinking for a moment, she asked quietly, can I help you in the future? Lin Mu looked at her. You can. Really? Really? Xiaoya finally smiled. Her smile was light, but like the sunlight outside, it briefly illuminated the shadow deep in Lin Mu's heart. After finishing their meal, Lin Mu did not immediately take Xiaoya away. He first went to the front desk to settle the bill, casually borrowing the restaurant's business terminal to print a regular health meal plan and training suggestions. On the surface, it was to help his sister nourish her body. In reality, the back of the meal plan concealed a set of safety codes that only he and Xiaoya could understand. He folded the meal plan and handed it to Xiaoya. After returning to school, don't wander around. Send me a message at 8 in the evening. If you don't respond for 2 consecutive times, I will come to find you. Got it. Xiaoya complained he was verbose, yet she tucked the meal plan close. On the way to send her back to school, Lin Mu did not take the shortest route. He detoured through 2 streets and changed crossing directions 3 times. The black car behind followed for a while, but ultimately did not continue. The Zhao family should have received the warning by now. They would not give up, but for the time being they would not dare to act forcefully at the school gate. That was enough. Before Xiaoya entered the school gate, she suddenly turned around. Brother. Lin Mu looked at her. Can I go to watch on the day of the special recruitment? Lin Mu initially wanted to refuse. It was too dangerous. But upon seeing Xiaoya's expression, he changed his mind. Sure. Xiaoya's eyes lit up. Really? Sit in the school's designated viewing area and do not act alone. I promise. She raised her hand, looking serious as if taking an oath. Lin Mu reached out and gently tapped her forehead. Go in now. Xiaoya covered her forehead, made a face at him, and turned to run into the school gate. Lin Mu watched her figure disappear around the corner of the teaching building before withdrawing his gaze. Within the shadow sense range, the shadows returned to calm. For the time being it was safe. He turned around to leave. The sunlight fell upon him, elongating his shadow. The edges of that shadow were faintly deeper than an ordinary person's. Lin Mu glanced down, his eyes calm. The shadow seed was still very weak. Level high grade was far from sufficient. Zhao Tai was merely the first hurdle. The Zhao family was only the first layer. Tianxin Biotech, the Zero Sequence, the Primitive Plunder Circuit, Stardust, Iron, Xiaoya's Abnormal Perception. These threads were slowly intertwining before his eyes, forming a larger web. But the more this was the case, the less he could rush. 3 days. He still had 3 days. He needed to solidify his level high grade. He needed to handle the Stardust Iron. He needed to find a place to test the Shadow Seed. He needed to prepare strategies for the special recruitment. He needed to personally drag Zhao Tai down from that so-called A-grade talent pedestal. Lin Mu walked into the crowd, his voice low enough only he could hear. Zhao Tai, prepare the stage. 3 days later, I will come to take it in front of all of Zhanghai City. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, deep within the old goods market of Zhanghai City's lower district, Lin Mu did not return directly to the tenement after leaving Xinglaren High School. The Zhao family had already set their sights on him. Home was the easiest place to be cornered. He first circled 3 times through 2 commercial streets, using the mall's elevators, underground parking, and bus transfer stations to shake off any potential tails. He then bought a gray old coat from a roadside vendor to replace his conspicuous black casual attire, before finally slipping into the lower district through a narrow alley selling second-hand spiritual energy accessories. This place felt like 2 entirely different worlds compared to that upscale restaurant at noon. The restaurant had soft lighting, white porcelain dishes, and well-trained waitstaff. In the lower district, there were only damp walls, dark sewage, discarded mechanical arms piled in corners, and the incessant shouts of vendors. The air was mixed with the scents of machine oil, rust, barbecued cumin, and cheap tobacco. Lin Mu felt a bit more relaxed. It was dirty, chaotic, and noisy here, but the rules were more straightforward. If you have the ability, others will give way. If you do not blame others for stepping over you. He lowered the brim of his hat and walked to the deepest part of the old goods market, stopping in front of a small shop with half of its sign hanging down. Only 3 faded characters remained on the sign: Old Wong's shop. The rhythmic sound of hammering came from within. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike was not fast, yet steady like a heartbeat. Lin Mu stood at the door, not entering immediately. The sense of shadow quietly spread out. Within a 10-meter radius, the shadows in the corners behind the door, beside the furnace, at the bottom of the counter, and behind the courtyard curtain transformed in his consciousness into blurred dark areas. There were no ambushes. Only one person. Breathing heavily with a steady heartbeat, the spiritual energy fluctuations in his arms were extremely weak, yet very solid. Come in if you're coming in, and don't just stand at the door like a ghost. A hoarse voice came from inside. In my shabby shop, aside from scrap iron and an old bone, there's nothing worth stealing. Lin Mu lifted the door curtain. A wave of heat hit him. Inside the shop, a thin old man in a dirty vest was squatting in front of the furnace holding a red-hot knife blank. His hair was as messy as grass, his eyelids drooping, and he had a half-burnt cigarette clenched in his mouth, looking like an old drunkard who could fall asleep next to a bottle at any moment. But Lin Mu did not underestimate him. This old man's hammering was very steady. Not the ordinary steadiness of a blacksmith, but the kind gained from killing, from seeing blood, from being tempered repeatedly by real weapons. "Old Wang," Lin Mu said as he lowered the curtain. "Do you take jobs?" Wang Dazue looked up at him. "Oh, it's the kid from the Lin family. Did that folding knife break again?" Lin Mu glanced at him. "I'm not fixing a knife." Wang Dazue's hammer paused for a moment. "That's for forging a knife." He tossed the red-hot knife blank into the water trough. With a sizzling sound, white mist rose. "You used to come here and spend at most a few dozen bucks sharpening your knife. Today you circled 3 streets before coming in, and you still smell of blood and medicine. This job is not clean, is it?" Lin Mu did not deny it. "Clean jobs wouldn't require me to look for you." Wang Dazue paused for a moment, then laughed. "That sounds like something from someone who grew up in the lower district." He picked up a bottle and took a swig. "Show me what you've got." Lin Mu did not immediately take out the Starfall iron. He first placed the grade alloy combat dagger on the workbench. This dagger had accompanied him in killing mutated black rats, defeating the Zhao family's thugs, and cutting through the storage yard, and it had nearly shattered in Lu Tsong's hands. There were several tiny nicks on the blade, and the handle had been soaked in blood, many times feeling hard to grip. Wang Dazue glanced at it, and the drunkenness in his eyes faded a bit. The grade military goods from the black market. Good material, but poorly maintained. He picked up the dagger and lightly flicked the blade with his nail. Buzz. The sound was very short. Wang Dazue frowned. "Did you take it heated against a heavy blade, eh?" Lin Mu nodded. "I did." "What was the opponent's level?" "Peaked grade." Wang Dazue's hand stopped in midair. He looked up, seriously assessing Lin Mu for the first time. A high school student who had just awakened a few days ago, taking a grade combat dagger heated against a peaked grade powerhouse, and still standing in front of him alive. If someone else said this, he would simply consider it bragging. But Lin Mu spoke so calmly. Calm enough that it felt less like boasting and more like stating the weather. Wang Dazue placed the dagger back on the table. "This knife can still be used, but it can only withstand 2 more hard fights at most. If it takes another hard hit, it will break first, and your hand will also be ruined. That's why I came to find you." Lin Mu flipped his palm. In the next moment, a fist-sized piece of pitch-black metal fell onto the workbench. Thud. The heavy impact sounded like a heavy bell. The entire wooden table sank down, and the legs creaked under the weight. The surface of the metal was not smooth, resembling a meteorite scorched by starlight. Within the pitch-black patterns, tiny silver-blue light points slowly flowed, as if it contained a compressed night sky. Wang Dazue dropped the cigarette from his mouth. He gazed at the piece of metal, his eyes widening little by little. "This is..." He reached out to touch it, then stopped just as he was about to. It was not fear of heat. It was awe. Those who truly understood weapons instinctively felt reverence before such material, overriding greed. "Starfall iron," Lin Mu said. Wang Dazue cursed under his breath. Then he cursed again. "Did you rob the Zhao family's warehouse, or did you dig something out of a wild, forbidden zone?" Lin Mu did not explain the source. He simply asked, "Can it be forged?" Wang Dazue was silent for a long time. The furnace in the shop crackled. After a while, he extended his hand, carefully wrapping the Starfall iron in a piece of clean deer hide, and lifting it gingerly. "A complete weapon cannot be made with this." "Why not?" Lin Mu asked, not disappointed. "First, my furnace's temperature isn't high enough. Don't be deceived by the dirtiness of my shabby shop. I can handle ordinary grade materials, but this kind of thing requires at least grade raw materials. To fully melt it, a large spiritual energy forging furnace or a high-level fire-type awakener providing continuous flame is needed. Second, you can't control it right now. Your aura is at the grade high level and your physique is much stronger than the average grade, but you haven't condensed a grade core yet. If you wield a complete grade weapon, it will shatter your meridians before you even strike an enemy. Third, this material is too clean." Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. "Is being too clean a problem?" "For weapons, it's a big problem." Wang Dazue placed the Starfall iron back on the table, his voice lowering a few notches. "It is not ordinary meteorite iron. Inside there are certain pattern lines that don't resemble natural or formations, but rather something artificially pressed into the metal. If you directly use it to forge a knife, it's not a person using the knife, but the knife choosing the person." Lin Mu's eyes moved. Almost simultaneously, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Detected high-grade Starfall iron. Material characteristics: high stability, high conductivity, low loss, spiritual energy circuit carrier. Detected weak, zero return sequence, co-frequency fluctuations. Tip: this material can serve as the core carrier for a future personal weapon. Warning: current host permissions are insufficient, though forcibly awakening the complete circuit will cause physical disintegration. Zero return sequence. That term again. Lin Mu showed no change on his face. This system was not just a simple personal cheat. It recognized starfall iron. It could decompose potions. It would also emit prompts like insufficient permissions and zero return sequence when interacting with certain special materials, hints that did not belong to a normal awakening system. Lin Mu buried this information deep in his heart. Now was not the time to question its origins. So he looked at Wang Dezue. What can be done? Wang Dezue grinned. A knife blank can be made. It's not a complete divine weapon. Using your current grade combat dagger as a foundation, we will first reshape the skeleton, add the outer layer of starfall iron, and the energy conducting patterns to forge a short knife blank that can grow with you. At first it won't be stronger than a grade weapon, or it might even just be peaked grade. But the benefit is that it won't overwhelm you, and it can consume materials, absorb spiritual energy, and take feedback from battles. Once you break through to grade and grade, you can gradually feed it more. Lin Mu pondered for 3 seconds. How long? Normally it takes 7 days. Wang Dezue looked at him, but you definitely can't wait 7 days. The Magic City War Academy has a special recruitment in 3 days. Wang Dezue snorted. I knew it. He picked up an old radio next to him and turned the knobs a couple of times. After a crackling sound, a news report came through. This station reports, given the outstanding awakening quality in Shanghai City this year, and the continued rise of the spiritual energy index in the northern suburban wilderness, the Magic City War Academy will initiate the Eastern Special Recruitment Selection early. This selection will be jointly conducted by the instructor group from the Magic City War Academy, Shanghai City Education Bureau, and the Superpower Management Department, aiming to select young awakeners with practical combat, potential battlefield adaptability, and high-pressure decision-making capabilities. Wang Dezue turned off the radio. Did you understand? Lin Mu nodded. On the surface, it's because talents like Zhao Tai who have a great abilities have emerged, and Shanghai City's awakening quality is high this year, so Magic City is coming to recruit early. What about behind the scenes? Wang Dezue asked. Lin Mu replied calmly. The spiritual energy index in the northern suburban wilderness has risen, and there has just been an incident at the Zhao family storage yard. The authorities may have already sensed that Shanghai City is not clean. The Magic City Special Recruitment is not just about recruiting students, but also about screening out truly valuable candidates in advance to take them away from local financial tycoons' control. Wang Dezue stared at him for 2 seconds. Your mind has become more sinister than before. It's clearer now, Lin Mu said. He needed to go to the Magic City. This judgment had formed when he received the special recruitment message, and it became clearer now. Staying in Shanghai City, he could kill the Zhao family's thugs, burn down their warehouses, but would always be worn down by local forces. The Zhao family had money, manpower, and connections. He could hide, but Xiaoya could not hide forever. Running away from Shanghai City was not an option either. Without official identity and stable resources, he would just become a wanted fugitive hunted by both financial tycoons and the black market. But if he entered the Magic City War Academy, everything would be different. He would gain formal student status. If the Zhao family wanted to act against him again, they would have to weigh the face of the Magic City Academy and the authorities. He could access higher-level cultivation resources, combat technique libraries, training grounds, and practical secret realms, and even have the chance to investigate the origins of the zero-return sequence and the system. More importantly, he could bring Xiaoya to a safer place. What he lacked was not just a single explosive moment, but a platform that allowed him to continuously grow, continuously seize opportunities, and continue to rise. Magic City was that platform. As for Zhao Tai, he was just a stepping stone that needed to be crushed before stepping into Magic City. Lin Mu pushed the grade combat dagger in front of Wang Dezue. Before the special recruitment, the knife blank won't make it. Wang Dezue nodded. It won't make it. Then let's first fix this combat dagger so it can withstand the special recruitment. Wang Dezue smiled. Smart. He pulled out a piece of dark red whetstone from a drawer and took out a box with fine materials. Metal powder mingled with sand. The core of the meteorite can't be moved, but some natural stardust has flaked off from the outer layer. I can scrape a bit and mix it into the energy conduction groove of the blade's spine. This doesn't count as a true reforging, just a way to give this broken dagger a breath of life. What about the effect? The hardness improvement is limited, but the spiritual energy conduction will flow more smoothly. Your poison-type combat skills and the half-moon slash will no longer be so obstructed during infusion. As for the handle, I'll rewrap it for you. Your strength is increasing too rapidly now. The old grip method is no longer suitable, and continuing to use it risks losing your grip. Lin Mu retrieved several high-energy melting agents and cooling agents from the system space, along with energy-conducting threads from the Zhao family's warehouse. He did not take any berserk agents. He had already assessed last time that the berserk agents were too unstable. They could be used to blow things up, but using them to forge a blade was risking his life against the furnace. Wang Dachui twitched at the sight of those several canisters of melting agents. Military-grade melting agents from the Zhao family. Are they usable? Yes. Too useful, Wang Dachui gritted his teeth. His gaze towards Lin Mu became even stranger. This isn't robbing a vault. You treated the Zhao family's logistics warehouse like a market. Lin Mu remained silent. He left the meteorite on the table and took out a small positioning buckle from the system space, placing it beside the meteorite. Wang Dachui glanced over. Are you afraid he'll swallow it? Not afraid of you, Lin Mu replied. I'm afraid of others coming after it. Wang Dachui was taken aback, then quickly concealed his smile. This statement was more genuine than any trust. Lin Mu was not naive enough to hand-scrape materials to an old blacksmith. He was telling Wang Dachui, I trust you, but I do not trust this world. Wang Dachui stored the meteorite in a hidden compartment in the back room and activated an old spiritual energy shielding array. When the array lit up, the temperature of the entire shop seemed to drop. The blade blank will take 7 days. Wang Dachui said, before the special invitation, I'll repair this dagger for you. Come pick it up before midnight tonight. Lin Mu nodded. Payment. Wang Dachui waved his hand. Don't insult me with money. Lin Mu looked at him. Wang Dachui felt uncomfortable under Lin Mu's gaze, cursing, fine. The material cost will be calculated separately. The real labor cost will be discussed once the blade is done. Aren't you going to ask me why I came to you? Lin Mu asked. Wang Dachui picked up the hammer again. You squatted outside my shop for half a month as a child just to ask me to sharpen that rusty folding knife a bit. When I asked you why, you said someone was snatching Zioya's meal card on her way home from school. His voice was hoarse. Back then you hadn't awakened, had no money and no strength. Now that you have strength and still remember to ensure her safe route, I know you're not a bad kid. Lin Mu then nodded. Thanks. Less chit-chat. Wang Dachui slammed the hammer on the anvil. Bang. Sparks flew. Come back alive to pick up the blade. As evening fell in the old street of the lower district. When Lin Mu came out of old Wang's shop, the sky had already darkened. He did not take the main street. Instead, he circled back along the narrow alley behind the second-hand market. His phone vibrated once. It was a message from Lin Xiaoya. Xiaoya, brother, I've arrived at the dorm. Xiaoya, there were no strange packages today. Xiaoya, but when I passed by the west wall, just now I felt the air like someone gently twisted it. Xiaoya, does this count as the abnormal you mentioned? Lin Mu stopped in his tracks. He did not reply immediately. Xiaoya would not say something like that without reason. It is difficult for ordinary people to detect subtle folds in the air, and even low-tier awakened ones would merely think it was the wind. But Xiaoya could describe it as being twisted. This indicated that her sensitivity to space shadows or mental fluctuations was higher than he had anticipated. Lin Mu quickly typed. Lin Mu, it counts. Lin Mu, don't get close to the west wall tonight. Lin Mu, draw the curtains and lock the dorm door. Lin Mu, send a message at 8 and again at 10. Xiaoya quickly replied with a nodding cat emoji. Then she sent another message. Xiaoya, brother, don't try to be strong alone. Lin Mu looked at this message, the coldness in his eyes slightly fading. He replied, I will think first before acting. This was a promise. It was also a limitation he set for himself. He could be ruthless, but he couldn't be reckless. Every decision he made now related to whether Xiaoya could live safely. Lin Mu put away his phone and continued walking forward. Just after passing through an old street, he suddenly heard a cough coming from ahead. Cough, cough, cough. The sound was dense. There was more than one person. Lin Mu slowed his pace and stood in the shadows looking out. At the street corner, there was a white van marked Zhao's Public Safety. Several staff members in uniform were spraying white powder from their sprayers at the sewer entrance garbage piles and wall cracks. A faint sweet smell wafted through the air. Nearby, several elderly people and vendors were expressing their gratitude. Mr. Zhao is really a good person. The news said so much stock was burned in the warehouse, yet he's still thinking of spraying medicine for us in the lower district for free. There really have been a lot of rats lately. I even heard sounds from the sewer last night, one of the staff members said with a gentle smile. Don't worry, old folks, this is the beast-repelling powder jointly launched by Zhao's and Heavenly God Bio. It's being distributed for free for a short time. After spraying, low-tier magical beasts will not dare to approach when they smell it. Once it is officially launched, residents of the lower district will also get a discounted price. Mr. Zhao said while making money is important, conscience cannot be lost. Conscience. Lin Mu stood in the shadows, his gaze showing no fluctuation. He had seen the experimental records in the Zhao family's warehouse. He had seen the mutated black rats catalyzed by berserk agents. He had seen how the Zhao family could release magical beasts into the safe zone just to eliminate an grade student. So he knew very well that the conscience spoken by such people was usually just a way to deceive those who have yet to be cut down. He did not rush out to stop them. Rushing out now would only lead to 3 outcomes. First, the Zhao staff would bite back and accuse him of disrupting the public service distribution. Second, the surrounding residents wouldn't trust him and might even feel he had ruined their free benefits. Third, the Zhao family would take the opportunity to drag him into a public opinion quagmire, shifting the focus from Zhao's warehouse fire to Lin Mu maliciously slandering a public welfare enterprise. That would be too foolish. He would not do that. Lin Mu took out a disposable sealing bag, and while the staff turned around, used the crowd as cover to scrape a bit of white powder that had not yet been wet by rain from the wall corner. Eye of Insight activate. His vision slightly darkened. A line of information appeared on the surface of the powder. Item: diluted guardian beast repelling powder. Level: low tier industrial agent. Main ingredients: sulfur-based repellent, nerve-stimulating dust, low dose, paralyzing granules, trace residues, inducing the sense of smell in exotic beasts. Short-term effect: repels a grade and below low-tier magical beasts. Long-term side effects: after the effect wears off, residual inducing substances will stimulate certain rodents and carrion-type magical beasts to exhibit returning behavior. Risks to humans: long-term inhalation may lead to throat burning, lung inflammation, and slight delays in the spiritual energy circuits of low-tier awakened individuals. Note: this formula shows signs of artificially lowering costs, weakening safety buffers, and expanding subsequent dependency needs. Lin Mu stored the sealing bag in the system space. This substance is not merely poison. It is more insidious. In the short term, it can indeed drive away rats. So residents will trust it. Once the effect wears off, the residual scent will attract even more agitated low-tier magical beasts back. At that time, Zhao's will introduce an enhanced version of the beast-repelling powder security packages and sewer-clearing services, allowing them to continue profiting from fear. This is business. And also murder. Lin Mu recorded this scene with his phone, but did not upload it. Evidence requires a chain. A standalone video: a bag of powder is not enough to crush the Zhao family. But the special invitation in 3 days will be live-streamed across the city. Zhao Tai will undoubtedly stand in the brightest spot. Zhao's group will also use his A-grade talent to continue building momentum. That will be the most opportune moment to tear off this layer of skin. Lin Mu turned and left. Just as he entered the next alley, Shadow Sense suddenly jumped lightly. From the left rear, 3 meters away in the shadow at the wall base, an unnatural fracture appeared for an instant. Like a piece of transparent glass being forcibly inserted into the darkness. Lin Mu did not stop his steps. He continued to walk forward as if he had noticed nothing. But his right hand had already reached into his sleeve to grasp a steel nail. It was an ordinary piece he had taken from the Zhao family warehouse, sharpened into a simple throwing weapon. It was useless against experts, but for spies it would suffice. He turned into a dead end. At the end of the alley there were piles of cardboard boxes and a broken freezer. The wall was slippery, and there was a puddle of machine oil that had just spilled. Lin Mu stopped, facing away from the alley entrance, and lowered his head to look at his phone. It seemed he was replying to a message. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 15 seconds. There were no footsteps at the alley entrance. The other party was very cautious. Lin Mu suddenly spoke. Did Zhao Tai send you, or did Zhao Tianba send you? The dead end fell silent. Only the distant market's shouts could be heard. Lin Mu did not turn back. Optical camouflage consumes a lot of energy. You are standing in the shadow at the wall base to reduce the load on your equipment. You stepped on the beast-repelling powder with your right foot. There is still dust on your shoe. You have followed me for at least 2 streets. You are breathing very shallowly, but your heartbeat is quickening. There was still no answer in the air. Lin Mu nodded. Then consider it as you acquiescing. The moment the words fell, he raised his right hand. The steel nail did not shoot towards the wall base. Instead, it shot towards a shabby streetlight overhead. Bang! The bulb exploded and shards of glass and dust fell. The entire alley darkened for a moment. In the moment of transition between light and dark, Lin Mu slipped his foot, and his body merged into the shadow by the wall. The sound of his footsteps suppressed to near silence. It was not teleportation, just quieter, faster, and harder to capture. But for a spy relying on optical camouflage, this brief change in light was already deadly enough. Lin Mu flipped his hand and threw a handful of lime powder. The white mist spread out. At the base of the wall, a human silhouette was outlined by the dust. That person finally moved. He was extremely thin, wearing tight optical camouflage clothing, holding a short crossbow with a blue paralyzing poison gleaming on the arrow tip. This was not ordinary tracking. It was an attempt to capture someone. Eye of Insight. Target: outer reconnaissance agent of the Zhao family. Combat power level: a grade high tier. Abilities: optical concealment. Equipment: low tier optical camouflage suit, paralyzing short crossbow, positioning communicator. Weakness: dependent on light stability, weak in close combat. Hearing in the left ear is impaired. The spy reacted quickly. The moment his outline was exposed, he did not attack, but rolled backward, attempting to escape the alley. Very professional. But he chose the wrong opponent. Lin Mu exerted force under his feet. Night Assault. The speed of a grade high tier exploded in the narrow alley, almost instantly closing in on the side of the spy. The spy's pupils constricted suddenly, and he raised the short crossbow. Lin Mu's left hand clutched his wrist and twisted outward. Crack! The bone dislocated. The short crossbow fell to the ground. The spy opened his mouth to shout, but Lin Mu's right hand had already pressed 2 fingers against his neck. A faint green poison light glimmered at his fingertips. Deadly enchantment, low-dose paralysis. It was not a lethal poison. It was just enough to cause muscles to lose control and vocal cords to stiffen. The spy instantly collapsed like his bones had been drawn out, kneeling weakly. Lin Mu pressed down on his back. He grips the neck, dragging him into the shadow at the end of the alley. I ask you nod or shake your head. The spy's face turns pale. Zhao Tai sent you to follow me. The spy hesitates. Lin Mu's fingers press slightly harder against his neck. The paralyzing toxin crawls up his nerves. The spy immediately nods. Is the purpose just to confirm if I am the one from the storage yard? The spy nods once and then shakes his head. Lin Mu's gaze turns cold. And Xiaoya? The spy's body stiffens. This time there is no need to nod, the answer is already clear enough. Lin Mu does not kill him immediately. Killing a spy is simple. But with the spy alive, he can extract more information. He takes the communicator from the spy's waist. The communicator is still on. Inside comes Zhao Tai's voice, suppressed with anger. Has the target entered a dead end? Have you made a move? Remember, do not kill him. If he is the one from the warehouse, break his legs first and bring him back. As for his sister, we will deal with her on the day of the special recruitment. Lin Mu looks at the communicator, his expression unchanged. He presses the call button. Young Master Zhao. The other end of the communicator goes silent instantly. In the next second, Zhao Tai's breathing becomes heavy. Lin Mu. You are indeed still alive. Zhao Tai's voice carries a twisted excitement and hatred. You killed Lutsong too. Lin Mu does not answer. The more he remains silent, the more Zhao Tai will think in the right direction by himself. Do you think that by stealing a bit of stuff and burning a warehouse you can turn things around? 3 days later, at the special recruitment in Magic City, the whole Zhanghai City will watch me ascend to glory. You, a rat from the slums, even if you are fortunate enough to have a bit of luck, only deserve to be my stepping stone. Lin Mu lowers his head, glancing at the spy on the ground, paralyzed and unable to move. Do you know why the special recruitment in Magic City is happening early? Zhao Tai is taken aback. Lin Mu continues, on the surface it is because your level talent is bright enough. In reality it is because Zhanghai City has become too dirty recently. The spiritual energy index in the wilds of the northern suburbs is abnormal. The Zhao storage yard caught fire. The beast repellent powder just hit the market, and low-level magical beasts are starting to migrate abnormally. The Magic City Academy is not here to support you. They are here to filter out the trash and take away those who are truly fit for the battlefield. Zhao Tai angrily retorts, what are you to call me trash? Whether I am worthy or not you will know in 3 days. Lin Mu's voice is calm. And do not touch Xiaoyu again. Are you threatening me? No. Lin Mu replies, this is a notice. He raises his hand and crushes the communicator. Crack. The electrical sparks flicker in his palm for a moment before quickly extinguishing. The spy watches this scene, fear finally showing in his eyes. He realizes that the young man before him is not the grade waste that Zhao Tai described. This person is too calm. Calm enough that even anger seems to be suppressed within a sheath. Lin Mu crouches down and searches the spy, finding an encrypted chip and a temporary access card. Inside, I scans over. Item: Zhao's action memo chip. Content summary: target monitoring Lin Xiaoya's campus surroundings, route records, Magic City, special recruitment day, perimeter security layout, Zhao's sponsored seating passage permissions. Note contains some usable intelligence. Lin Mu puts away the chip. This is the real gain. Killing is just a momentary rush. Intelligence can save lives. He does not kill the spy. First, because this place is too close to the second-hand market, a body would attract unnecessary trouble. Second, letting Zhao Tai know that the person has been captured but is not dead is more disruptive to his judgment than just killing him. Third, the spy has already been left with a bit of paralyzing poison, making it impossible for him to travel far in a short time. If the Zhao family comes to rescue him, it will only expose a retrieval route. Lin Mu drags the spy behind an abandoned ice cabinet, tying his hands and feet with plastic zip ties, and casually removes the energy module from his optical camouflage suit. Plunder activation. Living, non-dying, and not fully suppressed targets yield very low returns. But Lin Mu only needs a little bit of skill information. Plunder successful. Gained agility 0. 3. Gained skill fragment, optical concealment, grade fragment. Tip: this fragment can be used as synthesis material for future concealment skills. Lin Mu glances at the tip. A fly's leg is also meat. What he lacks the most now is various low-level materials. Once the skill furnace accumulates enough, many seemingly inconspicuous fragments may turn into things that can truly save lives. Before leaving the dead end, he looks back at the spy. Tell Zhao Tai, on the day of the special recruitment, I will go. He better make himself look brighter, so that when he falls, everyone can see clearly. The night falls in the direction of Zhanghai City's northern suburbs. Lin Mu does not return home, nor does he go to the black market. The Zhao family has begun searching for him throughout the city, and the black market will instead become a key area of surveillance. On Wang Fatty's side, he has already sent a message asking Fatty to stay home these days and not come to the lower city district waiting near Lin Xiaoya's school when necessary. On Lin Xiaoya's side, a message arrives at 8 o'clock in the evening. Xiaoya, the curtains are drawn and the door is locked. Xiaoya, there are security guards patrolling on the west side of the wall and no one can get in. Xiaoya, I wrote down my dream. In the dream today, there was black water with a bit of blue light in it, like stars falling in. Lin Mu looks at the last sentence, his footsteps slightly pausing. Black water, blue light, stars falling in. The color of fallen star iron is also like this. He does not send this association to Xiaoya. What she needs most now is not fear, but stability. Lin Mu replies, very well, keep writing. Sleep early. Xiaoya, what about you? Lin Mu, I'm going to train. Xiaoya, don't get hurt. Lin Mu looks for a long time before replying with a single word. Good. After putting away his phone, he raises his head to look towards the northern part of the city. That is the E09 wilderness area. It is also the closest low-level wilderness outside of Zhanghai City's safe zone. The special recruitment is in 3 days. Zhao Tai will come to the event with Zhao family's resources, equipment, potions, and media hype. He cannot rely solely on anger. Anger can make a person swing a blade, but only strength and planning can ensure the blade strikes the right target. His goals are very clear now. First, stabilize at grade high tier, getting as close as possible to the grade pinnacle. Second, test the practical effects of Shadow Seed and Shadow Step prototype in night combat. Third, accumulate low-level skill fragments to prepare materials for the subsequent skill furnace. Fourth, avoid the Zhao family's citywide search and publicly defeat Zhao Tai on the official stage in 3 days. Fifth, obtain the qualification for special recruitment at the Magic City Military Academy. Go to Magic City. Investigate the return to zero sequence. Find resources that can help him officially break through to Crate. Create a safe environment for Xiaoya that the Zhao family cannot infiltrate. These 5 tasks must follow a strict order. Lin Mu buys 3 bottles of nutrient solution at the vending machine near the city gate and also purchases a basic map of E09 wilderness area from the Hunter Guild's external terminal. The map is expensive, 5,000 federal coins. In the past, he would have felt distressed enough to lose sleep over it. Now he just glances at it and makes the payment. Information is more important than money. The map shows that common magical beasts in the E09 wilderness area include galehounds, armored rats, corrupted tooth badgers, and low-level shadow cats. The highest danger level is mid-level D, suitable for grade awakened for night training. But there is a line in the remarks in red. Recently, the spiritual energy index has risen abnormally. Solo entry at night is not recommended. Lin Mu looks at that line and instead smiles slightly. An abnormal rise means danger. It also means resources and prey. For others, the night wilderness is a forbidden zone. For him, who possesses insight, shadow sense, night assault, and all-purpose plunder, the night is actually the most suitable time for hiding and hunting. But he does not let his guard down because of this. He downloads the map route to a backup terminal and sets 3 evacuation routes. The east route close to the old highway is suitable for a quick return to the city. The west route near the abandoned factory area has more cover suitable for evading pursuers. The north route leads to deeper wilderness, the most dangerous, only to be used when surrounded. After completing these, he walks towards the edge of the safe zone. The tall protective electric fence flickers with blue light in the night. The security guard at the gate glances at him. Solo entry into the wilderness. Training. Level. Grade. The security guard originally wanted to advise him a bit, but seeing the overly calm eyes of Lin Mu, he swallows his words. He scans Lin Mu's black iron hunter identity on the terminal. It's been restless in the northern suburbs lately. The security guard reminds him, if you encounter a pack of magical beasts, withdraw directly. Lin Mu nods. Thank you. The electric gate slowly opens. Cold wind blows from the wilderness, carrying a stench mixed with soiled, decaying leaves and magical beast droppings. Lin Mu steps out of the safe zone. The city lights are left behind. Ahead are broken roads, collapsed billboards, abandoned buildings consumed by vines and darkness that stretches endlessly. He does not rush in immediately. Instead, he stands at the edge of the wilderness, closes his eyes, and waits for 10 seconds. Shadow sense spreads out. In the wind, there are subtle sounds of tiny claws crunching on gravel. 20 meters to the southeast, a low-level armored rat is gnawing on a discarded tire. Further out, an unknown magical beast is crouched in the shadows of a tree, breathing lightly. Lin Mu opens his eyes. There is no excitement, no fear, only clarity. He draws out the still unrefined grade combat dagger, checking the blade grip, toxin containment, and the angle for the crescent slash. Then he puts the dagger away again. Tonight he will not rush to kill. He wants to observe first, to see how far his shadow sense can detect, to see what terrain the shadow step prototype can be effective in, to see how long a grade high-tier body can last in continuous combat, to see how much the all-purpose plunders yields diminish against low-level magical beasts. True growth is not merely a jump in panel numbers. It is knowing who you can fight, who you cannot, when to advance, and when to retreat. Lin Mu lowers his posture, moving into the shadows beside the abandoned road. His footsteps are quieter than ever. Not far away, the armored rat seems to sense something, raising its crimson eyes. In the next second, Lin Mu has already closed in from the side of the shadows. It is not a full-force burst of the night assault, just a slight acceleration from the shadow step prototype and a suppressed breath. He does not use the crescent slash. He does not use the venomous enchantment. He only uses the most basic footwork and dagger. Thud. The tip of the blade pierces through the gap in the armored rat's skull. Accurate, silent, and effortless. The armored rat does not even have a chance to squeak before its body twitches twice and collapses beside the discarded vehicle. Killed a grade armored rat. Plunder successful. Constitution 0. 1. Gain skill fragment, hard shelf grade fragment. Lin Mu withdraws the dagger, shaking off the droplets of blood. The yield is very small, but he is not disappointed. This is just the beginning. True hunting is not about how loud the first strike is. It is about whether he can walk out of the wilderness standing after a whole night. In the distance, a few pairs of crimson eyes light up in the darkness. Lin Mu raises his head, a slight, faint smile finally appearing on his lips. Come on. Before the special recruitment, let me sharpen my blade on you. The night closes in. The sound of blacksmithing from the slums continues to echo in the distance. And the first true trial in the wilderness begins at this moment. In the northern outskirts of Zhanghai City, in the E09 wilderness area, the night enveloped the ruins like a chilling sheet of iron. A 10-meter-high isolation electric fence flickered with blue and white arcs behind him. Inside the fence was the last circle of light in Zhanghai City. Outside the fence lay a half-collapsed overpass, billboards entangled with vines, dark puddles on the streets, and pairs of beastly eyes lurking in the shadows. Lin Mu stood atop an abandoned bus, not in a hurry to delve deeper. The E-class armored rat had already been dealt with. Its corpse was dragged to the bottom of the bus, and the blood was covered with the odor-eliminating powder he carried. The wilderness is not a testing ground for the Hunters Guild. Here, killing a magical beast does not guarantee safety. The scent of blood will attract a second beast, and the corpse will draw a third. If the commotion escalates, it could even awaken all the nocturnal creatures in the entire block. Lin Mu crouched on top of the bus, unfolding an old city map downloaded from the Hunters Guild terminal. On the map, the E09 wilderness area was marked in light red. The light red does not signify safety, it merely indicates that newcomers may not die immediately. He traced 3 routes on the map with the tip of his dagger. The first route leads north along the abandoned commercial street, where the density of magical beasts is high, suitable for practice, but the view is complicated, making it easy to get surrounded. The second route goes east along the drainage ditch with a strong odor that can mask his tracks, but there are records of serpentine magical beasts in that area. The third route cuts through the old subway entrance, leading directly to the abandoned commercial center, a favored hiding spot for wanted criminals and rogue hunting teams. Lin Mu's goals were clear. He was not there to seek death, nor to prove how capable he was in combat. He entered the wilderness with 4 objectives. First, to solidify his class high-tier physical body and spiritual energy circuit. Second, to test how far the Shadow Seed could take him. Third, to collect enough skill fragments and combat experience to make up for his shortcomings in agility, reconnaissance, and sustained combat. Fourth, to avoid the Zhao family's search in the city and hold out until the special recruitment in the Magic City begins. As for killing beasts, earning resources, and collecting bounties, those were merely supplementary gains. Lin Mu tucked away the map and double-checked his equipment. 1 class alloy combat dagger, 3 vials of hemostatic gel, 2 antidote needles, 6 compressed biscuits, 1 bottle of small water purification tablets, half a bag of odor-eliminating powder, and 2 smoke bombs he acquired from the Zhao family's warehouse. Not much, but sufficient for his needs. He also felt the communication device on the inner side of his collar. It was the same safety signal device he had left for Lin Xiaoyao before his departure. It was not a high-end model capable of emitting only 3 short vibration signals. 1 pulse meant safety. 2 pulses indicated a need to relocate. 3 pulses meant immediate assistance. For them now, this was more practical than any sweet words. The shadow sense quietly unfolded. Within a 20-meter radius, shadows spread like a rough net into his consciousness. Under the chassis of a wrecked vehicle to the left, 2 small magical beasts were gnawing on something. 17 meters ahead, behind a broken wall, there was something that breathed very lightly. At the edge of an advertising board to the upper right, a faint scent of blood wafted in the wind. The perception was vague. Unlike the Eye of Insight, which could provide direct data, it excelled in concealment, requiring no direct gaze and not exposing itself like a flashlight. Lin Mu closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. The current Shadow Seed cannot yet be treated as a killing move. It can only serve as a second pair of eyes. He did not become arrogant simply because he had gained a new ability. The more mysterious a power, the more it should not be misused. The system had previously hinted that the Shadow Seed was related to the so-called zeroing sequence low-tier interface. This indicated that it was not an ordinary supernatural ability. Since it was not ordinary, he needed to ascertain the cost first. Lin Mu leapt down from the bus, bending his knees slightly upon landing, his boots barely making a sound. The thing behind the broken wall stirred. A pair of green eyes lit up in the darkness. The Eye of Insight activated. Target: Cracked Tooth Hound. Level E class: Height Ear. Characteristics: social, keen, hearing, strong, bite force. Weakness: weak lumbar vertebrae, afraid of bright light. Warning: at least 3 similar creatures are nearby. Lin Mu did not draw his knife. He first stepped back half a pace, pulled out a small bright ball, with his left hand flicked his fingers, and tossed it toward the right pile of wreckage. Snap! The bright light erupted. The blinding white light instantly illuminated half the street. A woo! 2 cracked tooth hounds were dazzled by the bright light, and suddenly darted out from under the vehicle. At the same time, the cracked tooth hound behind the broken wall couldn't help but pounce out. 3 of them. Their positions were all revealed. Only then did Lin Mu draw his dagger. He did not use the half-moon slash. Against E-class magical beasts, using high-consumption combat techniques was just a waste of stamina. When the first cracked tooth hound lunged toward him, Lin Mu sidestepped to avoid the bite, his left elbow sinking down, crashing into its neck. Crack! A bone dislocated. The second one circled around to his lower back. The shadow sense pulled out a blurry shadow in his consciousness half a beat early. Lin Mu's foot shifted slightly, his body sliding out half a step along the shadow of the wrecked vehicle. This was not disappearing. It was merely leveraging the shadow to lower his presence while allowing his muscles to exert force more smoothly. Shadow step prototype. Short, quick, unstable. Yet it was enough for the second cracked tooth hound to bite empty air. Lin Mu countered with a knife, stabbing it through the gap in its lumbar vertebrae. The third one attempted to flee. Lin Mu did not pursue. He flicked his hand, and the dagger grazed the air, piercing through its hind leg. The cracked tooth hound tumbled to the ground, just about to howl, when a hand pressed down on its skull. All Things Plunder activated. A black vortex flashed in the palm of his hand. Killed E-class cracked tooth hound. Plunder successful. Agility 0. 1. Killed E-class cracked tooth hound. Constitution 0. 1. Killed E-class cracked tooth hound. The gains were minimal, but what Lin Mu sought was not these attributes. He crouched down to examine the wounds on the 3 corpses. The first corpse had a dislocated cervical vertebra. The strike was clean. The second had hit the lumbar vertebra at the right angle. The third's thrown knife had gone slightly off course, which should have severed the spine directly, but only crippled its hind leg. When Shadow Step activates, the right shoulder has a moment of stiffness. If the opponent is human, that moment can be seized. Lin Mu pulled the dagger back, readjusting the power in his shoulder and back. This was the reason he came to the wilderness. In the city, any mistake could alert the Zhao family, the Supervision Bureau, or the school. Here, mistakes only lead to injuries. Injuries are cheaper than life. 2 hours later, in the abandoned commercial street, Lin Mu stood inside a convenience store that had collapsed halfway, leaning against a shelf, a fresh wound on his left arm. The blood was not deep, but the pain was very clear. Outside, 5 ironback hyenas circled the convenience store. These magical beasts are not particularly strong, each merely at the peak of E-class, but they are much smarter than cracked tooth hounds. They were not rushing in. Instead, they took turns slamming against the side wall of the convenience store, trying to shake the precarious building down. Lin Mu did not go outside. He was waiting. Hunting is not about who charges in faster, especially when facing social magical beasts. Patience is more important than blades. After the third impact, large chunks of wall plaster fell away. On the 4th hit, there was a sound of rebar snapping above the ceiling. On the 5th hit, boom, the side wall collapsed. Dust rushed into the convenience store. The 5 ironback hyenas finally could not hold back, rushing in amidst the smoke and dust. Lin Mu's eyes turned cold. This was the moment he had been waiting for. With his right hand gripping the dagger horizontally, spiritual energy flowed down his arm into the blade. Half-moon slash. Not a full-blown attack. Instead, it was a short arc slash with reduced consumption. A faint white energy swept through the narrow space. The front 2 ironback hyenas had their forelimbs severed simultaneously, their bodies losing balance and crashing heavily to the ground. The 3 behind were blocked by their companions, causing their formation to immediately break. Lin Mu seized this opportunity, stepping forward and slipping into the side rear, using the shadow of the shelf. Shadow Step prototype. This time it was smoother than before. His breathing remained steady, and his right shoulder did not stiffen. A faint green glow coated the blade. Poisonous enchantment activated at a low dosage. He did not aim for a one-hit kill. Instead, he targeted weak points such as joints, ligaments, and the corners of 30 seconds later the convenience store fell silent. All 5 ironback hyenas lay defeated. Lin Mu leaned against the shelf, exhaling a breath of stale air. The half-moon slash consumed quite a bit of stamina. Using Shadow Step 3 times in succession caused a slight sting in his ankle. The Lodo's poisonous enchantment did not have significant backlash, but if the attachment time exceeded 10 seconds his fingers would go numb. These details could determine life or death in real combat. System notifications popped up one after another. Plunder successful, Constitution 0. 3. Plunder successful, Strength 0. 2. Obtain skill fragment, Ironback class 2. Obtain skill fragment group, Scent class fragment. Shadow Seed compatibility increased 3. Lin Mu's eyes flickered. Compatibility. The system did not respond immediately. A few seconds later a line of cold text appeared. Insufficient fragments of the zeroing sequence, unable to display complete source. Current conjecture. Shadow Seed is a low-tier authority interface, which can be gradually completed through combat, plunder, and adaptation to shadow environments. Warning: incomplete authority interface. Do not forcibly simulate height-tier abilities such as shadow escape and shadow binding. Lin Mu squinted. Again it was the zeroing sequence. All Things Plunder, Falling Star, Iron Shadow Seed seemed to converge toward an indistinct direction. But now was not the time to delve deeper. He dragged a few corpses to the back of the convenience store, extracting 2 low-purity crystal nuclei, and cut off several segments of the ironback hyena's toughest spine, storing them in the system space. These items were not worth much, but they could be exchanged for potions, information, and consumables at the guild. Those from the lower ranks would not disdain small change. Just as he finished dealing with the corpses, the communication device in his collar vibrated lightly. 1 pulse. Safety. Immediately after, his phone received a message from Lin Xiaoya. Xiaoya, the wind chimes did not ring. I'm at school. Are you in a dangerous place again? Lin Mu looked at the screen, his finger paused for a moment. He did not lie too much. Lin Mu on the outskirts of the wilderness practicing. Xiaoya quickly replied. Xiaoya, I just fell asleep for a while and dreamed about you standing on a dark street with many fine threads under your feet. Those threads wanted to drag you underground. Lin Mu looked down at the shadow beneath his feet. The convenience store's fluorescent lights were mostly broken and the shadows piled up at his feet like a tide. He did not tell Xiaoya about the system notifications, but he kept this message in mind. Xiaoya's perception was abnormal and had resonated with the things on him more than once. This was not a coincidence. Perhaps the Zhao family was targeting Xiaoya not just to threaten him. Lin Mu replied, got it. I won't force it. After a few seconds he added, when I get back, he'll take you out for ribs. Xiaoya, every time you mention ribs it means things are very dangerous. Lin Mu looked at this message and couldn't help but smile. It was a faint smile, yet it momentarily dispersed the killing intent surrounding him. He put away his phone. So I must not die. The next morning at the entrance of the old subway line 3, the rain began to fall. The wilderness rain carried gray dust landing on the broken tracks, producing a crisp rustling sound. Lin Mu, hiding on the maintenance platform above the old subway entrance, he bit into a piece of compressed biscuit. It was dry and hard, unpalatable, but it provided calories. In the past 6 hours he had hunted 14 level magical beasts and 3 initial level magical beasts, while avoiding a high-level class armored giant lizard. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat it, but that it was unnecessary. The armored giant lizard had thick skin, was resistant to poison, and moved slowly. Killing it would require a significant expenditure of stamina and would disturb the nearby night raven swarm. The benefits did not match the risks. Lin Mu was not here to seek attention. He was here to grow stronger. While this round's wilderness earnings summary: Strength 1. 4. Agility 1. 7. Constitution 1. 2. Mentality 0. 4. Obtained several low-level skill fragments. Shadow Seed compatibility 11. The increase was not exaggerated, but every point was solid. Lin Mu could clearly feel his body was different from the past 2 days. Previously he relied on his attributes to suppress others, and his movements were slightly stiff. Now his steps, breathing, drawing, and sheathing his blade began to merge into a cohesive whole. Strength was not just a number on the panel. Strength was the ability to discern from which direction an enemy was approaching when hearing the sound of the wind in the dark. It was the choice to wait an extra half-second before delivering a fatal blow. At that moment a sudden sharp pain pierced through his shadow sense. It wasn't a magical beast, it was people. 3 of them, one holding a psychic firearm. Lin Mu stuffed the remaining compressed biscuit back into his bag and quietly crawled to the edge of the maintenance platform. Below, the dim emergency lights on the old subway platform flickered a few times. 3 men dragged 2 unconscious young hunters inside. They were not wearing a uniform, but their equipment was. One carried a heavy shield, another had a fiery red spirit-patterned bandage wrapped around his wrist, and the last one was thin like a monkey with a short crossbow and a poison needle tube hanging at his waist. Lin Mu's gaze turned colder. He had seen the information about these three men. They were known as the Vulture Brothers on the Hunter Guild's wanted list. They specialized in targeting rookie hunters on the outskirts of the wilderness. They would first release low-cost team-up information, wait for their target to enter the wilderness, and then kill and loot. Although their wanted level was not the highest, they were quite disgusting. They never targeted strong teams, only choosing freshly registered rookies with no background and equipment worth something. Old 3, are you sure that kid will come here? The man with the shield said, throwing one unconscious hunter to the Zhao family provided the information. White masked black dagger, around 18 years old, recently active on the outskirts of the wilderness. Capture him alive for 500,000. If dead, 20,000. Tisk, 500,000. The man with the fiery pattern licked his lips. Is a high school student really worth that much? The Zhao family's young master wants his legs, and the gods over there want his blood. I don't care who he is, the thin monkey man said in a low voice. As long as we catch him, it's money. On the maintenance platform, Lin Mu's fingers lightly pressed against the hilt of his dagger. Very well. This was not a coincidence. They were coming for him. This saved him the cost of judgment. Below, the man with the shield kicked the unconscious young hunter on the ground. What should we do with these two? Leave one as bait, slit the other's throat, the thin monkey man said casually. The smell of blood can attract magical beasts, and that kid as well. If he really comes to save them, it will be a trap. Lin Mu's eyes revealed no anger. Anger would lead to mistakes in movement. Instead, he rearranged his targets in his mind. First, save the two rookies. Second, try to leave one alive to ask about the Zhao family's bounty channel. Third, use these three to test his continuous combat ability against human awakeners. Fourth, collect the bounty if possible. With clear objectives, the actions became simple. Lin Mu did not jump down immediately. Instead, he first took a smoke bomb from the system space and held it in his hand. Then he activated Eye of Insight. Target 1 Meng Shan High-Evolved Class, Earth-Type, Defensive Awakener. Skills: Rock Shield, Charge, Heavy Armor Skin. Weakness: Old Injury on the right knee, slow to turn after shielding. Target 2 Meng Hua Initialed Class, Fire-Type Awakener. Skills: Fireball Technique, Scorching Palm. Weakness: Stability of Psychic Energy, decreases in rain, poor in close combat. Target 3 Meng Chi Peak E-Class, Agile Type, skilled with Poison Crossbow. Skills: Poison Needle, Shooting, Scent Tracking. Weakness: Weak Constitution, Fears, Close Combat Suppression. Lin Mu did not underestimate them. These three had cooperated to hunt rookies for many years. The real danger was not just their levels, but their experience. Especially that Meng Chi. If he managed to shoot a poison needle, even if Lin Mu's physique was very strong, he could still be slowed down. Thus the first strike must be against him. Lin Mu flicked his fingers, and a piece of gravel struck the old fire hose on the other side of the platform. Bang! The sound echoed in the empty platform. Who? Meng Chi reacted the fastest, instantly raising his short crossbow. At that moment, as his gaze shifted, a smoke bomb fell from the maintenance platform. Boom! The gray-white smoke exploded. Spread out! Meng Shan shouted, immediately raising his shield to protect his fire-type companion. However, Meng Chi did not retreat. Instead, he slid toward the edge of the smoke, trying to seize visibility. This was an experienced judgment. Unfortunately, he was not facing an ordinary rookie. Shadow Sense locked onto his movements. Shadow Step prototype activated. Lin Mu slid down the shadow of the platform pillar, not charging directly into the smoke, but cutting in from behind the billboard. Meng Chi heard a faint sound of wind. He turned around suddenly, the poison crossbow raised halfway. Too slow. Lin Mu seized his wrist with his left hand and slammed his right knee into his side. Crack. 2 ribs fractured. Meng Chi still tried to shout a warning, but Lin Mu's dagger had already grazed his throat. It wasn't to sever the trachea. It was to slice the edge of the vocal cords, precisely disabling his ability to call for help. Meng Chi's eyes widened as the poison needle tube fell to the ground. Lin Mu pressed his palm against the back of his neck. A low dose of deadly poison enchantment seeped into his nerves. Meng Chi's body went limp, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. He was not dead, but he wouldn't be able to move for a while. The first threat was eliminated. Old 3. Meng Hua yelled in anger, causing a fireball to explode in his palm, illuminating a large area of smoke. As the fire erupted, the shadows deepened. Lin Mu did not use the non-existent shadow escape. He merely utilized the contrast between the firelight and the smoke to make 2 quick directional shifts. Meng Hua saw him, but all he saw was a shattered shadow. The fireball was launched. Lin Mu bent down half a beat early. The fireball grazed his back and crashed into the platform wall, exploding and scattering a large area of broken tiles. Rainwater poured in through the hole, making the ground even more slippery. This was exactly what Lin Mu was waiting for. He hooked a broken cable with his toes and yanked it hard. The cable whipped against Meng Hua's calf. Meng Hua's center of gravity wavered. Lin Mu rushed and closed his left shoulder, crashing into his chest. Rock armor activated for just an instant. It did not cover his entire body, but formed a thin layer of gray-white hardened skin around his shoulder and elbow. Bang! Meng Huo was knocked back, crashing hard against the edge of the tracks. He tried to raise his hand, but the dagger was already pressed against the tendon of his wrist. "Don't move," Lin Mu said softly. "If you condense fire again, this hand will be ruined." Meng Huo was drenched in cold sweat. In the next second, a heavy shield came crashing in from the side. Meng Shan had arrived. A high-leveled class Earth-type awakener, he was strong and not slow. Lin Mu did not take it heeded. He sidestepped to avoid the front of the heavy shield, but still got grazed on the shoulder. Bang! He slid 3 meters away, crashing against a platform pillar. His chest felt tight. This was the difference between human awakeners and magical beasts. Most magical beasts relied on instinct. Humans would coordinate, provide support, and create opportunities with their companions. Meng Shan's blow pushed Lin Mu back, and he immediately shielded Meng Huo behind him. He did not recklessly pursue, but crouched slightly and drove the heavy shield into the ground. Earth-colored psychic energy spread across the floor. Rock shield charge was charging. Lin Mu shook his numb arms, and his gaze became even calmer. Defensive-type frontal hard-hitting consumes too much. Old injury on the right knee, slow to turn. The shield is heavy, the ground is slippery in the rain. The fire-type companion is behind him, which will limit his movement angles. Judgment complete. Lin Mu moved. He did not retreat, but actively charged towards Meng Shan's front. A glint of ferocity flashed in Meng Shan's eyes. Seeking death. The heavy shield crashed out with a thunderous sound. This blow was enough to turn an ordinary initialed class into mush. But just as the shield was about to connect, Lin Mu's foot suddenly shifted. Night ambush exploded. It was not a linear acceleration, but a lateral explosion compressed to the shortest distance. His body almost grazed the edge of the shield, his left arm scraped by its corner, drawing blood, yet he successfully slipped into Meng Shan's right blind spot. Meng Shan wanted to turn around. He was half a beat too late. Lin Mu stepped onto the slippery ground, reversing his grip on the dagger, and a flash of green poison light appeared. Deadly poison enchantment. Thud. The blade tip pierced Meng Shan's old knee injury. He did not stab deeply. If he went too deep, it would get stuck. Lin Mu only broke through the flesh, delivering the poison, and then immediately withdrew the dagger. Meng Shan roared in anger, swinging a punch back. Lin Mu could not completely evade it. Rock armor covered his chest and ribs. Bang! The fist struck his side. The gray-white armor cracked, and Lin Mu spat out a mouthful of blood, but he used the force to flip over the tracks, creating distance. The injury was not light, but the result was very worthwhile. Meng Shan's right leg began to feel numb. The Earth-type defenses were strong, and the nerve toxin may not be fatal, but it was enough to affect his support. Lin Mu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes showing no panic. He did not charge again. Instead, he began to circle. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, each time forcing Meng Shan to turn, each time putting weight on Meng Shan's right knee. Meng Shan quickly realized something was off. "You're dragging out the poison." Lin Mu did not respond. In battle, explanations were meant for the dead. Meng Huo tried to sneak attack, raising his palm, just as Lin Mu turned without looking back and flung out a steel ball. The steel ball accurately hit his wrist. The flames went out of control, almost burning Meng Shan's back. "You useless fool. Don't shoot randomly." Meng Shan cursed. Lin Mu was waiting for this chaos. He exerted force with his feet, closing the distance once again. This time he did not use night ambush. Instead, he utilized the shadow step prototype he had just begun to master. In just half a step, his body sank into the edge of the shadow cast by the platform pillar. In Meng Shan's eyes, Lin Mu's movements momentarily appeared misaligned. He did not vanish. He had simply deceived the distance by half a foot. Half a foot was enough. Lin Mu swung his blade. Half moon slash. The compressed energy sliced along the ground, accurately targeting Meng Shan's right knee. Crack. Old injury toxin, slippery ground, and half moon slash. 4 factors combined. Meng Shan's massive body finally lost balance, and the heavy shield crashed to the ground. Lin Mu did not give him a second chance to rise. He kicked the short knife out of Meng Shan's hand, pressed his knee against the back of his neck, and held the dagger against the artery on his neck. "Who issued the bounty from the Zhao family?" Meng Shan gritted his teeth and refused to answer. Lin Mu glanced at Meng Qi beside him. Meng Qi lay on the ground, eyes filled with terror, unable to form coherent words. Lin Mu said flatly, "If you don't say, I'll ask him. He can't speak, but he can still write." Meng Shan's expression finally changed. After a few seconds of silence, he squeezed out a sentence between his teeth. "Black market secret order. Codename Bone. The Zhao family's money is just a front, the real bounty, the golden one, is a creation of the celestial beings." Lin Mu noted this name down. "It is not an ordinary codename. It sounds more like a deeper hidden interface. Am I the only target?" Meng Shan gasped for breath. "There's also a girl. Lin Xiaoya. Alive, she is worth more." Lin Mu's expression turned completely cold. The temperature on the platform seemed to drop a few degrees. Mengshan quickly added, "We didn't take that job. It's not something at our level." Lin Mu did not immediately kill him. He took out a communication device and sent a preset message to Wang Fatty. 2 taps. Shift alert. He also sent a brief message to Lin Xiaoya. "From now on, do not answer calls from strangers. Do not leave the school. If anyone asks me, just say you don't know." A few seconds later, Xiaoya replied with one word. "Okay." She did not ask further. This made Lin Mu feel slightly heavy in his heart. The more sensible Xiaoya was, the earlier she was forced to understand the dangers of this world. He put away his phone and looked at Mengshan. "How many newcomers have you killed?" Mengshan's face twitched. He did not answer. The backpacks of the 2 unconscious hunters were thoroughly searched. One of them even had 3 fingers broken clearly to force them to reveal their account passwords. The answer no longer needed to be spoken. Lin Mu stood up. "Then there's no need to keep you alive." The knife's light fell. Killed, level high tier awakener. Plunder successful. Power 1. 5. Physique 1. Acquired skill fragment rock shield, charged level fragment. Killed, level initial tier awakener. Spirit 0. 4. Acquired skill fragment fireball spelled level fragment. Kill a level peak awakener. Agility 0. 7. Acquired skill fragment sent tracking. Detected that the host continuously used night raid and shadow step prototype absorbing speed type monster. Skill furnace is automatically deducing. Materials night raid a level wind step fragment level shadow step prototype combat record agility attribute stability. Synthesis result level movement technique wind shadow step. Wind shadow step a short distance explosive movement technique. Can reduce presence in environments of mixed light and shadow and complete a high speed change of direction. Cannot pass through physical obstacles, cannot be immune to attacks. Continuous use will burden the calf tendons and spiritual energy circuits. Lin Mu felt more at ease after reading the explanation. This is the ability he should possess now. Not outrageous. Not perfect. But life-saving. The complete high-tier shadow system is still too far away. The current wind shadow step aligns with his gradual growth in killing. He did not rush to check the panel, but first dragged the 2 unconscious newcomers to a dry spot above the platform, gave each a basic hemostatic injection, and retrieved the stolen identifications from the Vulture brothers, placing them back beside the 2. As for the Vulture brothers' equipment account chips and wanted notices, he took them all. Helping others was convenient. Collecting debts was also convenient. Lin Mu never thought these 2 matters were in conflict. He dismantled the most valuable spiritual energy embed from Mengshan's heavy shield, took Meng Qi's poison crossbow and tracking powder into the system space, and copied a record of the White Bone Dark Order terminal. This evidence might be useful in the future. The Zhao family is merely a surface dog. The celestial beings are the ones pulling the strings. And White Bone is likely the hand hidden behind the puppeteer. The next evening on the rooftop of an abandoned commercial center, the sunset resembled a piece of red-hot iron gradually swallowed by the remnants of tall buildings at the edge of the wilderness. Lin Mu stood at the edge of the rooftop wearing a black coat he had rummaged from the wanted criminal's backpack. The size was not quite right, but it was better than his previous tattered clothes. He had injuries on his left arm, right rib, and calf, and the wounds were sealed with gel. It hurt, but it did not affect his movement. Over the past day and night, he had not approached any high-risk targets. After killing the Vulture brothers, the Zhao family, and the celestial beings' dark orders proved that the wilderness was also not safe. So he adjusted his strategy. No longer delving deeper. No longer greedy for hunts. Centering on the abandoned commercial center, he repeatedly cleared low to mid-tier monsters within a radius of 500 meters, honing the wind shadow step with minimal risk. By the 17th use, he no longer felt dizzy from the interplay of light and shadow. By the 23rd use, he could immediately follow up with a low-cost half-moon slash after a half-step change of direction. By the 31st use, he could finally control toxic enchantment within 3 inches of the blade tip, no longer letting toxins seep back into his fingers. These changes did not trigger the system to shout God-level evolution once. Yet they brought Lin Mu more reassurance than any exaggerated alert. Because these were things he truly mastered. Lin Mu called up the panel. Host Lin Mu. Current combat power leveled level high tier. Spiritual energy circuit stability 91. Level core condensation progress not opened. Power 74. 6. Agility 72. 1. Physique 68. 9. Spirit 49. 6. Core talent all things plunder. Combat skills half moon slash toxic enchantment rock armor gale blade method experience package. Movement technique night raid wind shadow step. Special abilities eye of insight shadow seed. Shadow seed compatibility 18. Tip the host has stabilized the level high tier foundation. There is still a gap to the level peak, and it is not advisable to forcibly challenge level targets. Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction. He had not advanced to level, nor had he suddenly stepped into level peak. But his combat power was completely different from a day ago. Previously, he only had high attributes and many techniques. Now he began to truly combine these elements into his own combat rhythm. Shadow Sense Prediction, Wind Shadow Step Misdirection, Half Moon Slash Breaking the Encirclement, Toxic Enchantment Healing, Rock Armor Resisting Critical Strikes, All Things Plunder finishing off. This cycle was still rough, but had already taken shape. Lin Mu looked down at the street below. A flock of night crows was circling in the distance. If he didn't leave now, the higher-tier nocturnal predators would only increase. He put away the panel and prepared to depart. Just then he felt a slight tremor under his feet. It was not a monster. It was a mechanical vibration. Lin Mu bent down, pressed his palm to the ground. The shadow sense extended into the shadows inside the building. A few seconds later, he heard the intermittent sound of electricity. Surprisingly, there was still an old spiritual energy relay running underground in the abandoned commercial center. This was not normal. The wilderness area had been abandoned for many years and ordinary equipment would have long lost power. Anything still operational was either military observation equipment or illegal black market nodes. Lin Mu hesitated for a second. Normally he should leave now. Tomorrow was the special recruitment, and there was no need to stir up trouble. But with the recent emergence of the White Bone Dark Order and the abnormal relay appearing underground, these two matters together were not mere coincidence. He did not recklessly go down. Instead, he first took out Meng Chi's tracking powder from the system space and sprinkled it at the entrance to the staircase leading underground. He also connected a smoke bomb with a thin steel wire to create a simple warning system. Finally, he descended the stairs. On the second underground level behind a half-open security door, there was a dusty relay. The relay screen was still lit, the signal intermittent. Lin Mu scanned it with Eye of Insight. Item: Illegal Spiritual Energy Signal Relay. Status: Low Power Operation. Purpose: Forwarding Black Market Dark Order Coordinates, Hunter Identity, Signals, Wilderness, Target Movement Trajectories. Last transmission record: Target Number LM001, Associated Target LX002. LM. Lin Mu. LX. Lin Xiaoya. Lin Mu's gaze gradually turned cold. The Zhao family and celestial beings were not only investigating them in the city, they had marked him and Xiaoya as prey numbers. He continued to search. The last unfinished transmission from the relay was sent to an encrypted address. The note contained only 2 words. White Bone. Lin Mu did not directly destroy the relay. He first copied all records inside into a backup storage disk he had brought from the Zhao family's warehouse, then deleted the recent 12 hours of movement trajectories for himself and Xiaoya, and finally forged a false coordinate. The coordinates pointed to an abandoned water plant deeper in the E09 wilderness area. There was a level peak armored giant lizard active there. If there were any bounty hunters chasing after him, he hoped they would enjoy this gift. After completing these tasks, Lin Mu then used toxic enchantment to corrode the relay's core and disguise the scene as an aging short circuit. Sparks exploded. The relay was completely extinguished. Lin Mu turned and left. He did not rush to find White Bone just because he had discovered new clues. He was still not strong enough. Calmly knowing he wasn't strong enough was also a kind of strength. On the third day, in the early morning at the edge of the wilderness area, the sky was lightening. Outside the isolation electric fence, Lin Mu sat on a broken road sign, quietly watching the direction of the city. He reeked of blood. His coat was torn in several places, and his boots were caked with dried mud and blood. But his gaze was much steadier than before entering the wilderness. A night ago, he was like a knife he had just snatched. Sharp, but the handle did not fit his grip. Now this knife was finally firmly in his grasp. The communication device vibrated. Xiaoya, the wind chime didn't ring. Are you still alive? Lin Mu looked down and replied. Alive. Xiaoya, that's good. Today's special recruitment, he'll be watching the live stream at school. Brother, don't overexert yourself. Lin Mu looked at the words "don't overexert yourself" and was silent for a moment. Then he replied, I will win. Xiaoya paused for a few seconds. Then I'll wait for you to come back and eat ribs. Lin Mu tucked his phone into his pocket. At that moment, Old Wang also sent a text. Old Wang, the furnace isn't dead yet, and neither should you be. The knife mold still needs time. Lin Mu smiled slightly. He'll come back to get it. After sending the message, he stood up. In the distance towards the city center stadium, floating vehicle teams were already taking off. The special recruitment for the Magic City War Academy was today. There would be Zhao Tai. There would be all the self-proclaimed geniuses of Jianghai City. There would also be examiners from the Magic City. In their eyes, Lin Mu might still be that waste deemed Flevel on the awakening platform. Perhaps he was a dangerous target in the Zhao family's bounty. Perhaps he was just a slum kid who happened to have some luck. Lin Mu did not care. The wilderness taught him one thing in these past 2 days. The identity of prey and hunter is never declared by others. It is exchanged time and again with knives, blood, and brains. He climbed over the isolation fence and returned to the edge of the city. Behind him in the wilderness, a few night crows perched on the ruins, watching him from afar, not daring to approach. Lin Mu did not look back. He adjusted his blood-stained coat, stored the white mask in the system space, leaving only the already dulled level alloy combat dagger pressed against his thigh. His goal was clear. First, to obtain the entry ticket to the Magic City War Academy through the special recruitment. Then, using the resources of the Magic City break, through to Clevel. Finally, to unearth the Zhao family, the celestial beings, and that white bone hiding behind the Dark Order one by one. The sun rose from the edge of the city. Lin Mu stepped toward the stadium. "Zhao Tai," he said softly, "I hope you haven't been idle these past few days." At the registration area of the Jianghai City Central Gymnasium, it was already crowded with people at 7:30 in the morning. The enormous circular building had been temporarily transformed into the special recruitment examination venue of the Magic City War Academy, with 3 blue and white energy screens hanging on the outer walls displaying real-time lists of candidates, their talent levels, registration numbers, and announcements from the Magic City War Academy. Magic City War Academy, Jianghai City, Special Recruitment Selection. The selection targets are newly awakened individuals with combat potential, team compatibility, wilderness survival abilities, and resistance to energy anomalies. Special reminder: this special recruitment does not only consider talent ratings. Candidates with lower talent ratings may also be included in the re-examination list if they possess special combat value. Many people took this message as a comforting remark. After all, those truly favored by the Magic City War Academy have always been talents rated A and above. Among the crowd, posters promoting Zhao Tai were held high by a group of students. Jianghai, a grade genius. Flame Lion, future star of the Magic City War Academy. The noise, the buzzing of drones, and the murmurs of parents blended together like water boiling in a pot. Amidst this flashy excitement, a dust-covered youth walked in from the street corner. Lin Mu was dressed in a black coat that had been washed but still bore dark stains of blood, with ripped pant legs, military boots worn to the point of whitening, and a makeshift bandage wrapped around his left wrist, carrying the iron rust and beast blood scent that could not be washed away from the wilderness. He was not walking quickly. 3 days of arduous training in the wilderness had solidified his physical body to the high level, yet it had also pushed his mental state to its limits. In the last battle last night, he had been bitten on the outer side of his calf by a level 2-tailed wolf while testing the limits of the wind shadow step for continuous directional changes. If it weren't for the rock armor holding up for a moment, that leg might not be able to walk normally now. The system could enhance attributes and plunder energy, but it could not replace his need for sleep. Fatigue was real. Pain was also real. Lin Mu did not display these on his face. He merely glanced at the examination message in his palm and confirmed his own status once again. Host Lin Mu. Current combat level, high level. Spiritual energy circuit stability 91. Clevel core condensation progress not activated. Combat skills: half moon / poison enchantment, rock armor, gale blade technique experience package. Body technique: night raid, wind shadow step. Special abilities: eye of insight, shadow seed. Shadow seed compatibility 18. Reminder: hosts mental fatigue is high. It is recommended to avoid continuous high-intensity bursts. Lin Mu closed the panel. He could not burst continuously. He could not expose all things plundered. He could not kill in the public examination area. He could not let the Zhao family catch Xiaoya. He could not let the Magic City examiners notice the abnormal source of the shadow seed. There were many restrictions, but the more restrictions, the more it indicated that this was a real battlefield. Lin Mu raised his head and looked towards the entrance of the gymnasium. His goals were clear. First, to pass the special recruitment and obtain the entry ticket to the Magic City War Academy. Second, to suppress the Zhao family under official scrutiny, preventing Zhao Tai from recklessly targeting Xiaoya. Third, to utilize the resources of the Magic City War Academy to find a genuine breakthrough method to Clevel. Fourth, to trace the origins of all things plundered and the so-called zero sequence along the lines of the Zhao family, the Heavenly God Biological Corporation, and the Bone Shadow Organization. As for showing off, that was merely a side effect. A long line was forming in front of the registration area. Most candidates were dressed in expensive custom battle suits, some sporting family emblems on their chests, others accompanied by personal assistants and medical teams, and some even had their protective gear carried by 2 servants. Lin Mu walked to the end of the line, automatically creating a circle of space around him. Some people smelled the blood on him and frowned before stepping back. Some people saw his tattered coat and whispered mockingly. Even a wilderness drifter comes for special recruitment. Could it be that some Flevel talent is frustrated and trying their luck? I recognize him, Lin Mu from the 3rd Awaken High School. The one who awakened Flevel visual enhancement. Oh, is he the trash who got dumped by Lu Yan? A few mocking remarks drifted into his ears. Lin Mu did not turn back. In the wilderness, a bloodfang hound would circle around. Due to the scent of blood, the Vulture brothers would act for money, and the Zhao family spies would follow orders. The ridicule from these students, in contrast, felt too clean. Clean to the point of immaturity. When it was Lin Mu's turn, the female staff member in charge of registration glanced at him, her brows furrowing instantly. Sorry, you cannot enter directly. Lin Mu placed his ID and examination message on the table. Reason. The staff member pinched her pen, her tone formulaic. You have obvious signs of wilderness contamination. According to safety regulations, candidates returning from the wilderness need to complete disinfection injury checks and energy contamination screenings 2 hours in advance. With only 40 minutes left until the first round begins, you won't be able to complete the process. This reason was more reasonable than improper attire. Lin Mu did not immediately refute. He glanced at the printed regulations beside the registration desk. There were indeed requirements for wilderness disinfection, but there was also a line of small print below. Those holding real-time task records from the Hunters Guild wilderness entry and exit records, and without contamination redline warnings, can use the fast re-examination channel. Lin Mu placed his Hunters Guild black iron medal on the table and pulled out his wilderness entry and exit record from his phone. I have the record. The staff member was taken aback. She did not expect this youth, who looked as if he had crawled out of a garbage heap, to have all the procedures in order. Lin Mu continued. E09 Wilderness Area 2 entries and exits within 3 days. The Hunters Guild has real-time positioning. There are no redline pollution warnings. According to your own regulations, I can use the fast re-examination. The staff member's expression was somewhat strained. The laughter of several surrounding candidates diminished. She looked at Lin Mu, her tone growing colder. Even so, you still need to queue for re-examination. The re-examination channel is already closed. Lin Mu raised his hand and glanced at his electronic watch. The announcement states registration ends at 9:30. It is currently 9:27. I'm not late. The staff member snapped the folder shut. The system has already shut down. Lin Mu did not get angry. He understood very well that it was not this staff member who was truly blocking him. A temporary registrar did not need to take on the risk of violating regulations for an F-level candidate. She dared to block the process. Someone must have informed her from behind. Lin Mu activated his eye of insight, not looking at the staff member, but scanning her communication terminal at the corner of the desk. In the bottom right corner of the screen, there lingered an internal message that had not yet been closed. Priority assurance for candidates recommended by the Zhao family. If the suspected dangerous individual Lin Mu shows up, try to delay processing until after the registration deadline. Lin Mu's gaze did not change. Zhao Tai was not foolish. Or rather, the Zhao family was not foolish. They understood very well that dealing with him in the arena was much safer than killing him outside. But the premise was that he had to first lose the protection of the rules. As long as he missed registration, no matter how strong Lin Mu was, he could only watch Zhao Tai secure his spot from the sidelines. This is a method that wealthy people love the most. They do not necessarily need to throw a punch themselves. Just placing a stone lightly at the threshold can cause the underprivileged to fall and bleed. I will say it again. Lin Mu's voice was not loud, but suppressed the discussions of several people nearby. The registration deadline is 9:30. The regulations allow for fast re-examination for those with wilderness records. You do not have the authority to refuse my registration. The staff member's face flushed. You and F-level talent are talking to me about rules. It is precisely because I am F-level that I must talk about rules. The strong may not need to. The weak, however, have no qualifications to even enter. As these words fell, an eerie silence descended in front of the registration desk. Just as the staff member was about to speak again, a deep voice rang out from behind. Let him through. The staff member jumped up. Examiner Lee. A middle-aged man in a dark blue military uniform walked in from the re-examination channel. His epaulets had no extra embellishments, yet he carried an aura of authority that seemed to emanate from the battlefield. Li Jingyi, one of the chief examiners for this special recruitment of the Magic City War Academy. He did not look at the staff member, but focused his gaze on Lin Mu. The direction of wear on the military boots. The mud stains on the pant legs. The beast blood that could not be cleaned from the crevices of his nails. The faint dark blood seeping from the edge of the bandage on his left calf. Additionally, there was the detail that Lin Mu instinctively shifted some of the weight off his left leg while standing, yet always kept his right hand closest to the dagger. Li Zhenjia's eyes moved slightly. This was not a feigned sense of battle damage. These were the marks of having survived in the wilderness. E09 Wilderness Area. Li Jingyi asked. Yes. Lin Mu nodded. How long did you stay? 3 days. How many did you kill? Lin Mu thought for a moment. I didn't count. He paused and added, the knife has been dulled 3 times. The surrounding candidates fell silent. Many subconsciously glanced at the obviously chipped level alloy dagger at Lin Mu's side. Level alloy weapons are not ordinary steel knives. To have dulled such a knife, one must have either chopped hard-shelled magical beasts or endured continuous high-intensity battles. Either way, it was something that these students who had only recently awakened and were familiarizing themselves with their abilities using family potions and training rooms could not achieve easily. Li Xingjia's face bore no smile, but his voice noticeably softened a bit. The Magic City War Academy does not lack students who dress neatly. He said this while finally looking at the staff member. What we lack are those who can get dirty in the wilderness and still come back alive. The staff member's face turned pale. Perform a fast re-examination for him. Yes. 3 minutes later, Lin Mu passed the spiritual energy contamination scan. The re-examination result showed minor injuries, mental fatigue, no contamination, red line, combat power fluctuation at hide level. When Li Jingyi saw the words hide level, his gaze finally displayed a hint of change. Just a few days after awakening from the appearance of level to hide level. If the data is true, then this youth definitely harbors secrets. But he did not pursue the matter in public. Every genius has their secrets. The Magic City War Academy seeks individuals who can go to the battlefield, not to dissect every student for research. Of course, the premise is that this secret does not stand against humanity. Lin Mu took the examination permit. Number D Zone 77. Thank you. He nodded at Li Jingyi. Li Jingyi stared at him and suddenly asked, do you know why this special recruitment was advanced? I won't play dumb. Lin Mu replied. The surface reason is that the quality of awakenings this year is high. What about the real reason? Lin Mu glanced at the hovering energy drones above the gymnasium, then at the VIP seats of the Zhao family group in the distance. Zhanghai City has had too many energy anomalies recently. There has been a rodent plague in the lower city of fire at the Zhao family's storage yard, the release of beast-repelling powder, magical beast disturbances in the wilderness area, and a level talent Zhao Tai. The Magic City War Academy came early to scout for valuable individuals and also to screen if there are any contaminated elements in this murky situation in Zhanghai City. A hint of surprise flashed in Li Xingjia's eyes. He had originally just been probing. He did not expect Lin Mu to see through it so clearly. You are very clever. In the lower tiers, those who are not clever do not live long. Lin Jingyi fell silent for half a second, then stepped aside. Go in. Remember, no killing in the arena. Lin Mu paused his steps. Li Xingjia's voice lowered slightly. But don't be so weak that others think you have no teeth. In the waiting area D-zone corner. The waiting area was much quieter than outside. Hundreds of candidates who passed the preliminary screening were waiting in their designated areas with the air filled with tension, the smell of sweat, the fragrance of potions, and a faint metallic scent. Some were meditating with closed eyes. Some repeatedly checked their wrist guards. Some exchanged tactics in low voices with their companions. Lin Mu sat alone in the corner of D-zone, leaning against the wall, resting his eyes. He chose this position not to act aloof. Behind him was a wall, on his left was a fire escape, and he could see the entrance ahead with the blind spot of the overhead camera 3 meters away. If the Zhao family were to act in the waiting area, he could at least judge from which direction they were coming at the first moment. After sitting down, he did not rest immediately, but replayed the potential rules that might appear in the first round in his mind. Unknown duels would be advantageous for him. Team battles were also not bad for him. The most troublesome would be the free-for-all, because there were 2 limitations in the free-for-all. First, there are many people and many variables. Second, killing is not allowed. In the wilderness, when Lin Mu faced a siege, he could choose the simplest solution: first kill the commander, then cut off the escape routes, and finally clean up the remnants. But it's different in the arena. There are examiners, there are spectators, there are surveillance drones. All things plundered cannot be exposed. Poison enchantment cannot be released at full strength. Half Moon Slash needs to control the angle and cannot sever limbs. Wind Shadow Step cannot appear like true spatial teleportation. Shadow Seed must not be deployed on a large scale. Lin Mu rubbed his brow. Therefore, the optimal solution for the first round was not to strike hard. Rather, it was to use minimal actions to make the most people lose the ability to continue attacking. Repel. Trip. Use their strength against them. Create chaos. Exploit their mutual distrust. This would align with the rules and also fit his own goals. At that moment, the communicator in his pocket vibrated gently. Once. Safe. Lin Mu took out his phone. Xiaoya, brother Fatty and I have entered the venue. In the 5th row of Area C. Fatty bought 3 sausages, saying they were spiritual supplies to cheer you on. A sticker of a little cat holding up a sign followed. The coldness in Lin Mu's eyes softened a bit. He replied, don't run around. If you see anyone from the Zhao family approaching, press the communicator twice. Xiaoya quickly responded with an acknowledged sticker. However, the next message came from Wang Fatty. Fatty Mogu, I just went to the side door to ask. Besides the formal special recruitment, the Magic City War Academy also has a heavy logistics preparatory camp supplementary recruitment. A-level defense types can also apply, but they must pass the afternoon's pressure test. Fatty, I want to give it a try. Lin Mu stared at these 2 lines of text for a few seconds. Wang Fatty used to fear pain the most. During high school physical tests, when running 1,000 meters, he would start wailing half an hour in advance, claiming that his body was a family heirloom defense resource that should not be wasted. But this time he was not joking. Lin Mu replied. Why? Silence stretched for nearly 15 seconds on Wang Fatso's end. Then a message arrived. Wang Fatso, I realized the day I delivered that dead rat to Xiao Ye's school that all I could do was warn you. I couldn't do anything else. A second message followed swiftly. Wang Fatso, brother Mo, I don't want to stay behind you forever, shouting encouragement. Even if I can only be a shield, I want to be one that matters. Lin Mu's fingers paused slightly around his phone. He was not a man given to sentimentality. Yet in that moment, he seriously weighed Wang Fatso's potential. Rank hardening was undeniably unimpressive. But defense-oriented talents differed fundamentally from offense-oriented ones. Low-tier offensive aptitudes were often capped by rigid ceilings. Defense-oriented talents, however, could blossom with sufficient physical foundation, unwavering willpower, and the right resource pathway, forging real value even through relentless punishment. The formal combat academy of the Metropolis War Institute might dismiss Wang Fatso outright. But the heavy logistics reserve corps was different. It sought individuals who could endure, hold ground, obey orders, and above all stand firm when it mattered most. Wang Fatso was timid, talkative, and prone to grumbling. Yet whenever crisis struck, he had never fled. Lin Mu replied swiftly. You may try. Do not push yourself to the point of damaging your foundation. The pressure resistance test is not about heroics. It is about demonstrating stability to the examiners. Remember, defense is not passive endurance. It is discernment which blow must be borne, which deflected, and which deliberately yielded to teammates' counterattacks. Wang Fatso understood. I'm a wall, with thoughts. Wang Fatso, though, brother Mo. If I get launched midair, please tell Xiao Ye I'm not fat. I'm a strategic buffer layer. At last Lin Mu's lips twitched faintly. He typed a single character. Get lost. From the stands nearby, Wang Fatso's muffled but unmistakable laughter drifted over. Lin Mu slipped his phone away. Wang Fatso's path toward the metropolis had just gained its first solid step. That was good. He could not surround himself solely with prodigies. There needed to be an ordinary person, someone who climbed steadily from rank hardening, to prove this world belonged not only to heirs like Xiao Tai born into abundance. Oh, isn't this our great genius Lin Mu? A sardonic voice sliced through Lin Mu's thoughts. He opened his eyes. Several students clad in branded battlesuits closed in. At their center stood a young man with slicked back hair idly spinning an exquisitely crafted folding fan. Tiny spirit crystals embedded along its frame gleamed, not as weapons, but as ostentatious displays of wealth. Qian Duo, Zhao Tai's chief lieutenant. His family dealt in mineral resources and spirit energy construction materials, and had recently been courting ties with the Zhao conglomerate. Lin Mu had seen him countless times on campus. Qian Duo wasn't necessarily loyal to Zhao Tai himself. His loyalty lay with the resources Zhao Tai commanded. What are you doing hiding alone here? Qian Duo exaggeratedly pinched his nose. That wilderness-sown stench is overwhelming. Do you truly believe killing a few feral dogs qualifies you to stand on the same arena as young Master Zhao? The others laughed on cue. Lin Mu regarded them silent for a long moment. His insight eye swept across the group. Target, Qian Duo. Rank peak ranka. Talent earth prison technique. Trait control type. Requires both palms pressed to ground. Spiritual energy flow is visibly traceable. Psychological state excited, anxious, strongly driven to curry favor. Target group 7 individuals. Note 3 wear identical low-tier comms earpieces, likely under unified command. Lin Mu understood instantly. Qian Duo's provocation was no spuro-feminine impulse. It was reconnaissance, to assess Lin Mu's condition, and incitement, to provoke a reaction. Should Lin Mu strike even a single blow within the pre-exam zone, even merely injuring someone, the Zhao family could seize the pretext to disqualify him. Crude yet effective. Finished speaking, Lin Mu asked. Qian Duo's expression darkened. He hated this response most of all. No anger, no insecurity, no rebuttal. As if Lin Mu were gazing at a roadside stone. Lin Mu, don't think you're secure just because examinerly vouched for you once. Qian Duo lowered his voice, lacing it with manufactured malice. Round 1 isn't a duel, it's survival mayhem. 100 contenders enter, 10 remain. Young Master Zhao has already made arrangements. Over 30 people will eliminate you first. How many seconds do you think you'll last? Lin Mu finally lifted his gaze to meet Qian Duo's. What did Zhao Tai promise you? Qian Duo blinked, startled. Lin Mu's tone remained calm. A mining contract. Supply rights for Zhao construction. Or an escort slot to the metropolis. Qian Duo's complexion shifted subtly. Lin Mu continued, you aren't here to vent Zhao Tai's wrath. You're here to invest. You're betting Zhao Tai will enter the metropolis, betting the Zhao family will dominate Zhanghai, and betting this frank facade, won't survive round 1. So you brought these men to trample me, proving your worth to Zhao Tai. Lin Mu glanced at the students behind Qian Duo. You're much the same. One seeks pharmaceuticals, another a recommendation letter, the third a sparring contract with the Zhao family. Don't cloak it in brotherly loyalty. You simply find me cheap, and easy to crush. The students' laughter died completely. Qian Duo clenched his fan, a flash of wounded pride flickering in his eyes. You speak well. Lin Mu closed his eyes again. And I fight well. Qian Duo's jaw tightened. Good. Excellent. He stepped back half a pace, smirking coldly. Let's see if your tongue remains so sharp once you're on the arena. A broadcast chime sounded precisely then. All candidates' attention. The first round special recruitment exam commences shortly. This round survival mayhem. Assessment criteria: battlefield judgment, stress resilience, real-time coordination, and rule awareness. Rules: 100 contestants enter. Elimination occurs upon falling off the arena, incapacitation, or voluntary surrender. Intentional maiming or killing is strictly prohibited. Duration: 30 minutes. 10 survivors advance. At the phrase intentional maiming or killing is strictly prohibited, Lin Mu opened his eyes. That clause was pivotal. It constrained not only him, but also Zhao's faction. If they wished to kill him, they would have to disguise it as accident. And if he retaliated, every strike must appear indistinguishable from legitimate elimination. Rules were not shackles. They were terrain to be mastered. Lin Mu rose. A sharp pain flared in his left leg wound. He did not glance down, only resettled his weight steady and grounded. Those returning from the wilderness never revealed which limb ached before stepping onto the arena. At the gymnasium's heart loomed the colossal arena. Its scale surpassed Lin Mu's expectations. Not a standard circular martial platform, but a composite spirit energy field nearly 100 meters in diameter. Its surface was forged from interlocking black-gray alloy plates. Transparent protective barriers shimmered at its edges. 12 drone cameras hovered overhead. For energy pillars stood at each corner, monitoring contestants' vital signs in real time. Should injuries approach critical thresholds, examiners could forcibly eject contestants. This was no mere contest. It resembled a compressed battlefield. 100 candidates filed onto the arena. Lin Mu positioned himself at the outermost edge, a spot seemingly vulnerable to being forced off, yet offering two distinct advantages. First, his rear flank remained fixed, reducing threats from one direction. Second, any attempt to encircle him would stretch opponents into a wide arc, widening gaps between them. The more people involved, the poorer their coordination. The poorer their coordination, the greater their openings. Zhao Tai was absent from this cohort. He sat in the VIP section above, draped in custom flame-patterned battle armor, flanked by Zhao family bodyguards and school officials. Lu Yin sat beside him, her smile practiced to perfection. When Zhao Tai spotted Lin Mu entering the arena, his gaze turned instantly glacial. Lin Mu saw him too. No provocation. No throat-slitting gesture. Only a calm, deliberate shift of gaze. Dismissal so absolute it pierced deeper than any insult. Section C, row 5 of the stance. Lin Xiaoya gripped her hem tightly. Beside her, Wang Fatso clutched 3 grilled sausages. His words light, his eyes locked unblinkingly on the arena. Brother Fat, Lin Xiaoya whispered, will my brother be in danger? Wang Fatso paused mid-chew. He'd intended to quip Brother Mu is invincible. But watching 30-odd figures slowly converge on Lin Mu, he swallowed the jest. Yes. Lin Xiaoya's face paled. Yet Wang Fatso spoke earnestly, but he ascended precisely because he knew the danger. Before I thought Brother Mu was just stubborn. Now I understand, he isn't stubborn. He maps the path clearly before taking each step. He shoved the last sausage into his mouth and mumbled, half-swallowed. So this afternoon I'll try out for the Heavy Logistics Reserve Corps myself. In case someone corners him next time, I'll at least stand ahead and block for 2 seconds. Lin Xiaoya looked at this usually wisecracking boy, and for the first time she didn't laugh. She nodded gently. Then take care of yourself too. Wang Fatso thumped his chest. Don't worry, I may lack talent, but I've got plenty of meat. On the arena, Qian Duo led over 30 students in a sweeping fan formation. They did not charge immediately, instead exploiting the chaos of mass combat to gradually constrict Lin Mu's maneuvering space. Among them were controllers, fire affinity users, windblade specialists, and several close combat enhancers. Their composition lacked finesse, yet sufficed against most newly awakened freshmen. Qian Duo stood at the rear, hands hanging loosely at his sides, eyes riveted on Lin Mu's feet. He knew Lin Mu's speed was exceptional, so the opening move had to immobilize him. Lin Mu anticipated exactly that. His shadow sense extended, thin, narrow, clinging only to the 3-meter radius beneath his feet. Enough. No wider. Expanding it would draw examiner scrutiny. Simultaneously, his inside eye activated, scanning the encirclement in half a second. Earth prison technique, casting point, both palms. Fireball technique, charge time, 1. 3 seconds. Wind blade trajectory, veers right, control, unstable. Close combat enhancement, unsteady lower stance. Group status, excited, fearful, low coordination. Lin Mu reached a swift conclusion in his mind. These weren't 30 enemies. They were 30 mutually obstructing obstacles. The referee raised his right hand. Round 1. Silence fell across the arena. For one suspended breath. Begin. Boom. The arena erupted instantly. Fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades, vines, earth spikes. Raw, freshly awakened techniques blazed forth simultaneously. True combat bore little resemblance to spectacle. Many techniques veered wildly off target. Some nearly struck allies mid-cast, others stumbled from collisions behind them. One, paralyzed by nerves, activated a defensive skill into empty air. Lin Mu did not smile. All battlefield novices began thus. Merely refraining from urinating during debut was considered passable. Qian Duodua, however, could wait no longer. Attack! He slammed both palms onto the ground. Ochre's spiritual energy surged across the floor, for low earthen walls erupted behind and beside Lin Mu, sealing escape routes. Simultaneously, a dozen fireballs and wind blades crashed toward him from the front, while 5 close combat students crouched low, poised to rush and shove him off the arena the moment he dodged. Their coordination was far from flawless, but the timing was precise. Clearly they'd rehearsed this sequence multiple times. Gasps rose from the stands. How disgraceful. 30 against 1. He'll be blasted off. Lin Xiaoyu sprang upright. Wang Fatso tensed, instinctively stepping forward, only to bang his shins against the front row seat, wincing sharply but uttering no sound. At the arena's edge, Lin Mu lifted his gaze. He did not retreat. Retreat would collide with the earthen walls. He did not leap. Leaping would... At the arena's edge, Lin Mu lifted his gaze. He did not retreat. Retreat would collide with the earthen walls. He did not leap. Leaping would make him a target for wind blades. Nor did he activate rock armor to absorb the barrage. Withstanding would expose his defensive capacity and trap him in follow-up crowd control. Only one optimal path existed forward, through the half-meter gap between fireballs and wind blades, too narrow for ordinary movement. Yet Lin Mu had etched into his flesh deep in the wilderness what 1 inch short of death truly meant. His wind shadow step ignited. His toes barely grazed the ground, a subtle push, as his body slid forward half a meter, skimming the floor as if propelled by wind. A fireball seared past his shoulder, a wind blade severed his sleeve. For his second step, his silhouette flickered amid the interplay of arena lights and earthen shadows. His presence momentarily dimmed. Not invisibility, not teleportation, just a fractional lag in everyone's perception. By his third step, he had passed cleanly through the lethal seam. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of techniques slammed into the spot he'd occupied moments before, colliding with Qian Duodua's earthen walls, erupting in chaotic plumes of dust and debris. The encircling students hadn't yet registered the shift. Lin Mu now stood at the weakest junction of their formation, fronted by Firerzers, backed by close combat specialists, flanked left by windblade casters, right by the extended perimeter of Qian Duodua's earth prison. A single precise strike here would trigger self-inflicted chaos among them. Lin Mu raised his hand and rested it lightly on the shoulder of the nearest close combat student. No soul-stealing, no poison, only a gentle redirection, guiding the student's forward momentum, sending him crashing headlong into the comrades still charging a fireball. The fireball detonated uncontrollably, exploding on the ground. Both collapsed. Lin Mu advanced without pause, driving his left knee into another close combat student's center of gravity, while his right hand seized a third's wrist and hurled him sideways. 3 bodies tumbled like puppets with severed strings, crashing into one another. Qian Duodua's face drained of color. He finally grasped the flaw in his plan. Lin Mu wasn't fighting them heathen. He was dismantling their formation. He intended to let these 30 individuals entangle themselves beyond recovery. Standing at the epicenter of chaos, Lin Mu's gaze was unervingly serene. Numbers do matter, he murmured, but only if you know precisely where you belong. He stepped onto the elongated shadow cast by a fire affinity student. A shadow seed pulsed faintly within him. A hair-thin filament of darkness crept along the ground. Lin Mu restrained its spread. He used only that whisper of shadow to disrupt the footing of the 3 nearest students, for half a heartbeat. Half a heartbeat was enough. He looked directly at Qian Duodua. Now it's my turn. Qian Duodua's pupils contracted violently, and in the VIP section, Zhao Tai's wine glass froze suspended halfway to his lips. In the center stadium of Shanghai City, on the special recruitment arena, Qian Duodua's pupils suddenly constricted. He saw Lin Mu standing at the thinnest connection point of the formation, a fine dark line beneath his feet, sliding across the ground like a black snake, and with just a gentle touch the steps of the 3 attacking students slowed down. A momentary delay. To an ordinary person, this slight delay wouldn't even count as a blink. But in the arena, with over 30 people charging at once and fireballs and wind blades flying everywhere, that moment was enough to make a temporary alliance untrained in battlefield discipline fall completely out of control. Steady. Don't panic, Qian Duodua shouted sharply, but his voice had already come too late. The frontline melee student was about to collide with Lin Mu, but Lin Mu deftly redirected him, causing him to lean to the left, his shoulder crashing heavily into the elbow of a fire element examinee. The fire element examinee's palm, where a fireball had just formed, instantly lost balance, crashing to the ground with a bang. The explosion of fire wasn't large, but it was enough to scare the two students behind, who were ready to take their place, into retreating hastily. As they retreated, the wind element examinee behind was squeezed to the edge, and the newly formed wind blade brushed past a companion's ear, causing that person to bend down instinctively. The formation began to collapse from one point. Lin Mu did not pursue. His eyes were cold, but his steps were light. The wilderness had carved one thing into his bones over 3 days, forced the opponent into making a mistake. No matter how loud the techniques were shouted or how bright the spiritual energy exploded, as long as the rhythm went awry, a miss was still a miss. It was the same now. To advance, one should reveal as few trump cards as possible. He needed Zhao Tai and his group to see that he was no longer prey they could easily hunt. He also needed the examiners from the Magic City War Academy to see that he could hold back. This was not the wilderness. Most of the students attacking him had only accepted benefits from the Zhao family or were tempted by the resources promised by Qian Duoduo. They were foolish, greedy, and bullied the weak while fearing the strong, but they were not to be treated like the beasts of the Zhao family's storage yard by Lin Mu. Therefore, poison could not be used. The combat dagger could not be used either. The all things plunder could not be pressed onto these people. Lin Mu had already turned over the combat dagger and all external potions to be sealed before entering the arena. All he had left was a set of battle gear soaked in wilderness blood, a pair of severely worn military boots, and those abilities in the system that would not be detected by security checks. That was enough. Left side support. Don't stop the ranged attacks. Qian Duoduo, sweating, said urgently, he's just one person. Push him off the stage. He was well aware of how poor the coordination of this group was, but Zhao Tai had offered too much. As long as he could eliminate Lin Mu in the first round, the Zhao family would provide him with a set of class Earth Element bracers, a bottle of the official version of the Gene Enhancement Solution, and an internship position as an external team leader in the Zhao group. Qian Duoduo's family was in the mining business, appearing prosperous on the surface, but their financial chain had recently broken severely. He had to grasp this leg. The stronger Lin Mu became, the less room for retreat he had. Can't you understand human speech? Qian Duoduo gritted his teeth, slamming his palms on the ground again. Earth bind. Yellowish spiritual energy surged from his palms into the arena floor. In the next moment, the tiles beneath Lin Mu's feet emitted a dull sound, and several earthen vines burst forth from the gaps wrapping around his ankles. In the audience, Lin Zioya's heart, which had just relaxed, tightened again. Brother, be careful. Her voice was quickly swallowed by the noise of the stadium. But Lin Mu heard it. He did not even turn around. The shadow sense gently vibrated within him. Before the earthen vines could emerge from the gaps, the flow of spiritual energy on the ground had already shifted slightly. Qian Duoduo's control over the earth element was not weak. What was weak was Qian Duoduo himself. His spiritual energy was poured too hastily, and the eruption point of the earthen vines was too obvious, like a person who had never practiced boxing swinging their fist with their shoulder in a wide arc, fearing their opponent wouldn't know where they were going to hit. Lin Mu gently twisted his heel. The wind shadow step activated. His body did not merge into darkness like the original shadow ability, nor did it disappear into thin air. Instead, he slid half a foot along the ground just before the earthen vines could close in. The earthen vines missed his ankles. Taking the opportunity, Lin Mu lifted his legs, stepping on the base of one of the earthen vines and pushing off with force. Crack! The earthen vine broke. The shattered earthen spiritual energy rebounded, causing Qian Duoduo's arm to tingle, his face turning pale for a moment. Lin Mu had already dashed into the second layer of the crowd. He wedged himself between the ranged and support students. When the ranged students panicked, they would retreat, and when the support students got flustered, they would save the wrong person. What Lin Mu wanted was this moment of chaos. Lin Mu pressed down on a wind element examinee's wrist with his left hand, his fingers only gripping the pressure point without injuring the bone. The wind blade that had been gathering in that person's palm immediately changed direction, cutting past the earth wall that Qian Duoduo had raised. With a hiss, a corner of the earth wall was sliced off. Lin Mu's right shoulder collided into another fire element examinee, sending them stumbling backward right into a support female student who was preparing to heal. The girl screamed instinctively, and the healing light sphere struck her companion, who had been burned on the pant leg by a fireball. Thankfully, her companion was not hurt. But this chaos completely broke the rhythm of the back row. Don't crowd. Don't crowd. Who stepped on my foot? Don't direct the wind blades this way. Qian shouted, and you say he was just at class mid-level. Is this called mid-level? Lin Mu weaved through the chaos. A push, a pull, a collision, a release. Each strike landed on their center of gravity, avoiding joints and vital spots. The people he touched first lost their balance, then fell like toppled stools, taking their teammates down with them. The mocking voices from the stands gradually faded away. Those who initially thought Lin Mu had merely relied on cunning to survive finally recognized something was off. Of course there was speed and power. What sent chills down the spine was that he could always be half a beat ahead, placing others in the most uncomfortable positions. In the VIP seats, Zhao Tai's expression darkened little by little. Lu Yin sat beside him, her fingers tightly gripping the hem of her skirt, her eyes filled with disbelief. In her memory, Lin Mu should be that poor student in an old-school uniform forced to bow his head by a single word from Zhao Tai. But the youth on the arena, even in tattered clothes and covered in blood, resembled a blade honed from the wilderness. Not flashy, but sharp enough to make one uneasy. Zhao Xiao. Lu Yan's voice was dry. How could he? Shut up. Zhao Tai coldly interrupted her. His gaze was fixed on the barely discernible dark line beneath Lin Mu's feet. That was not any ordinary flash ability he had seen before. It definitely couldn't be a weak visual enhancement. This useless Qian Duodua. Zhao Tai gritted his teeth, not even able to force him to reveal his trump card. At the examiner's seats, a vice examiner said softly, Instructor Li, should we terminate this? More than 30 people targeting one while the rules allow it. The scene is somewhat unpleasant. Li Jingyi did not answer immediately. He stared at the arena, his eyes growing brighter. Terminate what? The vice examiner was taken aback. Li Jingyi said solemnly, he is holding back his movements. No poison used, no vital points touched. Elimination is within the rules. If there is to be a termination, it should be that group of out-of-control individuals first. But his ability. It's not a complete shadow system. Li Jingyi interrupted. It's like a prototype. Perception, footwork, presence, interference, plus a little low-tier shadow line manipulation. He pointed to the ground beneath Lin Mu. See clearly, he hasn't turned shadows into chains, nor has he incapacitated anyone. Those who fell mostly did so from poor positioning and panic. He merely touched the first domino. The vice examiner finally reacted, gasping. So he isn't relying on ability crushing? Li Jingyi nodded. That's what's frightening. He had seen too many students with high talent. Fire-type explosions, lightning-type slashes, strength-type collisions. They were beautiful. But once on the battlefield, the beast tide wouldn't pose for you, and the enemy wouldn't stand still to let you gather power. Your teammates behind might not keep up with the rhythm. Lin Mu's trouble lay in his capacity to restrain himself. He could distinguish when to go all out. He also knew what to hide and what to reveal. Even the rules were used by him as armor. Raise his evaluation level, Li Jingyi said. The vice examiner lowered his head to record combat rating. Li Jingyi thought for a moment. Temporarily set to a class tactical awareness. The vice examiner's pen paused. A class tactical awareness. This was nearly absurd for a student who had just awakened a few days ago. Yet as he looked at the increasingly chaotic scene on the arena, his pen tip lingered for half a second before finally. In the center of the arena, Qian Duo finally panicked. The more than 30 people he had originally arranged now had only a dozen or so still standing. Even worse, those who hadn't been eliminated had begun to avoid Lin Mu. After the first batch of people fell off the stage, the saying, the more people the better chance of winning, had shattered in their minds. Lin Mu walked toward Qian Duo step by step. Qian Duo instinctively retreated. Why you don't come over? Lin Mu stopped his steps, his voice calm. Didn't you just say you wanted me to kneel and beg for mercy? Qian Duo's face twitched, and then he exploded in anger. Lin Mu, don't be so arrogant. I admit you have some skills, but this is the special recruitment arena, not a place for you to run wild. That line should be directed at you, Lin Mu said. You gathered over 30 people to attack me. That is allowed by the rules. But what about the things in your sleeve? Are they also allowed by the rules? Qian Duo's face changed instantly. What nonsense are you talking? Lin Mu raised his eyes. The eye of insight activated. Inside the left sleeve of Qian Duo, a thin paper-like yellow crystal membrane was pressed against his skin, with the spiritual energy patterns inside flickering constantly. Item: disposable earth element amplification patch. Grade: class consumable. Effect: temporarily enhances earth element control strength. Side effects: user's spiritual energy circuit bears pressure easily, causing meridian rupture. Note: unregistered equipment for the examination. Lin Mu's eyes turned slightly cold. No wonder someone of Qian Duo's level could raise 4 earth walls in an instant and continuously execute earthbind. It wasn't that he had suddenly become stronger. It was the Zhao family that had extended their hand into the examination. Qian Duo felt Lin Mu's gaze on him and suddenly raised his hand. Stop acting mysterious. Earth gun formation. He no longer concealed it. The earth element patch in his left sleeve suddenly lit. The arena floor trembled and dozens of sharp earth spikes rose around Lin Mu. Although the tips were suppressed by the arena's barrier, the impact was still enough to break several bones. The referee at the side changed his expression. Stop. Qian Duo could no longer hear him. He knew better than anyone what would happen after losing. If the patch was discovered, he wouldn't even be able to be a pawn beside Zhao Tai. Before the referee rushed over, he had only one thought left: to severely injure Lin Mu first. As long as Lin Mu fell first, Zhao Tai would have a way to suppress the issue of rule violation. At least that was what he thought. But at that moment Lin Mu smiled. The smile was shallow, like a blade brushing against cold water. You finally brought it out. He didn't dodge. His right arm sank slightly. The rock armor partially unfolded. The grayish-white rock patterns only covered his right forearm and shoulder, not spreading all over his body. This was a defensive skill he had stolen from Lu Tsong, but he didn't replicate Lu Tsong's heavy full-body hardening method. Full-body hardening would slow down his footwork. Lin Mu needed speed, so he only allowed the rock patterns to cover the areas that would bear the impact. The first earth spike crashed in. Lin Mu raised his arm to block. Bang! The rock patterns vibrated, and the earth spike shattered. The second and third spikes followed closely from the side. Lin Mu used the rebound force from the shattered earth spikes to slide backward the wind shadow step, gliding along the ground to avoid the most dangerous angles. He didn't take all the hits he'd in. 2 earth spikes grazed past his ribs, tearing his battle suit and bringing a wave of intense pain. It hurt, but it was nothing serious. The first rule the wilderness taught him was to distinguish this kind of pain. Take the injuries you can bear, but don't touch anything that could kill you. Seeing that the earth gun formation had failed, Qian Duo completely lost control. Keep him down. He slammed his palms onto the ground, causing the earth element patch to explode with dazzling yellow light. The earth walls at the edge of the arena rose again, attempting to push Lin Mu and the remaining students towards the corner. Qian Xiao, we're still in here. Are you crazy? The students he had pulled over finally panicked. Qian Duo gritted his teeth. Shut up. As long as we eliminate him, I'll compensate for the losses. The last bit of warmth Lin Mu had initially reserved for his peers in the examination vanished with those words. Lin Mu's toes tapped, and his body surged forward. This time he no longer dismantled the formation. Instead, he aimed directly for the core. The wind shadow step executed a triple change of direction. The first step avoided the pressure from the earth walls. The second step stepped on the strap of a fallen student's backpack, using it to leap over half of an earth spike. The third step landed 3 steps in front of Qian Duo. Qian Duo hurriedly raised his hand. Lin Mu was faster. His right hand grasped Qian Duo's left wrist, his thumb pressing down on the edge of the patch. The All Things Plunder avoided Qian Duo himself, following the position, pressed by the thumb, biting down on that foreign spiritual energy circuit. Low-tier external spiritual energy enhancement device detected. Can be dismantled. Would you like to plunder the residual earth spiritual energy? Lin Mu did not hesitate. Plunder. Buzz. The yellow crystal membrane in Qian Duo's sleeve dimmed instantly. The earth walls that had originally pressed against the arena lost their support and collapsed into a pile of rubble. System notifications rang in Lin Mu's mind. Plunder successful. Obtained degraded earth spiritual energy circuit fragment X1. Obtained minor increase in earth element spiritual energy resistance. Lin Mu's gaze sharpened slightly. Once again, it was the zeroing sequence. From the falling star iron to the shadow seed, and then to the earth spirit fragment leaked by the Zhao group, the system exhibited similar reactions time and again. This indicates that the technology mastered by the Zhao family and Tianshan Biotech is far beyond ordinary potions and smuggled materials. They have encountered something older and more fundamental. Perhaps that is just a glimpse of the origin of the All Things Plunder technique. But now is not the time for deep contemplation. Qian Duo lost the fragment, looking as if all the air had been sucked out of him, his face pale and his knees buckling. Lin Mu released his wrist. You lost. Qian Duo's lips quivered, yet he tried to argue. I didn't violate any rules. This is my family's spiritual artifact. I have registered. Registered? Lin Mu stepped aside. The referee rushed forward, grabbing Qian Duo's sleeve and tearing it open, revealing the dim and shattered remnants of the earth spirit fragment. The referee's expression darkened. Qian Duo, carrying unregistered enhancement equipment nullifies your score for this round. Whether or not you are banned from the exam will be determined by the review committee of the Magic City War Academy. Qian Duo's face drained of color. No, it's not mine. It's Zhao. His words abruptly choked. In the VIP section, Zhao Tai's gaze pierced through him like a blade. Qian Duo forcefully swallowed the rest of his sentence. Lin Mu witnessed this scene. He did not press for answers. Pressing for answers on the arena was meaningless. The referee's torn sleeve, the silence of the examiners, and Zhao Tai's warning gaze were all more convincing than Lin Mu's words. Lin Mu turned and looked at the remaining students still standing. Those students had pale faces and evasive eyes. Someone swallowed hard and stepped back voluntarily. Others simply raised their hands. I concede. I jumped down. A student with an arm scorched by a fireball muttered, Lin Mu, we just accepted Qian Duo's resource vouchers. We didn't expect to really cripple you. Lin Mu glanced at him. Then go down yourself. The other party looked as if pardoned and immediately jumped off the stage. The second one. The third one. More and more people voluntarily withdrew. The audience section first fell silent, and then erupted into a wave of suppressed discussions. He actually drove off more than 30 people. No, he scared them off. Didn't you see Qian Duo being caught violating the rules? The Zhao family has really lost face this time. The problem is that Lin Mu never used excessive force. If he truly wanted to harm someone, that group would have long been lying down. Lin Xiaoya sat in the audience. Her fingers that had been clenched tightly finally began to relax. She looked at her brother in the center of the arena, her eyes slightly red, but not from fear. Her brother clearly could have been ruthless earlier, yet he held back time and again. He had not transformed into a mere killing machine in the wilderness. The tension that had been taut in Lin Xiaoya's heart since his return finally eased a little. Wang Pengzi beside her let out a long breath, patting his chest as he said, "That scared me to death. I almost jumped down just now." Lin Xiaoya shot him a glance. "What were you going to do by jumping down?" "To increase the burden on my brother." Wang Pengzi scratched his head and chuckled, "But I can't just stand by and watch." He then gazed at Lin Mu's earlier movements, which involved dismantling the formation with shoulder, elbow, knee, and foot, and his expression gradually became serious. "But, Xiaoya, I think I understand a bit now." "Understand what?" "I used to think my grade hardening was useless, only good for taking hits." Wang Pengzi stared at the arena. But just now, when Brother Mo dismantled the formation, if someone could stand in front of him and block the first wave of fireballs and wind blades, he wouldn't have to take such a huge risk to weave through them. Lin Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback. Wang Pengzi softly said, "Maybe being a bit tougher isn't useless after all." In the back row, a young teaching assistant wearing a Magic City War Academy work badge happened to pass by and paused slightly upon hearing this. He glanced down at the seating information. Wang Kai. The grade defense talent hardening. Awakening record average above average in academic subjects, overweight endurance test not attended. The assistant casually marked a note on his tablet. Attention, heavy armor logistics reserve camp pressure resistant candidate. Wang Pengzi had no idea that his first crack into the Magic City Academy had quietly opened up. On the arena, the brawl continued. After Lin Mu dealt with Qian Duo, he did not immediately retreat to a corner to rest. He glanced at the remaining number of opponents. There were still 27 people on the stage. Ultimately, only 10 would remain. He did not want to waste stamina in meaningless chaos, nor did he want the previous round to be counted as a mistake of the Zhao family. The simplest way to conserve energy was straightforward. Occupy the center line. Anyone who approached would be sent off the stage. A strength-type candidate wielding a long pole rushed in from the side, attempting to sneak attack Lin Mu right after he had finished his battle. Lin Mu didn't even turn his head. Shadow sense captured the change in airflow behind him. He slightly shifted his body, allowing the long pole to graze past his back. Lin Mu's right elbow jabbed into the person's chest. The force was not heavy, yet it precisely disrupted the opponent's breathing rhythm, and he deftly yanked the front end of the long pole. The person staggered and was directly propelled off the edge of the arena, rebounded down by the protective barrier. Another water-type candidate attempted to bind Lin Mu's ankle with a water chain. Lin Mu saw the water chain approaching on the ground and did not dodge far. He simply used the tip of his foot to lightly lift a piece of broken earth. The shattered earth fell into the node of the water chain, causing it to fail to coalesce. He stepped forward, pressing his palm against the opponent's shoulder. "Down you go." The person's face turned pale, and he jumped down by himself. Next came a speed-type student. This individual was evidently clever. Instead of charging directly, he circled around Lin Mu, trying to sneak attack when Lin Mu's attention was diverted. Lin Mu waited for him to circle 3 times. On the 4th loop, he suddenly stepped left. The speed-type student collided right into his shoulder. Bang! The person flew out. It was not that Lin Mu caught up to him, but rather that he had crashed into him. The audience erupted in astonishment. Preemptive prediction. How did he know that person would come from there? Isn't this guy in grade visual enhancement? Is this what visual enhancement looks like? Lin Mu lowered his gaze slightly. That last step was no guesswork. Insight eye revealed weaknesses. Shadow sense caught the changes up close, and when shadow step turned judgment into a half-step displacement. Every danger he faced during those 3 days in the wilderness had strung these elements together into a reaction. The system could provide the knife. The hand that holds the knife, however, must be trained by oneself. Ding. Continuous non-lethal control successful. When shadow step proficiency increased. Shadow seed stability increased. Current shadow adaptability 2934. Hint: the host is forming a personal combat. Zeroing sequence fragment recording. Lin Mu's steps paused slightly. Recording. Beyond rewards and plunder, the system was also documenting his fighting style. It felt as if it was waiting for him to refine his scattered abilities into a certain fixed form. Lin Mu suppressed his doubts. Now was not the time to inquire about the origin of the system. He looked towards the other side of the arena. At this moment, only 12 students remained on stage. Besides Lin Mu, there were a few with solid strength who had not participated in the siege, maintaining distance while eliminating the weaker ones. One of them, a short-haired girl, carried a small round shield, her body covered in scorch marks, yet she had never been knocked off the stage. Another bespectacled boy stood at the edge, using wind-based displacement to dodge the chaos with minimal energy expenditure. There was also a seemingly taciturn sword-type student wielding a standardized wooden sword, his movements very clean. These few seemed to be aiming for special recruitment spots. Lin Mu did not attack them. Instead, he actively stopped at the center line. The short-haired girl glanced at him, panting, and asked, "Are we still fighting?" Lin Mu scanned the number of people on the stage. 10 spots, and there are currently 12 people. The girl understood his meaning. There was no need for the strong to exhaust each other. It was enough to eliminate the remaining 2 who were wavering. The sword-type student also understood. The 3 did not speak, but in the next moment they moved simultaneously. The short-haired girl swung her shield, knocking away a nearby ambusher. The sword-type student struck another's wrist, causing the opponent's weapon to slip from their grasp. Lin Mu then used Wind Shadow Step to cover the last stretch of distance, pressing his palm against the person's back and giving a gentle push. Both fell off the stage simultaneously. The referee raised his hand. The first group brawl is over. 10 advance. The gym fell silent for a moment. Then applause erupted like a tidal wave. Few liked him, but many were impressed. At least in that moment, no one could deny that the boy who had rushed back from the wilderness had torn apart the web the Zhao family laid in the first round right before everyone's eyes. Lin Mu stood in the center of the arena, exhaling deeply. His shoulders ached faintly. The fatigue accumulated over 3 days in the wilderness had not vanished. Each dodge and dismantling during the fight had drained his spirit. Yet his gaze was brighter than before. This battle had not granted him much in attributes, but had solidified a path for him. Insight I identified weaknesses, Shadow Sense provided warnings, Wind Shadow Step enabled entries, rock armor absorbed necessary damage, and all Things Plunder dismantled external rules. These abilities clicked together like gears for the first time. Ding. Stage-based combat assessment completed. Combat model prototype Shadow Hunter. Current assessment low-tier prototype. Hint: this model can evolve with the host's subsequent plunders, integrations, and practical combat. A fleeting glimmer of dark golden light flashed in Lin Mu's eyes. Shadow Hunter. He did not ponder further, for another gaze had already settled upon him. In the VIP section, Zhao Tai stood up. He could no longer maintain his lofty demeanor. As Qian Duo was dragged away, it was as if his bones had been pulled out, his heels dragging along the ground. Lin Mu, however, did not even glance at Qian Duo. His gaze passed through the crowd, landing directly on Zhao Tai. Across half the gym, the 2 locked eyes. Zhao Tai's lips moved. No sound came forth. But Lin Mu understood. "You're dead meat." Lin Mu smiled calmly. He raised his right hand, not to cut his throat or make threats. He simply extended 2 fingers, gently tapping his own eyes, and then pointing at Zhao Tai. The meaning was simple. "I'm watching you." Zhao Tai's face turned ashen. Lin Mu turned and walked off the stage. Just as he reached the passage, Li Jingyi stood there. This examiner from the Magic City War Academy stood tall, his gaze still stern, but when looking at Lin Mu, his tone softened slightly compared to before. "You could have severely injured them all just now." "There was no need," Lin Mu replied. "Why not? They are not my targets." "Then who is your target?" Li Jingyi stared at him. Lin Mu wiped the dust off the back of his hand, his voice very calm. "The ones creating loopholes in the rules." Li Jingyi fell silent for 2 seconds and suddenly chuckled. "Do you know who you offended just now, eh?" "I do. Are you afraid?" Lin Mu raised his head, looking at the examiner from Magic City. "Fear is useless." Li Jingyi's gaze shifted. Lin Mu continued, "I came here to obtain a spot. Once I enter the Magic City War Academy, I will have resources to protect Xiaya. As for the Zhao family and Tianshan Biotech, I will investigate what they did in Zhanghai City." He did not reveal all his cards, nor did he put on a front of fearlessness. Li Jingyi observed him for a moment, the smile on his face fading slightly, replaced by a more serious demeanor. Li Jingyi handed him a temporary pass. "Go to the medical area to treat your wounds. The second round draw will be in half an hour." Lin Mu accepted the card. Li Jingyi added, "By the way, that chubby one in the audience, is he your friend?" Lin Mu's eyes shifted slightly. "Wang Kai." "Yes," Li Jingyi replied. "A grade defense talent, hardening average talent, but his temperament seems decent. He cannot enter the main academy now, but due to the heavy logistics pressure on the front line this year, the affiliated Heavy Armor Logistics Reserve Camp will recruit a batch of pressure-resistant students." Lin Mu instantly understood. The opportunity was slim, but it was still an entry point. For Wang Pengzi, it was already precious enough. "What are the conditions?" Lin Mu asked. Li Jingyi glanced at him. Lin Mu did not plead for Wang Kai, only inquired about the way in. This response was more pleasant to hear than many flattering words. There will be an additional pressure test in the afternoon, Li Jingyi said. If you can endure 5 minutes under 3 times gravity and withstand 10 grade impacts without falling, you'll qualify for an interview. Lin Mu nodded. I will tell him. Telling is fine, Li Jingyi said flatly, but don't carry him. The Magic City War Academy does not accept dead weight. Lin Mu looked towards the direction of the audience. Wang Pengzi was frantically waving at him, his chubby face shaking, grinning like a fool. Lin Mu's lips curved slightly. He is not dead weight. Li Jingyi did not refute, merely turned to leave. At the end of the passage, medical personnel were already waiting. Lin Mu lowered his head to glance at his palm. The residual yellow spiritual energy from the Earth Spirit fragment had already been completely devoured by all Things Plunder. This brawl left him with quite a bit. An advancement spot, evidence of the Zhao family's cheating, new hints from the zeroing sequence, the prototype of the Shadow Hunter, and the narrow path that Wang Pengzi had just revealed. Lin Mu clenched his fist. The first round had ended. The accounts were yet to come. He raised his head, looking towards the VIP section at the other end of the gym. Zhao Tai was still standing there, his face as dark as if it could drip water. Lin Mu silently said, Don't rush. Soon it will be your turn. Noon 1200. Outside the gymnasium in the Old Street pedestrian zone. The second round draw has been announced at 2:00 p.m. The final arena, Lin Mu versus Zhao Tai. 2 hours remain before combat commences. The cheers inside the gymnasium have yet to fully fade, while the pedestrian street outside has already surged back to life. Food stalls exhale plumes of steam, long queues snake before bubble tea shops. Electronic jingles loop endlessly at the arcade entrance, suggesting that the earlier melee with over 30 fighters swarming the arena was merely distant spectacle, irrelevant to ordinary lives. Lin Mu emerged from the temporary medical station, his left shoulder wrapped in fresh bandages. The medic stared at the scan results, expression layered with quiet complexity. Multiple soft tissue injuries, elevated mental fatigue, and signs of excessive explosive strain in the right biceps tendon. You should withdraw and rest. Lin Mu accepted the report without rebuttal or explanation. The first round appeared effortless, but it was anything but. Bound by rules forbidding lethal force, concealing his 10,000 Things Plunder ability, and deploying toxins capable of permanent disablement, he had simultaneously neutralized assaults from over 30 directions, disarming, not maiming, every opponent. That demanded far greater precision than slitting throats in the wild. The system had just delivered its assessment, combat resolution complete. Host executed mass suppression within a public rules arena without exposing core plunder traits. Shadow seed adaptation rate 34-35. Practical stability of wind shadow step enhanced. Synchronization rate of 0 sequence fragments slightly elevated. Note: public rules arena combat differs fundamentally from wilderness slaughter. Host's mastery of restrained victory is steadily ascending. After reading the final line, Lin Mu pressed his thumb lightly against the report's edge. The wild taught him how to kill. The arena forced him to learn how to win without killing. The former kept him alive to this day. The latter earned him passage through the gates of the Shanghai War Academy. Brother. A clear voice rang out from the roadside. Lin Mu looked up to see Lin Xiaoyao waving at him from the bubble tea shop's entrance. Dressed in her navy and white school uniform, she cradled an unopened beverage bag. Though shadows of exhaustion lingered beneath her eyes, their light burned fiercely. Wang Fat stood beside her, arms laden with 2 enormous snack bags, a grilled sausage dangling from his lips, a mobile confectionery emporium. Brother Mu. The moment Wang Fat spotted Lin Mu, he broke into a jog, scanning him head to toe. Those bastards played dirty. Earth element barriers, fire element suppression, wind element, flanking maneuvers. They treated you like a dungeon boss to be farmed. Superficial wounds, Lin Mu replied. Wang Fat exhaled in relief, then grinned broadly. Still, you're genuinely monstrous. Over 30 awakened cultivators surrounded you, and yet you sent them all tumbling off the platform without inflicting a single serious injury. Qian Duodua's face turned greener than moldy watermelon. I'll never forget it. Lin Xiaoya shot him a sharp glance. Fat brother, can't you praise someone without sounding nauseating? This is authenticity, Wang Fat declared proudly. We common folk don't waste words on flowery rhetoric. We speak straight. Watching them bicker, Lin Mu felt the tension in his shoulders ease. He didn't head straight for food. Instead, he turned to Wang Fat. Fat. Wang Fat froze mid-chew. Lin Mu rarely addressed him so formally. What is it? Li Jingyi offered you an opportunity. Wang Fat blinked, stunned. Me. The Shanghai War Academy's affiliated heavy logistics reserve camp, Lin Mu clarified. There's an additional stress resistance test this afternoon. Endure 5 minutes atop a triple gravity platform, then withstand 10 E-class impact shocks without falling, and you earn interview eligibility. Wang Fat's expression gradually stiffened. He instinctively glanced down at his round belly, then toward the gymnasium's auxiliary hall. Shanghai War Academy. Would they even accept someone like me? an E-class hardening type. They won't take dead weight, Lin Mu said bluntly. But they will take useful people. His words held no courtesy. Yet Wang Fat didn't bristle. He gazed silently at the snack bags in his hands, motionless for several seconds. Lin Xiaoyao fell quiet too, not interrupting. She knew this was no jest. Wang Fat joked constantly. But when the Zhao family first mailed a dead rat to school, he was the one who stormed the security office to review surveillance footage. During Lin Mu's recent battles beyond the city, he patrolled the alleyway near their apartment building, checking Lin Xiaoyao's deliveries and shielding her from gossip, sending her messages at night. I'm downstairs. His talent was modest, his courage unproven. Yet when duty called, he stood firm. Brother Mo, Wang Fat suddenly lifted his head, voice lower than usual. Tell me honestly, would it shame me to try a? Lin Mo studied him. It will be humiliating. Wang Fat's mouth twitched. Can't you offer some encouragement? You'll fall hard, and may not last 2 minutes. A triple gravity platform isn't a treadmill in a training hall. An E-class shock doesn't hurt less because you're heavy. Lin Mo paused, then added, but if you endure it, even without passing, Li Zhongyi will remember you. The Shanghai War Academy's heavy logistics division doesn't lack offensive prodigies. It lacks those who hold the rear line while others retreat. Wang Fat tightened his grip on the snack bags. Plastic crinkled sharply beneath his fingers. Then he smiled just once. So it's about taking hits. Approximately. Then I'm well practiced. He thumped his chest. A fat jiggled. All my life, Zhao Tai's gang kicked me daily. Back then I took blows because I lacked the strength to talk back. From now on when I take them, it'll be standing where I'm needed most. Lin Xiaoyao's eyes glistened faintly. Fat brother. Wang Fat waved her off instantly. No sentimentality. Once I get emotional I crave snacks. Lin Mu withdrew a pair of black wrist guards from his system space and handed them over. He'd purchased them in the black market as supplementary gear, intended originally to protect his wrists temporarily until he acquired rock armor, rendering them obsolete. Wang Fat's eyes lit up. For me, not an answer, Lin Mu said. Just insurance, so your hands stay intact. Whether you endure it is entirely your own doing. Wang Fat slipped the guards on, posture shifting subtly, more solemn. Brother Mo, wait for me. Wait until you turn Zhao Tai into a whimpering dog, and I'll finish my own trial. Lin Mu's lip twitched. Lin Xiaoyao finally burst into laughter, her lingering tearfulness dissolving instantly under that absurd promise. Let's go. Lin Xiaoyao suddenly pointed toward the arcade entrance. Fat brother still has time before his test, and your final match hasn't begun either. Since both of you are heading to battle, surely you'll grant me one small wish before you do. Wang Fat eyed her. Xiaoyao, that look is dangerous. Lin Xiaoyao spoke with perfect gravity. I want that pink electric rat. Lin Mu followed her gaze. At the arcade entrance, rows of claw machines pulsed with garish lights. In one machine's most prominent slot sat a plump pink electric rat plush, its round face pressed against the glass, looking delightfully foolish. Wang Fat slapped his chest. That's simple. If Brother Mo just dismantled over 30 awakened cultivators swarming him on the arena, what's a claw machine? 10 minutes later, Lin Mu stood before the machine, his expression more intense than when confronting Lu Tsang. Lin Xiaoyao pressed close to the glass, directing him. Brother, shift left? No, slightly right. Not that right. You're right. Wang Fat crouched nearby, laughing so hard, he nearly choked. Brother Mo, your technique. Are you certain the arena wasn't controlled by an AI proxy just now? Lin Mu ignored him, tracking the mechanical claws oscillation, calculating trajectory, rebound, grip, decay in real time. Yet claw machines possess one insidious flaw: they defy pure physics. They operate on probability, and they deliberately loosen their grip. For a fleeting moment, Lin Mu considered activating Insight Eye to detect whether the machine's parameters had been tampered with. He restrained himself. Using Insight Eye to expose enemy weaknesses was battlefield necessity. Using it on a claw machine was undignified. One last try. Lin Mu inserted a coin. The claw descended shakily, seized the pink electric rat's ear, and began lifting it upward. Lin Xiaoyao held her breath. Even Wang Fat stopped laughing, murmuring, steady, steady, steady. The claw carried the plush toward the exit chute. Snap! The plush tumbled free, landing perfectly inside the chute. We got it. Lin Xiaoyao cheered, bending to retrieve it, eyes crinkling with joy. Brother, you're amazing. Wang Fat sighed softly. 12 attempts for 1 success. Truly impressive. The arcade owner might issue you a lifetime meal pass. Lin Mu glanced at him. Wang Fat immediately clamped his mouth shut. Lin Xiaoyao hugged the plush, stepped before Lin Mu, and rose onto her toes, gently wiping sweat from his brow with a tissue. Brother, moi, I wish it could always be like this. Lin Mu paused, startled. Around them rose the murmur of crowds, the aroma of bubble tea, arcade melodies, and the rustle of Wang Fat secretly tearing open snack packaging. No scent of blood. No metallic tang of post-battle stimulants. No incessant system alerts echoing in his skull. Lin Xiaoya cradled the pink plush. Wang Fat squatted nearby, stealthily cracking open chips, their plastic wrapper whispering softly. The tight numb knot in Lin Mu's chest loosened, just slightly. His journey to Shanghai sought precisely such moments, hoping they might stretch longer. If he did not climb higher, the Zhao family Tianxin biotech, or darker forces, would inevitably strip even these ordinary days away. It will be. Lin Mu murmured quietly, it will be better than this. Lin Xiaoya nodded vigorously. At that instant a calm, crystalline voice sounded behind them. Pity. Those who sprout from sewers often mistake a single sunbeam for the entire world. Lin Mu's smile vanished instantly. He did not draw his blade. First he stepped half a pace forward, shielding Lin Xiaoya behind him. Second, he scanned Wang Fat's position with peripheral vision. Third, and only then, did he activate Inside Eye. The figure stood at the edge of the crowd, a youth in immaculate white casual suit, sleeves creaseless, silver-gray short hair gleaming coldly in sunlight. He held a glass of lemonade, expression serene, lips curved in polite, courteous smile. Yet pedestrians flowed around him unconsciously, as if parting before a submerged rock. Not fleeing in fear, but diverting with eerie naturalness. Insight Eye activated. Instantly Lin Mu's vision, seared with needle-like pain. Warning: target data parsing failed. Target exhibits high-tier mental shielding, likely bearing an order-class anchoring artifact. Zero sequence fragments exhibit anomalous resonance. Current clearance level insufficient for full data retrieval. Lin Mu's gaze darkened. This was the second time. The first occurred upon contact with stellar meteorite, when the system first flagged zero sequence fragments. This time it was triggered solely by this man. Anyone capable of evading system analysis could never be an ordinary candidate. Who are you? Lin Mu asked. The white-clad youth regarded him without answering. His gaze first lingered on Lin Mu's shadow, then drifted past him, to rest upon the pink electric rat nestled in Lin Xiaoya's arms, before finally returning to Lin Mu's face. I watched your fight in the arena just now. His voice remained low, yet silenced the arcade's shrill electronic jingle entirely. Your footwork is crude, yet devastatingly effective. Your strength bears no trace of formal training, rather it seems stitched together from corpses of the fallen. And your shadow holds fragments that belong to no one else. Lin Mu remained silent. Wang Fat bristled, stepping forward. Who the hell are you? Do you know how to speak? Dressed like you're attending a funeral, standing here critiquing others. Who? The white-clad youth did not look at him, not even glancing aside. That kind of dismissal cut deeper. Wang Pangzi's face flushed for a moment, then he forced it down. He was not a fool. There was something off about the man before them. Lin Mu raised a hand to hold him back. Don't move. Wang Pangzi gritted his teeth and took half a step back. Only then did the white-clad youth reveal a faint smile. At least you still have judgment. He raised a single finger without flourish. There was no glow of spiritual energy, no oppressive wave of presence, and yet the surrounding noise receded as if a curtain had been drawn. The music from the bubble tea shop fell away, the hawkers' cries vanished, even the honking of street traffic softened. People still moved in the street, but in Lin Mu's ears there remained only the soft sound of his own breathing. Lin Mu's shadow sense screamed in alarm. There was no killing intent, only a cold, immaculate boundary that fenced the tea shop, the passers-by, and the vehicles outside. The shadow seed inside Lin Mu stirred instinctively, as if it wanted to bite back. He forced it down. He could not act here. This was a crowded market. Lin Xiaoya was behind him. Wang Pangzi still had a test this afternoon. The other side had not struck yet. If they moved first, they would lose the initiative. Lin Mu funneled a thread of the shadow seed's power beneath his feet, forming an ultra-thin film of shadow that sheltered Lin Xiaoya and Wang Pangzi behind him. The shadow membrane spread along the ground, guarding only the tiny patch beneath the three of them. The white-clad youth's eyes finally showed a trace of interest. You can restrain yourself. Smarter than I thought. Lin Mu watched him coldly. You didn't walk around me in such a big circle just to critique my shadow, did you? Of course not. The white-clad youth set his lemon drink on a nearby machine and extended a hand. Jun Wuhui, the Jun family of the imperial capital. Lin Mu did not take the offered hand. Jun Wuhui did not care. He withdrew his palm and produced a white handkerchief, dabbing his fingertips with a movement that was light and elegant yet contained an ingrained arrogance. I came to Shanghai only to see Zhao Tai, Jun Wuhui said. A grade talent, dual-element beast transformation, a genius shaped by piled-up resources. I was disappointed. His gaze turned to Lin Mu. Then I saw you. An outward Frank who within days can leap past E into the upper D ranks, an abnormality. One who within a rules arena can dismantle an assault by 30 people without killing them. One bearing marks of plunder, yet not fully out of control. Jun Wuhui smiled slightly. You remind me of a word from the Imperial Archives. Lin Mu's eyelid twitched. What word? Variable. The silence felt colder. Far in the depths of his mind, the system flashed a faint prompt detected keyword variable semantic resonance with the Gue Ling sequence's low-level record current authority insufficient. Lin Mu felt his chest drop. Zhao Tai worried about face resources and the family's losses. Jun Wuhui's words had brushed against the system's deepest line. So, Lin Mu asked. See you at the Modu War Academy, Jun Wuhui replied. If you're merely lucky, you'll be disappointed. If you are truly a variable, I will observe you. Observe, Lin Mu echoed. To see whether you will become a blade for humanity or a contamination that must be sealed. Wang Pangzi's forehead vein throbbed. Lin Xiaoya hugged her toy tightly, her face pale. Lin Mu felt no anger. He simply looked at Jun Wuhui and said calmly, I will give you one piece of advice. Jun's smile remained. Speak. Next time you want to judge someone, first make sure you deserve to stand above them. Jun's eyes narrowed. Lin Mu continued, as for whether I am a blade or a contamination, that's not for you to decide. I did not come this far to have some imperial young master stamp me. The silence around them flickered. Jun Wuhui did not take offense, he only smiled. Very well. He turned to leave, paused after 2 steps, and said Zhao Tai is not your match. Lin Mu watched his retreating figure. Jun Wuhui did not look back. But if you cannot deal with him in the cleanest way, then you do not deserve for me to. His words fell, and the surrounding sounds rushed back in. The arcade music, the hawkers' cries, the car horns, the chatter of passers-by returning like a tide. Jun Wuhui vanished into the crowd. Wang Pangzi drew a long breath as if pulled from water. What the hell? What just happened? I felt like I was about to be stuffed into a freezer. Lin Xiaoya asked softly, brother, was that person very strong? Lin Mu stared in the direction Jun had. Very strong. Stronger than Zhao Tai. Not the same tier. Wang Pangzi's mouth twitched. Then he's only a spectator. What kinds of monsters are in Modu? Lin Mu offered no answer. He glanced at his hand. A faint black streak on the back of his hand slid slowly back beneath the skin. It was the Shadow Seed's reaction to Jun Wuhui's silent field. The system panel popped up: Shadow Seed compatibility 35 to 36%. Gue Ling's sequence fragment synchronization rate slightly increased. Hint: host encountered a high-tier order anchoring power that suppresses plunder circuits. Suggestion: rapidly strengthen your core to avoid a direct clash with similar order systems before stabilization. Lin Mu's gaze deepened at the words similar order. Plundering of all things. Gue Ling sequence. Order anchoring. Those words began to form a thread, though he could not yet see what lay at its end. But Zhanghai City could no longer contain what waited beyond. Wang Pangzi suddenly shoved a bag of snacks into Lin Xiaoya's hands. Sis, hold this for me. Lin Xiaoya stared. Pangzi Ji, where are you going? Wang Pangzi inhaled deeply and tightened the shock-absorbing wristguard Lin Mu had given him. To the secondary hall to take a beating. He said it lightly, but his eyes were unusually earnest. That pretty boy just wouldn't spare me a glance. I admit it, I don't deserve his attention yet. But I can't always be like this. MOG, you're going to Modu, and you need a safer place later. I can't forever be on the bleachers shouting encouragement. Lin Mu watched him. If you can't hold on, admit defeat. Don't worry, I'm great at admitting I'm a coward, Wang Pangzi said, waving his hand. But this time I want to hold on a little longer. He ran toward the direction of the secondary hall. His back was round and plump, yet straighter than before. Lin Xiaoya watched him go and whispered, brother, will Pangzi Ji succeed? I don't know, Lin Mu answered honestly. But he has taken the first step. What step? From wanting to be stronger to actually going to be beaten. Lin Xiaoya was stunned, then burst out laughing. Brother, your way of encouraging people sounds awful. The truth rarely sounds pleasant. Lin Mu checked the time. 1:40 in the afternoon. It was time to go. He ruffled Lin Xiaoya's head. Wait for me in the stands. Lin Xiaoya hugged her pink electric mouse. Brother. You said things will get better. Don't lie to me. Lin Mu looked at her. I won't lie to you. The girl nodded and followed the staff toward the spectators' entrance. Lin Mu stood until her figure had fully disappeared, then turned and walked toward the gymnasium. Sunlight fell across him. Beneath his sleeve, the faint black streak coiled like a sleeping snake. He slid his hands into his pockets, and his expression smoothed back into calm. Jun Wuhui had shown him another mountain to climb. But before he could scale that peak, he would have to kill the mad dog. Afternoon 2:00 Zhanghai City, Central Gymnasium, the final ring. The stands were almost full. Videos of the first-round free-for-all had gone viral across Jianghai's forums. Frank Trash's comeback. Is Lin Mu hiding a talent? Can Zhao Tai keep the face of an grade genius? The biggest dark horse in Modu War Academy's special recruitment. Countless headlines scrolled on the LED screens, stoking the fight's fever. In the VIP box, the Zhao family members looked ill at ease. Zhao Tianba was not present, but Zhao Tai knew his father was watching. Warehouse number 3 had been destroyed. Lu Tsong was dead. The secret chamber emptied. Though the Zhao family's crimes had been temporarily suppressed, the gap on their ledger could no longer be concealed. Zhao Tai had not slept well these days. Whenever he closed his eyes, he saw that line of blood-written words, Zhao young master, this is only the interest. And now the hand that had written those words was about to stand before him. Lin Mu. Zhao Tai stood at the other end of the ring in a suit of crimson alloy battle armor. The armor's chest held a lion-head spirit core, twin jet-like flame stabilizers braced his back, and his right hand gripped a scarlet flame spear. Flame patterns crawled along the spear's shaft, clearly not equipment any ordinary student could afford. The insight I flickered gently within Lin Mu's vision. Target Zhao Tai. Talent a grade, blazing lion. Current combat power upper D. Abnormal state stimulant of Berserker Serum active short-term power, surge spirit core unstable. Equipment red lion war armor height ear, deconfiguration, flame spear D rank. Weaknesses stimulant causes emotional loss of control, flame output is intense, but unsustainable, our rear cooling vents on the armor are structural weak points. Lin Mu closed the panel and withdrew his gaze. The Zhao family would not send Zhao Tai in empty-handed. Armor drugs spear public opinion referees. Everything had been stacked. The more they piled on, the more it revealed Zhao Tai's insecurity. Those without fear do not wrap themselves in iron cans. The announcer's voice filled the arena. Final match: Lin Mu versus Zhao Tai. The victor will receive Modu War Academy's special recruitment slot for Jianghai City and be entered into Modus re-examination list. Both sides prepare. Zhao Tai lifted his spear and flames leapt from its tip, making his face look savage. Lin Mu, do you know something? His voice boomed through the armor's speakers saturated with barely contained venom. I despise people like you. A rat from the mud who refuses to bow. Lin Mu stood at the opposite end of the ring in his worn jacket. He did not draw his dagger or strike an exaggerated pose. He simply flexed his wrist calmly. Finished. Zhao Tai's temple pulsated. You think winning a few fights against trash gives you the right to stand before me? You are mistaken, Lin Mu said. It's not that I have the right to stand before you. He raised his eyes to Zhao Tai. It's that you still have the privilege of letting me settle the score in person. The arena fell into a heartbeat of silence, then the murmurs burst into uproar. Zhao Tai's face twisted utterly. You're asking for death. With a roar, crimson flames burst from the armor's rear. He charged like a burning lion spear, trailing straight at Lin Mu. Waves of fire rolled out, and the ring's surface blackened with scorch marks. Lin Mu did not move. His gaze was as calm and deep as a well. Jun Wuhui's words flashed across his mind. If you cannot deal with him in the cleanest way, you do not deserve for me to keep watching. Lin Mu's lips twitched. Clean. Then be cleaner. He shifted his weight subtly. The heavy sense of rock armor grounded beneath his skin. His shadow sense locked the spear's trajectory. Wind shadow step coiled in his calf muscles. He did not hurry to reveal the half-moon slash. Nor did he immediately sheath his attacks in deadly poison enchantment. Zhao Tai's flame was fierce, and the fiercer it burned, the wider the flaw it left. Lin Mu whispered, "Come." The flame-speared point was already at his face. At the center gymnasium of Jianghai City, the final arena. As the fiery spear lunged toward Lin Mu's face, the gasps from the audience were caught in their throats. Before the audience could fully react, the crimson spear had already sliced through the air, creating a scorching wave. The arena floor was scorched, and wisps of charred smoke rose from the fine cracks. Zhao Tai's strike was clearly on a different level compared to the attacks from the students in the training grounds. His technique was nothing exceptional. The wealth and resources were substantial. The fiery spear, the crimson lion armor, the berserker potion combined with the A-grade talent fiery lion had forcibly elevated a student who had just recently awakened to a grade high-level combat intensity. For an ordinary examinee, this was no longer a final match. It was a resource oppression. Lin Mu did not retreat. His gaze pierced through the flames at the spear tip, focusing on Zhao Tai's right shoulder, waist, and left ankle. The Eye of Insight had already provided feedback. Target Zhao Tai. Talent fiery lion A-grade, potential current development level extremely low. Current combat powered grade high-level reliant on external equipment and potion enhancement. Equipment fiery spear crimson lion armor, grade high configuration, berserker potion in effect. Weakness: the energy node on the right shoulder of the armor is overheating. The propulsion nozzle on the left ankle has a 0.2-second delay. Emotional instability leads to a single attack path. Hint: the target's talent potential far exceeds current combat capability. If the equipment becomes unbalanced, combat power will rapidly decline. Lin Mu instantly formed a judgment in his mind. Zhao Tai was not incapable of fighting. He just could not fight using conventional methods. In this arena, he could not kill, could not use lethal poison, could not openly reveal the core devouring characteristics of all things plunder, nor could he turn this final match into a bloodbath that would give the Zhao family an excuse to retaliate. He had to win the special recruitment first. He also needed to publicly pull Zhao Tai down from the genius pedestal in front of all of Jianghai City. It would be best to force out the Zhao family's illegal trump card, allowing Li Zhengyi and the War Academy of Magic City to witness firsthand what the Zhao family was using to breed so-called geniuses. Therefore this strike could not be too clumsy, nor could it be too quick. He needed the audience to clearly see where Zhao Tai was losing. With the spear tip just inches from his brow, Lin Mu suddenly shifted his foot. Wind Shadow Step activated. His body glided sideways half a foot, nearly brushing against the spear shaft. The fiery spear grazed past his ear, the heat waves stirring a few strands of black hair. Meanwhile, Lin Mu's right hand extended not to grasp the spear, but to gently tap the tail end of the spear with 2 fingers. He did not block it aggressively. Instead, he merely redirected the spear's momentum. Zhao Tai felt his spear suddenly veer off course by half an inch. Half an inch in a high-speed thrust was equivalent to losing control. The fiery spear pierced Lin Mu's shoulder and plunged into the ground, flames erupting with a thunderous bang, creating a charred pit the size of a bowl in the arena floor. Zhao Tai's expression changed. Lin Mu had already retreated from the edge of the flames. A small patch of his sleeve was singed and a faint layer of gray-brown rock patterns emerged beneath his skin. Rock armor had only activated for a brief moment, just enough to block the residual flames, just enough to prevent outsiders from noticing too much. The first shot had enough power, but the accuracy was lacking. Lin Mu raised his gaze, his voice not loud, yet it was amplified clearly by the sound array surrounding the arena. Zhao Tai, the equipment has elevated your combat power, but it hasn't given you any brains. The entire arena fell silent. In the next moment, the audience erupted, as if ignited. He dodged it. It wasn't a dodge. He just nudged the spear shaft, and Zhao Tai's spear veered off itself. What kind of movement technique was that? That step was too clean. Isn't Lin Mu supposed to have grade visual enhancement? Is this called grade? From the high VIP seats, Zhao Tianba's expression darkened. Zhao Tai heard those discussions, and the muscles on his face twitched violently. Those voices were more piercing than Lin Mu's counterattack. Because today was supposed to be Zhao Tai's stage to prove himself by stepping on Lin Mu. He was supposed to show Liu Yin, the school leaders, and all of Zhanghai City what it meant to have a great talent, what it meant to be the future heir of the Zhao family. But now all eyes were on Lin Mu. Shut up! Zhao Tai roared, and the flame nozzles behind the armor lit up simultaneously. Boom! No longer holding back, the fiery spear swept across, trailing a semicircular fire curtain, attempting to suppress Lin Mu's movement with area control. This move was quite brutal, but brutality does not equate to ineffectiveness. The flames covered half of the arena, the heat waves distorting the air. Lin Mu's maneuvering space was instantly compressed, and with each step he had to avoid the residual fire lines on the ground. Lin Xiaoya sat in the audience, her fingers tightly gripping a milk tea cup. The plastic cup was gently deformed from her squeeze. Brother Fat, why isn't he fighting back? Don't worry, Xiaoya. Brother Mo is cunning. No smart. If he isn't fighting back, he must be holding back something big. Though he said this, he was not entirely confident himself. Zhao Tai's flames were simply too fierce. Even with the protective barrier, the people in the front rows could feel waves of heat. Lin Xiaoya gazed at the flames on the arena, her heart inexplicably tightening. She once again heard that very faint sound, like water droplets in the dark. It was also like someone tapping on glass from a distance. To the left, she murmured instinctively. Brother Fat couldn't hear clearly what. In the next instant on the arena, Lin Mu suddenly slid a step to the left. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Tai's second strike, hidden behind the fire curtain, thrust out from the right side, landing perfectly in empty air. Lin Xiaoya was stunned. She did not understand why she had sensed it in advance. At that moment, Lin Mu also slightly turned his gaze, looking in her direction through the crowd. It was brief, but enough. Lin Xiaoya suddenly realized that her brother had sensed her abnormality. Lin Mu did not distract himself for long. He retracted his gaze and continued to retreat. Zhao Tai's offensive grew denser. The fiery spear struck one after another, and the crimson lion armor continuously spewed crimson flames, leaving the arena battered. On the surface, it seemed that Zhao Tai was pressing Lin Mu to fight. But Li Xingyi's brows slowly. He isn't retreating. Li Xingyi focused on the arena, his eyes growing brighter. He is gauging Zhao Tai's limits. Gauging limits. With each of Zhao Tai's bursts, Lin Mu only evades half a body length, never wasting an extra step. Each time the flames cover, he leads Zhao Tai toward the southeast corner of the arena. That area had been burned 3 times, the anti-slip layer melted, and if the propulsion nozzle of the armor stepped on it, there would be a momentary slip. The deputy examiner was taken aback, then looked back at the arena, his expression changing immediately. Indeed, Zhao Tai had not even realized that he had been subtly led away from the center of the arena by Lin Mu. As Zhao Tai pursued, his position was gradually shifted. On the arena, Zhao Tai finally sensed something was off, because he was panting heavily. The crimson lion armor could help him erupt, and the berserker potion could force his neural reactions, but it could not sustain the consumption of spiritual energy. In just a few minutes, the spiritual energy within him had drained away like water from a burst dam. In contrast, Lin Mu's breathing remained steady. Is that all you can do? Just run. Zhao Tai gritted his teeth. Lin Mu stopped at the edge of the arena. You've already asked that once. Zhao Tai's eyes twitched. Then why don't you fight back? What's the rush? Lin Mu flexed his wrist. I haven't finished assessing your equipment. This statement shattered the last remnants of Zhao Tai's rationality. Finished assessing. In Lin Mu's eyes, Zhao Tai's full power eruption was merely a piece of equipment waiting to be dismantled. Lin Mu. Zhao Tai suddenly shouted, his left hand moving towards the chest of the armor. There hidden was a scarlet ring. The ring was slender, seemingly made from dried blood threads with a circle of barely visible symbols etched on its surface. Lin Mu's pupils contracted slightly. Eye of Insight provided instantaneous feedback. Item: Bloodlust Demon Ringed Grade Forbidden Device Experimental Type. Source: Suspected experimental product of the Celestial Biological Group. Effect: temporarily burns the user's blood and spiritual energy, forcibly increasing neural reactions, explosive power, and elemental output. Risk: meridian rupture, mental frenzy, beastification, tendency, irreversible neural damage. Hidden structure: this forbidden device contains an incomplete sacrificial amplification circuit, causing a slight repulsion reaction with the host's internal nullification sequence fragments. Hint: this item is not an officially mass-produced device, suspected to be a product of collaboration between the Zhao family and the Celestial Biological Group for experimental purposes. Here it comes. Lin Mu's knuckles lightly moved. What he had been waiting for was this. If Zhao Tai did not use his trump card, he would merely lose the match. But once he used an unregistered forbidden device in a public arena, this matter would no longer be just a feud between students. It was evidence that the Zhao family and the Celestial Biological Group handed over to the camera. On the high platform, Li Jingyi immediately stood up. Stop the match. His voice, infused with oppressive spiritual energy, drowned out the chaos of the gymnasium. Zhao Tai used unregistered spiritual energy equipment, and the judging panel must intervene immediately. As the judges were about to act, the Zhao family steward in the VIP seats quickly stood up with a forced smile. Examiner Li, you can't say that. Young Master Zhao has registered 3 pieces of equipment. Perhaps that was just an auxiliary part of the armor. Li Zhenji's expression turned cold. Does an auxiliary part require piercing blood vessels to extract spiritual energy? The steward's smile froze. But in those few seconds, Zhao Tai had already slipped the ring onto his finger. A scarlet light suddenly burrowed into his skin. Ah! Zhao Tai threw back his head and screamed, the veins in his neck bulging, his eyes rapidly filling with bloodshot. The flames shifted from crimson to dark red, as if mixed with blood. The energy chamber in the chest of the crimson lion armor instantly overloaded. An illusory blood-colored lion coalesced behind him. Incomplete, yet exceptionally fierce. The audience was in an uproar. What is that? Did Zhao Tai break the rules? This aura, why does it resemble a magical beast? Lin Xiaoya's face turned pale. She was not frightened by the flames. But the moment the ring lit up, she heard that familiar whisper in her ear again. It was as if many people were simultaneously whispering in her ear. Brother Fat noticed something was off with her and quickly stood in front of her. Xiaoya, don't look. Lin Xiaoya shook her head, her voice very soft. No, it's that ring. There's something dirty inside it. Brother Fat did not understand, but he instinctively remembered these words. On the arena, Zhao Tai's combat power soared. Grade high level. Grade peak. Finally, it hovered at an extremely unstable critical point. Not officially crade, yet already carrying a hint of pseudo-crade pressure. Lin Mu's skin faintly tightened. He could feel that with each breath Zhao Tai took, he was exhausting his life force. This state could not last long, but it was enough to maim most grade examinees within seconds. Lin Mu. Zhao Tai lowered his head, his voice becoming hoarse and rough like a beast's growl mixed with human speech. Now can you still understand? Lin Mu did not answer. He slightly shifted his feet, recalculating the distance. He could not drag this out. Zhao Tai had already lost control. If he continued, he might attack the judges or even rush into the audience. He also could not kill. This was a public competition. Let Zhao Tai be backfired by his illegal trump card, and Lin Mu would deliver the final blow within the rules. He needed to win the match, and he needed to secure the evidence. Lin Mu withdrew his right hand from his pocket. In his palm, there was no dagger. Only a piece of the small stone he picked up. Zhao Tai witnessed this scene, a twisted smile appearing in his blood-red eyes. You're going to hit me with a stone. Lin Mu replied, that's enough. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Tai vanished from his spot. Not truly disappearing, but moving too fast. The blood-red flames created an afterimage on the arena, and the blazing spear let out a piercing shriek as it lunged directly at Lin Mu's chest. This time the wind shadow step was not enough to evade completely. Lin Mu could only twist his body. The tip of the spear grazed his chest, flames tearing through his coat and leaving a network of cracks on the surface of his rock armor. A surge of pain shot through him. It felt as though his ribs had been struck by a hammer. Yet Lin Mu did not frown. This was the moment he had been waiting for. After Zhao Tai's full-out thrust, the energy node on his right shoulder would experience an overheating pause in 0.2 seconds. The nozzle on his left ankle would skid due to the melted anti-slip layer in the southeast corner. More importantly, every 8 heartbeats the blood rage ring would cause a blood flame backflow. In that instant, Zhao Tai was at his fastest. His opening was also at its greatest. Lin Mu flicked his finger. That unremarkable small stone, propelled by 72 points of force and the power of the wind shadow step from his waist, shot out like a bullet. The target was not Zhao Tai's head, not his heart, but the overheated energy node on the right shoulder of the red line battle armor. Snap! The stone hit its mark with precision. The already overloaded energy node exploded in a flash of sparks. Zhao Tai's body stiffened. At the same moment, Lin Mu exerted force with his foot, sliding in close along the inside of the spear. Wind shadow step, close quarters shift. His body nearly brushed against the blazing spear, his left shoulder taking a hit from the blood flame, causing another layer of his rock armor to shatter. But he had already entered Zhao Tai's blind spot. The spear was too long. At this distance, a fist was more effective than the spear. Instinctively, Zhao Tai raised his elbow to smash down. Lin Mu did not take the hit directly. He pressed his right palm against Zhao Tai's wrist, sinking his body down and using the opponent's strength to pull outward. This was the unloading technique learned from the Furious Wind Blade Technique Experience Pack. Though it was a blade technique, it was not limited to only using a blade. The essence of wind was to leverage, guide, and mislead. Zhao Tai's uncontrollable strength was redirected by Lin Mu along the shoulder line, causing him to stumble forward. "Kneel down," Lin Mu whispered. He suddenly drove his knee into the inner side of Zhao Tai's left knee. Crack. It was not a fracture. It was a dislocation. In an instant, one of Zhao Tai's legs buckled to the ground. "Aunt!" Zhao Tai screamed, the phantom of the blood-red lion suddenly counterattacking, flames erupting from his body. Lin Mu did not retreat. To do so would mean losing all his progress. He pressed his palm against the hand wearing the ring on Zhao Tai's finger. All Things Plunder was not fully activated. Only a sliver was opened. That sliver of plunder slipped in along the surface of the ring, intercepting the most chaotic blood backflow in the blood rage circuit. Detected sacrificial amplification circuit. Remnants of the zero sequence produce rejection. All Things Plunder executing low-intensity interception. Intercepted blood rage circuit fragment 1. Fire resistance slightly enhanced. Shadow Seed compatibility 3637. Warning: this circuit contains remnants of mental pollution now sealed in the system isolation zone. Lin Mu's gaze deepened. Mental pollution. The essence of divine beings was indeed not limited to just potions. Behind this ring there were even dirtier experimental lines. He did not continue to plunder. In a public setting, excessive consumption would reveal his core abilities and could potentially lead to Zhao Tai's immediate death. He needed evidence, not a corpse. Lin Mu tightened his 5 fingers, forcibly tearing the blood rage ring from Zhao Tai's finger. The moment the ring was removed, the blood-red lion phantom behind Zhao Tai twisted and shattered like a punctured balloon. The fiery armor lost its support and extinguished piece by piece. Zhao Tai's pupils regained a semblance of clarity, but were soon engulfed by intense backlash. His entire body convulsed, blood foam seeping from the corner of his mouth. "It's not over yet." Zhao Tai yelled with the remaining strength he had, trying with his other hand to grasp Lin Mu's throat. Lin Mu raised his leg. He did not use combat skills. He did not use poison. Just a clean and swift downward strike. Bang! Zhao Tai's entire face slammed heavily against the arena floor. The visor of the red lion battle armor shattered, blood splattering from his nose. This strike was heard throughout the arena. Lin Mu stepped on Zhao Tai's shoulder, raising the ring that was still glowing with blood light. His voice was calm to the point of cruelty. "Referee team, this thing was it registered before the match?" The referee's face turned pale. Several technicians rushed onto the arena, scanning with instruments, and alarms instantly blared. "Unregistered spiritual energy prohibited device. Contains high-risk blood combustion circuit. Suspected illegal human amplification experimental product." The crowd erupted. In the Zhao family's VIP section, Zhao Tianba's expression changed for the first time. Not out of anger, but out of uncontrollable panic. If this ring had been used privately, it could have been suppressed. But now, with tens of thousands watching and the examiners from the Magic City War Academy observing, the official broadcast array was still active. Zhao Tai did not just lose to Lin Mu. He had personally raised the Zhao family's dirty secrets to the sunlight. Li Jingyi stepped onto the arena. His face was ashen as he reached for the blood rage ring thrown by Lin Mu. "This matter will be personally investigated by the Magic City War Academy." He turned to the referee team. "Announce the result." The referee swallowed hard before raising his hand. "Zhao Tai has violated the rules by using an unregistered prohibited device. Results cancelled. Final match winner Lin Mu. Special recruitment first place from Jianghai City Magic City War Academy Lin Mu. After a brief silence, the entire stadium erupted. Cheers, gasps, shouts, and doubts mixed together, almost lifting the roof off. Lin Mu. Lin Mu. Now this is what a genius looks like. The Zhao family cheated. Investigate the Zhao family thoroughly. Grade visual enhancement. Who believes that anymore? Lin Xiaoya finally released the milk tea cup in her hand. The cup had been squeezed into a deformed shape with pearls sinking to the bottom, each forming small dark clumps. Her eyes were red, yet she smiled. My brother won. Wang Ponzi laughed too. As he laughed, he suddenly looked down at the agreed shock-absorbing wristband on his hand. When Zhao Tai was engulfed in flames, and the crowd screamed, his first instinct was not to flee, but to shield Xiaoya. Though that little body might not withstand a blow from a strong opponent. But at least he did not retreat. Wang Ponzi clenched his fist and muttered softly. Mo, good, just wait. You go get your special recruitment first. He'll go take my beating. On the arena, Zhao Tai was still struggling. His half-face pressed against the ground. Lin Mu. Do you dare? Do you dare step on me? Lin Mu looked down at him. The surrounding cheers were loud, but his gaze was calm. He recalled the words Zhao Tai had said during the awakening platform, the rats from the slums. He remembered Lu Yin standing beside Zhao Tai saying, people from two different worlds. He thought of the Dead Rat Express, the Zhao family warehouse, and the elderly in the lower city district who were tricked into gratitude by the beast powder. His foot did not continue to exert force. It was not difficult to crush Zhao Tai's bones now. But Zhao Tai had to live. Live to see the Zhao family's shame being torn away bit by bit, to see him, the so-called grade waste, walk into the magic city, into places the Zhao family could not reach. This was worth more than killing him. Lin Mu leaned down and spoke in a voice only Zhao Tai could hear. Did you not say that we are from two different worlds? Zhao Tai struggled to lift his gaze. Lin Mu's voice was soft. From today on, indeed it is. You are down there. I will move upward. After saying this, he released his foot and raised his leg to kick Zhao Tai away from him. Zhao Tai skidded along the ground, being carried off on a stretcher by the rushing medical staff. Lu Yin stood at the entrance of the audience section, her face pale. She had originally come with the Zhao family entourage. She thought today she would see Zhao Tai stepping on Lin Mu to become the brightest genius in Zhanghai City again. But now Zhao Tai had been carried away. Lin Mu stood in the center of the arena, his old coat torn, his left shoulder still burned, and his face even covered in dust. Yet the camera array, the audience's gaze, and the roar from the stands all surged towards him. Lu Yin opened her mouth as if she wanted to call his name. Lin Mu did not look at her. Not once. This hurt her more than any insult. Lin Mu was not still hating her. He truly did not have the time to turn back and look at her. In the shadow of the high passageway, the silver-haired youth Jun Wuhui leaned against the wall, quietly watching the entire battle. His attendant quietly asked, "Young master, is this Lin Mu worth your attention?" Jun Wuhui did not answer immediately. He recalled every move Lin Mu had made just now. Evading the spear, maneuvering positions, provoking anger, forcing prohibited devices, dismantling nodes, intercepting circuits, leaving a way out. Not a single superfluous motion. Not once swayed by emotions. Cruelty was just the surface. What was rare was that Lin Mu had not been emotionally manipulated by Zhao Tai from beginning to end. Interesting. Jun Wuhui chuckled softly. If he had won just by hiding his talents, I would have been disappointed. But he won with his intellect. The attendant was taken aback. Jun Wuhui turned and walked out. Notify the Magic City side. In the list of this year's special recruits, give Lin Mu a separate page of records. Remark, he paused for half a second. Variable outside of the rules. On the other side of the arena, Li Jingyi watched Lin Mu, the admiration in his eyes evident. He had originally favored Lin Mu because of the ferocity the youth had brought back from the wilderness. Now what he favored was Lin Mu's restraint and judgment, even in the face of absolute advantage and hatred. In the battlefield, those without courage do not survive long. Those with strength, but no intellect, will drag their teammates down with them. Lin Mu was not in either category. Li Jingyi approached Lin Mu and lowered his voice, asking, "Can you still walk?" Lin Mu glanced at his left shoulder. The burn was serious, and the rock armor had also been shaken to the point of backlash, with old rib injuries throbbing. The system's battle settlement was popping up line by line. Victory in public rule battle. Host did not expose core plundering characteristics. Goal achieved: secure first place in special recruitment, intercept evidence of prohibited devices, suppress public opinion against the Zhao family. Gained growth stability of wind shadow step increased, experience in resisting high temperature impacts with rock armor increased, compatibility of shadow seed increased to 37. Sealed blood rage circuit fragment 1. Hint: structural rejection exists between the blood rage circuit and the zero sequence suspected external pollution protocol remnants. Subsequent analysis can be conducted through the advanced database. Lin Mu focused on the last line. Advanced database. Magic City War Academy. It seemed that he had another reason to go to Magic City. He retracted the system panel and nodded to Li Jingyi. I can. Li Jingyi smiled. Then come with where to? VIP lounge. Li Jingyi glanced at the chaotic Zhao family below, then looked at Lin Mu. From now on you are no longer an 5th grade student from Zhonghai City's 3rd Awakening High School. You are the first place special recruit from Zhonghai City Magic City War Academy. There are some things you need to know in advance. Lin Mu did not respond immediately. He turned to look at the audience. Lin Xiaoya was waving at him. Wang Pengzi stood up, pounding his chest hard, making a gesture as if saying he would be taking a beating. Lin Mu understood. He nodded gently. Then he turned and followed Li Jingyi toward the arena passage. Behind him the cheers continued. But Lin Mu knew this was not the end. Zhao Tai's play had already concluded. A bigger stage awaited in Magic City, and he had just obtained his ticket. In the VIP lounge of the Zhonghai City Sports Center, the excitement following the finals had not yet dissipated. Outside the venue, voices calling Lin Mu's name echoed in the spectator corridor. Media drones were obstructed in midair by a security barrier, a cluster of red dots bouncing chaotically. Lin Mu did not accept any interviews, nor did he take the flowers offered by the school leaders. He simply walked down from the ring, took the bottled water handed to him by Wang Fatty, confirmed that Lin Xiaoya was still seated in the 5th row of the audience with no strangers nearby, before following Li Jingyi through the restricted passage to this VIP lounge. The lounge was small, and its decor was not extravagant. There was a long table, several military folding chairs, and on the wall hung the black and gold emblem of the Magic City War Academy. Beneath the emblem was a short phrase. War is not glory, but responsibility. Lin Mu glanced at it, and did not sit down immediately. He first checked the door, then the window, and finally looked at the teapot on the table. 2 security guards were stationed by the entranced class mid-level with no malicious intent. In the corner there were 3 recording arrays, 2 of which were off, and 1 operating at low frequency. The window was made of one-way bulletproof psychic glass, preventing outside visibility. The teapot on the table was not poisoned, but the rim of the cup retained a hint of disinfectant. The feedback from the Eye of Insight was very clean. This place was at least not a trap set by the Zhao family. Li Jingyi noticed his gaze sweep across the room, and a flicker of approval flashed in his eyes. Please sit down, Li Jingyi said, removing his military cap and placing it on the table, his tone much gentler than it had been in the arena. Don't be so tense. This is the temporary military control lounge of the Magic City War Academy. Members of the Zhao family cannot enter here. Lin Mu sat down, but did not fully lean against the back of the chair. Trust is trust. After fighting his way out of the slums, sewers, Zhao storage yard, and the wild areas these past few days, his body had become accustomed to being ready to spring into action at any moment. Would you like something to drink? Tea, energy drink, or nutrient solution? Li Jingyi asked. Just water, Lin Mu replied. Li Jingyi personally poured a glass of water and pushed it over. Lin Mu took it, but did not drink immediately. Instead, he first glanced at the bottom of the cup. Li Jingyi chuckled. Caution is a good thing. Those who survive in the wild usually have this habit. It's not just a habit, Lin Mu said after taking a sip. It's the cost of staying alive. Li Jingyi's smile faded slightly. He sat back down, fell silent for 2 seconds, and then got straight to the point. Lin Mu, congratulations. You are the top candidate in the Magic City Special Recruitment of Zhonghai City. Thank you. But you should understand I brought you here not just to say a few words of congratulations. Lin Mu nodded. For Zhao Tai's forbidden device, and also for my talent. Li Jingyi looked at him. The young man showed no signs of impatience after just winning the top recruitment spot. He didn't even ask about his treatment. He sat there with several burn marks on his clothes, his gaze steady. You are very clever, Li Jingyi said. Let's skip the pleasantries. The ring used by Zhao Tai in the arena has been preliminarily identified as an experimental amplifier leaking from the black market of divine creatures. Its energy circuit is different from ordinary amplifiers, bearing characteristics of sacrificial pollution. Lin Mu lightly traced the outer wall of the cup with his fingers, remaining silent. You showed clear anticipation of that ring during the match. Have you seen something similar before? The question struck straight to the point. The room fell silent. Lin Mu did not answer immediately. This was a test. If he revealed everything about the Zhao family storage yard, it would mean admitting that he had infiltrated their stronghold last night, killed Lu Tsong, and stolen the Starfall Iron and Class Custom Evolution Liquid. That would bring 2 outcomes. The Magic City War Academy might protect him because of the Zhao family's evidence. The authorities would also investigate why he could rise from class to class high level in just a few days, and why he could kill a peaked class offering. Lin Mu needed an official identity and the resources of the Magic City Academy. But he could not reveal all his cards. So he only spoke half the truth. Zhao Tai sent someone to catalyze a mutated black rat with a violent drug, Lin Mu said, putting down the cup. I killed that rat, and also saw similar red fibrous residues in the crystal core. Later, when I was processing materials in the black market, someone reminded me that this substance was not an ordinary illegal drug. Who reminded you? A black market intermediary. Name. Lin Mu raised his eyes. Instructor Lee, the black market has its own rules. I can share the characteristics of the drug residue with you and cooperate with your investigation into the Zhao family, but I will not betray someone who has warned me. Li Jingyi stared at him for 3 seconds. Then he smiled. Good. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. Li Jingyi tapped the table. I don't like students lying, but I dislike even more when students easily betray those who have once helped them. Your answer isn't perfect, but it has humanity. He pulled out a sheet of paper from a folder and pushed it in front of Lin Mu. It contained the preliminary admission rating of the Magic City War Academy. Lin Mu. First in Zhanghai City Special Recruitment. Combat Ratings Class Observation. Resource Treatments Class Observation Special Recruitment Preparation. Enrollment Identity Candidate for New Student Reserve Commander of the Magic City War Academy. Additional permissions can apply for 1 Heavy-Duty Logistics Reserve Team Candidate and 1 Technical Support Type Special Enrollment Team Qualification. Lin Mu's gaze lingered on the words Reserve Commander Candidate. Isn't it in class Special Enrollment? If you want to obtain a formal class Special Enrollment directly, the process can be applied for. But formal class Special Enrollment requires verification by the Magic City General Academy, including talent reevaluation, psychic circuit, scanning, mental pollution screening, and signatures from 3 mentors. Lin Mu's heart stirred. Talent reevaluation. Psychic circuit scanning. Both were risky for him. All Things Plunder was too special. Even if the system could obscure it, no one knew if the Magic City War Academy had higher-level detection instruments. Li Jingyi noticed his concern and said slowly, the benefit of the preparatory treatment is that you get to enjoy resources and protection first, and the formal rating will be determined after arriving at the Magic City. It's safer for you and the Academy. Lin Mu did not hesitate. That's fine. Also, Li Jingyi pointed to the 3rd line. Reserve Commander Candidate is a real position. Once you get to the Magic City, you will be trained as a core of a small team. You can form a team of 3 to 5 people and get early exposure to tactical courses, wilderness escort, low-level rift simulations, and resource point contention. Why the rush? Lin Mu asked. Li Jingyi's smile vanished completely. He stood up, walked to the window, and pulled back the blackout curtain. The sky outside the sports center was somewhat gray. The color was dim, not due to the weather. In the distance, the city's defense barrier was slowly adjusting its energy frequency, a pale blue arc sweeping across Zhanghai City's heights before quickly disappearing. The surface reason is that the awakening quality in Zhanghai City this year is quite good, with Zhao Tai and a class talent emerging, as well as exceptional combat talents like you. The real reason is that the No. 7 Abyss Rift in the northern border has become active. Lin Mu tightened his grip on the water cup. Abyss Rift. This term had appeared many times in textbooks. Ordinary wilderness areas and monster nests on the edge of cities could still be cleared out, but Abyss Rifts were different. They are spatial wounds connecting to unknown other realms. Each Abyss Rift represents a long-term front line. Li Jingyi's voice deepened. 3 days ago, outside the northern border Great Wall, large-scale energy fluctuations occurred at the No. 7 Rift. The frontline reconnaissance team reported that new types of monster clusters were gathering inside the rift. They no longer charged blindly based on instinct. Instead, they learned to bypass minefields, lure out scouts, and cut off supply lines. Lin Mu immediately thought of 2 words. Army. Monsters without intelligence are disasters. Monsters that begin to learn tactics signify war. So you are advancing the special recruitment to accelerate the selection of reserves, eh? Correct, Li Jingyi nodded. The Magic City War Academy is not just a school. It is essentially a hatchery for young awakeners in the Eastern Theater of China. Usually we teach you courses, resources, arenas, and points, but once the frontline tightens, the academy becomes a reserve army. He looked at Lin Mu, his gaze heavy. Lin Mu, what I value is your control. Your combat is fierce, but you can rein it in. In the first round of the chaotic battle, you could severely injure over 30 people, yet you only sent them off the stage according to the rules. In the finals against Zhao Tai, you could have destroyed his psychic circuit, but you chose to force out the forbidden device, leave evidence, and control the injuries. This shows that you know when to kill and when not to kill. On the battlefield, many can kill. Few can control their killing intent. Lin Mu remained silent. Memories of all that had transpired over the past few days flashed through his. The fangs of the mutated black rat, the knives of the Zhao family thugs, Lu Tsong's battle knife, the monsters feasting on corpses in the wilderness, and Lin Zioya's clean eyes as she asked him if he had done anything illegal. He had indeed grown stronger. But he could not merely become a weapon. A weapon lacks humanity, can only inflict harm, and will inevitably harm those around it. My goals are not complicated, Lin Mu said, raising his head. Go to the Magic City, acquire resources, break through to class, and uncover the truths behind the Zhao family and divine creatures. Also to protect my sister and my friends. Li Jingyi nodded. That's clear enough. He took out a black and gold badge and placed it on the table. The front of the badge featured the emblem of the Magic City War Academy, while the back bore a line of small text. Reserve Commander Candidate Lin Mu, take this. Lin Mu reached out to pick up the badge, feeling its weight in his palm. This was no ordinary medal. The Eye of Insight provided feedback with a line of information. Item Magic City War Academy, Reserve Commander Badge. Material low purity, unidentified source, stone alloy. Effects identity verification, basic communication, anti-counterfeiting, identification, low-level mental pollution warning. Anomaly weak resonance with unknown sequences in the host's body. Lin Mu's heart stirred slightly. Just as he touched the badge, a faint dark golden prompt flashed deep within the system. Detected low purity source stone alloy. Zeroing sequence fragment resonance 0. 7. Warning current permissions insufficient for The prompt appeared quickly and vanished just as fast. The intense battles of the past few days had sharpened his senses, allowing him to barely catch that fleeting hint. Zeroing sequence. This term had come up again. From the Starfall Iron to the primitive plundering circuit deep within the system, and now to this Magic City badge. These seemingly unrelated items were tied together by a deeper thread. Lin Mu maintained a calm expression as he tucked the badge into his clothing. Some things could not be questioned yet. First, he needed to go to the Magic City. The Magic City War Academy was the next door to open. There's one more thing, Lin Mu said. Wang Kai. Li Jingyi was not surprised by this. E-class defensive talent hardening. His cultural subjects are average, combat ability is ordinary, but his physical endurance is quite good. He is impulsive in character, but very loyal. Your chubby friend. He is not a mere accessory. Lin Mu set down the cup. I don't need you to pull strings for him. But if the Magic City Academy indeed has a heavy-duty logistics reserve camp, I hope he can participate in the testing. Why? Because he will stand behind the shield himself, Lin Mu replied. He is weak now, but that does not mean he will always be weak. What he lacks is not courage, but resources, training, and a viable path. Li Jingyi looked at him, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. You didn't say to let him come with you. He will take the exam himself, Lin Mu said. I can offer him a chance, but I cannot pass it for him. Good. Li Jingyi tapped a few times on his wristwatch. Wang Kai qualification for the heavy-duty logistics reserve camp supplementary test has been submitted. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning at the Jianghai City North Station Temporary Military Training Hall, he will face 3 times the gravitational pressure shield wall support and a 3-kilometer weighted transport test. If he passes, he can join the same batch of new students heading to the Magic City Reserve Camp. If he fails, he will stay in Jianghai obediently. Lin Mu nodded. That's enough. Li Jingyi continued. Your sister Lin Xiaoya, I will also arrange for someone to keep an eye on her discreetly. The Zhao family does not dare to act against her openly now, but when dogs are driven to a corner, it's wise to stay vigilant. Lin Mu did not hold back this time. Thank you. Don't thank me, Li Jingyi said, putting his military cap back on. I'm protecting a potential commander who could end up on the battlefield not doing charity. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand to turn off the low-frequency recording array on the table. Then his voice lowered a bit. Let me remind you one last time. Magic City is not Jianghai. The Zhao family as a financial faction is just a local thug in Jianghai, but in the Magic City they are merely minor players. There are great families, freaks, and young madmen who have genuinely been to the battlefield there. Lin Mu, you have won beautifully in Jianghai. But once you arrive in the Magic City, everything starts anew. Lin Mu stood up, fastening the badge inside his coat. Perfect. He gazed out at the gray sky outside the window. I don't want to keep stepping on minor players. Li Jingyi was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Get going. Someone is waiting for you outside. VIP passage beside the vending machine. Lin Mu had just stepped out of the lounge when he paused. The corridor was very quiet. Ordinary candidates and reporters were isolated on the other side, leaving only a few staff from the Magic City Academy walking back and forth. However, Lin Mu's shadow sense pricked subtly. Very slight. Like a needle, it brushed against his nerves from the edge of the shadow. His gaze fell on the vending machine 3 meters away. In the metallic reflection on the side of the machine, a tiny black dot was moving. It was not dust. It was a mini reconnaissance bug the size of a grain of rice. Lin Mu did not act. He stood still, his motion of looking down at the badge appearing very natural, while his left foot shifted sideways, by half a step, just enough to cast a shadow from the overhead light onto his foot. Eye of Insight activated. Target Psychic Micro Reconnaissance Bug. Source Zhao Family Security Technology Department suspected of being modified by divine creatures. Function Positioning Recording Low-Level Psychic Wave Collection. Danger Level Low. Anomaly Internal Encryption Protocol contains remnants of old zeroing characters. Lin Mu's fingertips paused slightly. The Zhao family really is tenacious. Just after being knocked down from the arena, they dared to push their devices into the military control passage of the Magic City Academy. He was about to raise his hand when a crisp, somewhat mechanical voice suddenly rang from behind the vending machine. Lin Mu's hand froze in midair. If you crush it, you'll only get a broken bug. Leave it, and I can follow the signal back to uncover the color of its owner's underwear. Lin Mu turned his head. Behind the vending machine squatted a girl wearing an oversized gray hoodie. She was very short, clearly not fully grown, and was curled up in the hoodie, exposing only half of a pale face that looked somewhat sickly. Thick black-rimmed glasses rested on her nose, and her eyes visible behind the lenses were startlingly bright. She had something in her mouth. Holding a lollipop cradling a modified tablet computer, her fingers flew across the virtual keyboard with such speed that it was nearly impossible to see. The corridor lights fell upon her, the cuffs of her hoodie dragging down to her knuckles, and the tablet in her arms was wider than half her body. Lin Mu looked at her and asked, "Who are you?" Chu Yao, 16 years old. A special recruit at the Magic Capital War Academy. A mental-type support role physically tested as useless close combat akin to a piece of paper soaked in rain. After she finished speaking, she swept her fingertip. A small holographic screen popped up in the air. On the screen, the signal of a tiny reconnaissance bug was slowly being unraveled like a tangle of yarn from which she pulled out a loose thread. "This is from the Zhao family's security technology department." Chu Yao bit down on her lollipop, her voice muffled yet calm. "The shell is commercial goods, but the core is not. Inside it is an encrypted shell from a divine organism along with a segment of old characters that I can't decipher. It's ugly like a piece of code that has been bitten and spat out." Lin Mu's eyes flickered. Old characters. Zeroing character fragments. Chu Yao had even noticed a bit of it. "You've been here all along." "To be precise, I arrived 17 minutes ago." Chu Yao glanced at him. "I originally wanted to test the temporary security system of the Magic Capital Academy for vulnerabilities, but I ended up capturing this bug. Following its signal tracking path, I conveniently traced your phone." "My phone?" "Yes." Chu Yao lowered her head and continued typing. "Your phone was implanted with a tracking Trojan 3 minutes ago. The source is a Zhao family subcontractor disguised as a special recruitment notification cache from the Education Bureau. The technology is poor enough to fool normal people." Lin Mu took out his phone. The screen appeared normal. He didn't unlock it and placed the phone on the platform beside the vending machine. "Yes." Chu Yao reached out to take it, slicing open the screen like unwrapping a toy. "I can. By the way, I can also bounce the location back to the men's restroom of Zhao Family Hospital." Lin Mu paused. "No need to be that specific." "I prefer specifics," Chu Yao said expressionlessly, tapping a few times. In the next second, lines of rapidly scrolling data flashed across the phone screen. Lin Mu couldn't understand the code, but he could grasp the results. The Zhao family's Trojan was dismantled by Chu Yao. Instead of removing the Trojan, she placed it into a false location loop. From now on, if the Zhao family continues to track Lin Mu, they would only see him remaining in the public restroom on the 3rd underground level of the gym. "All right." Chu Yao handed the phone back and effortlessly popped a bottle of strawberry milk from the vending machine. No coins were inserted. Lin Mu glanced at her. "Did you hack the vending machine?" "No," Chu Yao corrected seriously. "I just made it think it had received payment." "Is there a difference?" "Yes. The former is called stealing, the latter is called cognitive bias induction." Lin Mu couldn't help but find her, but he didn't let his guard down. Eye of Insight quietly activated. Target Chu Yao. Age 16. Talent Super Brain Calculation S-level mental support. Current combat power level. Mental strength level peak. Physical condition long-term nutritional imbalance, excessive neural load, severe sleep deprivation. Ability inclination data deduction formation cracking electronic intrusion battlefield modeling risk prediction. Personality assessment highly rational defensive extremely lacking in security, currently seeking a stable protective object. Special note, this target has been in contact with low-purity unidentified stone databases and possesses a low-level recognition ability of zeroing characters. S-level mental support. Lin Mu's heart skipped a beat. Li Jingyi had just mentioned he needed someone to analyze. As a result, right after stepping out, a strange girl who could shove the Zhao family's Trojan back into the restroom appeared. Too coincidental. Too perfect. "Did Examiner Li send you?" Lin Mu asked. Chu Yao shook her head no. "He didn't stop me." This answer was very interesting. Not stopping meant tacit approval. "Why seek me out?" Chu Yao held the strawberry milk and thought seriously for 3 seconds. "Because my survival model predicts that within the next 3 months major risk events will occur along the 3 lines of Zhonghai Magic Capital and the Northern Territory. If I follow the conventional technical student path alone, the death probability is 31.7. If I follow an ordinary level special recruit, the death probability is 18.4. If I follow you, the death probability is 9.6. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. "Am I that safe?" "No." Chu Yao adjusted her glasses. But you are also the one among all the sources of risk I can currently access who is most likely to turn the risk back on itself." She said it very seriously. Lin Mu couldn't quite tell if that was a compliment or a warning. Chu Yao continued. "I have a poor body, weak in close combat, get out of breath after running 500 meters, and would die from carrying a box of water. Although technical students at the Magic Capital War Academy do not need to be on the front lines, once the abyss stirs, technical students will also be assigned to frontline logistics. I don't want to entrust my life to an unknown captain. So, I need someone stable in combat, calm in decision-making, who won't just throw me out to draw fire, because I'm— She looked up at Lin Mu. You didn't seriously injure those students who were attacking you in the first round. You didn't kill Zhao Tai in the finals. You didn't use backdoor channels for resource requests from friends, but rather asked for testing. Overall, you are not a good person, but you have a bottom line. Lin Mu looked at her and suddenly smiled. Not a good person, but has a bottom line. Yes. Chu Yao nodded. That is a high evaluation. Lin Mu leaned against the wall, thinking for a moment. He indeed needed a brain. Wang Pengzi was trustworthy, but still weak. Xiaoyu was a reverse scale, not to be put on the dangerous front lines. His own combat power was growing rapidly, but his understanding of the Zhao family divine organisms, the Magic Capital Academy, and the so-called Abyss Fishers was still too limited. In Zhanghai, he could break through situations with his fists and courage. Arriving in the Magic Capital relying solely on fists was insufficient. People like Chu Yao were indeed weak. But as long as she could be protected, the value she could bring might outweigh that of a level combat-type teammate. What can you offer me? Lin Mu asked. Chu Yao opened the holographic screen. The answers were already listed. All public candidate data, combat footage, and preliminary ability analysis during the special recruitment period I can provide you with. The resource allocation rules for new students at the Magic Capital War Academy, including hidden bonus items, I can also provide. The relationship map between Zhao family and divine organisms in public business, drug circulation, security outsourcing, and shell companies in the black market, I haven't completely cracked it yet, but I can already prove they have at least 3 layers of financial transactions. In battle, I can predict enemy movements for you. The accuracy is related to the amount of data. Just now, when you were fighting Zhao Tai, if I had been on the sidelines connecting to the battle model, I could have predicted 1 seconds in advance that he would wear a ring. Lin Mu raised his eyes. 1 seconds. In low-level combat, that's a matter of life and— What do you want? Protection, Chu Yao replied quickly. Also a stable charging environment, 3 meals, sugar supplementation, and not being disturbed while sleeping. If possible, it would be best to have a heavy unit in the team that can withstand damage. We have that. Lin Mu replied. Wang Kai. Chu Yao looked down at the screen and pulled up Wang Pengzi's data. A level hardening. Current combat value is low. Potential development paths: heavy shield guard, logistics, transport, casualty transfer team, emotional buffer. Disadvantages: too noisy, too heavy, easily tempted by food. Lin Mu's lips twitched. What about advantages? Loyalty is exceptionally high. Chu Yao paused. In my model, this trait is rarer than combat power. Lin Mu reached out his hand. Welcome to the team. Chu Yao stared at his hand for 3 seconds. A handshake spreads bacteria. Then you can refuse. Chu Yao hesitated for a moment, but still placed her small hand, slightly damp from strawberry milk, into Lin Mu's palm, quickly touched it, and immediately retracted. Deal, Captain. The instant their hands touched, a gentle vibration occurred in Lin Mu's mind. Detected high-density mental calculation talent. One of the conditions for opening the team cooperation model has been met. Zeroing sequence fragment resonance 1. Tip: a reasonable team structure can enhance the host's survival rate in complex role fields. Lin Mu's breathing eased slightly. Team cooperation model. This system's direction is more complex than merely strengthening him. It is pushing him towards forming a team. Or rather, it knows that in certain future situations, relying solely on one person's lethality is insufficient. Lin Mu did not pursue the matter further. He merely noted this hint in his heart. By the way, Chu Yao suddenly said, there's one little issue. What? Zhao Tai's father, Zhao Tianba, is trying to contact a liaison from the Su family in the Magic Capital. The Su family. Lin Mu tightened his grip on his phone. One of the ice-type families in the Magic Capital in resource cooperation with the War Academy. Zhao family suffered significant losses this time, and should want to exchange drug channels, forbidden weapon samples, or collaboration leads from divine organisms for a Magic Capital connection to prevent continued pursuit after you enroll. As she spoke, a photo of a person popped up on the screen. In the photo was a girl in a white uniform. She had a cold demeanor, her features sculpted like frost and snow. Su Qingxue, candidate for the Magic Capital Su family's collateral inheritance, early admission student of this session at the Magic Capital War Academy, talent ice type, specific rating not disclosed. Lin Mu glanced at it and did not linger. He still wasn't qualified to meddle in the affairs of Magic Capital families. But Zhao Tianba's ability to contact families in the Magic Capital indicated that the Zhao family's roots run deeper than what is visible in Zhanghai. Send me the information, Lin Mu said. Already sent. Chu Yao shook the strawberry milk in her hand. By the way, your phone is now 47 times safer than before. But don't use it to search keywords like how to destroy the Zhao family. It will trigger public safety keyword monitoring. Lin Mu gave her a glance. Do I look like someone who would search that? Yes. Lin Mu put away his phone. At the end of the corridor, Wang Pengzi's voice suddenly came. Mo Gu, where are you? Xiaoyu said you were taken away by Examiner Li. Is it that the magic capital is about to give you a big villa? Can you leave me a room the size of a restroom? Before Lin Mu could respond, Chu Yao had already furrowed her brow. Decibel level 87, exceeding healthy range. Is this Wang Kai? Yes. Louder than the data shows. Wang Pengzi rushed around the corner, noticing Lin Mu with a little girl beside him, instantly stopping in his tracks, his eyes wide. Mo Gu, how long have you been in the lounge? And you've already brought out a little elementary school student. Chu Yao looked up expressionlessly. I'm 16. According to the current awakening education law, and Huaxia technical special recruits can enroll 2 years early. Also, your body fat percentage is severely exceeding standards with a current probability of only 21.3 of passing the threefold gravity pressure test. Wang Pengzi's smile froze. Who is she? Teammate, Lin Mu replied. Teammate. Wang Pengzi looked at Chu Yao, then at Lin Mu, and whispered, can she fight? No. Chu Yao replied without looking up. But I can calculate that you will trip over your left shoelace in 3 seconds. Wang Pengzi looked down. Indeed, the shoelace was loose. Just as he bent down to tie it, he stepped on the lace and fell forward, nearly toppling the vending machine. Lin Mu reached out and grabbed the back of his collar, pulling him back. Wang Pengzi's face turned red. It was an accident. This was definitely an accident. Chu Yao noted down on her screen. Sample confirmed slow reaction, but impact resistance is acceptable. Lin Xiaoyu rushed in from behind. Seeing Lin Mu was fine, she breathed a sigh of relief and looked curiously at Chu Yao. Brother, who is this? Chu Yao glanced at Lin Xiaoyu. This time she did not speak immediately. She stared at Lin Xiaoyu for 3 full seconds, and a stream of invisible data flowed past behind her glasses. Your mental fluctuations are quite strange. Lin Mu's expression changed instantly. He stepped half a step in front of Lin Xiaoyu, calling out, Chu Yao. This call carried no killing intent, but it was a warning. Chu Yao immediately shut her mouth, raising her hands. I mean no harm. It's just that her mental frequency is different from normal people, somewhat like spatial ripples. What are spatial ripples? Lin Xiaoyu asked blankly. It's nothing. Lin Mu took over. She is Chu Yao, a technical special recruit from the Magic Capital War Academy, and may possibly be on my team in the future. Lin Xiaoyu noticed that her brother didn't want to elaborate and nodded obediently, then took out a box of still warm snacks from her bag. Sister Chu Yao, would you like to eat? I just bought them outside. Chu Yao stared at the box of snacks. A cold expression cracked visibly. According to hygiene standards, roadside snacks are not recommended for consumption. She paused. But a small sample test is acceptable. Lin Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh. Wang Pengzi joined in. This little girl is quite tough with words. Chu Yao took a piece of the snack, took a small bite, and her eyes behind the lenses brightened. The sample's taste is qualified. The tense atmosphere in the corridor eased a bit. Lin Mu looked at the people before him. Xiaoyu, Pengzi, Chu Yao. One was his reverse scale. One was his most trusted shield. One was a brain that had just joined, but could show him a different way of fighting. On the day of awakening, he stood alone at the edge of the playground, ridiculed as an inflexible waste by the entire school, with nothing behind him. Now it was different. People began to gather around him. Those he needed to protect, those who could withstand, and those who could help him see blind spots. This gave him an extra layer of confidence as he stepped further. At this moment, Lin Mu's phone vibrated. The screen lit up, displaying an official notification from Li Jingyi. Lin Mu qualification confirmation for S-level observation special recruitment at the Magic Capital War Academy. Team technical support candidate Chu Yao. Heavy logistics reserve camp testing candidate Wang Kai. Departure time tomorrow morning, North Station of Zhanghai City, black steel armed train. Note anomalies in Abyss No. 7 in the Northern Territory. All special recruits will take early combat readiness courses after enrollment. Lin Mu finished reading and put away his phone. We leave tomorrow. Wang Pengzi was taken aback. So soon? Chu Yao had already begun registering transportation permissions, checking the train's firewall and the distribution map of magical beasts in the wilderness along the route. Lin Xiaoyu's expression dimmed for a moment, but quickly brightened with a smile. Then let's have dinner at home tonight. I'll make you pork rib soup. Lin Mu looked at her, his voice softening. Okay. Lin Mu watched her smile, his palm slowly tightening. This chapter of Zhanghai was about to turn over. The connections between the magic capital, the abyss, divine organisms, and the Zhao family behind it, along with the increasingly frequent appearance of the zeroing sequence deep within the system. Tomorrow the road would be narrower and longer. On the eve of departure in the lower district of Zhanghai City, in a tube building. It is 8 o'clock in the evening. The alley outside the tube building is still dripping with water, and the old drainage pipes emit a series of gurgling sounds. There are people arguing downstairs, someone pushing a cart selling fried skewers, the smell of cooking oil, humidity, and cheap disinfectant mingling together like the permanent stains of this city's lowest strata that can never be washed clean. Lin Mu stood at the door holding a black tactical bag, hesitating to push the door open. The lights inside the house were on. The warm light seeped through the crack of the door. He had killed magical beasts outside, fought against the henchmen of the Zhao family, barged into storage yards, and battled Lutsong, a peaked grade, in a cold storage, until his bones broke, enduring 3 days and nights, without a complete sleep in the wilderness. But at this moment, separated by a thin wooden door, he paused for 3 seconds. The aroma of ribs and the warm light inside made him reluctant to push open the door immediately. The door was pulled open from the inside. Lin Xiaoya, wearing a faded apron and holding a spatula, was momentarily stunned when she saw him standing outside, then frowned. "Brother, why didn't you knock?" Lin Mu looked at the bit of flour on her forehead, and his gaze softened. "I was afraid of disturbing your spellcasting." "What spellcasting?" Lin Xiaoya rolled her eyes and stepped aside to let him in. "I'm just cooking. If you come back 10 minutes later, the ribs will be overcooked." The narrow living room was filled with a rich aroma of ribs. A folding table was wiped clean, laden with sweet and sour ribs, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, cold potato strips, and a small pot of steaming rib soup. It wasn't a lavish meal, but in this home it was a long-awaited feast. Lin Mu placed the tactical bag in the corner, washed his hands, and sat down. Lin Xiaoya served a bowl of soup in front of him and picked up the largest rib for him. "You're leaving tomorrow, eat more tonight. Things will definitely be expensive in Magic City. Don't start saving money as soon as you get there." "I'm not short on money right now, but that doesn't mean you can spend it recklessly." Lin Xiaoya continued to serve him food while chattering away. "The bottom of the suitcase has clean clothes. The left compartment is for medicine and the right compartment is for socks. I packed 7 pairs for you. Don't get lazy. No matter how expensive the combat gear is, you can't go 3 days without changing socks. Also, that black windbreaker of yours has already turned into a fishing net. I stitched it up a few times, but you should buy a new one when you get to Magic City." Lin Mu lowered his head to drink the soup, not interrupting. He usually didn't like to hear nagging, but tonight was different. This chattering was more soothing to his exhausted nerves than any great potions. "Did you hear me?" Lin Xiaoya tapped his bowl with her chopsticks. "I heard you." Lin Mu looked up. "Change socks daily, buy new clothes, don't save money. And eat meals. Eat on time. And sleep. Sleep whenever you can." Lin Xiaoya narrowed her eyes. "What do you mean by sleep whenever you can?" Lin Mu paused for a moment and corrected himself seriously. "Try to sleep." "That's more like it." Lin Xiaoya nodded in satisfaction and served him another half bowl of rice. Halfway through the meal, Lin Mu took out a black and gold savings card from his pocket and placed it on the table. Lin Xiaoya's chopsticks froze. "What is this?" "Living expenses." "How much?" 3 million. Cough. Lin Xiaoya almost choked on her soup, her eyes widening. "How much?" 3 million. Lin Mu spoke calmly. 1 million is for your daily expenses and tuition. The other 2 million don't touch. You'll need it for emergencies, school transfers, moving, or hiring security. Lin Xiaoya stared at the card, her expression shifting from shock to doubt, then to seriousness. She didn't react like an ordinary girl would, feeling happy. She merely pushed the card halfway back and lowered her voice. "Brother, is this money clean?" Lin Mu looked at her. That question tightened his heart more than if she had cried and asked, "Are you abandoning me?" Children from poor families are too sensitive about money. When money comes too easily, the first thought that pops into her head is, will something go wrong? Lin Mu didn't say, "Absolutely clean." That would be a lie. He simply pushed the card back toward her. "I haven't touched ordinary people's money. It comes from the Zhao family's black accounts and contraband meant to harm others. You can think of it as compensation for their debts to us." Lin Xiaoya was silent for a while. She didn't pursue the question further because she knew that for her brother to share this much, he had already revealed the most he could. "The password is your birthday," Lin Mu continued. "But you can't go withdraw large sums of money alone, nor can you suddenly move to a place that's too conspicuous. I've prepared 3 plans for you." He took out a thin envelope from the tactical bag and pushed it to her. "Plan 1, maintain normal life at school. You continue to live on campus, minimize going out, and refuse all deliveries. Plan 2, temporary relocation. If anyone is following you, or if you dream of red rats or black cracks again, don't hesitate, immediately press the emergency key on your communicator. Instructor Li Zhengyi has arranged for a school liaison who will take you to a temporary safe point in the military in Zhanghai City. Plan 3, complete evacuation. If the Zhao family or Tianshun Biological directly makes a move, take nothing with you, leave the school. Money, clothes, and books are not important. Staying alive is the most important thing." Lin Xiaoya grew paler as she listened. She looked up at Lin Mu. "Brother, did you get into really big trouble? They were the ones who provoked us first. Will you be in danger?" Lin Mu didn't answer immediately. Lin Xiaoya's eyes grew redder. "Don't lie." Lin Mu set down his chopsticks, his voice very soft. "There will be. Lin Xiaoya's fingers tightened around the edge of her apron. But I'm going to Magic City not to die. Lin Mu looked at her. Shanghai City is too small. The Zhao family, Tian Shun Biological, the Black Market, the Hunter Guild, and local powers are all intertwined. Here I lack official status and sufficient protection. The War Academy in Magic City is different. There are the Tower of Heaven higher-level resources training systems that can help me break through to trade and military regulations that prevent the Zhao family from making bold moves. I need to go there to establish my footing. Then I will come back to get you. Lin Xiaoya lowered her head, tears falling drop by drop at the edge of her bowl. She didn't cry out loud. After a long time she sniffed and whispered, "Then I will also work hard." Lin Mu raised his eyes. Lin Xiaoya wiped away her tears, looking at him seriously. "I don't want to always be the one you have to protect. I know I'm weak now. I get out of breath after running a few laps. My awakening isn't stable, and I keep having those strange dreams at night. But I will learn, I will practice, and I will follow your advice to stay safe." She put away the card and hugged the envelope tightly. "You go to Magic City and fight your battles. I will take care of myself in Shanghai, so I won't hold you back." Lin Mu felt a momentary pang in his heart. He reached out and ruffled her hair. "You've never been a burden." "Don't say that." Lin Xiaoya swatted his hand away. "You messed up my hair. I have to meet people tomorrow." "Who are you meeting?" "Fat Wong," Lin Xiaoya replied matter-of-factly. "Isn't he going to Magic City too? I packed 2 boxes of ribs for him as well. Otherwise, what if he starves halfway through the ride?" Lin Mu's mouth twitched. Given Wong Kai's build, the chances of starving were quite low. There's a higher chance of him bursting from overeating. That night the siblings ate slowly. From fighting over a piece of candy as children to Lin Xiaoya scoring first in class for the first time, from the leaks in the 2 building to discussing just how vast Magic City really is. At 11:30, Lin Xiaoya couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep on the sofa. Lin Mu carried her to bed, tucked her in, and placed the communicator by her pillow. Before stepping out, he glanced back at this little home he had lived in for over a decade. The walls were peeling, the windows let in drafts, the fridge always hummed, and the floor creaked when stepped on. It was shabby, yet it was the place that felt the most like home to him. Lin Mu clenched his fist, and a faint golden pattern flickered at his fingertips. The fragment of the null sequence resonates slightly. Detected stable emotional anchor. Lin Xiaoya noticed the existence of the anchor can reduce the probability of the host's mental deviation after high-intensity plundering. Lin Mu paused at his fingertips. An emotional anchor. The system rarely uses terms that imply judgment. Is it protecting itself or recording itself? This thought lingered only for a moment. Lin Mu didn't dig deeper. Now was not the time for questions. He gently closed the door. "Wait for me to return." The next morning at 10:20 at the North Station of Shanghai City, in the VIP waiting area. The North Station of Shanghai City resembled a giant beast lying on the tracks. Dozens of tracks extend from the edge of the city barrier into the depths of the wilderness, the black spiritual energy isolation wall spreading out like a wound that forcibly separates civilization from savagery. Ordinary trains can only travel within the city circle. Only armed trains can cross the wilderness. Today parked at Platform 1 is the Black Steel. The entire train is nearly a kilometer long, covered with dark gray, crate alloy armor, featuring retractable spiritual energy machine gun turrets and electromagnetic cannon mounts on top, with dense defensive runes engraved at the junctions of the carriages. It resembles not a means of transport, but a high-speed moving steel fortress. The temporary test at 9 o'clock had already concluded. Wong Kai was dragged out of the gravity chamber by 2 preparatory camp instructors. After enduring 3 times the gravity for 6 minutes, he collapsed to his knees in the last 10 seconds, supporting a shield wall for 2 minutes and 40 seconds. His shoulder armor was deformed. Carrying a heavy load for 3 kilometers, he crawled over the finish line in the last 100 meters. The results were not impressive, but he passed all 3 tests. Li Jingyi only gave him one comment: "Can endure hardship, but slow-witted, they throw him into the preparatory camp first and see." Lin Mu stood in front of the viewing glass, watching the slow-moving spiritual energy patterns on the train's surface. Why not take a plane? He had already checked this question last night. Between Shanghai and Magic City, there are 3 segments of wilderness airspace, 2 of which belong to migratory lines of flying magical beasts. Without an upgrade powerhouse escort, ordinary civilian aircraft taking off would be like delivering food to iron-winged birds. The Black Steel is slower, but it has military route permits, armored defenses, and supply stations along the way. This is the most reasonable choice. Mo. A familiar loud voice exploded from the entrance. Several wealthy young men in suits frowned simultaneously in the waiting area. Lin Mu didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Fat Wong came rushing in like a moving hill. He wore a bright silver half-body armor, carrying an absurdly large alloy shield on his back, a tactical bag in his left hand, and 2 bulging woven bags in his right. Around his neck hung amulets, and at his waist were hemostatic sprays, compressed biscuits, portable oxygen tanks, and a folding pot that looked rather unreliable. Lin Mu looked at him for 3 seconds. Are you going to Magic City for the test, or are you planning to open a hot pot restaurant in the wilderness? Boom. The ground shook slightly. The bag on the left contains meatballs, beef jerky, and sausages made by my mom, plus sweet and sour ribs packed for Lin Xiaoya. The bag on the right is filled with Jianghai specialties that my dad asked me to bring, saying to make more friends in Magic City. Also, this shield is reinforced by my dad. Although it looks ugly, it's sturdy. Lin Mu glanced at the shield. Item: modified alloy tower shield, level E. Advantages: strong frontal defense, suitable for low-tier impact resistance. Disadvantages: overly heavy right-leaning center of gravity, prolonged movement will severely consume stamina. Recommendations: suitable for entry-level training and heavy logistics preparatory camp, but not for agile battlefields. Lin Mu didn't ridicule him. He simply asked, "Did you bring the test notification?" Fat Wong's smile faded slightly as he carefully took out a neatly folded electronic pass from his chest. Temporary pass for Jianghai Military Academy's Heavy Logistics Preparatory Camp candidate. Wong Kai Jianghai entry test pass, test record 3 times the gravity for 6 minutes, shield wall support for 2 minutes and 40 seconds, 3 kilometers, heavy transport within time limit. Note: re-examination upon arrival in Magic City. Those who fail the re-examination will lose their accompanying qualification. Wong Kai scratched his head. "Gu, I know this is just a temporary pass, but I really made it through." "Were you scared?" "Yes," Fat Wong replied quickly. "I almost turned into meat pie just now. But if I hadn't held on, once you really go to the front line, I'd only be left watching the news in Jianghai. If one day the news says you're in trouble, I wouldn't even have the right to block a knife for you." He lowered his head to look at the pass in his hand, his voice unusually serious without any jokes. "I don't want to be the guy who only stuffs you with money and advises you to run away anymore. I want to be your shield." Lin Mu looked at him. Fat Wong's talent isn't high. It's grade hardening. In Jianghai City, it's somewhat acceptable. In a place packed with monsters like the War Academy in Magic City, he wouldn't even be close to being labeled a genius. Some people's value cannot be measured by talent. Lin Mu handed the pass back. "I won't help you cheat." Fat Wong was taken aback. "I won't ask Li Jingyi to give you a backdoor pass either," Lin Mu said calmly. "The Heavy Logistics Preparatory Camp operates under a battlefield system. Those who can't hold out will be eliminated. What just happened was only the first gate. There are still re-examinations, training, and combat assessments ahead." Fat Wong swallowed hard. But Lin Mu patted his shoulder. "I will help you train. Whether you can stay depends on you." Fat Wong's eyes. "Gu, you can rest assured. Don't be too assured." A cold female voice interjected from the side. "According to your earlier test data, shield weight, step frequency, and cardiopulmonary load model calculations, your probability of passing the re-examination in Magic City is 17.6%. Fat Wong instantly exploded. "Hoof." Lin Mu turned his head. In the corner of the VIP waiting area, a petite girl wearing an oversized gray sweatshirt was sitting on a chair with a computer in her lap. The hood of her sweatshirt was pulled low, black-framed glasses perched on her nose, and beside her was a box of strawberry milk with the straw already bitten into. Chu Yao, 16 years old. S-grade spiritual support, type, super brain calculation. She looked like a middle school student who stayed up all night playing video games. Her complexion pale, her body so thin it seemed like a gust of wind could blow her over. But her eyes were very bright, like 2 cold chips. Fat Wong looked at her, then at Lin Mu. "Gu, is this you? Which team are you referring to?" Chu Yao pushed up her glasses. "To be precise, it's the only person in the team who can prevent all of you from dying due to recklessness." Wong Fatty pointed at his nose. "Are you saying I'm reckless?" Chu Yao lowered her head and typed a few times on the keyboard. "You bumped into 3 people from the testing area to here, tripped over your shoelaces, once almost smashed a shield onto the luggage of a nearby pregnant woman, and even tried to bring a folding pot into the first-class carriage. The term reckless isn't precise enough. You're a mobile risk factor." Lin Mu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Wong Fatty held back for a long time and squeezed out a sentence. "Why is your mouth so poisonous, little girl?" "Defense mechanism." Chu Yao expressionlessly bit down on her straw. "People with weak bodies need to have some other form of defense." After she said this, Wong Fatty was taken aback. He scratched his head and lowered his voice. "So, are you really that weak?" Chu Yao glanced at him. "In close combat, you could flick me away 3 meters with just 1 finger. Then do you still dare to go to the magic capital? Because if I stay in Jianghai, the probability of being captured by the Zhao family or the divine biological beings is 64%. Teaming up with Lin Mu increases the survival rate to 71%. Chu Yao bit down on her straw. "Additionally, the central computing system and array database of the War Academy in the magic capital are the things I need the most right now." Lin Mu looked at her. "You chose me because of the survival probability. And the growth variables." Chu Yao raised her gaze. "Your data is abnormal. You're not just purely strong. Every time you face danger, there are leaps in your growth that don't conform to the normal growth curve. Following you is risky, but the rewards are also high. She paused for a moment. Moreover, you don't treat Wang Kai as a tool. Wang Fatty was taken aback. Chu Yao's fingers paused for a moment before she continued typing on the keyboard. This shows that although you're dangerous, you're not chaotically dangerous. The team fears losing control of a strong person. Lin Mu did not refute. He preferred to deal with smart individuals. Smart people can calculate, feel fear, and are willing to pay the price for their goals. As long as the benefits and bottom lines are clear, they are more reliable than those who speak only of passion. Before we board, I have 3 points to make. Lin Mu looked at the two. Wang Fatty immediately stood up straight. Chu Yao also stopped her fingers. First, until we reach the magic capital, we are a temporary team. In case of danger, listen to my commands. Second, Chu Yao is responsible for information routes, equipment, and risk alerts. Fatty is responsible for defense, load-bearing, and personnel protection. I am responsible for breakthroughs and decapitations. Third, I don't require you to trust me unconditionally. But in battle, if my commands are not clearly erroneous, execute them first and question later. Wang Fatty grinned. Isn't that obvious? If you tell me to go east, I won't go west at all. Chu Yao thought for 2 seconds. If your command would lead to an over 80% chance of everyone dying, I will oppose it on the spot. Lin Mu nodded. That's acceptable. One more thing. Chu Yao raised her hand. I don't drink plain water. The team's public supplies must include strawberry milk. Wang Fatty. Lin Mu approved. Chu Yao's lips curled up slightly. Just a little bit. But it was quickly suppressed again. At that moment, a dark golden light flashed in Lin Mu's eyes. Insight was activated at low power. He did not look at Chu Yao or Fatty, but at the cleaning robot passing by on Wang Fatty's right side. The robot's movement trajectory appeared quite natural, and its cleaning route conformed to the waiting area planning. However, beneath its chassis, there was a black thin piece that should not exist. Item: microlocation sticker source, Zhao Group's private reconnaissance equipment. Function: short-range positioning with low-frequency listening. Status: awaiting activation. Lin Mu's expression did not change. He merely took a step forward, his shadow flickering lightly beneath him. Wind shadow step. This did not tear open space. He simply used his movement technique and shadow misalignment to flash past the side of the cleaning robot. In the next second, the black thin piece was already pinched between his 2 fingers. Wang Fatty was about to ask when Lin Mu raised his hand to signal him to be quiet. Chu Yao saw it. A line of code popped up on her computer. The Zhao family's civilian reconnaissance link. Chu Yao's voice turned cold. They haven't given up on tracking us. Lin Mu tossed the thin piece into a paper cup on the table and poured half a cup of hot water. Sizzle. The location sticker emitted a wisp of black smoke. Let them pursue. Lin Mu pushed the paper cup in front of Chu Yao. But we can't let them track down Xiaoya. Chu Yao typed on the keyboard. I can falsify a reverse trajectory to make them think your communication device is still moving in Jianghai's western district. Do it. Need 30 seconds. 20 seconds. Chu Yao looked up at him. Exploiting child labor. You're the brain of the team, Lin Mu said calmly, not a child laborer. Chu Yao fell silent for 2 seconds and then started typing faster. I love hearing that. 20 seconds later, she pressed enter. Disguise complete. If the Zhao family continues to chase, they will follow a garbage truck heading to an abandoned chemical factory. Wang Fatty gave a thumbs up. Sister, your brain is so clever, it's reassuring. Chu Yao remained expressionless. Your language system is rough, but the evaluation is basically accurate. The waiting area announcement rang out at that moment. The Black Steel Armed train is about to check tickets. Special recruitment students, affiliated preparatory camp candidates, and accompanying technical personnel heading to the magic capital, please proceed to platform 1. Lin Mu picked up his tactical bag. Wang Fatty hoisted the shield. Chu Yao grabbed her computer and casually stuffed the strawberry milk into her hoodie pocket. The 3 of them passed through the ticket checkpoint. Behind them was Zhanghai. In front of them was the magic capital. At 11 o'clock that night, Black Steel Armed train first-class compartment. The train sped across the wilderness. Outside the window there were no city lights, only an oppressive darkness. Occasionally a pair of ghostly green eyes would light up in the distant wilderness, quickly left behind by the speeding train. The compartment was spacious. 4 soft berths, a fixed small table, an embedded tactical screen, and an emergency defense button. Wang Fatty spent 10 minutes studying the button as soon as he got on the train, only to be scolded back to his berth by Chu Yao with the words, "If you keep pressing randomly, the whole train will know your IQ is insufficient." At that moment he lay on the lower berth holding the tower shield, appearing to be asleep, but his breathing was uneven. Lin Mu sat by the window holding a black knife blank. That was given to him by old Wang before he set off. The knife blank was not sharpened, the blade was rough, and the edges were not particularly nice, even looking like a piece of black iron that had been carelessly polished. But it was very heavy, heavier than a solidified knight. Item Stardust, Meteorite Knife, blank, level undetermined, status, initially forged, not yet bonded, and without spiritual energy circuit inscription. Characteristics, extremely high spiritual energy conduction, self-repairing prototype, slight resonance with the zero sequence. Tip: this item can be used as the main material for a growth-type personal weapon. Current host level is insufficient. Forced activation may result in spiritual energy backlash. Lin Mu's fingertip traced across the surface of the knife blank. Deep within the knife blank, there was a faint tremor in response to him, like a beast that has not yet awakened. He did not rush to name it. Names are earned through achievement. You can't. A voice came from the upper bunk, which was Chu Yao. She was leaning over the edge of the bed, the computer screen's ghostly blue light illuminating her face, making her look like a little ghost who had stayed up too late. Lin Mu did not raise his head. You're not asleep either. I'm reinforcing the train's firewall. The train's firewall is your responsibility. Not really, Chu Yao said, but it's too poor. Like a paper door with "do not enter" written on it. Anyone who knows a bit about electronic warfare can break into the freight compartment's scheduling system within 5 minutes. Lin Mu looked at her. You hacked into it. Correction, it was a passive security check. Unauthorized. Authorization comes from my distrust of low-level systems. Lin Mu chuckled. Chu Yao continued typing on the keyboard, and suddenly asked, Lin Mu, I have a question. Ask. With your growth rate, operating alone would be more efficient. Wang Kai's combat ability is currently inadequate, and he has potential under pressure, but it requires a lot of resources to pile up. Bringing him with you will increase the team's risk. The breathing of the lower berth paused for a moment. Wang Fatty's breathing stopped for a beat. He did not move or speak. Lin Mu looked out into the darkness and said calmly, Are you asking about value? Yes. His value shouldn't only be judged by how many blades he can block right now. Lin Mu turned to glance at Wang Fatty, who was pretending to sleep on the lower berth. When I was in grade waist, everyone thought I was useless. Zhao Tai wanted to crush me, Lu Yin turned to leave, and the people at school treated me as a joke. Only Fatty took out the money he had saved for over 10 years to help me escape. Wang Fatty's fingers tightened under the blanket. At that time, he didn't know I had hidden talents. He didn't know I could turn things around, or that investing in me would yield returns. He just felt that I was his brother and couldn't die. Lin Mu placed the knife blank on his knee, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Chu Yao, in this world there are many strong people. There are even more lackeys that can be bought with money. But there are very few who will lend a hand when you fall into the mud. So, I will nurture him. If he can only block a grade attacks now, then I will let him block grade. If he can withstand 3 times the gravity, I will let him withstand 5-10 times. As long as he doesn't retreat, he will be my shield. A faint sniffle came from the lower berth. Wang Fatty covered his face with the blanket and muttered, Bro, that's too mushy. I have goosebumps all over. Chu Yao looked at Lin Mu for a moment. Your logic doesn't fully align with maximizing returns. People are not account books. But it aligns with a long-term trust model, Chu Yao added, with a betrayal probability of less than 5%. Cultivable value can be increased. Wang Fatty poked his head out from under the blanket. What does that mean? Have I appreciated in value? Chu Yao expressionlessly replied, From a lump of unclassified meat shield you have upgraded to a meat shield with investment value awaiting classification. Wang Fatty. So if you don't mock me, you'll die, right? No, Chu Yao thought seriously for a moment, but it will affect communication efficiency. Lin Mu's mouth twitched slightly. This team was still very weak. 1 grade high-level self, but with cards that cannot all be exposed. 1 a grade defensive type, just barely qualified for temporary travel. Fatty. 1 S-grade super brain calculating, with almost 0 close combat ability, Chu Yao. No matter how you looked at it, they didn't fit the traditional definition of a strong team. But this was exactly what Lin Mu wanted. He didn't need a group of subordinates who could only look up to him. He needed individuals who could grow, complement each other, and maintain their positions during life and death crises. Beep. A harsh alarm suddenly rang from Chu Yao's computer. The blue code on the screen instantly. The slight relaxation on Chu Yao's face disappeared completely. Her fingers flew over the keyboard, bringing up the train's 3-dimensional structure diagram. Captain, there's a problem. Lin Mu tightened his grip on the knife blank. Speak. I found an abnormal signal in the freight compartment's scheduling system. Someone has connected an inducement beacon to the train's backup power source, and the frequency is simulating signals for flying beasts to court and provoke territory. Wang Fatty sat up abruptly. Courtship. Provocation. Are they trying to invite a flock of birds for matchmaking, or to start a fight? Based on the current frequency, it appears they want to dismantle the train. Chu Yao said coldly, Target area, the 9th freight compartment. Lin Mu stood up, gripping the knife blank. The train's security hasn't detected anything. They can't detect it. Chu Yao pulled up the surveillance. The freight compartment has permission shielding. The source of the shielding comes from the VIP first-class cabin's accompanying container. She paused and displayed the passenger list on a small screen. VIP first-class cabin passenger Su Qingxue. Identity candidate for the Su family's side lineage in the Magic Capital. Awakened talent ice system. Insufficient data permissions. Wang Fatty's eyes widened. The Su family. The one from the ice system aristocracy in the Magic Capital. Chu Yao's speech quickened. According to public information, Su Qingxue is one of the high-value special recruits among the new students at the Magic Capital War Academy. Someone has placed an inducement beacon in her container, and the train is likely just the cost of dragging her in. Lin Mu did not rush out immediately. He first asked, "What is the arrival time of the iron-winged bird flock?" Chu Yao glanced at the screen. The shortest is 5 minutes, the longest is 8 minutes. The number is currently unconfirmed, but dense flying points have already appeared at the radar's edge. What happens if the train stops? If it stops in the wilderness area, the death probability skyrockets. Can the beacon be turned off remotely? It requires access to the local interface of the 9th compartment. Remote permissions have been locked. Lin Mu nodded. The target was clear. He reviewed the information. Saving Su Qingxue was just a side task. The priority was to ensure the safety of the entire train. If the black steel train was dragged to a stop in the wilderness by a flock of flying beasts, the dead would not only be Su Qingxue, all special recruits, ordinary staff, and preparatory candidates could become fodder in the wilderness. He had no interest in being a hero, but he also did not intend to sit in the compartment and wait to die. Fatty, here, grab the shield and protect Chu Yao. Your primary objective is to block the passage and prevent anything from rushing in front of her. Wang Fatty nodded vigorously, his face still tense, but his hand was steadily gripping the shield. Understood. Chu Yao, here, access the train's surveillance and give me a route. Prioritize avoiding crowds and blackout access control if necessary. I'm doing it now. Additionally, send an anonymous alert to the train's security. Chu Yao looked up. Anonymous. We haven't reached the Magic Capital, yet we don't want to expose all our cards to the Su family and the train operators in advance. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Chu Yao's eyes. Reasonable. Lin Mu tucked the knife blank at his waist and pushed open the compartment door. The lights at the end of the corridor began to flicker. Outside, the dark night sky faintly echoed with the sound of dense wings flapping. Like a dark cloud, it was descending upon the train. Wang Fatty swallowed hard. Bro, does this count as our entrance exam being moved up? Lin Mu looked towards the end of the train with eyes calm to the point of being icy. Not really. This is just an appetizer on the way. He stepped forward. Insight was activated. Shadow sense spread out. The shadows cast by the corridor lights trembled lightly beneath his feet. Let's go. Let's see who wants to send everyone on the train into the bellies of birds. The black steel-armed train at night in the corridor leading to the 9th freight carriage. The alarm shattered the darkness. The red lights flickered, and the narrow alloy corridor resembled a throat soaked in blood. A series of thudding sounds came from outside the train, thud, 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 as if hundreds of hammers struck the roof simultaneously. The black steel train did not slow down. It could not afford to slow down. This stretch is the most perilous stretch of wilderness between Zhanghai and Mo, due with abandoned urban areas below and migration zones of magical beasts on either side. If the train were forced to stop here, no matter how thick the armor, it would be dragged into scrap metal by the relentless horde of wilderness beasts. The 9th freight carriage is 260 meters away. Chu Yao held onto her computer, running with a pale face and short breaths, yet her gaze remained firmly fixed on the screen. The external radar has detected a group of flying magical beasts preliminarily identified as iron-winged birds. The number is between 470 and 520, with the margin of error expanding. Wang Fatty, carrying an alloy tower shield, ran ahead, the shield clanging against the corridor's handrail. What does it mean that the margin of error is expanding? It means there are more behind us, Chu Yao replied coldly. Or you could understand it, as there are more birds than your brain cells. You still insult me at a time like this. The tension will affect the stability of your shield, helping you dissipate your fear. Well, thank you. You're welcome, but let's survive first. Lin Mu ran at the back. He did not engage in their banter, his right hand resting on the unsharpened starry meteorite blade, a fleeting glimmer of dark golden light flickering in his eyes. Insight activated at low power. The flow of spiritual energy in the corridor, the wiring behind the metal walls, and the locking mechanism of the carriage door ahead were being unraveled layer by layer in his vision. At the same time, shadow sense spread out along the swaying shadows of the lights beneath his feet, like a thin black net extending forward along the corridor floor. He did not rush to increase speed. The iron-winged bird flock was merely drawn to the blade. The real threat was that beacon. As long as the beacon continued to emit its frequency, the iron-winged birds would relentlessly pursue the black steel train. Even if they killed one batch, another would be attracted. Target order, Lin Mu whispered. First shut down the beacon, then block the breach. Chu Yao must connect to the local interface. Keep the trump card hidden. Wang Fatty grinned. What about killing the birds? Killing birds ranks 5th. So low. Do you want to compare who tires out first between you and 500 ironwing birds? Wang Fatty immediately fell silent. Chu Yao continued typing as she ran. The train security received an anonymous alert, but the 9th carriage's access is locked. Someone used the VIP freight passage to override the security commands. Ordinary security personnel cannot enter. Lock source. VIP no. 1 carriage accompanying container passenger Su Qingxue. The authority is hers, but the command was not issued by her. Can you prove it? Yes. Chu Yao lowered her voice. The command was issued 27 minutes before she boarded. Someone tampered with her container beforehand. Lin Mu nodded. That was enough. Su Qingxue was cleared of manipulation suspicion. Someone treated her as bait and intended for the entire train to go down with her. Boom. A violent tremor shook the junction of the front carriage. Outside the left observation window of the corridor, a shadow dashed past, brushing against the train's armor. The train wall was soon met with a piercing scraping sound as 3 metallic blades pierced through the outer protective panel, jutting out from the wall, just half a foot from Wang Fatty's face. Wang Fatty recoiled in fright. Damn. This bird can even go through walls. Feather blades penetrate armor. Chu Yao quickly replied. The wings of the ironwing bird are metallized. Individuals of D grade and above can shoot their feathers as high-speed projectiles. I suggest you keep your head behind the shield. I don't have many merits, and my face counts as one. Then protect your only decorative organ. Lin Mu did not look back. He suddenly reached out, pressing down on Wang Fatty's shoulder. Stop! Wang Fatty instinctively halted. In the next moment, a claw of iron ripped through the ceiling. An ironwing bird thrust half its body through the opening, its crimson eyes fixed on the 3, emitting a piercing shriek. Target: ironwing bird, leveled grade, initial stage traits, metal feather blades, high-speed, diving group, resonance, weaknesses, connection point of abdomen and neck nerve bundle at the wing root, strong light and low temperatures, can disrupt orientation. The ironwing bird let out a sharp cry. Wang Fatty was just about to raise his shield when Lin Mu had already moved. He did not use Night Raid for a direct charge this time. Instead, he employed Wind Shadow Step. His toes lightly tapped the edge of the corridor's shadow. His figure seemed to be pulled by the light and shadow slanting out from behind Wang Fatty. The starry meteorite blade was not sharpened, but the heavy blade was swung backhandedly towards the ironwing bird's wing root. Bang! Half of the ironwing bird's body sank from the blow. It had not yet retracted its claws when Lin Mu's left fingertips glimmered with a layer of eerie green light. Deadly poison enchantment at low intensity began to corrode. He did not waste the toxin to kill, but precisely targeted the joint of the ironwing bird's claw wedged in the breach. Hiss! The metallized keratin was corroded, emitting a layer of white smoke. The ironwing bird screeched in pain, its wings instinctively retracting. Fatty, charge out. Coming. Wang Fatty lunged forward, slamming the tower shield against it. Thud! The ironwing bird was forcefully knocked out through the breach, tumbling into the black night outside. Chu Yao pointed towards the breach. It called out. The group frequency has already locked onto us, so we need to act fast. Lin Mu glanced at the torn crack on the wall, his gaze growing colder. These ironwing birds were converging according to the beacon's frequency. They were gathering towards the 9th freight carriage. The beacon frequency was still increasing. The outer connection door of the 9th freight carriage. The alloy door had already been deformed by the wind pressure, with torrents of rain and a foul smell pouring in through the gap. Chu Yao squatted by the door access, inserting a silver data line. Her fingers trembled slightly from running, but she typed with remarkable steadiness. The wind pressure behind the door is intense. The top of the carriage has been breached, and there are open airflow inside. Wang Fatty planted the tower shield into the ground, blocking the feathers, and rainwater pouring in through the door gap. Speak plainly. Once the door opens, you will be blown into a rounder ball. Thank you for the translation. Lin Mu cast a glance at the door gap. Insight revealed the internal structure of the carriage's spiritual energy. Inside the freight carriage there were 3 strong fluctuations. The first was the flickering beacon. The second was a mass of extremely cold spiritual energy. The third was a massive core of wind pressure swirling above the ceiling. Crate. The Bird King had already arrived. Lin Mu sheathed the blade and pressed against the door edge, saying in a low voice, "After the door opens, Fatty, hold the shield and take 3 steps forward." Chu Yao followed behind him, looking for a local interface to connect to the machine gun tower. He'll handle the beacon. Don't chase the ironwing birds, don't leave the shield line. Wang Fatty took a deep breath, his fingers tightening around the shield's grip. Understood. Chu Yao glanced at Lin Mu. Your route is the most dangerous. I'm the fastest, and you're the most likely to die. Keep me steady. The alloy soles scraped 2 trails of sparks on the ground. Chu Yao crouched low, following closely behind, almost propelled forward. Click. The door lock sprang open. As the door was pushed halfway, a wild wind burst out like an enraged beast. Wang Fatty let out a roar, positioning the tower shield in front of him, bracing against the wind pressure as he charged into the carriage. Keep me steady. The alloy soles scraped 2 trails of sparks on the ground. Chu Yao crouched low, following closely behind, almost propelled forward by the wind pressure. Lin Mu slid into the left shadow the moment the door opened. It resembled a rapidly moving shattered bird's nest. A massive gash was torn open at the top, allowing the torrential rain and night wind to flood in. Dozens of iron-winged birds circled closely around the breach, occasionally diving down to tear at the shelves and armor with their iron claws. Scattered on the ground were broken crates, frost bloodstains, and black feathers. In the center of the carriage, a girl stood alone in front of a deep blue cargo container. Silver hair, white attire, and an ice sword. A blood mark ran across her left arm, and the blood that had just flowed out was instantly frozen into tiny red ice crystals by the cold. Her face was pale, her breath short, yet her gaze was as cold as a snowfield. Every time an iron-winged bird dove, she would raise her sword. The frost exploded. The bird's wings froze. Corpses fell, yet she did not retreat. Not a single step. Lin Mu's gaze swept past her and landed on the cargo container behind her. In one corner of the cargo container, a palm-sized black device was affixed. A red light flickered. The low-frequency vibrations were imperceptible to the naked eye, yet they made the spiritual energy in the whole carriage restless. Item: military-grade flying beast induction beacon modified version. Function: simulate the mating calls, territorial provocations, and distress signals of flying magical beasts. Anomaly: core frequency, mixed with trace mental pollution noise. Note: low-tier imitation circuits exhibit repulsion reactions with the nullification sequence. A dim golden light flickered in Lin Mu's eyes. Nullification sequence. This term again. He did not linger. Above the top of the carriage, a massive shadow. A giant bird 3 times the size of an ordinary iron-winged bird dove down. Its wings spread to 8 meters, and its feathers resembled rows of black steel blades. The wind pressure swept up broken wooden crates, crashing against the walls of the carriage. Target: Iron Feather Storm. Level C class intermediate. Danger level extremely high. Weakness: old injury at the base of the right wing, reverse scales on the neck, brief loss of balance when strong winds change direction. Recommendation: current host should avoid direct confrontation. Lin Mu certainly would not confront it head-on. He had not inflated to the point of trying to hack at a C-class intermediate bird king with a D-class advanced weapon. What he aimed to cut was the beacon. Fatty left front blocked the feather blades. Wang Fatty moved sideways with both person and shield. Dozens of steel feathers shot down from the sky, clanging against the tower shield. The shield surface was riddled with dents. Wang Fatty's arm went numb from the impact, and a muffled grunt escaped his teeth. Chu Yao. The local interface is still 8 meters away. They'll clear the way for you. Lin Mu stepped forward, moving swiftly along the shadow of the shelf. 2 D-class iron-winged birds swooped in from the side. He did not rise higher. Instead, he lowered his center of gravity, sliding under the claws of the 2 birds. The blade prototype swept horizontally. A compressed version of the half-moon slash. The energy did not fully manifest outward. He concentrated the force within 3 feet in front of the blade prototype, like a heavy black iron ruler, slamming down on the root of the 2 iron-winged birds' wings. Crack. One wing bone broke, while the other spun and crashed into the shelf. Successful plunder: agility 0. 3. Obtained skill fragment, feather blade perception F class. Lin Mu did not look back to deliver a finishing blow. Every second now had to be spent on the target. Chu Yao seized the opportunity to rush into the corner of the carriage, kneeling in front of a half-damaged security box, prying open the lid and plugging in the data cable. Connecting. An iron-winged bird dove from the breach, flying over Lin Mu, and Su Qingxue, charging directly at Chu Yao. They began to identify threats. Fatty. I see it. Wang Fatty gritted his teeth and turned, raising his shield to take the blow. The claws of the iron-winged bird dug fiercely into the shield, and the immense impact knocked him back a step. Chu Yao was right behind him, and the computer screen shook. Wang Fatty's eyes turned red, the E-class hardening pushed to its limit, and earth-colored patterns surfaced beneath his skin. If you want to touch her, you first have to cross over my body. Chu Yao's fingers paused. Normally one should say to cross over my corpse. I'm not dead, yet so saying corpse is bad luck. That makes sense. Chu Yao continued typing. Your defense model pass rate has been adjusted to 21.3%. Wang Fatty shouted angrily while bracing his shield. Can't you adjust it a bit more? We'll see how you perform next. Meanwhile, Su Qingxue also noticed the 3 people who rushed in. She first saw Wang Fatty's shield, then Chu Yao's computer, and finally Lin Mu. The boy in black did not shout run, or I'll save you, like the others. He glanced at the battlefield and headed straight for the beacon, calm to the point of being ruthless, and accurate enough to be chilling. Don't touch that. Su Qingxue coldly reminded. The shell has a counter-ice explosion. I tried it before. Forcibly dismantling it will detonate the deep cold core inside the cargo container. Lin Mu paused. Deep cold core. No wonder she didn't retreat. If that cargo container was destroyed, it wouldn't just be the Su family's belongings that would be lost. The uncontrolled cold energy could spread throughout the high-speed train, turning the entire carriage into an ice coffin. Can you freeze the shell for 3 seconds? Lin Mu asked. Su Qingxue tightened her grip on the ice sword. I can. But I don't have much spiritual power left. 3 seconds is enough. What are you going to do? Dismantle it. Violent dismantling will cause an explosion. Who said I was going to violently dismantle it? Lin Mu's left hand gently opened his fingers. All Things Plunder activated at low intensity. Dim golden patterns flashed in his palm, not forming an obvious vortex, but resembling an ancient symbol hidden beneath the skin. Su Qingxue's pupils constricted slightly. She vaguely sensed that a strand of energy was being drawn from the interior of the beacon by Lin Mu's hand. That fluctuation did not feel like spiritual power, it was more like the energy supply of the device itself being pried loose. Warning: target has an embedded counter-circuit. Plunderable items surface energy supply noise frequency bands locking permissions. Non-forcible plunder core frequency. A forcible plunder will trigger an explosion. Lin Mu's expression turned cold. It was indeed unwise to be greedy. He only needed to cut off the beacon's energy supply, not to greedily take the entire beacon. Su Qingxue freeze the shell. This time Su Qingxue did not question him again. She raised the ice sword, the blade's edge pressing against the edge of the cargo container. The extreme cold spread along the metal shell, rapidly covering the surface of the black beacon with a layer of fine frost. 1. Lin Mu pressed down on the blade prototype with his right hand and placed his left hand against the side of the beacon. All Things Plunder only siphoned energy. 2. 3. He did not touch the core, but instead used a venomous enchantment to corrode the fixed buckle at the bottom of the beacon. Hiss! The metal buckle loosened. Lin Mu gripped tightly, prying open a corner of the frozen frequency chip compartment, and then pushed down on the blade prototype. Crack! The energy supply line broke. The red light extinguished. The low-frequency vibrations that had been vexing in the carriage instantly vanished. However, the iron-winged birds did not immediately disperse. They had already been enraged, especially the C-class bird king. Screech! The iron feather storm circled half a turn above the carriage before diving down fiercely. Its target shifted from Su Qingxue to Lin Mu. It sensed that the beacon had been destroyed. It also sensed the residual frequency left in Lin Mu's hand. Lin Mu did not retreat. He threw the half of the beacon shell to the other side of the carriage. The bird king's pupils instinctively shifted. This slight deviation provided a window for Chuyao. Chuyao, the local emergency link, is connected, but only for 20 seconds. On both sides of the top of the carriage, the automated gun turrets, originally locked by permissions, flipped out. They were not fully controlled. They had merely been dragged into offline emergency mode by Chuyao. Chuyao's voice was cold and emotionless. Target old injury at the base of the right wing. 3-round burst suppress, do not seek to kill. Da-da-da-da-da. 2 tongues of fire crossed and swept out. Ordinary bullets could not break through the bird king's front feather armor, but Chuyao aimed for the old injury at the base of the right wing. The barrage accurately hit the same area, forcing the bird king to tremble, its wings causing its dive trajectory to slightly deviate. Fatty, get down! Lin Mu shouted low. Wang Fatty did not hesitate to hunch down with his shield, creating a safe space for Chuyao behind him. Lin Mu, taking advantage of the wind pressure created by the bird king's deviation, stepped back. Shadow step. He avoided the bird king's frontal assault, moving along the shadow cast by the torn shelf to the right side below the bird king. Rock armor covered his left shoulder. In the next moment, the bird king's tail feather swept towards him like a steel whip. Bang! Lin Mu's shoulder was struck, and he was sent flying, crashing through a row of cargo boxes, a sweet metallic taste surging in his throat. But he smiled, because the blade prototype had already struck the old injury at the base of the bird king's right wing before he was swept away. This strike did not involve the blade. It relied solely on the impact. The heavy Starfall iron blade prototype combined with the gathering force technique from the half-moon slammed down like a small siege hammer, forcefully driving the bird king's already unstable right wing downward. Su Qingxue seized the opportunity. She gripped the sword with both hands, her silver hair rising in the wind, and the ice-blue spiritual light exploded from beneath her feet. Frostlock. Dozens of ice chains erupted from the ground and shelves, entangling the bird king's right wing and claws. The ice chains only held for less than a second, but that was enough. The emergency defense array on the roof of the black steel train regained a small segment of offline trigger permissions. The edge of the breach glowed with blue-white spiritual energy arcs like a translucent net, suddenly snapping upwards. The bird king, held by the ice chains, was jolted back by the defense array, its massive body crashing against the edge of the breach on the train's roof. Boom! It let out a shrill cry, half of its feathers singed by the electric arcs, ultimately fleeing with unwillingness. As the Bird King retreated, the remaining iron-winged birds completely lost their command and the beacon's attraction. They circled above the black steel train for several turns before gradually dispersing into the night rain. Inside the carriage, only the sound of wind, rain, and the heavy breathing of everyone remained. The crisis was resolved. Lin Mu stood up from the pile of shattered crates. His left shoulder throbbed with pain. The rock armor had blocked the most lethal cuts, but the C-class Bird King's strength still numbed half of his body. Status: mild internal injury, left shoulder muscle contusion. Shadow step proficiency increased. Shadow sense stability improved. Obtained skill fragment, wind pressure perception D-class. Obtained anomalous clue induction beacon frequency chip fragment. Lin Mu did not show any delight. This battle yielded considerable gains. The attributes did not increase much, but the practical combat system had been thoroughly honed. Shadow step could be used in strong winds and high-speed moving environments. Shadow sense could predict the trajectory of flying magical beasts. Rock armor could help him withstand a 1C over-level grazing attack. More importantly, he confirmed one thing. His All Things Plunder could not only plunder life and skills, but could also dismantle devices' energy and permissions under sufficiently fine control. This discovery was more dangerous than a few attribute increases. "You're injured." Su Qingxue walked up to him. Her voice remained cold, but it did not. There was a sharpness that repelled others. Lin Mu inserted half of a frequency chip into the evidence bag, leaving the main beacon at the edge of the container for security to seal. Compared to a whole vehicle's burial, this injury is not costly. Su Qingxue watched his actions. That is evidence. So the main part is left for security. I only take a sample. What right do you have? The frequency chip I extracted. I will provide you with an analysis later. It was attached to my container. So you should also keep a sample. The two exchanged glances. Next to them, Wang Fatty covered his arm and quietly asked Chu Yao, "Are these two arguing or negotiating?" Chu Yao pushed up her glasses. "It's a confirmation of interests between high-value individuals. Put simply, neither wants to suffer a loss." Wang Fatty suddenly understood, so it's about bargaining. Su Qingxue remained silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. It was shallow, like a beam of light splitting the snowy ground. "All right." She raised her hand, took out another fragment from the chip chamber, and sealed it in a small box with a chill. "But I need to know why you didn't take my business card or ask for direct compensation." Lin Mu looked at her. "Because your current troubles are worth more than your goodwill." Su Qingxue gently tapped the hilt of her ice sword. Lin Mu continued, "Someone dared to tamper with your container on the black steel and was willing to bury an entire train with it. The conflicts behind you and the Su family have gone beyond ordinary inheritance disputes. Taking your business card now would be like preemptively choosing sides. I just arrived in Magic City and haven't stabilized my position yet. I don't like to throw myself into someone else's chessboard without understanding the situation." Su Qingxue looked at him seriously, examining this boy from Jianghai for the first time. He did not rush to please her simply because of her surname Su, nor did he eagerly demand something for saving her. He did not pretend to be aloof either. He calmly laid out the situation, risks and benefits on the table. Such a person is harder to deal with than an arrogant one. They are also more reliable than a passionate one. "So what do you want?" Su Qingxue asked. "The ability desensitization record. Cooperate if you can. At least before the safety unit of the Magic City Academy takes over, do not let my specific abilities appear in the ordinary security report. I can cooperate, but the train is not under my jurisdiction. The analysis data of the frequency chip will be shared later. The beacon's main body should be handed over to the train security bureau, but let's not keep anything to ourselves." "All right. This matter counts as you owing me one. The Su family doesn't count. You personally owe me." Su Qingxue stared at him. "You have quite the appetite. Your life is not cheap." Su Qingxue looked at him for a few seconds, then suddenly extended her hand. "Deal." Lin Mu did not immediately shake. He first glanced at the chill in her palm. Su Qingxue raised an eyebrow, afraid of the cold. "Afraid you might take the chance to freeze me. I'm not that boring." When someone from a wealthy family says that the credibility is generally low, Su Qingxue's lips curled slightly. "Then you can choose not to shake." Lin Mu extended his hand and lightly shook hers. Her hand was very cold. Cold enough not to feel human. But it wasn't bone-chilling. More like a piece of jade encased in ice. Detected high-purity ice type spiritual energy. Unauthorized plunder target. Maintain contact distance. Recommended. Lin Mu's heart stirred, but his expression remained unchanged as he quickly withdrew his hand. Su Qingxue also sensed the momentary anomaly, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. But she did not press for answers. Smart people know what questions cannot be asked at the moment. Hasty footsteps sounded at the door of the carriage. A team of people dressed in black steel security uniforms rushed into the carriage. Leading them was a man in his 30s with short hair and an old scar on his face wearing insignia that marked him as the head of train security. Qin Zheng, head of Black Steel Security. The man glanced at the mess on the floor, then looked at Su Qingxue and Lin Mu, his expression very severe. Was the anonymous alert issued by you? Xu Yao raised her head. Technically speaking, it was an abnormal alert generated spontaneously by the train system. Qin Zheng glanced at her. Young lady, I've been in security for 10 years, and I've never seen an abnormal alert that can disguise its source on its own. Xu Yao remained unflustered. Well, now you have. Qin Zheng's mouth twitched. Lin Mu spoke up. The beacon has been dismantled, and the birds have retreated. The 9th carriage needs to be sealed, and the breach needs temporary reinforcement. Also, the VIP container's permissions have been compromised in advance. Someone inside the train is complicit. Qin Zheng's expression instantly darkened. Evidence. Su Qingxue raised her hand, displaying the remaining half of the beacon shell. Is this enough? As Qin Zheng discerned the military modification insignia on it, his pupils contracted slightly. After a moment of silence, he said solemnly, I will report this matter to the Magic City Train Defense Bureau. You several need to cooperate and provide written statements. Lin Mu looked at him. All right. But in the ordinary security report, it's better not to write too many details. Qin Zheng frowned. Reason. Anyone who can install a beacon on the Black Steel can access the security reports. Lin Mu's tone was calm. The more detailed you write, the easier it will be for them to silence us next time. The carriage fell silent for a moment. Qin Zheng looked at Lin Mu and suddenly let out a laugh. From Zhanghai. This year Zhanghai produced quite a tough character. I heard he turned the Zhao family's young master into a waste. Wang Fatty immediately puffed out his chest. That's right, it's my brother Mo. Lin Mu shot him a glance. Wang Fatty silently shrank back behind his shield. Qin Zheng's gaze lingered on Lin Mu for a moment. Temporary handling records will be desensitized. Qin Zheng said in a deep voice, the formal sealed report will be handed directly to the Magic City Train Defense Bureau and the Academy Safety Division. How it is written is my prerogative, not for you to instruct me. Lin Mu nodded. I didn't plan to suppress it. I just don't want to be seen by those who shouldn't see my cards before I even reach Magic City. Qin Zheng gave him a deep look. Interesting. Corridor leading back to the special compartment. After the crisis was averted, the train stabilized once more. The corridor lights stopped flickering, and the dark clouds outside gradually dispersed. A faint bluish-white line appeared on the distant horizon. Dawn was approaching. Wang Fatty took off half of his battle armor, looking at the shield that had been pockmarked by steel feathers, feeling as if he had seen his own pot with a hole in the bottom. This shield just got repaired and turned out like this. My dad would scold me to death if he knew. Xu Yao looked at the screen. Your shield wall's performance exceeded expectations. It withstood 3 direct impacts from grade feather blades, once protected technical personnel at close range, and the heavy logistics reserves passed the 3-fold gravity test with a rate adjustment to 32.8%. Wang Fatty instantly perked up. Adjusted that much? Provided you don't bring your folding pot into the testing arena. The pot is the soul. Then your soul is quite heavy. Lin Mu said nothing. He walked at the front, examining the half-piece of frequency chip through the transparent evidence bag. At the edge of the chip, there was a faint gray line. Ordinary people couldn't see it, but I of insight could clearly discern it. The pattern did not belong to the conventional identifiers of divine beings, nor did it resemble the smuggling numbers of the Zhao family. It looked more like the remnants of an ancient symbol that had been deliberately erased. 0 sequence fragment resonating slightly. Hint, this induced circuit is suspected of using replicated 0 noise as a mental pollution amplifier. Lin Mu's palm tightened. Zhao family. Divine beings. Su family's internal conflict. Black Steel beacon. Replicated 0 sequence noise. These threads were gradually intertwining. Before even reaching Magic City, the chessboard was already laid out before him. Captain. Xu Yao suddenly spoke up. I suggest that upon arriving in Magic City, we immediately do 3 things. Say it. Submit a simplified report to exchange for an official record ensuring we are not illegally intervening in the train system. Retain the beacon chip and find security channels at the Magic City Academy for analysis. We cannot directly hand it over to the Su family. Wang Kai must immediately undergo physical repair and pressure training. He performed beautifully just now, but his arm already has subtle fractures. Wang Fatty was taken aback. I have fractures. How come I didn't feel it? Adrenaline masks the pain. Xu Yao looked down at the screen. In 10 minutes you'll start howling. Wang Fatty was about to retort when his expression suddenly changed. Hiss. It seems to hurt a bit. Lin Mu took a low-level repair spray from the tactical bag and tossed it to him. Don't force it. It's good to be able to block, but it's valuable to be able to keep blocking. Wang Fatty caught the spray and grinned. Got it. The shield should not crack as soon as it hits the battlefield. Don't think of yourself as a shield. Lin Mu took back the empty spray canister. The shield is in your hands, but you must stand firm. Wang Fatty was momentarily stunned. This statement was not heavy, yet it inexplicably warmed his heart. Chu Yao also looked at Lin Mu. She didn't speak, only updating her team model, changing Wang Kai's position from classified meat shield to heavy defense candidate. Lin Mu walked to the compartment door and glanced back at the direction of the ninth carriage. Su Qingxue was still handling the aftermath. Qin Zheng was sealing off the scene. The iron-winged birds retreated. The black steel continued toward Magic City. This attack did not cause them to stop. Instead, it allowed this haphazard team to finally show signs of cohesion. In the team coordination model record, members Wang Kai, Chu Yao temporary coordination rating low tier, usable hint, continuous cooperative combat, can enhance the host's predictive efficiency regarding teammates' combat actions. Lin Mu looked at that line of prompts, his gaze deepening. The system can even record team coordination. The train passed through the last patch of darkness before dawn. In the distance, the skyline toward Magic City began to emerge. Steel city walls, spiritual energy towers, and that black giant tower faintly piercing the cloud layers. The Sky Tower. Wang Fatty leaned against the window, grimacing in pain, but still awestruck. Brother Mo, is that Magic City? Lin Mu looked into the distance, his voice soft. Chu Yao bit the straw of her strawberry milk. The city's outline reflected on the screen. According to public information, that place gathers quite a few top newcomers from across the country. The grade high tier is merely an entry ticket. Grade is what allows one to stand firm, and even a grade talent may not guarantee comfort. Wang Fatty swallowed. Can you say something auspicious? Chu Yao thought for a moment. As of now, we are still alive. Truly auspicious. Lin Mu smiled, but his expression grew increasingly calm. Magic City, Academy, Sky Tower, the Su family, the Zhao family, and the divine being's outstretched hands. And that constantly emerging zero sequence. He had arrived. This time he was not prepared to stand far away and gaze up. He would walk up on his own. In the magical city by the East Sea. As dawn tore through the clouds, the black steel train passed through the last layer of low clouds and arrived at the east station of the magical city. This train is unlike ordinary passenger trains. While regular trains merely slow down, honk, and open their doors upon arrival, the black steel train passed through 3 massive energy gates before entering the platform. The outermost gate scanned the train's exterior. A silvery light swept from the front to the back of the train, illuminating the claw marks, bullet holes, and cracks left by last night's iron-winged birds. Those marks caught in the light resembled a list of wounds dragged back from the wilderness. The middle gate scanned the interior of the carriage. Many new students had not slept well. Upon hearing the detection, prompt their faces turned pale. Last night's wave of flying beasts came too suddenly, and many people had yet to recover. They had originally thought that boarding the armed train of the magical city's war academy would ensure their safety. However, the black steel train had been relentlessly pursued and pecked at by iron-winged birds all night, harshly reminding them that in this era no route was truly safe. The final gate scanned for living energy fluctuations. Lin Mu sat by the window unmoving. When the detection light swept over him, it paused for half a second. Identity: Lin Mu. Admission type: S-Class, Special Recruitment. Current energy level: D-Class, High Level. Access status: approved. The information on the public screen flashed for a moment before quickly switching to a normal access prompt. However, when the detection light fell on Lin Mu, the defense terminal in the corner of the carriage briefly fell silent. Half a second later, a gray back-end note jumped out from the edge of Chu Yao's tablet. Back-end note: low-intensity rule echo recommended for re-evaluation after enrollment. That information was not visible to passengers. Chu Yao could see it because her technical authorization from last night's black steel incident still had temporary assistance privileges. Lin Mu felt it too. His gaze did not linger on the public screen. When the detection light swept over his body, it felt as if a fine needle brushed against the edge of the bottom circuit of the universe. Across from him, Chu Yao's fingers paused on her tablet, her gaze behind her glasses lowered. Wang Pengzi did not notice the details. He was holding his tower shield, his head bobbing down slowly as he struggled to stay awake. Last night, he had faced several rounds of iron-winged bird feather blades, and his arm was still trembling. The shield's surface was pockmarked as if it had been hammered by iron all night. Yet as he fell asleep, he would suddenly jolt awake, instinctively reaching for the shield, as if letting go would cause the hole in the train's ceiling to collapse again. Chu Yao glanced at him and said softly, "If you keep sleeping while holding the shield like that, your left arm will go numb within 30 minutes. Wang Pengzi groggily looked up and asked, "What should I do?" "Let go. I want reason." Wang Pengzi tightened his grip on the shield, his voice wavering, yet serious. "If it weren't for this, I would have been turned into skewers last night. I now feel it's more reliable than a bed." Chu Yao fell silent for 2 seconds, then lowered her head to type on the tablet. Wang Pengzi immediately became alert. "What are you recording about me again?" "Recording your slight post-battle dependency reaction." "Can you not record everything?" "No. Team risk data needs to be complete." Wang Pengzi opened his mouth, finally looking at Lin Mu. Brother Mu, can you say something to her? Lin Mu leaned back in his seat, his gaze still on the platform that was growing closer outside, and replied calmly, she is right. Wang Pengzi's expression fell. Are you both truly on the same team? Chu Yao interjected, correction, the three of us are now on the same team. So your embarrassing data also belongs to team assets. Whoever wants this asset can take it, Wang Pengzi muttered. Lin Mu did not respond. His attention was on the outside. After the train passed through the last gate, his view suddenly expanded. The magical city's War Academy was right behind the East Station. It did not look like a school. The Third Awakening High School of Zhanghai City had playgrounds, teaching buildings, and flag-raising platforms. No matter how serious it looked, it still resembled a school. Yet the magical city's War Academy resembled a gigantic military fortress built by the sea. Its silvery gray exterior extended along the coastline, towering like a mountain, with intricate energy patterns carved into its walls. From a distance, those patterns looked like rivers pressed into metal, flowing quietly under normal circumstances, but transforming into a defensive line that could cover the entire city in case of emergencies. Within the walls, there were tall buildings, training grounds, floating tracks, and a lake area shrouded in light blue mist. At the center of all the structures, a black, giant tower thrust into the clouds. It was too tall, so tall that one standing on the ground could not see where the tower's tip was. It was also clearly there were the roaring sounds of trains arriving, the noise of new students disembarking, and the low hum of energy gates operating, yet the presence of that tower seemed to suppress all surrounding sounds. Lin Mu looked at the tower, tightening his grip on the knife strap. The Tower of Heaven. The replica zeroing noise in the black steel train's induction beaconed the fragments of the zeroing sequence that occasionally appeared deep within the system, and the universal plunder that only registered as low-intensity rule echo at the magical city's detection gate. All three lines converged towards that tower. This thought only pressed on him for a second. Now he had to focus on entering safely. The train came to a stop. The doors opened. The cold, damp sea breeze rushed in from the platform, carrying a hint of saltiness and a much stronger energy presence than Zhanghai City. As soon as Wang Pengzi stepped off the train, he shivered in place. Goodness! He tilted his head back to look at the distant fortress wall of the academy, then glanced at the Tower of Heaven, his mouth slowly opening wide. Brother Mo, isn't this place too big? I feel like if our Zhanghai Third Middle School moved here, we wouldn't even fill one of their gatehouses. Chu Yao walked past him holding her computer case, and replied calmly, according to satellite calculations, the main campus area of the magical city's War Academy is approximately 187 times that of Zhanghai Third Middle School. Although your intuition is rustic, it is correct. Why can't you just give a compliment without stabbing a knife? Wang Pengzi turned to look at her. I can't. Lin Mu slung the Starfall iron knife behind him, wrapping it in black cloth again. This knife was still just a knife, blank, unsharpened, unrecognized, and lacking those frightening titles. It was merely heavy enough, hard enough, and stable enough to conduct energy. To Lin Mu at present, it could not be considered a divine weapon. It was just a piece of heavy iron that could block blades, hold the line, and crush people. He did not plan to let the people of the magical city's War Academy focus all their attention on this thing on the first day. In the distance, two teams of trained defense personnel in black combat uniforms were already waiting by the platform. The leader was Qin Zheng. His shoulder was wrapped in a bandage, his face somewhat pale, yet his back remained straight. Last night he had been injured by the feather blades of iron wing birds on the black steel train, but had persisted until the train entered the safe zone before going down to treat his wound. Upon seeing Lin Mu and the others disembark, Qin Zheng walked over. He first glanced at Wang Pengzi's deformed tower shield, then at the computer case and Chu Yao's arms, and finally his gaze settled on Lin Mu. I will submit the report on the black steel train as it is. Qin Zheng's voice was not loud, but steady. Induction beacon, abnormal gathering of iron wing birds, local authority of the 9th carriage locked. These matters do not fall on the students. What you did last night saved more than just one carriage. Lin Mu did not take this credit, but asked, what about the beacons? It has been sealed and will be jointly verified by the magical city's Train Defense Bureau and the Academy's security department. You can keep that frequency chip for now, but do not turn it over to the Su family. The security department will find you later for registration. Qin Zheng paused for a moment, then added, I know you are worried that someone might tamper with it, so I kept an independent video backup. The timeline is complete, and the access is locked in my personal military account. Don't misunderstand, I kept the backup mainly to protect my report, to prevent it from being turned into an accident summary one day, and it can also protect you. Lin Mu glanced at him. His words were straightforward and measured. He nodded. Thank you. Qin Zheng waved his hand. No need to thank me. If you want to thank me, then please avoid causing such commotion on the train in the future. Our defense personnel's lives aren't that tough. Wang Pengzi couldn't help but interject, Captain Qin, we can't be blamed for this, it was the birds that started it. Qin Zheng looked at him, the corners of his mouth twitching. You did well last night. Wang Pengzi was taken aback and immediately stood up straight. Really? Really, Qin Zheng replied. But your steps were too chaotic and your center of gravity was too high. The initial round of feather blades relied entirely on the shield and armor to withstand. If such impacts continued for another half a minute, your wrist would have been the first to give out. Wang Pengzi's earlier pride crumbled. Chu Yao lowered her head to record external evaluation is consistent with my judgment. Wang Pengzi looked at her. Can you not stab me with words while I'm feeling down? No. Lin Mu did not smile, but looked at Wang Pengzi. Did you hear that? Being able to block once does not mean you can block for a lifetime. Upon arriving at the academy, focus on building your fundamentals. Wang Pengzi's expression gradually settled. He nodded. Got it, Brother Mo. At that moment, a slight commotion came from the other side of the platform. Su Qingxue had disembarked. She had changed into a clean white coat, her silver hair tied back, her face still slightly pale, but her demeanor was composed and steady. Two guards from the Su family followed her. One attempted to step forward to clear the crowd for her, but was stopped by her raised hand. She approached Lin Mu directly. Many new students looked over. Su Qingxue paid no attention to the gazes and only looked at Lin Mu, her voice still cold, but with less of the previous night's frigid hardness. I will remember what happened with the black steel train. Lin Mu replied. You already said that last night. What I said last night was a verbal favor. Now I am stating my attitude after enrollment. Someone tampered with my cargo, almost causing an accident with the entire train. I will investigate this matter. However, I will not drag you into the internal struggles of the Su family. Lin Mu replied calmly. This statement is more useful than a business card. Su Qingxue looked at him. So you still do not plan to accept? I just arrived in the magical city and have not found my footing, Lin Mu stated. At this moment, I need to clearly see if there is a knife behind any outstretched hand. Su Qingxue's fingers retracted slightly within her sleeve. She was not angry. Instead, she nodded lightly. Reasonable. After saying this, she turned to leave. After taking a few steps, she paused again, not looking back, but leaving behind a single statement. Lin Mu, upon arriving at the magical city's War Academy, talent only determines if you can enter the door. Once inside, anyone can be stepped on. Lin Mu watched her back as she walked away, remaining silent. Wang Pengzi whispered, Brother Mu, is this a reminder for us? Yes. It also draws a line. The implication is that personal favors are valid, but the Su family's position is not. Wang Pengzi scratched his head. Can't you smart people speak more directly? Lin Mu moved forward. Yes, but sometimes direct statements can be deadly. At the east gate of the magical city's War Academy, the flow of new students enrolling was long. There were no ordinary students here. Each person in line had energy fluctuations. Some wore uniforms from various war high schools, some carried family-customized weapons, some were followed by assistants and guards, and others like Lin Mu only had simple luggage, standing beside two teammates who did not look much like formal special recruits. Wang Pengzi was observing the whole way. He watched others armor their weapons, and those expensive-looking. As he was looking, he lowered his head to glance at his own. The tower shield, deformed by the impact, suddenly let out a sigh. Mo, good. Do I count as a country bumpkin coming to the city now? Lin Mu replied, yes. Wang Fatz's lips twitched. Can't you comfort me a bit? I can. Lin Mu looked ahead, but there's no need. It's fine to know you're a country bumpkin. Oh, just don't keep acting like one. Wang Fatzi was taken aback for a moment, then grinned widely. I love hearing that. Chu Yao pushed up her glasses and said, there's still a long way from self-awareness to behavioral change. To put it simply, you may sound passionate now, but your actual execution ability is questionable. Wang Fatzi replied, shut up. 12 detection gates stood in front of the east gate. By each detection gate stood personnel in gray uniforms with blue and white light screens suspended above. The screens quickly displayed the identity level, danger markings, and admission permissions of those who passed through. When it was Lin Mu's turn, the light from the detection gate fell upon him. This time the pause was more pronounced than on the train. A few freshmen instinctively looked over. Name Lin Mu. Origin Jiang Haishi. Admission type Skategori Observation Special Admission. Current combat power assessment level high tier. Access status granted. The outer light screen stopped here. However, the internal screen by the personnel added 2 lines of gray text. Internal permissions, reserve commander candidate. Special remarks, low intensity rule residuals recommended for observation list entry. The personnel's expression immediately changed. There was no hostility, only vigilance. The Magic City Warfare Academy receives geniuses every day, but such a note of rule residuals is not common. It won't be directly classified as a crime or pollution, but it means something unusual has happened to this student that ordinary detection systems cannot explain. Wang Fatzi saw those words, and his face turned tense. Chu Yao remained calm. She stepped forward and presented her registration code. Chu Yao, technical registration, student team coordinating position, applying for identity, binding with Lin Mu upon enrollment. The detection gate scanned her. Name Chu Yao. Admission type, technical registration. Physical condition. Brain domain development high. Remarks allowed to connect to low-tier academy data interfaces requires mentor approval. The personnel glanced at her, and then at Wang Fatsi. Wang Fatsi hurriedly handed over his temporary access code. The detection gate scanned him. Name Wang Kai. Admission type temporary test for heavy equipment logistics reserve camp. Talent hardening. Current level, a level high tier. Remarks not yet granted formal academy status. Wang Fatsi's smile froze for a moment. The phrase not yet granted formal academy status was very eye-catching. Back in Jianghaishi, he could still maintain his facade using the identity of Mo guest brother, but at the Magic City Warfare Academy the detection gate recognizes permissions, not relationships. Lin Mu saw his expression and didn't offer comfort, merely stating, "Let's go in first." Wang Fatsi nodded gloomily. Just as the three of them passed through the detection gate, a middle-aged man in a dark gray combat uniform approached from the side. He was tall with closely cropped hair, his face serious, exuding a heavy aura, unlike an ordinary teacher, more like someone who had spent years on the front lines of battle. Lin Mu. Yes. I am Meng Qingshan, the new student resource guidance mentor. The man handed over a tablet displaying the enrollment information of Lin Mu and his companions. Director Li Zhengyi has an urgent matter. He was supposed to verify your files, but now I am responsible for it. To be clear, I only follow the rules and do not cater to geniuses. Wang Fatsi whispered, "This teacher looks hard to deal with." Meng Qingshan shot him a glance. "I can't hear you." Wang Fatsi immediately stood straight. "Hello, teacher." Meng Qingshan ignored his awkwardness and looked at Lin Mu. "I've seen the temporary report for the Black Steel number. You saved the train. That is an achievement, but accomplishments cannot replace the enrollment review, especially for you, Lin Mu." He tapped the tablet. According to the awakening record from Jianghaishi, your apparent initial talent is level weak visual enhancement. In a short period, your combat power has leaped to level high tier, participating in the Zhao Tai special recruitment incident involving the Zhao family, Tian Shin biology, and Black Steel numbers, induced beacon. As per regulations, you will enter observation category S. Wang Fatsi's expression changed. "Teacher, what does observation mean? It won't mean locking Mo Gu up as soon as he enters the school, right?" Meng Qingshan looked at him. "You have a lot of questions." Wang Fatsi immediately fell silent. Lin Mu asked, "Are there restrictions on movement during the observation period?" Meng Qingshan replied, "Normal study, training, and trials are not restricted. However, the resources you utilize will be recorded. The more you take, the more you must prove your value. The Magic City Warfare Academy does not do charity nor support idlers." He then looked at Chu Yao and Wang Fatsi. "You may bring 2 coordinating members to reside in Villa No. 1 at Qinlong Lake, but I must clarify that their stay does not automatically make them formal academy students." Chu Yao nodded. "Technical registration students need mentor approval and project contributions, understood." Wang Fatsi swallowed hard. "What about me?" Meng Qingshan said, "The 3 retests for the Magic City, 3 times gravity resistance, shield wall support, 3 kilometers of weighted transport. Complete within 7 days. If you fail, you will be transferred to external college logistics or sent back to Jianghaishi." Wang Fatsi's face turned pale. He instinctively looked at Lin Mu. Lin Mu did not speak up for him. Suddenly Wang Fatsi felt a weight in his heart. He understood that Lin Mu's silence was leaving this door for him to pass through on his own. This was his path. If the first door required Lin Mu to carry him through, then in the future on the battlefield, he would only be a burden. Wang Fatsi tightened his grip on the tower shield strap, took a deep breath, his voice slightly strained, but he did not back down. "Teacher, ill test." Meng Qingshan glanced at him. "Are you scared?" "Yes," Wang Fatsi replied honestly, "but I'm more afraid that in the future I can only stand in the safe zone watching Mo Gu fight." Meng Qingshan's expression softened slightly. "It's okay to be afraid. It's the ones who are afraid and don't practice that are useless." He finished speaking and handed 3 access cards to Lin Mu. "Villa No. 1 at Qinlong Lake, 30 days of temporary usage rights. It contains a basic gathering spirit array, an underground training room, a medical pod, and a tactical conference room. You as in Skate-Gory Observation Special Admission and Reserve Commander candidate can reside temporarily, but not permanently." Lin Mu took the card and asked conditions. Meng Qingshan's brows relaxed slightly. Most new students would react with excitement upon hearing about villas and resources. Lin Mu's first reaction was to ask about conditions, indicating he at least understood that in this world nothing comes for free. Meng Qingshan drew 3 red lines on the tablet. Once a month ranking assessments. If you fall out of the top 10 new students, the villa will be reclaimed. In resource position formal challenges, monthly ranking challenges, and academy certification challenges, if you are defeated by peers, your Skate-Gory observation quota will be reassessed. Personal provocations do not count. Private fights will incur penalties. If Wang Kai violates regulations during the retest in the reserve camp, the responsibility will also be recorded in your guarantee file. Wang Fatsi's face turned even paler. Mo go, why don't I just stay in the 8-person dorm instead? Lin Mo didn't even look at him, only asking Meng Qingshan, can I guarantee his opportunity without guaranteeing his results? Meng Qingshan stared at him for 2 seconds. Yes. Lin Mo then looked at Wang Fatsi. Did you hear that? An opportunity for you, but the results are up to you to take. Wang Fatsi swallowed, lowering his voice. Understood. Meng Qingshan handed over the last thick manual to Lin Mo. There's one more thing. He pointed to the towering tower high up in the academy. Tomorrow morning, the new student initial test. Officially admitted students will enter the first level of the tower. Coordinating registered students can apply to join the team. Temporary testing personnel from the logistics reserve camp are not allowed in the tower, but you as a reserve commander candidate can submit an application for team coordination testing. Chu Yao immediately asked application conditions. Team leader guarantee 3 members share responsibility, Meng Qingshan replied. Wang Kai can only enter the first level's low-risk area for the initial test. Results will not count for the formal ranking, only for collaborative observation. Injuries or disabilities in the tower are at your own risk. Violations in the tower will incur penalties for the team leader. Wang Fatsi's face, which had just regained some color, turned pale again. Can I withdraw from the team now? Chu Yao checked his permissions. No time. Your temporary pass is already bound to the team leader's resources, and withdrawing will also enter a failure file. Wang Fatsi looked at the two indignantly, saying, you two are devils, aren't you? Chu Yao corrected him seriously. I'm a technician. The team leader is more like a devil. Meng Qingshan's corner of the mouth slightly moved, but quickly suppressed it. He raised his hand to point at the distant wall. There a line of huge words was engraved. The Magic City Warfare Academy does not cultivate geniuses in greenhouses, it only selects warriors who can survive to the end. Meng Qingshan's voice grew heavier. Remember, genius is merely a ticket to entry. Once inside, anyone can be torn apart. Lin Mu opened the manual. The front page bore the same phrase. He looked for a moment and suddenly smiled. I'm starting to like this place. Qianlong Lake Villa No. 1. Qianlong Lake is located in the southeast corner of the academy. It is completely different from the bustling scene at the east gate. The lake's surface is very calm, with light blue water that sparkles with delicate spiritual light under the sunlight. 7 villas are built along the lake, each protected by independent defense formations. The lines of the formations are buried between the grass and stone steps, making them almost invisible unless closely examined. Villa No. 1 has the best location. It backs onto the mountain training area and faces the central gathering spirit array with a small gravity circuit underground. As soon as Wang Fatsi entered, he was captivated by the enormous sofa in the living room. He threw himself onto it, letting out a sigh that came from the depths of his soul. Is this what upper-class society is like? Mo Gu, if I fail the logistics camp test, can you cut this sofa in half and bring it back to Jing Haishi for me? Chu Yao had already rushed upstairs to the study with her computer. Network bandwidth is 12 G. Internal firewall is level A. Training room data interface is opened to level 3. Not bad, not trash. Wang Fatsi looked up from the sofa. You call this not bad? For me, it's not bad. Then what did you use before? I told you couldn't afford it. Wang Fatsi silently buried his face in the sofa. I don't want to talk to rich technicians right now. Lin Mu did not relax like him. He first walked around the villa. He inspected the doors and windows, the underground training room, the medical pod, the backyard, the path leading to the lake, the formation nodes, and the blind spots in the second-floor study. Chu Yao quickly threw down a preliminary safety report from upstairs. There are 32 built-in surveillance cameras in the villa. 28 official academy permissions. Residents can deactivate 19, and the remaining 9 are the safety bottom line. Forcibly deactivating them will trigger academy alerts. Lin Mu asked, can we bypass them? Chu Yao replied, yes, but not recommended. Bypassing the safety bottom line on the first day of enrollment will change your status from category observation to high-risk observation. Wang Fatsi looked up from the sofa. What's the difference between those two? Chu Yao explained, the former provides resources while the latter provides handcuffs. Wang Fatsi immediately pulled his head back. Then let's not bypass them. Lin Mu nodded. Maintain the safety bottom line and deactivate other monitoring zones. No external views for the training room, study, and bedroom. The basic medical pod can be used for 2 hours daily. The gravity room has an initial limit of 2. The gathering spirit array provides a basic daily quota for free, with any excess deducted from credit. Can I spend federal coins here? You can spend them, Chu Yao replied, but key resources are not available for money, only for credits. Isn't money good? Lin Mu sat across the living room sofa, flipping through the manual. Because here grades matter, not the thickness of one's wallet. Federal coins can buy living essentials, but cannot procure core training resources, Chu Yao added. It can also be understood that the academy uses credits to reshuffle everyone. Having a good family background is useful, but not absolutely so. If you want to eat well, use good medicine and enter good training rooms, you have to exchange grades for it. Wang Pengzi looked at his temporary card and suddenly felt it was very hot. I only have 10 temporary credits right now. Chu Yao glanced at him. To be precise, after deducting the cleaning fee for school equipment and the temporary accommodation registration fee, you only have 7 left. Wang Pengzi froze. I haven't even started spending. How did I lose 3 credits? The Magic Capital War Academy won't waive fees just because you're poor. Wang Pengzi looked sadly at Lin Mu. Brother Mo, I feel like this place isn't as good as it was before. Lin Mu placed a grade recovery potion on the table and pushed a training schedule towards him. If you want to stay, then train. Wang Pengzi lowered his head to look at the training schedule. The paper listed 4 items from top to bottom: shield wall support, basic posture correction, weighted transport for 3 kilometers, impact angle recognition, pain tolerance training. Seeing the last item made his face turn pale. What is pain tolerance training? Lin Mu replied, taking hits. Who hits me? Me. Wang Pengzi fell silent for 3 seconds, then quietly asked, can I have Chu Yao do it? She's weaker. Chu Yao's voice came from upstairs. Sure, I'll arrange the training equipment to hit you. Wang Pengzi hugged the sofa. Then I'll stick with Brother Mo. Oh, at least he will give me medicine after he hits me. Lin Mu looked at his cowardly demeanor, but his tone remained calm. Pengzi, you can be afraid of pain, and you can be afraid of losing, but you cannot always rely on saying, I listen to Brother Mo to get by. Here, everyone must prove their worth for resources. You do, and so do I. Wang Pengzi's smile gradually faded. He straightened his body and stared at the training schedule. After a long while, he nodded vigorously. I will train. Lin Mu did not praise him. He simply pushed the recovery potion towards him. Drink it after. In the evening, the 3 of them went to the cafeteria. Wang Pengzi had initially claimed he was too nervous to eat. However, as soon as he entered the second cafeteria, he completely forgot what he had said. Rather than a cafeteria, it resembled an entire open-style restaurant. Low-level magical beast meat, medicinal soup, various spiritual plant vegetables, functional drinks, and recovery desserts were all arranged in sections, and the air was filled with the aroma of meat and medicine. Wang Pengzi stood in front of the window, his eyes glazing over. Braised iron-skinned pig meat, 5 credits per serving. He glanced at the price tag, then at his temporary card balance, his expression resembling someone who had been stabbed. Does this pig sing or take tests? 5 credits. Chu Yao took a look. It neither sings nor takes tests. But it can provide stable protein and low-level spiritual energy supplementation, which is useful for heavy armor types. What if I can't afford it? The basic meal window is on the right. Wang Pengzi looked to the right. There was a long line with a sign that read free basic meal package. He then glanced at Lin Mu's grade temporary card. Lin Mu scanned it. Grade observation quota, basic nutrition meal, free, grade medicinal cuisine, at 30 off, excess portion deducted from credits. Wang Pengzi's eyes lit up. Brother Mo. Lin Mu handed him the tray. Consider this meal an expense for the team. Wang Pengzi was so touched, he almost hugged Lin Mu's leg. Chu Yao added from the side, I've already noted this down. You will gradually repay it based on your contributions after going through the heavy armor logistics reserve camp. Wang Pengzi's feelings of gratitude instantly diminished by half. You really know how to ruin the mood. Just preventing you from treating the captain as a meal ticket. The 3 of them found a corner to sit down. Lin Mu did not eat quickly, but his attention was always on the surroundings. The cafeteria was the easiest place to gather information. There were new students, old students, student organizations, and entourage from various families. Many hadn't officially stepped into the arena yet, but their information had already spread. At the next table, several old students were whispering. I heard this year's new students are outrageous. Jun Wuhui came from the imperial capital. The Jun family's light element monster. Wasn't he already earmarked by the Imperial Capital Academy? I don't know, he's here anyway. Also, Yi Patian from the west is rumored to be so strong in physical training that he can take a hit from a crate at the peak of grade. Su Qingxue is here too, right? The Black Steel number had an incident last night, which seems to be related to her. Don't talk nonsense, stay away from the Su family's affairs. Last year someone spoke carelessly, and the next day they were sent to the ice cavern for practical training. Wang Pengzi listened with bright eyes, and then lowered his voice. Brother Mo, are these all our future opponents? Some are opponents, some may be teammates, and some are just passers-by, Lin Mu explained. How to differentiate? By looking at interest rules, and whether they will make the first move. Chu Yao added, also consider if they have brains. Enemies without brains are easiest to deal with. Brainy allies are the most valuable, and brainless allies are the most dangerous. Wang Pengzi thought seriously for a moment. Then what category do I fall into? Chu Yao glanced at him. Currently being observed. Wang Pengzi replied, can't you say something nice? I can, Chu Yao said. You're slightly better than brainless right now. Wang Pengzi, annoyed, took a piece of meat from her plate. Chu Yao looked up. That piece of meat is worth 2 credits. Wang Pengzi silently returned the meat. Just then the cafeteria entrance suddenly fell silent. A group of students in white uniforms walked in. They all wore golden scales on their chests. Their steps were slow, but many students willingly made way for them. Wang Pengzi sensed the unusual atmosphere and quietly asked, "Who are they?" Shu Yao's information popped up. Student Council Discipline Department. She slowed her speech a bit. One of the largest student organizations at the Magic Capital War Academy, with some internal disciplinary authority. The leader is named Chen Feng, an Earth Element Grade, and a formal member of the Student Council Discipline Department. His reputation isn't great, but he rarely crosses the line. Wang Pengzi frowned. What does it mean by not great, but rarely crossing the line? Lin Mu looked at the group. It means he will find trouble within the rules. Chen Feng also noticed Lin Mu. His gaze swept over Lin Mu, then Wang Pengzi, and Shu Yao, and finally paused for a moment on the starfall iron blade wrapped in black cloth beside Lin Mu's table. He did not approach, but stood not far away smiling. That smile lacked the ostentation of Zhao Tai and the easily understandable contempt of Li Hao. That smile felt like marking prey. The hunter hadn't fired yet, but had already noted the direction of the footprints. Wang Pengzi felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze. Brother Imo, why do I feel that guy isn't very friendly? Lin Imo picked up a piece of meat, his tone flat. Be confident and drop the feel. Shu Yao lowered her head, flipping through the student handbook, and glanced at the campus public forum. The Student Council Discipline Department has disciplinary authority on campus, and the Administrative Resource Department is responsible for resource verification. In the forum reviews, Chen Feng is closely associated with the Administrative Resource Department. Lin Mu's great observation, quota Villanelle. One at Qianlong Lake and your temporary spot in the Heavy Armor Logistics Reserve Camp are all resources easily subjected to verification. Wang Pengzi suddenly lost his appetite. Are we being targeted on our first day? We've been under watch since the admission list was released. Lin Mu stated. Wang Pengzi became a bit anxious. What should we do? Lin Mu set down his chopsticks. Eat. Huh. They're just watching for now. What we need to do is not make mistakes while they're watching. Shu Yao nodded. Reasonable. Early confrontations shouldn't be escalated actively. First, complete enrollment, establish a resource usage record, and obtain the first batch of verifiable grades before dealing with the pressure from the student council. Wang Pengzi was taken aback. You all can discuss being targeted so calmly. Lin Mu glanced at him. Fear is useless. Being full is useful. Wang Pengzi thought for a moment and found it made sense, so he lowered his head and continued eating. Chen Feng did not approach. Lin Mu did not provoke him either. The two sides were separated by half the cafeteria like two fish that had just entered the same water. Neither had bitten first, but both were aware of each other's existence. Outside Qianlong Lake, nightfall. By the time the three of them left the cafeteria, the sky had completely darkened. The wind by the lake blew over, carrying a rich spiritual energy aura. In the distance, the Tower of Heaven emitted a ghostly blue light in the night, like a silent eye watching over the entire academy. Wang Pengzi rubbed his stomach, feeling much less nervous after that little meal. Brother Mo, I suddenly feel that although this school is dangerous, the food is really delicious. Shu Yao said coldly, your life evaluation system relies too much on food. Do you understand that food is paramount to the people? I don't understand. I rely more on computing power. Then go eat a server. Lin Mu did not interject. He stopped looking up at the Tower of Heaven. This time he did not activate his Eye of Insight. He simply looked with his own. The tower was far away, yet the pressure it emitted felt as if it were right in front of him. The induced zeroing noise in the black steel number the remnants of the zeroing sequence deep within the system. The low-intensity rule echoes at the detection gate, and the way the Magic Capital War Academy reintroduces all geniuses into the same set of rules to tear each other apart, pressed down on Lin Mu's heart. This was a greater battlefield, also a larger hunting ground. He mentally sorted through the order. Wang Pengzi's heavy armor logistics reassessment, Shu Yao's data interface, the student council, and administrative resource department, the remnants of the Zhao family, the internal strife of the Su family Villanelle. One at Qianlong Lake, and the great observation resources. Each one weighed on what came after tomorrow. Further ahead was his grade path. Lin Mu withdrew his gaze. His heartbeat was very steady. From Shanghai City to the magic capital, he had seen too many people treating talent, family background, and resources as capital to step on others forever. Yet in this place, the Magic Capital War Academy was more straightforward. It does not ask who you were before. It only asks if you can still win tomorrow. Wang Pengzi noticed he was quiet, and quietly asked, Brother Emma, what are you thinking about? Lin Mu looked at the distant tower. Thinking about tomorrow. What about tomorrow? Shu Yao answered for him. The new student preliminary test. The first level of the Tower of Heaven. Wang Pengzi's face turned even paler. Can you not remind me? No. Avoidance will not reduce risks. Lin Mu walked towards the villa, his voice low but steady. Go back and sleep. Wang Pengzi was taken aback. So early. Aren't we training? Entering the tower tomorrow tonight, we need to rest up. What if I can't sleep? Chu Yao adjusted her glasses. I can play you cases of casualties from past years in the Tower of Heaven, who I guarantee your brain will overload in 5 minutes. Then I might as well sleep. The three figures walked along the lakeside path towards the villa. The night closed in at Villa No. 1 by Qianlong Lake. Dawn breaks. The mist over Qianlong Lake has yet to disperse. A pale blue mist of spiritual energy flows slowly along the surface of the lake like a thin veil, shrouding the distant training, building the mountain shadows, and the towering celestial tower in a haze. In the dining room on the first floor of the villa, the atmosphere is anything but quiet. Wang Fatty sits at the marble dining table holding a bun in his left hand and a chicken leg in his right, with a bowl of spiritual rice porridge and 2 plates of hot dishes in front of him. He eats quickly as if someone behind him is timing him, taking bite after bite, his gaze occasionally drifting to the window. Chu Yao sits opposite him, her tablet propped against the edge of the table, her eyes shifting from the data sheet to Wang Fatty's face behind her black-framed glasses. The 6th one. Wang Fatty mumbles with his mouth full, raising his head in confusion. What 6th one? The 6th bun you've eaten. Your 6th bun, Chu Yao states calmly, as if reporting experimental data. Based on your consumption last night, your basal metabolic rate this morning, and your current stomach capacity, you've already reached a state of fullness after the 4th bun. The last 2 buns are more about stress than hunger. Wang Fatty stiffens. He glances down at the bun in his hand, then looks out the window at the looming black tower, shrouded in mist, his face wrinkling in distress. How can I not be nervous? He puts the bun back on the plate, his voice low but shaky. That's the celestial. I researched it for half the night yesterday, and the more I found out, the less I could sleep. Last year, during the initial assessment for new students, someone was carried out after just 10 minutes, and another person came out screaming, claiming he had already died 3 times. Chu Yao corrects him. That post's source is unknown and lacks credibility. The latter part is likely exaggerated. Wang Fatty breathes a sigh of relief. Chu Yao adds, but the first part is true. Last year, during the initial assessment for new students, nearly 20% collapsed from mental breakdowns on the first day. Wang Fatty's face pales again. Can you not comfort me before hitting me with the truth? I'm not comforting you, Chu Yao replies, continuing to look at the data. I'm just filtering out unreliable information and retaining the reliable risks. Wang Fatty looks at Lin Mu as if grasping at the last straw. Mo, go say something. Lin Mu sits on the other side of the table with only a glass of water and a simple breakfast in front of him. He wears a black combat uniform, his jacket not fully zipped up, and the Starfall iron sword hilt wrapped in black cloth leans against his chair. The sword hilt is quiet, like an unremarkable piece of heavy iron, yet anyone who gets close can feel the weight pressing against the air. Lin Mu glances at Wang Fatty. She's right, you are nervous. Wang Fatty grimaces. I know I'm nervous, but you have to allow me to use food to ease the tension, right? I can't just run around the lake 3 times right now, or I'll tire myself out before entering the tower. Lin Mu sets down his cup, his voice steady. Nervousness is normal. I couldn't sleep well last night either. Wang Fatty is taken aback. He had expected Lin Mu to say something like, what's there to be afraid of, or, I'll be here for you. But Lin Mu's admission is surprisingly straightforward. Chu Yao also looks at him. Lin Mu continues, we just entered the academy yesterday, and the incident with the black steel has not yet been resolved. The discipline committee is already keeping an eye on us, and today we have to enter the celestial tower. No matter who it is, it's impossible not to react at all. Wang Fatty whispers, what do we do then? Be nervous if you must, just carry out the task. Lin Mu looks at him. You don't have to play the hero today, nor do you need to carry everything for me. You have just one task once you enter the tower, no matter what you see, remember 3 phrases. Wang Fatty sits up straighter immediately. What 3 phrases? Don't run around. I can do that. Don't eat randomly. Wang Fatty's face flushes. Do I need to be told that separately? Chu Yao interjects. Yes, you do. In your risk records, the success rate for food-induced incidents is notably high. Wang Fatty glares at her. That's my zest for life. Lin Mu ignores their bickering and continues. If you really can't hold on, just withdraw. The initial assessment for the Celestial Tower is merely the first step of enrollment. Don't waste your life in there. Wang Fatty hesitates for a moment, lowering his voice. But if I withdraw, will I hold you back? If you push yourself to the point of mental breakdown, that's what would hold us back. Lin Mu speaks calmly without a hint of jest. Right now you are only a temporary testing qualification for the re-equipped logistics preparatory battalion. You can only enter the low-risk area of the first layer for the initial assessment, and your score won't be recorded on the official leaderboard. It will only be noted for collaborative observation. What you need to do is leave a stable record so the academy knows you didn't just ride in on my coattails. Wang Fatty remains silent for a moment before nodding. Got it. He takes a sip of porridge and pushes the remaining bun aside. Then I'll eat one less to stay agile. Chu Yao glances at the plate. Eating one less won't help much with agility, but it will aid in psychological conditioning. Can't you just say that I've made progress? You have made progress. Wang Fatty is about to smile when Chu Yao adds, but the degree is quite small. Wang Fatty's smile freezes on his face. Lin Mu stands up securing the Starfall iron sword hilt on his back. Let's go. Wang Fatty looks up. Are we going now? We're going now. Lin Mu looks toward the celestial tower outside the window. Everyone else will be nervous too. The more anxious you are, the earlier you should arrive. Being late will only make things more chaotic. Chu Yao closes her tablet and picks up her laptop case. I agree. Arriving early allows you to observe the participants, the venue layout, the actions of the discipline committee, and the energy changes at the entrance of the celestial tower. Wang Fatty watches the two of them, one as calm as a knife, the other as composed as a machine, and can't help but sigh. Fine then. He grabs the tower shield and follows them. Anyway, I figured it out. You two are in charge of thinking, and I'm in charge of not embarrassing ourselves. Lin Mu reaches the door and glances back at him. No. Wang Fatty is taken aback. Lin Mu says, you're responsible for coming out alive. Wang Fatty tightens his grip on the shield. He stops making jokes and simply responds with a heavy grunt. The road from Qianlong Lake to the central square of the Celestial Tower isn't far. But today the atmosphere on this road is completely different from yesterday. Yesterday the new students had just entered school, and most were still filled with excitement, their eyes shining with curiosity, competition, and pride in stepping into a top-tier academy. This morning nearly everyone has changed into combat uniforms. Some carry long swords, some lug heavy hammers, others are adorned with talismans and potions, while some wear customized protective gear from their families etched with expensive-looking spiritual energy patterns. Yet no matter how good the equipment is, as they approach the Celestial Tower, most people's faces are not as relaxed as last night. Because this is not an ordinary test. The initial assessment for new students at the Magic City War Academy does not involve lining up for target practice, nor do teachers grade from the sidelines. Instead, it throws everyone into the Celestial Tower. The tower will record your performance inside. How many levels you can traverse, how you navigate, whether you charge into danger or retreat, whether you save others or seize resources, whether you think or act blindly, all of this will be documented in your first enrollment file. This file does not directly determine life and death. However, it will affect your initial credits, determine the attention from mentors, allocate training resources, and will also decide whether someone like Lin Mu, who has in class observation special admission, will be scrutinized for reasons later on. Therefore, Wang Fatty's anxiety is understandable. What's embarrassing is pretending not to care despite being afraid, only to break down first after entering the tower. Lin Mu walks forward, scanning the crowd around him. He doesn't activate his inside eye. One, because there are too many strong individuals here, casually scanning could easily be noticed. Two, because he is about to enter the Celestial Tower today and cannot waste his mental energy before entering. He observes with his normal eyesight. Normal observation is already sufficient. Who is feigning calmness, who is genuinely stable, who has family guards by their side, who is alone, who is watching others, who is being watched. These nuances can be discerned without any prompts. Chu Yao walks beside him, reporting in a low voice. 30 meters ahead, the Imperial Capital team. The main figure should be Jun Wuhui. Lin Mu looks up. In front of the crowd, a young man in white stands in the shadow of the Celestial Tower. He is not heavily adorned, simply carrying a long sword, and he appears excessively quiet. The surrounding new students instinctively keep their distance. When they approach him, their eyes are stung by the overly pure glow of his spiritual energy. Wang Fatty squints for 2 seconds and whispers, "Is he really Jun Wuhui? He doesn't seem like someone who would talk much." Chu Yao replies, "The data shows he is indeed reticent." Wang Fatty asks, "Is he strong?" Before Chu Yao can respond, Lin Mu speaks up. "Very strong." Wang Fatty looks at him, "But you haven't even opened your eyes to see. A strong person doesn't need to look at data to feel it." Wang Fatty swallows hard and looks to the other side. There stands a tall youth, broad-shouldered and muscular, his combat uniform tightly stretched due to his physique, holding a heavy black club. While others are gazing at the Celestial Tower, he is looking at people. Moreover, his gaze is very direct. It's as if he's searching for a target to fight. "What about him?" Wang Fatty asks quietly. Yi Potion. Chu Yao studies the data. His specialty is body enhancement. His combat style is simple and brutal, but don't underestimate him just because he seems simple. Many people don't even qualify to see him use his second move. As soon as she finishes speaking, Yi Patian senses the attention from this side, and suddenly turns his head. His gaze lands directly on Lin Mu. The two lock eyes from a distance. Yi Patian grins widely, raising his heavy club to tap it on his shoulder, the sound carrying through the crowd. "You are Lin Mu." Many new students immediately turn to look. Wang Fatty instinctively steps forward, but then feels his small frame wouldn't do much, so he plants the shield firmly on the ground, pretending to be imposing. Lin Mu does not shy away from Yi Potion's gaze. "Yes." Yi Potion's smile broadens. "Don't show yourself too early." This sounds like a provocation, but his tone lacks sarcasm and carries a sense of excitement. Lin Mu calmly replies, "You too." Yi Patian is taken aback for a moment, then bursts into hearty laughter. "All right, this is interesting." He turns back, not saying much more. Wang Fatty breathes a sigh of relief, muttering softly, "This guy feels like a bear just released from its cage." Shu Yao replies seriously, "Based on his physical data, he's more dangerous than a bear." Wang Fatty retorts, "That's just a metaphor." "The metaphor isn't accurate. Can you lower your standards for metaphors a bit?" Lin Mu does not engage. He notices something in another direction. Su Qingxue has also arrived. She stands at the edge of the Su family team, her silver hair tied up, wearing a white combat uniform, with a light-colored long coat draped over it. Someone beside her tries to talk to her, but is rebuffed by a single glance from her. She spots Lin Mu as well. The two do not approach, merely nodding at each other from across the crowd. That nod is light, but sufficient. The meaning is conveyed clearly. The camaraderie from the Black Steel incident still lingers, but today, during the Celestial Tower's initial assessment, each follows their own path. Lin Mu withdraws his gaze. For him, this is for the best. No one should rush to bind themselves together. In a place like the Magic City War Academy, revealing relationships too early isn't necessarily a good thing. The central square is already filled with people. The Celestial Tower stands at the end of the square. From a distance, it resembles a massive black pillar piercing the clouds. As one gets closer, the sense of oppression becomes even more pronounced. The tower's surface lacks visible brick seams and structural lines that ordinary buildings possess. The entire tower appears carved from a single block of black stone with a matte finish that neither reflects nor absorbs light. Sunlight falls upon it, as if a layer is quietly swallowed. Wang Fatty looks up, his neck aching, but he can't even see the top. Is this thing really man-made? Chu Yao's small detector starts flashing red. She gazes at the screen, her brows furrowing gradually. All conventional signals are ineffective. Spectrum detection shows no echo, spiritual energy detection only shows noise, and thermal imaging displays a blank slate. The problem isn't with the shielding, if it renders the detection itself meaningless. Wang Fatty, confused, asks, "Speak plainly. My device can't interpret it." Wang Fatty instantly understands and grows more anxious. "If even you can't make sense of it, doesn't that mean I'll be blindfolded inside?" Chu Yao looks at him. "You usually don't understand much anyway." Wang Fatty responds. Lin Mu looks at the tower. He doesn't place his hand on it, nor does he attempt to use the power of plundering to touch that aura. Approaching the Celestial Tower, the echo of his internal permissions is much quieter than usual. That quietness doesn't feel like slumber, it's more like a hand that just brushed against the tower door retracting back into its sleeve. Lin Mu dislikes this sensation. However, he won't act recklessly just because he dislikes it. This is the core of the Magic City War Academy. A place guarded by so many strong individuals where all new students must undergo testing cannot be uprooted with brute force, nor should it be tampered with carelessly. Just then the side of the square suddenly falls silent. A group of students in white uniforms walks into the arena. The golden balance badge on his chest was quite conspicuous. Student Council Discipline Department. The leader was none other than Chen Feng, who had appeared in the cafeteria last night. He didn't bring too many people today, but each one held a recording terminal, clearly on a mission. Chen Feng's gaze quickly fell on Lin Mu. He did not circumvent the crowd, but walked straight over. Wang Fatty immediately gripped the handle of his shield. Chu Yao lowered her head and opened the school rules as if she had already anticipated this scene. Chen Feng stopped 3 steps away. His expression was polite, and his tone remained calm. "Good morning, Lin Mu." Lin Mu looked at him. "Is there something you need?" "Routine reminder." Chen Feng raised the terminal in his hand and pulled up a document. "You are in class observational special recruit, and today's initial test of the Tongtian Tower will be marked separately. The two beside you, one is a technical registrant and team collaborator, and the other is a temporary test personnel from the Heavy Logistics Reserve Camp. According to the new student initial test guidelines, they can participate in the synchronized initial test, but cannot complete your main test objectives or interfere with the assessment within the tower." Wang Fatty frowned. "What do you mean by that? You haven't even gone in yet, and you're already saying we're cheating." Chen Feng smiled slightly. "I didn't say cheating. Just a reminder. Every year at the Magic Capital War Academy, new students are penalized for not understanding the rules. I don't want you to start your first day with unnecessary blemishes." Chu Yao pushed up her glasses, her voice cold. "According to Article 7 of the new Student Initial Test Execution Guidelines, once collaborative registrants enter the synchronized initial test, the tower's recording mechanism will automatically distinguish between the main evaluation subjects and collaborative recording subjects. Wang Kai's temporary testing privileges only count for collaborative observation in the first layer of low-risk zones and do not enter the official rankings. As long as there are no behaviors such as skill impersonation, identity misuse, or malicious interference, it does not constitute a violation. You only mentioned restrictions without explaining the allowed range, which can easily lead to misunderstandings." Chen Feng looked at her. You are Chu Yao? Yes. A technical registrant, indeed very adept at understanding the rules. Rules are meant to be seen. Chu Yao replied, they shouldn't be misinterpreted. Wang Fatty's eyes lit up, almost wanting to applaud. Chen Feng's smile remained, but his gaze deepened slightly. Very good. He then looked at Lin Mu. Lin Mu, I personally look forward to your performance in the initial test. Villano. One at Qianlong Lake has been vacant for a long time, and many people want to know if you can handle it. As soon as these words came out, several new students around immediately changed their expressions. Villano. One at Qianlong Lake. Those words are too sensitive among new students. Those words represent resources, represent spiritual energy concentration, represent training privileges, and also represent status. A new student just arriving from Zhanghai City, with only class observational special recruit qualifications, whose public record still starts from level, yet on the first day, they are already living there naturally. There are those who are unconvinced. Chen Feng's words, seemingly casual, were actually a reminder to everyone Lin Mu has resources, and this resource can be targeted. Wang Fatty's face darkened. This time Lin Mu spoke first. If you want to know, just look at the records. Chen Feng squinted his eyes. Lin Mu's tone was very calm. The villa is approved by the academy, and the rules are also set by the academy. The initial test today will be recorded, as it should. Anyone who thinks I don't deserve it can follow the process. The whispers around them paused for a moment. Chen Feng looked at Lin Mu, his smile faded slightly. I hope you continue to understand the process like this. Lin Mu replied. I also hope you only follow the process. The two locked eyes for 2 seconds. Chen Feng said nothing more and turned to leave with his group. Wang Fatty finally exhaled. Why does this person speak as if he's pricking people with needles? Chu Yao lowered her head to record. Chen Feng, a rule-based pressure tactic, does not actively cross the line for now, but will amplify resource disputes through observers. Wang Fatty looked at her. Translate that. Lin Mu replied, he won't attack us now, but he will make others feel it's okay to try. Wang Fatty's mouth twitched. Isn't that more annoying? So we need to achieve results today. Lin Mu looked towards the entrance of the Tongtian Tower. Getting results will silence others, at least getting results will make them hesitant to act immediately. Suddenly, a loud bell rang from the front of the square. Boom! All discussions were suppressed. A tall, middle-aged instructor walked up to the high platform. He wore an old-style military uniform, his sleeves rolled up to his forearms, and had a shallow scar on his face. Standing there, he looked like a piece of iron brought back from the front lines. Lin Mu recognized him. Meng Qingshan. He was the new student resource guide responsible for explaining many rules during their enrollment verification yesterday, and was also the leading instructor for this initial test. Meng Qingshan glanced over the new students in the square. His voice was not loud, yet it commanded the attention of the entire crowd. Quiet down. The crowd fell completely silent. Meng Qingshan pointed to the Tongtian Tower behind him. Today is the new student initial test. I won't waste my breath. The fact that you can stand here means you have some ability in your respective cities, families, and schools. But I must remind you that in front of the Tongtian Tower, your previous achievements can only prove that you qualify to line up. Many new students' expressions changed. Meng Qingshan continued, the initial test does not equate to a formal ranking. You will not be expelled from school tomorrow just because you withdraw today. But how you withdraw, why you withdraw, and what you did before withdrawing will all be recorded by the tower and the academy. Some of you want to push through layers, some want to secure a base, and some want to become famous in one battle. Oh, all of this is acceptable. The academy doesn't fear your ambition, but fears your foolishness. This statement was quite blunt. It was direct enough that many new students found it hard to maintain their composure. Meng Qingshan, however, showed no reservations. The dangers within the Tongtian Tower do not necessarily have the face of monsters. Sometimes they are rewards, sometimes they are people, and sometimes they are the very things you desire most in your mind. Once you enter, control your hands first, don't touch recklessly. Wang Fatty immediately whispered, Mo Gu just said not to eat recklessly. Chu Yao said quietly, these are external inducements, don't touch them casually. Meng Qingshan's gaze swept over to this side. Wang Fatty quickly fell silent. Meng Qingshan continued, when entering the tower in teams, don't think you can always stick together. The initial layer of the Tongtian Tower often separates people. Teammates cannot help you forever. You can trust your teammates, but don't hand over your brain to them. If you can't hold on, retreat. Retreating is not shameful, being foolish is. The Magic Capital War Academy needs people who can go to the battlefield, not fools who prioritize face over survival. After he finished these 3 points, a lazy voice suddenly rang out from the back of the square. Meng Qingshan, you scare new students like this every year. Aren't you afraid of scaring off good seedlings? The crowd turned to look in the direction of the voice. An old man with somewhat disheveled hair, holding a wine gourd, had appeared at the edge of the high platform without anyone noticing. He wore a very ordinary gray robe, and his cloth shoes were still a bit muddy. He looked nothing like the principal of a top academy, more like an old man who had just returned from a morning walk by the lake. However, as soon as he appeared, Meng Qingshan immediately took a half-step back. Principal. The new students in the square stirred softly and quickly fell silent again. Gu He, principal of the Magic Capital War Academy, a name that could silence many families. Wang Fatty's eyes widened, whispering, "Is this the principal? He doesn't look the part." Chu Yao said, "Appearance and danger level are not necessarily correlated." Gu He shook the wine gourd and slowly walked to the center of the high platform. He did not put on airs, nor did he deliberately suppress anyone. Just by standing there, the wind in the square seemed to lighten suddenly. What Instructor Meng said just now was unpleasant, but it was all true. Gu He looked at the new students below. His voice was not loud, yet it seemed to directly fall into everyone's ears. When you enter the tower today, don't treat it as a game, nor as a place to earn face for your families. The Tongtian Tower is older and more troublesome than you imagine. It won't coddle you just because you are a genius, nor will it ease up on you just because your family is wealthy. Inside, pain is real, fear is real, and choices are real. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Principal, the tower counts as energy projection, right? If there's no real death, why are the choices real?" Gu He looked at the new student. Because how a person chooses when they want die often reveals who they are. The new student opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words. Gu He took a sip of wine and continued, "I'll give you one piece of advice. Once you enter, don't rush to prove your strength. First, prove that you are awake." Lin Mu heard this and paused, his fingers on the knife sheath. Awake. This word was more important than bravery, especially for Lin Mu, because his abilities could easily create illusions. To plunder, to grow stronger, to convert enemies' possessions into his own, would make one unable to resist wanting to touch everything, wanting to take a piece of everything. But in a place like the Tongtian Tower, what might be most dangerous is the desire to take. Gu He's gaze swept through the crowd and paused for a brief moment on Lin Mu. It was a very brief pause, and most people did not notice. But Lin Mu felt it. Gu He did not call his name, merely withdrew his gaze and pointed towards the Tongtian Tower. "Open the tower." As the words fell, silver patterns lit up on the ground of the square. These patterns extended from beneath everyone's feet and ultimately converged into the black gate of the Tongtian Tower, which stood 100 meters high. Boom! A deep sound emerged from within the tower. The sound did not resemble the ordinary turning of door hinges, but rather like a mountain that had been sleeping for many years slowly opening its eyes. The black gate slowly opened to the sides. There was no light behind the door, only an abyss of darkness so deep that it was impossible to see the bottom. The darkness did not spread outward, but made everyone standing before the door instinctively hold their breath. Wang Fatty gulped. "Mo gu, moi. My legs are shaking a bit right now." "That's normal. Not shaking." "Your answer is not comforting at all." Lin Mu glanced at him. "Let's put it this way. Your legs can shake and still walk." Wang Fatty was taken aback, then suddenly laughed. "That's a good one." Chu Yao put away the computer box into her backpack and switched to a portable terminal. She looked at the entrance of the Tongtian Tower, her eyes not reflecting Wang Fatty's fear, but rather a kind of excitement that was forcibly suppressed. "All external devices may fail once inside the tower." She whispered, "If we get separated, I'll prioritize recording environmental rules and won't act blindly." Lin Mu nodded. "Remember Instructor Meng's words, don't hand your brain over to others, including me." Chu Yao glanced at him. "I never hand my brain over to others." Wang Fatty interjected quietly, "What about me?" Chu Yao replied, "First make sure your brain is still in your own hands." Wang Fatty, Lin Mu's lips, he didn't say anything more. The team entering the tower had already begun to move forward. Ahead, Jun Wuhui was the first to step into the darkness, his back quiet like a beam of light sheathed into his sword. Yi Patian marched on with a heavy stick, smiling with excitement at the corner of his mouth. Su Qingxue walked steadily, though not quickly, like a snowflake landing on ice. One by one, new students entered the Tongtian Tower. Some walked with their heads held high, some looked pale, and some were still murmuring the instructions given by their family elders. Chen Feng stood to the side of the entrance holding a recording terminal, his gaze sweeping over each key new student. When it was Lin Mu and his friend's turn, he said nothing. He merely glanced at Lin Mu. Lin Mu did not look at him. He raised his head and gazed at the darkness behind the door. The plunder within him remained quiet. Yet Lin Mu's heart sank little by little. That sinking feeling bore no trace of fear. It was more like before battle, when the heart proactively suppressed the noise. He knew that from the moment he stepped through this door, the strategies from Jianhai City and the tactics of the Black Steel would likely not suffice. The Tongtian Tower does not only test against monsters. It examines whether he remembers who he is when faced with temptation, fear, loneliness, and the unknown. Lin Mu took a step forward. Wang Fatty was behind him on the left, the tower shield pressed against his arm, softly cheering himself on. "Don't run around, don't eat recklessly, retreat if you can't hold on." Don't run around, don't eat, recklessly retreat if you can't hold on. Chu Yao was behind on the right, her fingers already leaving the terminal, her gaze calm, like a freshly unfolded sheet of white paper. The three stepped into the darkness simultaneously. As their toes touched the ground, the sunlight behind them seemed to be severed. The sounds of the square faded away. The sounds of footsteps disappeared. Even the sound of each other's breathing was drawn far away. Wang Fatty's voice finally came through half a sentence. Mo Guai. Then everything fell silent. Before Lin Mo stood only darkness. Deep darkness. As if the entire Tontian Tower had closed its eyelids behind him. New student initial test begins. Layer 1 character assessment. Please remember, do not trust everything you see. And do not easily trust everything you desire. A cold prompt echoed in Lin Mo's mind. He slowly opened his eyes. Ahead, the darkness began to fade away. A gray-white dead forest appeared before him. As darkness receded, Lin Mo's first reaction was not to look ahead. He reached out to grab his left side. That should have been Wang Pangzi's position. His fingertips brushed over an empty space. Lin Mo's hand paused midair, and in the next moment his shoulders tensed slightly as he lowered his center of gravity. Pangzi Chu Yao. His voice faded into the surroundings, swallowed whole. No response. No footsteps nor the sounds of the crowd from the square earlier. The Tontian Tower had separated them. Lin Mo did not rush to move. He first looked down at his feet. The gray rock surface was hard, resembling iron that had been burned and then cooled. Stepping on it with his boots produced no sound of crushed sand. Even the friction was unusually light. Above him there was no sky, only a layer of low-hanging gray mist in which faint patterns occasionally flitted by, as if someone far away was turning the page of an old book. Surrounding him was a forest. Though it was called a forest, there was not a single living tree. Those trees were all stone pillars growing from the rock surface. Some were bent into the shape of kneeling figures, some resembled long swords half embedded in the ground, while others extended thin branch-like shapes, resembling hands devoid of flesh. All were shades of gray and white. After a long gaze, even the depths of his eyes felt cold. Lin Mo slowly exhaled. Heart nature screening. The reminder before entering the tower lingered in his mind. Do not trust everything you see. Also, do not easily believe in everything you desire. Lin Mo picked up a piece of broken stone from the ground, not touching it with his fingers for too long, but instead pinching it at the edge of his sword sheath and gently tossing it towards the nearest stone pillar. The stone struck. There was no echo. The surface of the stone pillar, however, rippled with a faint gray pattern like a fingertip touching the water's surface. The gray pattern quickly spread, crawling down the stone pillar before finally burrowing back into the rock surface. This place was not lifeless. It awaited a response from someone. Lin Mo did not use broad perception. He kept the eye of insight at its lowest setting. A faint outline of spiritual energy appeared at the edges of his vision, consuming little energy enough for him to see changes within a 20-meter radius. From the mist ahead came the sound of hurried footsteps. Lin Mo retreated behind a thick stone pillar, the starfall iron blade still on his back sheathed. Emerging was a boy in a military high school uniform from another region. He was young, his face drenched in sweat, holding a standard short knife. The tip of the short knife dragged on the ground, failing to spark, leaving only a faint white mark on the rock surface. Don't come closer. The boy ran while glancing back, his voice already hoarse. There was nothing behind him, yet something was in his eyes. Lin Mo saw clearly. It was a panic born from being chased for too long, so intense that he couldn't see the road beneath his feet. The boy dashed past two stone pillars, suddenly stopping. He spotted a sword. The sword was lodged in a rock crevice, its blade ancient with delicate silver patterns on the guard. Compared to the surrounding gray desolation, it resembled a lifeline. The boy stared at the sword, his chest heaving violently. As long as there's a sword, I can fight my way out. Lin Mo's gaze darkened. Don't touch it. His voice was not loud, but it was sufficient to carry. The boy seemed not to have heard. He reached out, grasping the sword's hilt. Gray-white patterns began to crawl up from below the hilt, first wrapping around his knuckles, then burrowing into his wrist. The ecstasy on the boy's face lasted only a breath before it was torn apart by terror. I can't let go. I can't let go. He pulled back desperately, but his flesh and the sword's hilt seemed to fuse together. The stone patterns crawled over his forearm up to his shoulder, then along his neck towards his face. The boy opened his mouth to shout, but his tongue seemed frozen, his voice caught in his throat, leaving only a fragmented breath. Lin Mo did not rush out to pull him. The retreat glyph had already illuminated beneath the boy's feet. In the next moment, a beam of white light burst from the student badge on his chest, pulling him out from the stone shell. Left behind was only a gray-white shell maintaining the posture of holding the sword. The shell slowly sank into the ground, transforming into a new stone pillar. A cold recording voice from within the tower fell from the mist. Eliminated. Lin Mo stood behind the stone pillar, his knuckles gently pressing on the back of his sword. The Tongtian Tower did not directly kill, but it would leave the moment of failure here, for others to see later. This forest does not need to chase its prey. It only waits for someone to reach out. Mo Gu. Wang Kai, also known as Wang Pengzi, was moving through another area of gray-white forest holding the tower shield. The stone pillars in his vicinity were sparser, the mist thinner, and he could not see the shadows of other students being assimilated in the distance. According to the temporary permissions given to him by the Academy, this should be the collaborative observation branch of the first layer's low-risk area. Low risk or not, the silence was still frightening. Chu Yao. No one replied. Wang Pengzi swallowed, shifting the shield closer to himself. He usually talked a lot, because there was someone beside him to respond. Now that there was no one to talk to, even the sound of him swallowing was as if it were muffled by the gray mist. He suddenly found himself missing Chu Yao's calmness that could leave people speechless. At least, when left speechless, it proved that there were still other living beings nearby. Don't run around, don't eat, recklessly retreat if you can't hold on. Wang Pengzi quietly repeated. By the second repetition, he smelled a fragrance. The scent of hot oil sauce, scallions, ginger, and freshly cooked meat. On a flat rock ahead, there was a plate of braised pork knuckle. The pork knuckle was still steaming, its reddish skin trembling with a sheen of grease, shining unrealistically amid the gray-white surroundings. Wang Pengzi's feet moved forward on their own. His stomach also unceremoniously growled. He stared at the plate of pork knuckle, his expression shifting. Something's not right. He raised his hand and tapped his forehead. I had buns, a chicken leg, and spiritual rice porridge for breakfast. Chu Yao said I wouldn't be hungry after the fourth bun. The scent intensified. Next to the pork knuckle was even a small dish of dipping sauce. Wang Pengzi almost cursed. It's even got extra sauce. He recalled Lin Mu's words before entering the tower. Don't eat recklessly. Retreat if you can't hold on. Wang Pengzi gritted his teeth and thrust the tower shield into the ground. I am Wang Kai, a temporary test personnel from the Heavy Armored Logistics Reserve Corps. His voice trembled, but he finished the sentence. I didn't come in for a meal. The rock's surface suddenly softened. His ankles were ensnared by a mud-like substance, tightening the more he struggled. The plate of pork knuckle was only a few steps away, the fragrance drilling into his nose, as if someone was whispering in his ear, saying that one bite would erase the fear. Wang Pengzi's flesh twitched on his face. He did not reach out towards the pork knuckle. He raised his shield and slammed its edge down on the rock surface beside his foot. Thud! The recoil shot through his arm and into his shoulder, making him gasp in pain. This little pain instead pulled him back. Using the shield for support, he slowly pulled his foot out of the mud. The warmth of the pork knuckle faded. The reddish color faded to gray and white, leaving only a piece of cold hard stone. Wang Pengzi was drenched in sweat, sitting on the ground with the shield, catching his breath. That scared the life out of me. He wiped his face, his mouth still stubborn. But I didn't eat. No one in the gray mist praised him. He didn't wait for anyone's praise. He supported himself on the shield and continued walking forward. Chu Yao was squatting in front of a stone tablet. Her lightweight terminal had already gone black and the external devices had failed after entering the tower. She had anticipated this. The trouble was hidden on the stone tablet. It was covered with dense lines, formulas, and geometric shapes. Those patterns were not fixed. Every time Chu Yao comprehended a segment, it would present a deeper layer of derivation in the next segment, like a question bank tailored specifically for her. At first, she only wanted to record the environmental rules. But while recording, her fingers unconsciously pressed against the stone tablet. Incomplete conservation. An extra segment in the closed path. The gray-white lines reflected in Chu Yao's pupils. Her breathing grew lighter. The skin of her left index finger began to turn pale from the tip, as if soaked in lime water. The stiffness crept up her knuckles, slow but steady. Chu Yao did not panic immediately. She first did one thing. Intentionally, she wrote the formula she had just derived incorrectly in her mind. A basic variable was changed to an obviously invalid value. At that moment, the lines on the stone tablet paused for a moment. The fervor in Chu Yao's eyes also snapped. She looked down and saw that her left index finger had turned gray up to the second joint. So that's how it is. Her voice was very light, as cold, as if recording her own medical history. It writes the problem solver into the answer. The formulas on the stone tablet began to rearrange, attempting to correct the error she had deliberately created. Chu Yao did not look again. She took out a portable cutting knife from her waist and made a shallow cut on her left fingertip. Blood gushed out, the red breaking through the gray and white. The pain made her breathing heavy again, disrupting the overly orderly formulas in her mind. Chaos, in fact, was a good thing. People are not formulas. Chu Yao wrapped her finger with gauze and took 3 steps back. If an answer requires me to become a sample, then it has no recording value. The light on the stone tablet dimmed slightly. She put away the knife, bypassed the stone tablet, and walked towards the direction where the mist was thinner. Lin Mu walked in the gray-white forest for about 20 minutes. He saw numerous shells left by failures. Some were kneeling in front of a pile of gray-white crystals, their hands still in a clawing position. Some had their arms outstretched, blocking in front of a stone pillar, their faces devoid of fear, only filled with excessive stubbornness. Others were curled up as if trying to hide themselves in the rock crevice, ultimately becoming part of the tree roots. The more Lin Mu looked, the steadier his steps became. Fear and desire alone would not eliminate someone immediately. It awaited action. Fear leads one to grasp the sense of security offered by the tower. Greed leads one to seize the rewards provided by the tower, and anger leads one to strike at the targets set by the tower. As long as you provide the answer, it will fix that moment for you. Lin Mu stopped in front of an open area. There were no stone pillars here. Only a black broken knife slanted in the center of the rock surface. The broken knife was old with several chipped edges and dark red rust on the blade. It did not appear ornate, even less clean than the Starfall iron blade behind Lin Mu. But the all things plunder within his palm stirred. It was not an act of awakening. More like a beast that had been hungry for a long time, letting out a low growl after catching the scent of blood. Lin Mu's fingers hanging by his side curled slightly. The broken knife contained incomplete rules. It was flawed, full of rejection, yet carried an enticing sharpness. It did not speak, but Lin Mu could hear the thoughts bubbling up in his heart. Take it. Analyze it. Plunder it. As long as he grasped this knife, the first layer would naturally not be able to stop him. Lin Mu stood still, not moving forward. At this point, Lin Mu understood the purpose of the first layer presenting this knife. It wanted him to acknowledge personally that passing through could only rely on plunder. For others, the bait might be a sword, food and answer, or a sense of security. For him, the bait was simply plunder. This was more toxic than any treasure chest. Because since the day the All Things Plunder awakened, it had been telling him one thing. If you can take it, you can become stronger. If you can become stronger, you can survive. Lin Mu looked at the broken knife, memories of the underground black market in Jianghaishi, the finals, with Zhao Tai, and the black steel storm flashed through his mind. Many times he had indeed survived by taking away the possessions of his enemies. But if one day he was left with only taking as an answer, then it would not be ability aiding him. It would be him being led by ability. The gray-white mist slowly lowered. Fine cracks emerged around the broken knife, as if urging him. Lin Mu took a step forward. Another step. He stopped in front of the broken knife, but did not grasp the hilt. I will not take your knife. His voice was half swallowed by the gray mist, the remaining half spreading along the rock surface. Nor will I let you choose for me. The broken knife trembled slightly. Dust fell from the shells surrounding him. Lin Mu drew the Starfall iron blade from his back. The blade was unsharp and heavy like a piece of black iron. He gripped the knife with both hands, neither severing the hilt of the broken knife, nor prying it. The back of the blade pressed down heavily on the spine of the broken knife, exposed above the rock. Clang! The sharp sound resonated through the gray-white forest. It was not a seizure. It was a rejection. Cracks spread outward from the point of contact between the two knives. The rock's surface fractured, the gray mist dissipated, and in the distance those stone shells peeled away one after another into dust. The dust avoided Lin Mu, flowing along the patterns on the ground into deeper areas. The path given by the gray-white forest split open under this strike. The broken knife did not fly away, nor did it transform into a reward. It quietly sank into the rock surface, leaving only a narrow slit of light. From the slit of light poured out a golden-red hue, dazzling, scorching, completely different from the gray-white forest. Lin Mu retracted the knife, his palm still slightly numb. The All Things Plunder also fell silent. This time he obtained nothing, but he preserved the hand that he decided whether or not to take. Lin Mu stepped into that golden-red slit of light. Behind him, the gray-white forest closed up once more. In the Celestial Tower, on the second-level Golden Purgatory, as Lin Mu stepped out of the light gap, the grayish-white behind him receded. What rushed towards him was a dazzling gold red. Before him lay a labyrinth. The walls towered so high that the top was out of sight, their surface resembling a layer of molten gold that had cooled. Gems were embedded in the wall crevices, scattering tiny shards of light that stung the eyes. The ground was uneven, with dark golden liquid slowly flowing along shallow grooves. The rusty taste mingled with a hint of sweetness, as if someone had stewed blood and metal into this maze. Lin Mu did not rush forward. He glanced back. The gray-white forest behind him had closed up, and Wang Pengzi and Chu Yao were still not by his side. The lessons of the first level still weighed on his palm. The Celestial Tower was not afraid of people's desires. It awaited the moment you extended your hand. The second level had taken on a different appearance. Here there was no longer silence and petrification, but rather everything one desired was laid bare, so bright that it was blinding, as if saying, take it, once you take it, it belongs to you. Dingling. The crisp sound of coins clinking arose from the left corner of the wall. A greed-driven fairy leapt out from the shadows. Its body was formed from stacks of coins with slender limbs and quick movements. Its face bore no features, only a curved wide slit. It dragged a withered humanoid skeleton behind it, yet cradled an oversized treasure chest in its arms. The chest opened. Golden light surged forth, not rushing towards Lin Mu, but instead coalescing in midair into several small tower patterns. Trial temporary account 100 credits. Resource conversion 1 high-grade crystal projection. Equipment conversion 1 protective ring. The words quickly dispersed into golden powder swirling around the treasure chest. Lin Mu watched the golden powder, his gaze unwavering. 100 credits were roughly equivalent to the initial resources of a new student. Last night, as Wang Pengzi clutched the temporary card lamenting over meal money, he muttered the same amount. So readily given, Lin Mu murmured the bill should be substantial. The greedy fairy tilted its head, its slit widening, as if inviting him to take action. Lin Mu did not use the shadow lines and dark seeds had only been low-intensity distractions in the previous chapters. The situation within the Celestial Tower was uncertain, and he did not want to waste his still unstable abilities on probing. He drew the Starfall Iron Blade and advanced half a step. As the greedy fairy lunged at him, the treasure chest first slammed against his knee. Lin Mu sidestepped the blade, not yet sharpened, using the heavy back to sweep past. Clang! The coin body shattered. The broken coins did not fall to the ground. Instead, they transformed into tiny points of light burrowing into Lin Mu's chest along his right arm. At the same time, the trial temporary account on the student card lit up. That 100 temporary credits had indeed been recorded. Lin Mu frowned. The reality of the account was too tangible. So tangible that it was easy to overlook. As the light points entered his body, a cold heaviness added a layer below his ribs. He tried to lift his leg. The movement only slowed slightly. It felt light, so light that a careless person might mistake it for environmental suppression. However, Lin Mu had just suffered a loss in the gray-white forest concerning desire, and he immediately grasped this slight change. This was not a reward. This was weight. Deep within the maze, the dingling sounds continued to ring out one after another. More greedy fairies emerged from corners, doorways, and golden liquid channels. They clutched treasure chests and carried dry bones, as if sensing that the first bill had already fallen. They all turned their faces towards Lin Mu. In front of the tower in the central square, the tower's public affairs leaderboard hung in the air above the square. Ordinary new students and spectators could only see the level's dwell times and basic statuses. Only the mentor seats and the tower's office screens would display more detailed assessment data. But even if it was just the public leaderboard, it was enough to gradually tighten the atmosphere in the square. Jun Wuhui entrance to the 3rd level. Yi Poxianshan deep in the 2nd level. Su Qingxue deep in the 2nd level. The top 3 names dominated the leaderboard, moving quickly and steadily. Lin Mu's name, however, remained at the 2nd level. Lin Mu 2nd level. Dwell time 25 minutes. Whispers began to spread among the crowd. Isn't the 2nd level golden purgatory? Last year someone said that as long as one is willing to part with what they've obtained, they can pass. He came from Zhanghai, just acquired great observation resources, and moved into the Qianlong Lake. No. 1 villa. Could it be that he is reluctant to part with the credits? Not necessarily. For a new student entering the tower for the first time, the 2nd level seems simple, but it may not be so easy to judge once inside. This remark was quickly overshadowed by another voice nearby. Don't make excuses for him. Zhao Tai lost so miserably, it doesn't mean Lin Mu can thrive in the Celestial Tower. The speaker was a student accompanying the Zhao family side branch. He did not dare to raise his voice too high. Chun Feng, along with the disciplinary department members, still stood at the edge of the square, and the tower's office mentor seat was also observing from above. At this moment, overtly leading the rhythm could easily lead to being noted. But whispering was enough. The longer Lin Mu stayed, the more conspicuous the Qianlong Lake No. 1 villa and great observation quota became. Resources never remain quiet. As long as someone feels he is unworthy, the subsequent review will have justification. On the viewing platform, Li Jingyi stared at the leaderboard, his brows furrowing tighter. He had seen Lin Mu's expression in the arena. That kid was not one to be tethered by a few temporary credits. Meng Qingshan asked beside him. Li Jingyi did not shift his gaze. I'm watching whether he is stuck at a barrier or figuring out the rules. Meng Qingshan fell silent for a moment, his gaze returning to the leaderboard. On the public affairs leaderboard, Lin Mu's dwell time jumped another notch. 26 minutes. In the Celestial Tower, on the 2nd level golden purgatory, Lin Mu stood at the center of the maze, surrounded by greedy fairies. Dingling, dingling, dingling. The sound of coins clashing was dense. After a while it sounded like rain, or as if countless individuals were calculating on an abacus beside his ear. He did not continue to kill. In these 20-plus minutes, he had only done 3 things. First, he tried to walk towards the exit without taking any rewards. As a result, the greedy fairies blocked all the paths. They did not actively attack, but pressed forward with treasure chests gradually blocking the way like a moving wall of gold. Second, he attempted to slay 2 fairies. With each one he killed, the temporary account increased, and the weight on his chest deepened. By the time he approached the second one, each step closer to the exit felt like a golden chain was being hung from his spine. Third, he tried to transfer the temporary credits he had just acquired. There was no response. The student card could display numbers, but could not freely settle accounts within the tower. This was not an ordinary reward. This was an account written onto him by the tower. The exit was at the end of the maze. It was a grand golden door. There was no lock on the door, only a relief. The relief depicted a balance scale. On the left side lay a heart entwined with golden threads still faintly beating. The right side was empty with a circle of very small words carved along the edge of the tray. Lin Mu approached to see clearly. The bearer is burdened, the one who parts may pass. As he read those words, the heaviness in his chest sank another notch. The second level did not allow one to walk away empty-handed. If it was merely testing not being greedy, the first level was already sufficient. Here it was about accounts. Dare to take. After taking, are you willing to pay? Only entering, without exiting gold, will turn into chains. Taking nothing will lead to greedy fairies blocking the way. To pass through the door, one had to place what they had obtained along with some cost onto that balance scale. No wonder it's called golden purgatory. Lin Mu murmured, it does not block the poor nor the rich, but only those unwilling to settle accounts. The surrounding greedy fairies pressed forward another step. As the treasure chest opened and closed, the golden light illuminated them like a group of smiling creditors. Lin Mu raised his right hand and pressed it against his chest. He could not completely pour out his own spiritual energy. His spiritual energy circuit was not yet stable enough to the extent that if he truly poured out his internal strength, it would not be the maze that shattered first but himself. However, the few clusters of reward light were different. They were not powers he had cultivated and had not yet been refined by his body. When the tower stuffed them in, it had already opened a very fine channel of debt. Since there was a debt route, it could be repaid along that path. This was not reverse plunder. At most, it could be considered pushing the undigested sweetness back up from the throat to the surface. Lin Mu looked at the empty side of the balance scale. Do you want me to carry your gold out? He took a step forward. Then let's see if you can take it. The greedy fairy lunged at him. Lin Mu lowered his knees forcefully, suppressing the impulse to continue to seize everything, and pulled his consciousness back to the cluster of reward light that had yet to dissolve in his chest. Beneath his ribs, that circle of cold heaviness began to heat up. He extended his right hand, aiming at the empty tray of the golden balance. In the second layer of the Tower of Heaven, the golden inferno, Lin Mu placed his right hand on the empty tray of the golden balance. The tray was cold. Despite the entire labyrinth glowing with a golden red heat, this small piece of metal felt as cold as if it had just been pulled from a deep well. The greedy fairies had already pounced closer. An arm made of gold coins brushed against Lin Mu's shoulder, and the edge of the treasure chest struck the blade, producing a piercing sound. Lin Mu did not retaliate. He merely lowered his knee, using the blade to block the first wave of impact. The sensation of all-consuming greed tightened in his palm. It wanted to swallow all the golden light temporary credits and converted resources whole. Lin Mu gritted his teeth. Don't swallow it. He pressed these two words deep within his mind. He had managed to suppress the all-consuming greed before. This time was the hardest. The offerings from the second layer resembled harvest. They could be recorded, increase numbers, provide a brief sense of fulfillment, and allow all newcomers to see your progress on the public leaderboard. It does not urge you to be greedy, it simply lays the accounts before you, letting you sign them yourself. Lin Mu returned his focus to his chest, where a few clusters of untransformed reward light were pressing down. They did not belong to him. At least not yet. When the tower forced them into his body, it left a thin account. That trail resembled a golden thread winding from below his ribs into his meridians, passing through his palm and connecting to the balance tray. Lin Mu pushed outward following that line. With the first push, it felt as if someone twisted his chest from the inside. A sweet taste filled his throat as blood surged forth. With the second push, the cold heaviness below his ribs ignited. A few strands of black golden light seeped from his palm, falling into the empty tray. The tray sank slightly. The surrounding greedy fairies froze momentarily. The arc of the crack on their faces halted, as if they had never witnessed someone push back what had already been marked upon them. Lin Mu's lips were stained with blood, yet his arm did not withdraw. So quick to collect debts. He murmured, don't pretend you can't hear when I return it. With the third push, more black golden light was forced out from within. Pain exploded from his chest, crawling up his right arm to his fingertips. Lin Mu heard the light clicking of his joints and sensed the all-consuming greed vibrating low in the depths of his palm. It still wanted to swallow. He forcefully restrained it. This time he did not need more. He wanted to return the sweet taste already swallowed, along with the interest piled up behind it, back to the tower's accounts. The golden balance suddenly sank heavily. The heart, ensnared by the golden thread, lifted, its rhythm of beating disrupted. The engravings on the door cracked, the patterns crawling along the door seemed like a miscalculated bill. The greedy fairies screamed in unison. The ones closest to Lin Mu began to swell. Gold coins lifted one by one, and glaring black golden light burst forth from the gaps, as if the excessive accounts had overinflated their shells. Bang! The first greedy fairy exploded. The shattered coins did not scatter chaotically upon hitting the ground. They instantly transformed into golden dust absorbed by the floor's trenches. The second and third followed suit, bursting open. More fairies did not retreat. Instead, they pressed forward, clutching treasure chests. They only knew how to take understanding, only to stuff every incoming item into their boxes. However, what Lin Mu pushed back was not ordinary rewards. It was the account that the tower had given him. Accounts clashed, interest piled upon interest, and the entire golden labyrinth began to emit a muffled low sound. Lin Mu's vision turned dark. He knew his gamble was right. He also knew the cost was coming. The tower would not provide him with loopholes for free. From the moment he forcefully pushed back the unrefined rewards, the account trail within began to grind against his meridians. With every inch he pushed, it felt as if a golden thread scraped through his chest and abdomen. The golden balance had not yet opened the door. The crack only widened by a finger's width. Not enough. Lin Mu suppressed the blood in his throat, forcing the last bit of unscattered reward light into his palm. This push was heavier than all the previous ones. His right arm trembled, dark golden threads surfacing beneath his skin. Collect. His voice was hoarse, barely audible. Collect it all clean. Black golden light poured into the tray. The right end of the balance plummeted heavily. The hard engraving on the door paused its beating for a moment. Then a deep sound like a copper bell cracking echoed from deep within the golden labyrinth. The entire door did not open. It was pried open by the account trail, creating a gap. Behind the gap was not the normal entrance to the third layer. Instead, there was a dark red glow, hot and foul as if blood was boiling underground. Lin Mu glanced at that gap. He had no choice. The greedy fairies behind him lunged forward again, and more treasure chests opened, casting golden light like a net. If he stayed in the second layer, he would be crushed again by the unfinished accounts. Lin Mu retracted his hand, his palm already burned with a dark red mark. He dragged the blade and squeezed through the pried open door gap. The dark red light pressed down, engulfing his silhouette. Outside the tower in the central plaza, Lin Mu on the public leaderboard remained stuck in the second layer. The time spent had already exceeded 40 minutes. The sounds in the plaza were not loud, yet they were more chaotic than before. Many newcomers did not understand the details of the second layer, only knowing that the Golden Inferno was the stage most easily misjudged in the first phase. Some took too much inside, dragged down by their burdens and forced to exit the tower. Others, empty-handed, were surrounded by greedy fairies until they broke down. The longer Lin Mu remained stuck, the more discussions arose. He hasn't moved. Could he really be stuck in the second layer? Special observation for grade villain: no. One at Longhu Lake, yet he got stuck in the Golden Inferno on the first day of entering the tower. If his results were too poor upon exit, the Administrative Resource Department would definitely conduct a review. A student accompanying the Zhao family spoke up from the edge of the crowd. He still kept his voice down, but this time there were more people around him agreeing. Jealousy, suspicion, and curiosity did not require loud shouts. As long as Lin Mu's name remained there, it was enough. On the viewing platform, Li Zhongyi remained silent. Meng Qingshan crossed his arms and glanced at the internal screen of the Tower's Affairs Department. The teacher responsible for recording at the Tower Affairs Department suddenly sat up straight. The account trail in the second layer is abnormal. As soon as this was said, the viewing platform quieted down somewhat. Account book. The teacher responsible for recording at the Tower Affairs Department suddenly sat up straight. The account trail in the second layer is abnormal. As soon as this was said, the viewing platform quieted down somewhat. Guhi, originally leaning back in his chair with a wine gourd resting on his knee, opened his eyes upon hearing this. His gaze fell on the internal screen. On the public leaderboard, Lin Mu's line trembled. It was not a simple upward progression layer by layer. Instead, the entire line of text was locked in a red border with an additional line of status appearing behind it. Lin Mu anomaly in second layer record, forced recalculation ongoing. After a few breaths, the numbers changed. Current recalculation level 10th layer. Status correction trial. The discussions in the plaza were momentarily stifled before quickly exploding. 10th layer. How did he move from the second layer to the 10th layer? Does this count as passing, or was he thrown up there for correction by the tower? No one could answer. The student accompanying the Zhao family changed color for a moment, but quickly sneered. The 10th layer is a watershed. He definitely did not clear it normally by being recalculated from the second layer. Correction trials are much harder than normal ones at the same level. This statement was not incorrect. Thus, even those who would argue against it were fewer. Li Jingyi stared at the internal screen, his fingers slowly tightening. What did he do? Guhi picked up the wine gourd, shook it, and did not drink immediately. He hasn't yet developed a mature method to pour power back. His voice was not loud, only audible to a few nearby mentors. He merely borrowed the opening created by the second layer for the rewards to push back what he had not managed to swallow. The Tower Affairs teacher was taken aback. Can this count as clearing? The tower acknowledges it. Gui said, but the tower also holds grudges. Meng Qingshan frowned at the lines stating correction trial behind the 10th layer. Can his body withstand it? Gui took a sip of wine this time. Let him handle it himself. After speaking, he set the wine gourd back on his knee. The account was pried open by him, and the debts afterward must also be repaid by him. In the Tower of Heaven, the 10th layer, the bloody arena. Lin Mu crashed onto the obsidian floor. His chest hit the ground first. That impact made his vision go dark, and he could no longer suppress the blood in his throat, which flowed along the corner of his mouth to the ground. The ground was very cold. Among the coldness was a sticky, fishy scent. He pushed with his arms, trying to rise, but as soon as he exerted force with his right hand, the burned skin on his palm tore open, causing him to pause his breath momentarily. The account trail from the second layer had already severed. The burden of gold had also vanished. What it took away was not just those few temporary rewards. It also stole the stamina and stability of spiritual energy that Lin Mu needed most at this moment. His meridians felt as if they had been scraped by fine golden threads. As soon as he moved his spiritual energy, a sharp pain shot through his chest and abdomen. Lin Mu did not curse. He fished out a grade recovery potion from his waist pouch, bit open the soft seal, and swallowed the liquid mixed with blood. The warmth spread through him, only suppressing the surface pain. The deeper wounds ground down by the account trail continued to throb. He leaned against the wall to stand up. This was a circular arena. The surrounding stands were empty, devoid of spectators, only rows of black stone seats sunken in the shadows. The dome was very low, dark red patterns crawling along the stone beams resembling blood vessels that had dried up for years. In the center of the arena, there was a heavy iron gate. Half of a rusted copper plate hung on the gate. The plate bore several rough inscriptions. 10th layer correction trial, Abyss Butcher. Heavy breaths emanated from behind the iron gate. There were also sounds of chains dragging on the ground. Clang, clang. Each sound shook the pain in Lin Mu's chest clearer. The eye of insight was pressed down to its lowest setting. Several intermittent, dangerous silhouettes floated at the edge of his vision. Kraid, early stage. Heavily armored physique. He sniffed the air for enemies. The stench of decay lingered. More information was unclear. The price of the second layer suppressed his vision, of forcing himself to see more would only cause his head to explode. That's enough. Lin Mu exhaled a breath tinged with blood. As long as I can see how not to die, that's enough. The iron gate lifted. A dark figure emerged from behind the gate. It stood at least 3 meters tall, its body seemingly stitched together from several decaying corpses, thick sutures digging into its flesh, black blood seeping out as it moved. It smelled blood. The blood on Lin Mu. The Abyss Butcher paused, its face beneath the dirty sack slowly turning towards the wall. In the next breath, it charged forward. The ground trembled with each step it took. Lin Mu did not rush to move. His current body could not withstand consecutive wind shadow steps. A direct confrontation was even less possible. The blade was too heavy, it could not break through that layer of rotten flesh and stitched muscles from the front. The alloy combat dagger remained at his waist. The highly toxic enchantment could be used, but the contact time could not be too long. The shadow seed was jolted numb by the account trail of the second layer, at most dragging out a moment's misdirection. None of this was enough to kill, but it was enough to drag on. The Abyss Butcher raised its meat hook and smashed it towards the wall. Lin Mu only moved at the last half step. He brought the wind shadow step down to the shortest distance, his toes sliding out against the obsidian. The meat hook brushed against his shoulder and struck the wall, shattering stones and slicing his cheek. The pain made him more alert. Lin Mu used the shattered stones to conceal his form, drawing out the grade alloy combat dagger with his other hand. A glimmer of ghostly green appeared at the blade's tip. Highly toxic enchantment, low dosage. He did not stab the butcher's back. The flesh there was too thick. He slipped through the gap as the monster turned the blade, grazing a segment of exposed sutures. Hiss! A wisp of blue smoke rose from the edge of the rotten flesh. The Abyss Butcher did not scream. Its movements simply stuttered for a moment. That was enough. Lin Mu retreated into the shadow. He quickly retrieved the remaining sample of the Rage Potion 2 from his chest pouch, twisted off the needle seal, and did not stab it into himself, instead smearing a line of red liquid along the blade's spine and blood groove. As the potion mixed with the highly toxic enchantment, its color darkened. The butcher charged again. Lin Mu sidestepped, stepped back, and used the wall to rebound. Each step was short, each step painful. He did not seek to inflict heavy damage. He only aimed to slice the sutures, the exposed nerves, and the slowest points of black blood backflow. After each cut, he retreated. If he could not retreat, he used the blade to block momentarily, then concealed his presence with the shadow seed for half a breath. After 4 times his left shoulder was grazed by the meat hook, the flesh torn open. On the 7th attempt, the butcher's blade struck the blade core, causing his palm to bleed. On the 11th cut, he forced the first wisp of toxin and rage potion into the butcher's next sutured crack. The abyss butcher threw back its head and roared. Its recovery speed slowed a little. Lin Mu leaned against a broken stone pillar, his chest heaving violently. He watched the monster, observing the black blood swelling gradually within its sutures as a hint of crimson appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was not a battle that could be won gracefully. The 10th layer did not provide him with a beautiful winning method. It only gave him a body worn down by the account trail, a dagger with dulled edges, a sample of a potion, and a Kraid Guardian that was in a more complete state than he was. Lin Mu clenched the empty tube of the potion with his teeth and spat it aside. Then let's grind it out. He lowered his body again, the shadow line at his feet becoming so thin it was almost invisible. Grind until you fall first. Outside the Tontian Tower in the central square, when the low-risk area teleportation array lit up, Wang Kai practically rolled out while clutching the tower's shield. After landing, he first checked his arms and legs, then looked down at the temporary test badge on his chest. The test badge was intact. He was still alive. Wang Kai let out a long breath, sitting down at the edge of the teleportation array, leaning his back against the deformed shield, sweat dripping down his chin. Low-risk area. He looked at the varying depths of the dents on the shield, his voice trembling. Is this called a low-risk area? Does that mean the high-risk area just throws people into a pot to boil? The assistant instructor glanced at his temporary record. Wang Kai, temporary test personnel from the Heavy Armor Logistics Reserve. The cooperative observation of the first layer low-risk area is complete. The score will not be included in the official list, but the pressure resistance record has been archived. You may leave the teleportation zone. Upon hearing archived, Wang Kai didn't move. My teammate is still inside. The assistant instructor glanced at him, but did not hurry him away. A few minutes later, another beam of white light lit up in the main teleportation array. Shu Yao stumbled out, the lightweight terminal in her hand still radiating heat with scorch marks around its edges. Her black-framed glasses had a cracked lens, and her left index finger was wrapped in a temporary bandage, blood seeping from the edges. She did not speak immediately, but looked down to confirm her cooperative record status. Cooperative record voluntarily exited from the 4th layer. Official list not counted. Environmental record temporarily stored pending review by the instructor. After reading, Chu Yao slowly took a breath. Wang Kai immediately scrambled to his feet. You're out too. What about Lin Mu? Chu Yao looked up. The public leaderboard in the square was glowing red. Lin Mu's entry was highlighted. Lin Mu 10th layer correction trial. Status high-risk combat in progress. Wang Kai's relief vanished instantly. 10th layer. His voice lowered. Wasn't he just in the 2nd layer? People around had already started to look over. Lin Mu's name being calculated from the 2nd layer to the 10th layer was too conspicuous. Many newcomers did not understand what the correction trial meant. They only knew he was advancing quickly, and that red statuses were usually not a good sign. Someone whispered, such a calculation doesn't count as a normal clearance, right? There must be correction penalties. The tower doesn't allow loopholes. If he can't hold on, the SSS-rank observation quota will likely need to be reassessed. The voice was quiet, yet each word pierced through the air. A student from the Zhao family stood at the edge of the crowd scanning Wang Kai, and Chu Yao then chuckled. One had a low-risk cooperative observation, and the other's record won't make it to the official list. You two sure know how to cling to powerful allies. Wang Kai's face flushed red. He stepped forward, gripping his shield. Chu Yao reached out to grasp his arm. Conflicts initiated within the safety zone will deduct responsibility points from the team leader. He's insulting people. What he said was nonsense. Chu Yao's voice grew cold and hard. Nonsense isn't worth deducting points. The student's smile faded slightly. Chu Yao looked at him, her eyes still clear despite the broken lens. The public leaderboard only displays basic statuses. You do not have tower authority, nor do you have instructor records. All your judgments just now can only be considered personal speculation. If you continue to expand this into a factual statement, I will report it to the disciplinary department according to school regulations. Chen Feng stood at the side of the square with the disciplinary department personnel. He heard, but did not speak immediately. The student glanced at Chen Feng, twitched his lips, and ultimately chose not to escalate the conversation. Wang Kai stared intensely at the leaderboard. The red status had not disappeared. His grip on the shield tightened. Chu Yao. He can make it out, right? Chu Yao did not respond immediately. She looked at the public leaderboard and then glanced at the residual cooperative environmental record on her terminal. Rationality told her that the 10th layer correction trial posed a high risk for someone who had just traversed the 2nd layer's path against the current. But Lin Mu had never survived solely on impressive data. He wouldn't set up a situation that would lead to certain death. Chu Yao said. After a pause, she added, but this time it will be very difficult for him. Inside the Tontian Tower 10th layer blood-soaked arena. When the Abyss Butcher fell, Lin Mu did not approach. He leaned against a broken stone pillar, blood still dripping from his left shoulder wound, and his right hand was torn at the base. The alloy combat dagger's blade nicked in several places. With each rise and fall of his chest, he felt the wounds left by the second layer's trials. He had endured this stage for a long time. Using Wind Shadow Step to dodge direct strikes, using Shadow Line to conceal his presence, and employing poison enchantments and berserk potions to suppress the stitches of recovery. With the final blow, he sliced open the stitching gap at the back of the Abyss Butcher's neck. Its head was torn halfway off, black blood gushing out from the seams, its massive body crashing down in the center of the arena. Lin Mu stared at it for a few moments. There was no clearance gate, no exit light. Only the dark red patterns on the arena stands began to light up slowly. Lin Mu's heart sank. It's not over yet. The black blood on the ground began to flow backward. The stitches he had cut open one by one, tightening, as if invisible hands were pulling them taut again. From the gap opened by the Abyss Butcher, wet, cold, squeezing sounds emerged. A low, deep voice echoed from the stands announcing, non-standard calculations reached. 10th layer correction trial, 2nd phase correction. Guardian's penalty form, undying abomination. Lin Mu pressed the recovery potion back into his quick-use pouch. It was too late to drink now. The Abyss Butcher's body began to convulse. The once heavy rotten flesh shrank inward, revealing dark red bones beneath the stitching. The ripped head did not return to its original form, instead being dragged into the chest, where a vertical mouth split open, filled with sharp teeth. Two stout arms thinned out with bone sickles protruding from the forearms. The tentacles behind it, like soaked steel cables, lifted one by one. It had shrunk in size, and it moved much faster. Just as Lin Mu intended to retreat, the dark red shadow crashed into him. The bone sickle swung horizontally. He could only bring the blade up to shield his chest. Bang! The blade struck his chest. Lin Mu was sent flying, his back slamming against the broken wall, the air in his lungs forced out completely. Blood surged up his throat. He did not allow himself to cough. If he coughed, he would lose the chance to breathe again. The undying abomination dragged the bone sickle forward. The vertical mouth on its chest opened and closed, black blood dripping down through the gaps in its teeth. It did not rush to strike again, as if verifying whether its prey could still move. Lin Mu half knelt in the ruins, his vision obscured by blood. It was too fast, completely different from the first phase. The strength was more concentrated, the recovery was quicker, and the previously sluggish turns were compensated for by the tentacles. In his current state, he could not withstand a direct confrontation for more than 3 exchanges. The bone sickle rose again. Lin Mu forced himself to activate the Eye of Insight. A sharp pain shot through the edges of his vision, as if someone were stabbing a red-hot needle into his temples. He fought to keep his eyes open, staring fixedly at the chest of the undying abomination. When the bone armor lifted, there was a seam. Very narrow. Only the half-breath that the bone sickle charged would be revealed. Deep within the seam, a ball of ghostly blue light flickered. The core of the first phase was hidden behind the back of the head. After the second phase correction, the head had become a decoy. The core was relocated to the chest cavity. Lin Mu blinked away the blood in his eyes. There was no way to avoid it. Then he would have to press in. As the bone sickle came down, Lin Mu hooked a piece of debris with his heel and kicked it towards the discarded alloy dagger. The debris struck the hilt. The dagger trembled slightly. The shadow on the ground shifted an inch. The shadow seed was pushed to its limit, only pulling out a thread so thin it was almost about to break. The bone sickle fell. Lin Mu used that slight pull of the shadow line to wrench his body half a foot to the side. Half a foot. Enough to let the bone sickle miss his heart, and just enough for him to crash into the dead angle below the undying abomination's chest. In the next breath, the tentacles behind him thrust forward. One pierced through his shoulder blade. One nailed into his thigh. Another brushed past the edge of his ribs, pinning him firmly in front of the bone armor. The intense pain made Lin Mu's vision turn white. He bit down on the blood foam in his mouth without shouting. From this position, he could see the seam in the bone armor that had not yet closed. His right hand could not grip the knife. He still had his mouth and his shoulder. The Berserk Potion Type 2 remnants in the quick-use pouch on his chest had shattered halfway during the earlier impact, the tube still stuck at the pouch's opening. Lin Mu pushed it out with his chin, bracing his shoulder against the soft seal, and bit it open forcefully. The liquid poured into his mouth. Spicy, metallic, like burning iron water. He did not swallow. Earlier during the first phase, grind the line of potion on the blade had already passed through the stitching of the Abyss Butcher. The residual poison enchantment was also there, suppressing the black blood from flowing back. Now it only needed the final touch. Lin Mu lifted his head, his mouth filled with potion and blood, aiming it at the seam in the bone armor to spray inside. "Rot for me." The voice squeezed out from the gaps in his teeth. The Berserk Potion penetrated the edges of the core. The residual poison enchantment bit into the black blood flowing back inside. Lin Mu did not force his own power outward. He only sees that brief moment when the ghostly blue core was disturbed by both the potion and poison releasing all-consuming greed. It was not about swallowing, nor about stealing the complete core. Just gripping the loosened seam of healing, he tore outward slightly. The chest of the undying abomination swelled violently. The ghostly blue light pulsed violently, the black blood trapped in the stitching, like boiling pitch pushing against the bone armor bit by bit. The tentacles tightened. Lin Mu's shoulder bone creaked under the unbearable strain. He did not let go. He fixed his gaze on that seam, watching as the ghostly blue light slowly expanded from within. In the 10th level of the Tongtian Tower, the bloody arena. When the white light burst out from the chest of the Abyss Butcher, Lin Mu first lost his hearing. The roars in the arena, the sound of falling stones, and the wet sounds of tentacles tightening around flesh and bone were all swallowed by that blinding white light, leaving only the rhythmic beating of his heart in his chest. The azure core was lodged deep within the cracks of the bone armor. The remnants of a violent potion seeped in through the black blood, while the toxic lines left by the enchantment bit into the suture from the other side. Both forces weren't particularly strong in front of a complete undead entity. They couldn't even be considered fatal wounds. Yet the torn seam that Lin Mu opened still remained. The plundering force did not consume the core, it only acted like a small hook, snagging it at a slight misalignment before its healing, pulling it outward. The core twitched once. Then came the second twitch and the third. Each pulse was more chaotic than the last. The black blood clogged the suture, swelling into one dark red bubble after another. The bone armor expanded outward, and the gaping mouth in the chest emitted a hoarse sound of leaking air as rows of newly grown teeth shattered. The undead entity attempted to shake Lin Mu off. The tentacles digging into his shoulder blades and thigh tightened simultaneously, and bone spikes pierced another half-inch into his flesh. Lin Mu's vision darkened. He bit down on the blood foam in his mouth, while his right hand remained firmly gripping the edge of the bone armor. He knew he had only this one chance left. If he let go, he would be sewn back together by it. Open. The voice was barely audible. The plundering force yanked outward along that seam. A fine crack appeared on the surface of the azure core. White light erupted from the crack like magma that had been trapped underground for too long, shattering the bone armor and tearing open the suture line, along with the stench of black blood exploding in all directions. Lin Mu was thrown by the shockwave. His back crashed against the collapsed stone steps, causing his broken ribs to misalign further. Blood surged up his throat, choking his breath as he clawed at the ground with the fingers that still moved, forcing himself to open his eyes. The blood mist was dissipating. The massive body of the Abyss Butcher lay in the center of the arena, its chest hollowed out with a charred hole. It continued to convulse, the residual sutures trying to pull back towards the center, but as soon as those threads touched the white light left by the shattered core, they curled and broke like burnt hair. The dark red patterns within the tower lit up in a circle. A cold, hard recording voice fell from above the arena. The 10th level's correction trial was completed. Anomalous evaluations entered review. The threshold of the student's life was breached. Anomalous rewards were temporarily stored. Severe injury transport initiated. Lin Mu stared at the monster until the azure light in its chest was completely extinguished, then released his grip from the stone crevice. He had won. When this thought arose, he couldn't bring himself to smile. Darkness surged up from the depths of his eyes, covering the last bit of light. The public service list of the tower flickered briefly. Lin Mu's name was originally displayed at the back of the 10th level's correction trial, with a constantly pulsating red high-risk label. At that moment, the red light stopped and the text rearranged to form 4 lines of brief records. Lin Mu. The 10th level's correction trial was completed. Comprehensive evaluation, anomalous extreme. Status, severe injury, protection under review. The murmurs in the square were subdued, as if someone had pressed pause. Subsequently, the exit of the 10th level illuminated with white transport light. No one emerged from within. As the light column descended to the ground, Lin Mu crashed directly onto the cold stone bricks of the square. His combat suit was torn beyond recognition, his left arm temporarily secured by a clamp, and a half-severed inactive black bone spike still protruded from his shoulder. Blood seeped out from the fabric, seams quickly spreading along the patterns of the stone bricks. Nearby, several new students instinctively stepped back. They had seen injured challengers before, and they had seen those carried out on stretchers by the tower staff, but seeing a new student from the 10th level so badly beaten in the initial test, along with the label of anomalous extreme, was overwhelmingly shocking. Mo Gu. Wang Kai pushed through the crowd, his face tense. He rushed to the caution line, only to be stopped by the medical team. Don't touch the injured. The medical team leader, wearing silver gloves, crouched down and had already applied hemostatic gel to Lin Mu's chest. Bone stabilization, chest cavity, sealing, circuit pressure reduction. First ensure his life, then we can discuss recovery. Chu Yao followed behind, her portable terminal already deployed. She did not squeeze into the medical circle, but connected her terminal to the public emergency port. Her pupils behind her glasses illuminated coldly by data light. Chest cavity, bleeding shoulder, puncture wound, left arm, comminuted fracture, spiritual energy circuit, overload burn. As she read the latter part, her voice noticeably lowered. And there is a toxic repair reaction. Wang Kai couldn't understand the last sentence, but he understood the earlier points. His lips moved, and the curses got stuck in his throat, leaving only one question. What on earth did he fight inside? No one replied. The medical hovercar descended at the edge of the square, and a silver stretcher floated up to lift Lin Mu. As the stretcher passed through the crowd, many gazes fell upon him. There were looks of shock, fear, and also cold detachment after a sigh of relief. The completion of the challenge was impressive. Being carried out like this was quite pitiful. In the Magic City War Academy, the judgment of strength and weakness often came very bluntly. Jun Wuhui steadily entered the 13th level. Yi Patian paused at the 12th level to organize himself, and Su Qingxue exited the tower from the 11th level with barely a wrinkle on her clothes. Lin Mu's 10th level score wasn't high, yet his injuries were heavy, as if he had crawled back from the wild. Anomalous extreme is under review, right? With such severe injuries at the 10th level, how can he push forward? The SSS-rank observation special admission is indeed for observation, but that does not mean he has already secured his position. Resource positions must be calculated based on sustained combat power. In his current state, he might not be able to stand on the training ground in the short term. A few low voices of discussion mixed in the crowd were quickly caught by more voices. No one outright denied Lin Mu on the spot, yet the wind had already begun to change. After the medical hovercar took off, the crowd in front of the public service list of the tower had not dispersed. Some took screenshots of the previous few lines of records, while others uploaded Lin Mu's silhouette as he was carried away to the campus forum. The title spread faster than the voices at the scene. 10th level's tragic victory. Does the anomalous extreme have a rule dilution? SSS-rank observation special admission, severe injury, follow-up combat power is in doubt. As these words appeared, it was as if they were prearranged, layered on top of Lin Mu's name. Behind the observation platform, Li Jingyi did not look at the forum. He was busy reviewing the tower's confidential documents, synchronized from the mentor's end. The anomalous correction of the 10th level's guardian. Punishment form, undead entity. Core disintegration confirmed. Comprehensive strength calculated to be approximately 2.6 times that of a regular 10th level. Li Jingyi read the record twice, his brow furrowing deeper. The public service list would not write these things. Ordinary new students would only see the level evaluation, injuries, and rankings. They wouldn't know that the guardian Lin Mu faced had already been temporarily elevated by the Tongtian Tower, nor would they understand that every seam in that battle was bought with bones and blood. This kid has a strong will to survive, Li Jingyi murmured. The assistant beside him looked at him. Teacher Li, should we suppress the forum? Not for now. Li Jingyi closed the confidential document. The tower's review has not yielded results. The sooner the mentor group speaks up, the more the outside world will feel we are covering for him. Let them talk. Li Jingyi gazed towards the direction of the medical hovercar, leaving his expression somber. If Lin Mu wants to establish himself in the Magic City, he cannot rely on the mentors to silence the critics. In the echoes of the Tongtian Tower's interlayer, it was cold. Lin Mu felt himself sinking continuously. The pain in his body was kept at a distant place, as if someone had pulled him out from flesh and blood and thrown him into a bottomless well. He couldn't open his eyes, but he could hear many indistinct sounds. Crumbling stones. An old train grinding against the tracks, water dripping through the seams of a pipe, and a segment of repeated stuttering whispers. Belonging. Record. Offset. Lin Mu suddenly stepped onto the ground. He opened his eyes. Beneath his feet was a narrow black corridor, the ground damp and cold, reminiscent of an old subway platform, soaked in rain for years. There were no complete walls on either side of the corridor, only patches of broken light screens suspended in the darkness. The images within the light screens were brief. A slanted underground gate. A dust-covered circuit diagram. A black stone tablet buried within concrete. A worn station sign, the words mostly scraped away, leaving only a remnant that resembled a zero. When the next light screen lit up, two clear characters floated up from the black background. 0. Lin Mu stared at those two characters, feeling a sharp pain at his temples. The light screen shattered, and the black corridor extended deeper. At the end stood a shadowy figure. The outline was faint, like an old photo that had been shattered and barely pieced back together. Several dark chains crossed through its chest, each chain connected to a light screen. Lin Mu did not approach rashly. He tried to mobilize his shadow seed, but the shadows beneath his feet only formed a thin layer, like a piece of black paper on the verge of being punctured by noise. Who are you? The figure raised its head. There was no face, only chaotic light points flickering in the area where its face should be. 10th level. Offset. The voice was intermittent, mixed with sharp static. Plunder. Belonging. Won't leave. Tower Road. Lin Mu's brow tightened. Clarify your words. The light screens in the black corridor lit up simultaneously, then darkened at the same time. Several frames of images were forcefully crammed into his vision, a deep underground, while a sealed gate, rows of empty seats, and a hand pressed against the stone tablet. The hand was thin with cracks all over its knuckles. Lin Mu wanted to see the owner's face clearly, but the image was covered by a layer of white noise. The chains on the figure's chest began to tighten. It seemed to be dragged deeper into the corridor by something, its body disintegrating inch by inch. Underground. 0 point. Coordinates. Missing. Belonging record. Damage. Lin Mu stepped forward and reached out. His fingers passed through a cold light. The last segment of voice softly echoed beside his ear. Don't let the tower choose your path for you. The corridor collapsed. The underground gate, the black stone tablet, and the words 0 point were all pulled into the shattering light. The shadow beneath Lin Mu's feet stretched thin for a moment before being torn apart by repelling force. He was pushed out of that corridor. The sensation of falling gripped him once more. This time the pain returned first. In the Magic City War Academy, first affiliated hospital special care ward. When Lin Mu woke up, his throat was filled with the taste of blood. He tried to sit up, but an immediate tearing pain surged from his chest, and the urgent beeping of the monitor rang in his ears. Shoulder blades, under ribs, left arm, thigh, multiple wounds sent pain coursing through his nerves simultaneously. A hand pressed down on his shoulder. Don't move. Chu Yao's voice came from beside the bed. The bones have just been set, and the chest cavity sealing agent hasn't stabilized yet. If you exert yourself too soon, the medical bill will increase by a digit. Wang Kai, who had been dozing beside him, suddenly raised his head upon hearing the commotion, nearly bumping his forehead on the edge of the bed. "Mo go," he shouted first, then quickly lowered his voice. "It's good that you're awake, good that you're awake. The way you were carried out almost made my heart stop." Lin Mu closed his eyes briefly, calming his breath. The ward was very bright with a strong smell of disinfectant. His left arm was secured against his chest. A thick layer of biological gel adhered to his shoulder blade, and a white bandage was wrapped around his chest. With every breath, the bandage reminded him that those ribs had yet to fully comply. How long was I unconscious? A little over 6 hours. Chu Yao turned her terminal towards him. The medical team says you are lucky to be alive. The anomalous repair reaction from the 10th level is quite troublesome. A normal person exposed to that kind of decaying residue would heal while simultaneously rotting. But your plundering circuit suppressed it, though not completely. Lin Mu looked at the medical curve on the terminal. Between several blue repair lines was a thin black noise band. That thing crawled along the spiritual energy circuit like a cold needle. It would repair the torn muscles, but also leave a layer of decaying residue around the edges of the circuit. Decaying resistance fragments. The tower's office temporarily named it that. Chu Yao opened another document. You did not receive the normal immediate reward this time. The tower's office pushed the settlement into the review process. All the mentors can see is a temporary summary. She zoomed in on the summary. The 10th level's correction trial was completed. Evaluation of anomalous extreme under review. Anomalous residue 1I decaying resistance fragments have entered the student's body, marked by the medical team as a dual reaction of contamination and repair. Anomalous material 1 Abyss Butcher's suture muscle, sealed by the tower's office to be delivered after the injury and trial review is completed. Subsequent permissions. Entry to the 11th level is temporarily suspended, and the next entry into the tower requires passing through the review channel. Resource calculation credits, material quotas, and special rewards are temporarily delayed. Wang Kai's eyes widened. After getting beaten like this, the rewards are still delayed. The tower's office is too good at managing resources. It's not them being stingy. Chu Yao pushed her glasses, slowing her speech. The temporary correction at the 10th level, while the public service list only shows anomalous extreme. If the academy immediately dispensed the full rewards, the discipline department and student council would seize the opportunity to make an issue out of resource bias. It's better to seal them and wait for the review conclusion. The procedures will be more stable. Lin Mu stared at the 4 characters review channel for a moment. The black corridor from his unconsciousness floated up from the depths of his mind. 0 point. Underground. Belonging record damaged. Don't let the tower choose your path for you. He repeated those words in his heart, not immediately voicing them. The hospital room was monitored by the hospital's end with medical record devices and unknown tower office interfaces. Since the Tongtian Tower could insert a damaged record into his consciousness, it surely would not miss what he said. What about the forum? Wang Kai's anger flared again upon hearing that. Don't mention it. A bunch of people are using your being carried out as fodder, saying you suffered a tragic victory, that your follow-up strength is lacking, and even ranking you outside the top 100 on the new student combat power list. Chu Yao checked around. Someone is definitely leading the narrative. Chu Yao added, the source is clean, but several internal nodes have repeatedly appeared in the forwarding path. The area near the discipline department has the highest probability. Lin Mu was not surprised. Upon entering the Magic City, he had already received SSS-rank observational treatment Villa No. 1 at Qianlong Lake and a candidate position for reserve commander. This fall from the 10th level of the Tongtian Tower just gave others a reason to push him off the high platform. Let them push. His voice was still hoarse, but there was little anger. Wang Kai grew anxious. Are you really not going to care? They are almost painting you as a useless person. I can't get up right now. Arguing with them is pointless. Lin Mu lifted his left hand, and the fixed band immediately sent a pulling sensation. He paused, a bead of cold sweat forming at his temple. Help me with the procedures. Chu Yao looked up. What procedures? To transfer back to the Qianlong Lake Villa for observation. Wang Kai nearly jumped out of his chair. Are you crazy? The doctor said you need to lie in the hospital for at least half a month. The hospital has done all it can. Lin Mu looked at Chu Yao. The villa has a medical pod and can connect to the hospital's monitoring. I need to check the handling of the corrupt noise and keep an eye on the forum and resource review. Staying here means too many comings and goings. Chu Yao fell silent for a few seconds. She knew Lin Mu had not finished speaking. The first affiliated hospital was safe enough, yet also transparent enough. Every medication used, every fluctuation in the circuit, every visitation request would leave a record. For other new students, this was protection. For Lin Mu, the line between protection and observation was only separated by a layer of authority. He'll talk to the medical team. Chu Yao retracted her terminal. Transferring back to the villa is fine, but it must connect to the hospital's monitoring. No training for 3 days, no unauthorized entry into the tower, and no use of high-load medication. Wang Kai immediately followed. I'll go too. He'll take responsibility for selling the sob story to the doctors, and make sure they say you can't take care of yourself. Lin Mu glanced at him. Less dramatics. Wang Kai sighed in relief, grinning. Still scolding me means you're doing okay. After the two left the ward, the room fell silent. 20 minutes later, Chu Yao sent a short message. The villa's medical pod has connected to the hospital's monitoring. Nighttime transport observation level unchanged. Lin Mu leaned against the headboard, slowly closing his eyes. The sound of the monitor was faint, but beneath that layer of sound, he heard deeper noises, like water droplets falling into an empty underground well, like an old train braking in the distance. Also like the last words left by that shadow before being dragged away by chains. Don't let the tower choose your path for you. Lin Mu opened his eyes and looked out the window. In the distance, the silhouette of the Tongtian Tower pierced into the night, silent like a giant black needle. He had been lifted down from the high platform. This was good. Standing too high, everyone focused on his wounds. After falling, he could finally see who had reached out, who was waiting for him to die, and who was stealthily handing him a knife. Let them talk for now, Lin Mu said softly. When he could stand up again, he would settle the accounts one by one. In the War Academy of Magic City, at Villa No. 1 by Qianlong Lake. On the first morning after the night transport, the villa's living room remained without windows open. The monitoring line at the courtyard was connected from the underground medical chamber to the wall, with several white monitoring patches stuck below Lin Mu's collarbone, tiny blue lights flickering with his breath. Before leaving, the medical team had laid down 3 strict requirements: no training, no entering the tower, and no use of high-load medications. Wang Kai read these 3 demands twice. Then he looked at the forum, his expression darker than the warning lights at the courtyard. They really know how to talk. Wang Kai sat beside the coffee table, his tablet almost bent in his grip. Look at this title: Emergency Rescue after the grievous victory on the 10th level. The words emergency rescue are written larger than cleared the level. He scrolled down. And this, the abnormal extreme evaluation contains rule discrepancies. A group of people below was saying that you only crawled out of the tower by overdrafting, suggesting that the academy should temporarily suspend this class observation resources. He scrolled to the top list, his eye twitching. The new student combat power ranking updates in real time. Jun Wuhui is first, Yi Patian is second, and Su Qingxue is third. You have been pushed outside the top 100 with remarks stating severe injuries and uncertain combat power. Wang Kai looked up, his voice hoarse. These people really haven't seen what you did on the 10th level. They shouldn't have seen. Chu Yao sat on the other side, her lightweight terminal resting on her knee. Half of her glasses were still cracked, and the screen's light cut through the fissure, casting an icy glow in her eyes. The punishment form of the 10th level belongs to confidential documents of the mentors. The public rankings only show the level evaluation status and review marks. She projected several pieces of data above the coffee table. In the past 4 hours, over 1,700 related posts have been added. Negative content accounts for 70%, with a high ratio of repetitive phrases. At least 3 groups of accounts are stirring the narrative. Wang Kai frowned. Student Council. We can't conclude directly. Chu Yao pulled up the forwarding chain. But there are 2 internal nodes active near the disciplinary department, with timestamps coinciding with Chun Feng's resource review application window. It's Chun Feng again. Wang Kai slammed the tablet on the coffee table, his voice unable to contain his anger. He can't beat you, so he changes the rules to pressure you. Chen Feng may not necessarily be personally involved, Xu Yao said, but there are people in the disciplinary department who would like to see this outcome. The team leader held this class observation treatment, Villa No. 1 by Qianlong Lake, and the candidate slots for reserve commanders. The Tongtian Tower had also recorded abnormal events. As long as public opinion defines him as a temporarily ineffective combat power, there will be a reason for resource review. Lin Mu opened his eyes on the medical recliner. He did not sit up, only extending his left hand from beneath the thin blanket. His fingertips still trembled slightly, the injury on his shoulder and back pressed by a band, and if he breathed a little deeper a dull pain would spread in his chest. The injuries left by the 10th level were more troublesome than they appeared. Bones can heal, blood can stop, but the burns in the spiritual energy circuit are like a finely burned net. Corruption-resistant fragments are stuck in the mesh, both repairing the cracks and leaving behind a cold noise. Conventional treatments can save his life. To be back on the training ground within 3 to 5 days is far from enough. Let the forum sit for now. Lin Mu's voice was very low, still carrying the hoarseness from last night's emergency rescue. The harder they curse now, the uglier the backlash will be later. Wang Kai became anxious. But they are already saying they want to take back the villa. So first we need to address the injuries. Lin Mu turned to Xu Yao. Did you find any results for the medication you checked last night? Xu Yao opened another page. She had faint dark circles under her eyes, but her materials were meticulously organized. The first column was for conventional repair medications available at the Academy Hospital, the second column was for military emergency medications, and the third marked high-risk channels. Conventional medications are too slow. Military medications require approval, and the fastest will take 7 days. I can buy a few repair agents from the black market, but they won't suppress the corruption noise. She enlarged the third column. A silver-white medication vial was suspended in the center of the screen with the blue-gold emblem of Tianshan Biotech on its exterior. Angel's Blood Type 3 Repair Liquid. An internal emergency medication from Tianshan Biotech, mainly used for stabilizing the circuits of high-level awakeners. It has suppressive effects on overload burns and contaminative residues. Under normal dosage, it can stabilize the spiritual energy circuit within 24 hours and restore basic combat capabilities within 3 to 5 days. Wang Kai's eyes lit up. How much? The official internal supply price is 8 million federal coins. The issue isn't the money. Xu Yao's finger slid over the restriction bar. It is not publicly sold. Only the military-specific cooperative laboratories and high-ranking family members of Tianshan Biotech have quotas. There hasn't been any stock in the black market recently. The last one sold for 15 million with no guarantee of cold chain. Tianshan Biotech. Lin Mu uttered these 4 words, his gaze darkening. The rodent infestation in Zhanghai City, the Zhao family warehouse, the violent inducing agents, all couldn't avoid this name. Now the life-saving medication he needed was also in their hands. Sometimes this world knows how to disgust people. Wang Kai scratched his head, suddenly stopping. Wait, I might know someone. Xu Yao looked up. Who? Song Zhen. Wang Kai picked up the tablet again, diving into the freshman elective course group. A side branch of the Song family at Tianshan Biotech involved in the East China project line. He is in the same elective class as me and boasted about his family's cold chain medication cabinet on the first day of school, saying he could get ordinary recovery liquids at internal prices. Xu Yao frowned. Boasting and actually being able to obtain Angel's blood are 2 different things. I know. Wang Kai opened a private message. But he just reached out to me. On the screen was a brief message. Songja classmate Wang, if Lin Mu needs high-level repair medication, I have one in stock. The medication isn't for sale, let's discuss conditions. The living room fell silent for a few seconds. Xu Yao didn't show any joy, first taking a screenshot of the source device ID and timestamp of that private message. He reacted too quickly. Lin Mu looked at that message. Quickly, it indicates he's anxious too. It could also be a trap, Xu Yao said. Things that Tianshan Biotech delivers to your door certainly won't be clean. Lin Mu raised his hand, pressing against the edge of the chest bind. A sharp cold pain shot through him again, the corruption noise creeping along the circuit, forcing beads of sweat to appear on his forehead. He waited for the pain to subside before continuing, but I need the medication. He needs me to be able to move. Let's first hear what he wants. Wang Kai immediately replied. After a dozen seconds, Song Zhe gave a time. 1 hour later at Villa No. 1 by Qianlong Lake. Visitor registration will follow the official process, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, and the medication's cold chain box will be inspected on site. The rules are laid out neatly. Xu Yao looked at the response. The neater they are, the more it looks like it was prepared in advance. Lin Mu closed his eyes, his voice steady. Then let him in. An hour later, the doorbell rang. The visitor passage outside the villa lit up in blue light, and the campus security system first displayed the registration page. Songzhu, a temporary visitor from the Song family side branch of Tianshan Biotech in the East China region. Accompanied by 2 bodyguards, weapons secured movement limited to the first-floor reception area. Chu Yao confirmed 3 times before allowing entry. When the door opened, the first to walk in was a tall, slender boy. Songzhu was dressed in a well-tailored suit uniform with the collar buttoned to the top and his gold-rimmed glasses polished to a shine. He was holding a small temperature-controlled box, the outer layer sealed with a cold chain seal, and the edges of the seal still had an unbroken micro-temperature lock. The 2 bodyguards stopped at the doorway, not stepping into the living room. Songzhu raised his hand to signal them to step back half a step, then looked at Lin Mu. Lin Yuan, I have long admired you. Lin Mu leaned against the medical recliner, his left arm secured, his complexion pale. Yet his eyes did not have the dazed look of a patient. When Songzhu met those eyes, his steps paused for a moment. Classmate Song. Lin Mu gestured to the opposite seat. Please sit. Songzhu sat down, placing the temperature-controlled box in the center of the coffee table. Chu Yao did not engage in pleasantries and directly took out the testing device. Wang Kai stood at the side of the door, blocking the space between Lin Mu and the 2 bodyguards. The 2 bodyguards glanced at Wang Kai, but did not move. Songzhu chuckled. I like this way of opening the door, it saves time. He pressed the verification button on the side of the temperature-controlled box. The box lid did not open. It projected cold chain information on the outer layer: out of stock, time storage, temperature, medication, batch number, unsealing warning, and an internal authorization code. Chu Yao scanned it, and her expression changed slightly. The authorization code is real. The medication is also real. Songzhu's fingers rested on the box lid. Angel's blood type, 3-1 vial. The internal supply price is 8 million. The black market price depends on luck. Currently, this vial hasn't entered the public circulation records. Lin Mu asked, what do you want? A commission? Songzhu's smile faded slightly, his voice lowering. 10 days later, there will be an active window in the misty marshes. I want to trap a void shadow ferret. Wang Kai was taken aback. Catching creatures? Why not look for the Hunters Guild? I've tried. Songzhu said, buying a corpse isn't difficult, but a live one is troublesome. The void shadow ferret is publicly rated as class low level. Its frontal destructive power isn't exaggerated, but the trouble lies in its phase evasion and low-light environments. A conventional animal trap can't catch it, and elemental locking easily drives it into a void fissure. He looked at Lin Mu. Your wind shadow step, shadow line pull, and weak point judgment are precisely what can seal its retreat. I want you to lead the team in the capture, responsible for blocking the path and timing, ensuring you don't rush in alone. Chu Yao spoke up. The shadow pouch and blood of the void shadow ferret are key materials for phase stabilizers. Students capturing class phase creatures privately have procedures that look very bad. Songzhu looked at her with a hint of caution in his eyes. Classmate Chu has done her homework. Cross-referencing the public database and corporate project reports isn't hard. Then you should also know that I can only get tickets for marginal projects. Songzhu lightly tapped the box lid. The core line of the Song family looks down on me. If I want to move up, I need to bring out project materials that can silence them. So you're using a vial of medication to buy my help 10 days from now. The medication is just the entry. Songzhu laid out the terms one by one. First, 10 days later, entering the misty marshes, I will provide the route, vehicles, supplies, and legal wilderness passage approval. Second, your team can go together. Wang Kai and Chu Yao's supplies will be covered by me. Third, if the live capture is successful, I will pay an additional 5 million. If only the core materials are obtained, it will be settled at 2 million. Fourth, for future base recovery medications, detox medications, and training assistance medications from Tianshan Biotech, I can offer you internal discounts. Wang Kai's eyes moved when he heard the internal discount. Chu Yao, however, focused on the words, legal wilderness passage approval. Who is the approval subject? Songzhu's personal project team. List of accompanying personnel. Not finalized yet. Evacuation point. Provided before departure. Chu Yao scoffed. There are many loopholes. Songzhu did not deny it. So I came to negotiate first. Lin Mu needs medication. Do I need people? Details can be supplemented. Lin Mu's fingertips lightly tapped twice on the thin blanket. He did not rush to agree. The items that Songzhu brought were valuable, but also dangerous. Tianshan Biotech's medication, the Song family's project, the misty marshes, and class phase creatures. Each word could hide a pitfall. But he had little choice now. A half-month period of weakness would be enough for the disciplinary department to bite into the resource position. It would also be enough for the review channel of the Tongtian Tower to become a rope in someone else's hands. He needed to stand up. The sooner the better. 3 conditions. Lin Mu spoke up. Songzhu sat up straighter. Speak. First, 24 hours before the operation, send the complete route, personnel list, supply list, and evacuation point to Chu Yao. If she deems the risk unacceptable, I can refuse to depart. Songzhu pondered for a moment. Can do, but core business information must be obscured by permissions. Chu Yao replied coolly. If too much is obscured, it's presumed the risk is not acceptable. Songja glanced at her, his smile fading slightly. We can negotiate. Lin Mu continued, second, I accept the commission, but do not sell my life. If the mission objective changes on-site, or if you conceal risks above class, I have the right to withdraw my team. Reasonable. Third, Lin Mu looked at the temperature-controlled box. The medication stays here first. No contract, no recording. If you dare to give, I dare to use it. 10 days later, I will show up as agreed. Wang Kai was stunned. Chu Yao also looked at Lin Mu. Songja was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. Lin Yuan, you are much more interesting than those posts on the forum. What do they say about me on the forum? They say you are bluffing, climbing up through loopholes in the rules, and with injuries like this you will fall sooner or later. Songja pushed the temperature-controlled box toward Lin Mu. I like to place bets when people are about to fall, because at this point the price is low and no one is nearby to snatch it. Lin Mu raised his hand to hold the box. The cold chain lock sensed the new receiver, and blue light lit up from his palm. The side of the box displayed the words delivered. Songja did not touch it again. 10 days later, the active window won't wait for anyone. He stood up, adjusting his cuff. Brother Lin, I wish you a smooth recovery. Lin Mu did not stand up to see him off. Wang Kai. Understood. Wang Kai opened the door, watching the two bodyguards walk out. As Songja passed the doorway, he suddenly paused. By the way, he turned back to Lin Mu. The resource usage review application from the disciplinary department might officially enter the process this afternoon. If you can't stand up within 3 days, villain, no. One by Qianlong Lake will be taken out for scrutiny first. Wang Kai's expression changed. Songja, however, seemed to be casually delivering a piece of information. This one isn't charged. The door closed. In the living room, only the low hum of the temperature-controlled box remained. Chu Yao walked to the coffee table, but did not immediately open the box. He came too prepared. Medication Commission public opinion messages, all tightly timed. So he's not acting on a whim. Lin Mu looked at the Tianxin Biotech emblem on the temperature-controlled box. Investigate. Chu Yao had already connected the testing device. She scanned the seal with 2 sets of offline modules and cross-verified the batch number with the public pharmacological database. 10 minutes later, she provided the conclusion. The cold chain hasn't been broken. The seal is intact. The medication's components can correspond to the public database, and no active tracking chips were found, nor were any conventional chronic toxins detected. Deeper residuals in the circuit. My equipment isn't enough here. I can only wait to see the reaction after use. Wang Kai felt a chill down his back. So can it still be used? Lin Mu smiled slightly. His smile was shallow, cold as a knife's back. Yes. He reached for the temperature-controlled box. If he dares to hide a hook in the medication, I'll see how tough that hook is. Chu Yao did not advise against it, but raised the security threshold at the academy. She also sent Wang Kai an emergency protocol. The underground medical chamber will be on high alert. If I receive any abnormalities within 30 seconds, directly cut off the external network and notify the medical team and Mentor Li Jingyi. Wang Kai nodded vigorously. I'll guard the door. No one gets in. Lin Mu pushed against the armrest to stand up. The movement pulled at his wound, sending a wave of dull pain through his chest. He paused for a moment to steady his breath, then carried the temperature-controlled box toward the underground medical chamber. Behind him, the forum page continued to refresh. New trending posts pushed to the homepage. The disciplinary department plans to submit a resource usage review, should this class observation treatment be dynamically adjusted according to combat power status. Wang Kai cursed under his breath. Lin Mu did not look back. Let them submit it. The basement door opened in front of him, cold white light spilling out from the crack. In the Magic City, on a suspended highway inside a black business vehicle. The steel overpasses outside swept past one layer after another quickly, leaving behind the gates of the War Academy. Songja sat in the back seat, a thin terminal resting on his lap. On the screen was the cold chain record of the Angel's blood type 3 repair liquid from earlier. The record halted at the words delivered. The bodyguard leader sitting opposite him glanced at it several times, unable to restrain himself from speaking. Young master, that medicine really went out. There was no contract, no collateral, not even a recording confirmation. Contracts cannot control Songja closed the terminal, his voice low. Someone like Lin Mu can survive crawling out of the punishment form on the 10th floor, which shows he is not lacking in ruthlessness. You can't rely solely on paper to make him follow your path. The bodyguard sensed the implication in his words and stiffened his back. Is there an issue with the medicine, eh? The medicine is genuine, Songja replied. The repair effect is also real. That batch is not available through public channels. It comes from internal testing lines. He raised his hand and pointed at the electronic copy left by the constant temperature box. The repair liquid from Tianxin Biotech primarily stabilizes the spiritual energy circuit and reduces corruption noise. The test batch contains an additional layer of phasistable residue originally intended to prolong the medicine's effect in severely injured patients. What about side effects? The bodyguard asked. It will leave a circuit marker. Songja spoke slowly. The marker does not emit signals, is not considered a tracking chip, and is not listed in the regular toxicology tests. It acts like a small hook anchoring deep within the user's spiritual energy circuit. 3 months later, if there is no corresponding neutralizer, that hook will pull back the residual medicinal power. The bodyguard's expression changed. At that time, the corruption noise will reignite, and the circuit will burn repeatedly. You won't die, but each episode will remind you of who you owe the medicine to. The vehicle fell silent for a moment. Songja looked out the window where the glass curtain walls of distant skyscrapers fragmented the morning light. Someone like Lin Mu cannot be restrained by mere words. You must first make him owe a viable path, then let him know who controls that path. As long as he wishes to continue using Tianshan Biotech's channels, he must reconsider my side's weight. The wild action in 10 days is the first step. The bodyguard lowered his head. Understood. Songja reopened the terminal, bringing up the data on the Void Shadow Weasel. The shadow on the screen was slender, the tail end resembling a line darkened by smoke. His fingertips hovered over the phase-stabilizing material section, a hint of warmth appearing in his eyes. As long as he obtains this weasel, he will no longer be just an obscure name on the Song family's project list. In the underground medical chamber of Villa No. 1 at Qianlong Lake. After the heavy alloy door closed, the outside sounds were reduced to a muffled low hum. Lin Mu sat on a cushion beside the medical chamber, holding the silver-white encapsulated medicine in his palm. The cold chain seal was intact. The serial number was genuine. Chu Yao's testing also found no active tracking or common toxins. But the words Tianshan Biotech are inherently unclean. Lin Mu stared at the needle seal for a few seconds and smiled slightly. There's no reason to refuse something delivered to your door. He did not immediately inject it, but first opened all the nearby first aid devices. Bone fixation rings, hemostatic gel, spiritual energy analgesic patches, heart rate monitoring bands, each set out within easy reach. Finally, he adjusted the medical chamber's alert mode to the highest setting. If something goes wrong, Chu Yao and the fatty will receive an alarm within 30 seconds. After doing all this, Lin Mu twisted open the needle seal and pushed the medicine into his vein. In the first few seconds, there was no intense pain. The silver-white liquid spread along the blood vessels like a cool thread wrapping around his chest, shoulder, and left arm. The tearing sensation, left by the 10th floor, gradually diminished. The corruption noise stuck in the spiritual energy circuit felt like being covered with thick cloth. The piercing sound reduced significantly. Effective. Just as Lin Mu formed this judgment, a sudden tightening gripped his chest. Deep within the medicinal power, a thin gray line emerged. It did not burrow into the flesh, but traversed along the spiritual energy circuit, as if searching for a gap to latch onto. Lin Mu's breath hitched for a moment. It hung onto the residual repair liquid, its trace unfamiliar. It neither emitted signals nor actively damaged flesh, merely It hung onto the residual repair liquid, its trace unfamiliar. It neither emitted signals nor actively damaged flesh, merely seeking weak points along the spiritual energy circuit to penetrate. Without a device to alert him, Lin Mu understood what it aimed to do. This thing could be peeled off. It had to be peeled off immediately. Lin Mu looked down at the veins rising on the back of his hand, the smile at the corner of his mouth slowly fading. Songja, he whispered the name. In the next breath, the gray line was already close to the main circuit. That thing was cautious, like a nearly invisible hook, wanting to first latch onto the medicinal power and then use that power to latch onto him. Lin Mu closed his eyes. All things were drawn into his body. This time he did not reach outwards nor tore at the enemy's remnants. He locked onto the target within himself. As that gray line just touched the main circuit, it was bitten by an even colder pull. The medicinal power residue and marker, originally intertwined, were forcibly separated. Beneficial medicinal power remained. The corruption noise was pushed back. The marker that attempted to latch deep into the circuit was gradually pulled out. Pain. Not the pain of a knife cut, but like someone was pulling a splinter from the gaps of his bones. Lin Mu's knuckles dug into the cushion, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He did not scream nor move. The white light of the underground medical chamber fell on his face, making his pale visage appear even more rigid. At the moment the gray line was severed, the accumulated repair force deep within the medicine was released, flooding into his limbs and bones. A tingling sensation first came from the fracture in his left arm, then from his ribs, his shoulders. The places that had been smashed, burned, and contaminated on the 10th floor lit up with dull pain, gradually sinking into the medicinal power. Lin Mu gritted his teeth, pressing the residual gray line he had cleared deep into all things. It was not about absorbing it as power. It was merely about peeling it off, crushing it, ensuring it had no chance of turning back. Lin Mu opened his eyes. The residual coldness in his pupils had not yet faded. The readings in the medical chamber dropped from the red line edge back into the yellow zone. The marker was gone. The medicinal effect remained. The corruption noise had been suppressed. "Do you want to turn the medicine into a rope?" he said softly. "He'll accept the rope, and he'll untie the knot for you." In the next 2 days, he did not step out of the underground medical chamber. The medicinal effect began to take over his body. The Academy's standard treatment could only suppress external injuries, but Angel's blood mended the small cracks in the spiritual energy circuit one by one. With each repair, Lin Mu could feel the hollowness in his body diminishing. The fragments of corruption resistance still had residual noise, but it no longer pierced like cold needles. It was pressed into a more stable position by the medicinal power, and all things temporarily becoming a bearable burden. On the morning of the 3rd day, the medical chamber completed its final round of deep scans. The screen listed 3 results. Deep injuries had closed. Vital signs had recovered to level high limit status. There were still slight echoes of corruption in the spiritual energy circuit, suggesting avoiding continuous overload. Lin Mu sat up from the medical chamber and moved his left arm. His bones still ached. But that was a dull pain after growing back securely, not the hollow pain of something that could fall apart at any moment. He clenched his fist. The air was squeezed out, producing a muffled sound. He had not broken through to clevel. Yet his Bodish strength, reaction speed, and pressure limit had all increased compared to before entering the chamber. This medicine Songju indeed invested in it. He also set a hook. Lin Mu changed into a black training suit and was about to push the door when his footsteps suddenly halted. A heavy thud came from above the ground. Then there was Wang Fatty's curses and Chu Yao's restrained rep. Lin Mu looked up at the ceiling. 3 days of seclusion. His gaze darkened. It seems quite lively outside. On the morning of the 3rd day, in front of Villa No. 1 at Qianlong Lake. The mist by the lake had yet to dissipate. 3 black off-road vehicles were parked outside the villa with temporary markings reading Student Council Discipline Department affixed to the doors. In front of the convoy, over a dozen senior students blocked the entrance. In white uniforms with golden balance armbands, they looked like an official team from a distance. But Chu Yao could see clearly. The papers in their hands lacked the official sealed document number from the Academic Affairs Office, only holding a resource review pre-execution form. There was no mentor's co-signature, no logistics department stamp, even less a safety department record. The leader was named Li Hao, a sophomore level peak, the one who ran closest to Chen Feng. "He'll give you 10 minutes. Li Hao slapped the paper on the access control device. "Lin Mu is severely injured. The Tongtian Tower records are under review. Villa No. 1 at Qianlong Lake belongs to High-Level Resources. The Discipline Department has the right to seal it first." Wang Fatty stood inside the door wearing a vest over his pajamas, his expression darker than the door panel. "Seal it first." He pointed at the paper and cursed. "This thing doesn't even have the school seal. I'd hate to use it as wallpaper. If you want to snatch the house, just say it. Don't pretend to be executing orders." Li Hao's expression darkened. "Wang Kai, you are merely an auxiliary member of Lin Mu's team. Don't overestimate your importance. Fatty standing here is heavy enough." Wang Fatty lifted the alloy shield blocking the entrance. "No one can enter until Lin Mu comes out." Li Hao sneered, "Then we'll handle it as non-cooperation." He waved his hand. 2 discipline department members brought out a small spiritual energy door-breaking device and pressed it against the villa's access control. Blue and white arcs of electricity jumped erratically along the door seam, and the alarm immediately went off. Chu Yao stood at the 2nd floor window, her portable terminal already connected to the villa's surveillance. "I've recorded everything." Her voice was cold. "Illegal destruction of Academy resources, forgery of execution processes, overstepping authority to seal office student residence." "Li Hao, if you stop now, you can still claim it was a procedural error." Li Hao looked up at her, grinning. "Chu Yao, the Discipline Department does not accept your on-site rulings." The door-breaking device trembled violently. A corner of the access control shell burst open. Wang Fatty could no longer hold back. "All right, if you want, listen to reason." He strapped the shield onto his arm, opened the door, and blocked the doorway entirely. "Then come through me." When the first wave of impact came crashing down, Wang Fatty did not retreat. His iron barrier raised a layer of ochre light membrane, absorbing the backlash from the spiritual energy door-breaking device in 2 fiery impact waves. The floor tile shattered. He sank down on his knee, the soles of his shoes leaving 2 black marks on the threshold. "Is that all?" Fatty gritted his teeth, laughing. "Did you forget to eat breakfast?" Li Hao's expression grew cold. "Forcefully eliminate the obstruction." The Discipline Department members stopped pretending. Shadows of clubs, wind blades, and fireballs came crashing down in succession. Wang Fatty's shield blocked most of it, but he was merely a newly promoted level. He could block 1 wave, but not the dozen who pressed on in turn. After the 3rd impact, the edge of the shield cracked. After the 5th, Wang Fatty's left arm went numb from the shock. By the 7th, he was slammed against the doorpost, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Yet he still blocked there. "If you want to get in." Fatty panted as if he were a broken windbag, his right hand gripping the shield tightly. "Unless you carry Fatty away." Chu Yao rushed down from upstairs holding a stun gun, standing in front of Fatty. Her face was pale, but her hand was steady. Take one more step forward and all recordings will be uploaded to the Academic Affairs Office and Security Department. Li Hao felt pricked by these words. He certainly knew the paperwork in his hands was incomplete. But Chen Feng's orders were clearer. Lin Mu is in seclusion for 3 days, and his status is unknown. Before he recovers, seal off Villano 1 and drag him down from the resource position. Now it was just one step away. Li Hao raised his club, lowering his voice, hand over the terminal, and get lost with the Fatty. Chu Yao did not move. The club came crashing down with a whoosh. Wang Fatty's eyes turned red, wanting to rush forward, but his body did not obey. Just as the shadow of the club was about to fall over Chu Yao's head, a muffled sound came from below. It was not an explosion. It sounded more like something heavy pushed open the alloy lock from inside. The door deep within the living room opened. Lin Mu stepped barefoot over the debris on the ground, walking out step by step. He was not adorned with exaggerated spiritual energy flames, only wearing a black training suit, his hair still damp from the medical chamber. But upon his appearance, the noise at the door seemed to be choked off. Li Hao's club halted midair. Lin Mu did not look at him first. He walked to Wang Fatty's side, crouched down, and checked the already swollen left arm. Is it broken? A minor injury. Wang Fatty grinned in pain, his face twitching. Mo Gu, if you had come out a bit later, I could have taken them all. Lin Mu pressed a pain relief gel beside his arm. Stop boasting, you saved some blood. Fatty wanted to say more, but was shot a glare by Chu Yao. Only then did Lin Mu stand up, looking at Li Hao. Who sent you here? Li Hao tightened his grip on the club, forcing his voice. The discipline department is executing a resource review. Lin Mu, if you cooperate and move out now, you can still receive a lighter punishment. Where's the paperwork? Li Hao waved the pre-execution form. Lin Mu glanced at it. No seal from the Academic Affairs Office, no record from the Security Department. He took a step forward. You come to snatch my door, beat my people, and want me to cooperate. Li Hao was forced back a step, then immediately felt ashamed, his anger flaring up. Don't think that just because you passed the 10th floor you can walk horizontally in the academy. The intelligence said you were still injured. Ew, I want to see just how much strength you have left. He waved his hand. 5 discipline department members surged up from both sides. Lin Mu did not use wind shadow steps, nor pull shadow lines. He simply took a step forward. The floor tiles shattered beneath his feet. The foremost fire element student raised his hand, only to have his wrist seized. Lin Mu sidestepped, twisting the wrist, and shoulder rammed. The person let out a muffled grunt and flew backward, crashing into the door-breaking device behind. The second person's wind blade was just forming when Lin Mu punched him in the abdomen. The wind blade dissipated. The person knelt. The third attempted to tackle Lin Mu from the side, but Lin Mu swiftly pinned him by the neck, directly forcing him into the lawn. The entire process lacked flashy moves, only speed, judgment, and a nearly brutal power differential. In less than 10 breaths, all 5 of the attackers lay on the ground. Li Hao's expression changed. This was different from what was said on the forum. This was also different from the intelligence Chen Feng provided. Severely injured, weakened, passing by luck. The person before him had subdued 5 students above level mid-tier without even utilizing his spiritual energy. Li Hao gritted his teeth, the club glowing with ochre patterns. Smash Mountain Club. He no longer held back, aiming the club straight at Lin Mu's shoulder and neck. Lin Mu raised his hand. Slap. The club was caught in his single hand. The club still vibrated, but Lin Mu's hand remained completely still. Li Hao's pupils constricted as he tried to retract the weapon. He couldn't pull it back. Lin Mu looked at him. Which hand did you use to hit Wang Kai just now, eh? Li Hao's forehead was sweating, but he still retorted, executing obstruction. Both hands are at play. Oh, what can you do? Lin Mu nodded. All right. He yanked back. Li Hao was dragged in front of him with both him and the club, his knee pressed against his abdomen, bending him into a ball. Lin Mu did not continue to apply lethal force. He grabbed Li Hao's right wrist and twisted it backward. Crack. The sound of dislocated bones drowned out the wind by the lake. Li Hao screamed in agony. This one will pay for Wang Kai. Lin Mu seized his left hand. This one will compensate Chu Yao for that blow. Another crisp snap. Li Hao collapsed on the ground, his face pale, unable to speak incomplete sentences from the pain. No one among the surrounding freshmen dared to speak. Someone held a terminal, but forgot to continue recording. Lin Mu stood at the steps, his gaze sweeping over the few discipline department off-road vehicles. Take your people and get lost. No one dared to retort. Several discipline department members who could still move dragged Li Hao and their fallen companions back into the vehicles, escaping in disgrace. The unsealed pre-execution form fell onto the lawn, burned by the electric sparks from the door-breaking device, leaving a charred hole. After the convoy left, the lakeside fell silent again. Only the area in front of the villa was in disarray. Lin Mu turned around, helping Fatty up. Sorry for making you hold the fort for 3 days. Don't give me that. Fatty grunted in pain, still wanting to hold his ground. You secluded yourself, and we guarded the door. It's only right. Besides, I performed pretty well, right? Pretty well. Lin Mu handed him over to the medical chamber's auxiliary frame. Just that you talk too much. Chu Yao put away her stun gun. Dozens of upload records had popped up on her portable terminal. The recordings have been sent to the Academic Affairs Office, the Security Department, and Minter Chen's email. She looked at Lin Mu, her eyes slightly reddened behind her glasses. But since you publicly injured Discipline Department personnel, Chen Feng will definitely amplify this incident. Let him amplify. Lin Mu glanced down at the charred paper on the lawn. If he wants to use the rules to pressure me, he should first complete his own paperwork. Chu Yao paused for a moment before continuing. What about Songjia? The wild action is in 10 days. Lin Mu's fingertips brushed against his sleeve where a hint of the crushed gray drug residue still lingered. Go. He looked up at the skyline on the west side of the Magic City. He sent me a medicine. Oh, I should thank him. And the next morning at the War Academy of Magic City. The morning mist by Qianlong Lake had yet to disperse. The video from last night in front of Villanelle. One had been pinned on the school forum's homepage for the entire night, its popularity soaring. The footage was unedited, cold, and brutal. Li Hao led the team to the door, the execution order lacking proper documentation, forcing the door open with a breaching tool. Subsequently, Wang Kai was beaten to the point of dislocating his arm, while Chu Yao coldly recorded the event using a portable terminal. The final scene showed Lin Mu walking out of the villa barefoot, dominating the disciplinary officers who usually flaunted their authority, forcing them one by one into the muddy ground. The video was brief, but exuded a strong sense of oppression. However, what unsettled the entire school was the administrative building's response. Until the morning bell rang, the Academic Affairs Office had not issued any clear punishment. No expulsion, no reprimands, and no backing for the disciplinary department. Only at 7 in the morning was a shockingly brief announcement pinned at the top. The title was quite restrained: Temporary Explanation of the Resource Review Conflict at Villanelle. 1. At Qianlong Lake. The main text contained only 3 sentences. Upon preliminary investigation, there were procedural deficiencies in the disciplinary department's temporary review process, and the related sealing actions are suspended. Lin Mu and others were involved in excessive counterattacks to be reviewed jointly by the tutor group and the security department. Resource allocation for the initial assessment of the Sky Tower will be executed according to the official score sheet. Only 3 lines. Yet it was like pouring cold water into boiling oil, completely igniting the forum. In the anonymous section, the speed of replies to the pinned post was astonishing. 3-line announcement: who won? First floor procedural deficiency. What the hell do you mean by procedural deficiency? Li Hao even used a breaching tool. If it weren't for the quick spread of the video from Villanelle, they would have changed the doorplate by now. Second floor, Lin Mu is a tough guy. He broke both of their arms without a second thought. The disciplinary department has really hit a titanium alloy wall this time. Third floor, did you understand the last sentence? The fixed residence review has been suspended, and the flow resources will follow the score sheet. It means they will keep your house, but the permissions for the training room, potion quotas, and high-level materials will all have to be recalculated. Fourth floor, this is the academy's usual method. Not openly punishing, nor secretly protecting. They throw you into the resource rule grinder and let everyone watch whether you can survive or not. Fifth floor, Chen Feng hasn't spoken yet. Li Hao is his dog. One must look at the master when beating a dog. This matter cannot simply be put to rest. At Villanelle. 1. A Qianlong Lake. In the living room. Wang Fatty's left arm was in a polymer support ring while his right hand was frantically scrolling through the forum. With each post he read, his teeth ground together in anger. Mo good, these bastards really know how to stir things up. When we were being hammered at the door yesterday, they all played dead. Now they've all jumped out to discuss whether you were too harsh. Wang Fatty angrily threw his terminal onto the sofa. Chu Yao sat at the dining table with 3 disassembled micro-drones scattered around her. Amidst the chaos of yesterday, 2 drones were damaged by the disciplinary department's psionic shockwave. As she skillfully replaced the micro-rotors, she split the forum, the Academic Affairs Office announcement, and the security department's records onto separate screens. The announcement didn't classify Li Hao, nor did it classify the captain. Chu Yao tightened the last screw, her gaze calm. This indicates that the school higher-ups are watching the play, not wanting to turn this conflict into an administrative case. But the last sentence, executed according to the score sheet, is the real killer move. Wang Fatty looked up. What does it mean? The shell of the villa is preserved, but our flow resources are completely blocked. Permissions for the high-level training room, rare potions, and the library's lower-tier access are all tied to that score sheet. Lin Mu stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a cup of warm water. He did not drink coffee. Although the effect of the angel's blood suppressed his internal injuries, there were still extremely subtle corrupt echoes in the psionic circuit, and stimulating beverages could trigger a dull pain in his chest. Has the list come out? Lin Mu asked calmly. Chu Yao opened the official document. A red title popped up: results of the 109th new student initial assessment of the Sky Tower and the first stage resource tier. The names at the top of the list were particularly eye-catching. No. June 1st Wuhui, 13th floor comprehensive evaluation A. No. 2 Yi Potion 12th floor comprehensive evaluation A. No. 3 Su Qingxue 11th floor comprehensive evaluation A. No. 68 Lin Mu 10th floor comprehensive evaluation extreme anomaly. In the remarks section below there was a line of cold gray text: this student triggered a non-standard conversion record and the fixed observation treatment will not be adjusted. Flow resources will be temporarily executed according to Tier C. Wang Fatty's face instantly fell. Tier C. His anger surged to his forehead. That 10th floor perverse punishment mode. Can a new student with an A tier even survive long enough to reveal their core? Why give Tier C? Because the rules are a line of dead code, they only recognize the tier. Chu Yao dragged and enlarged the resource details. Tier S special recruitment grants entry qualifications and attention no. One is just for show, but for the substance the potion quotas and the gravity chamber duration only look at stage performance. The captain is stuck at the 10th floor, and with the review sign hanging the system automatically reduces his salary. Isn't this just forcing Mo Gu to enter the tower again? Wang Fatty slammed the table, causing his left arm to twitch with pain. Mo Gu, go in one more time. You are healed now, go straight through the 15th floor and shove all those people's mouths into the toilet. Not going in for now. Lin Mu set down his cup, his tone unwavering. Wang Fatty was dumbfounded. Why not? Lin Mu turned to look out the window. The morning mist had dissipated, revealing the massive dark silhouette of the Sky Tower, quiet as a black iron nail driven into the heart of the earth. The force correction at the 10th floor, the eerie echo of the inner layer, and the bloody warning in the damage record. Don't let the tower choose the path for you. The Sky Tower can indeed provide resources, but what it takes away might be something heavier than life itself. Entering the tower now is like dancing to someone else's rhythm. Lin Mu withdrew his gaze, a glint of cold fierceness flashing in his eyes. The resources I need don't necessarily have to be begged from the tower. Chu Yao nodded first. I agree. The review at the Sky Tower isn't over. Going in again while the captain is in this state could trigger anomalies, repeatedly introducing too many variables. And she paused, her gaze shifting to the access control screen. Chen Feng won't give us quiet time to brush through the tower. Just as she finished speaking, ding, the access control screen popped up, a glaring red notification. Disciplinary Department Head Chen Feng has applied to retrieve the conflict video from Villa No. 1 at Qianlong Lake. Wang Fatty cursed fiercely, but Lin Mu smiled. Look, the debt collector has arrived. At the Magic City Academy, in the public training area of Area C. Around noon, the three appeared in the public training area. This place and Qianlong Lake were completely two separate worlds. The high-end training area's outer walls were spotless, while the entrance featured a holographic identity recognition screen. In contrast, the old metal doors here were covered with uneven fist marks, and the air was thick with the sour stench of cheap nutrient solution mixed with rust and sweat. In the corner, heaps of discarded protective gear and sandbags that had been battered and torn were piled up. Lines formed in front of several low-level gravity chambers. Some held worn-out number plates, their eye sockets sunken and faces pale. Some were holding cardboard signs selling task quotas at low prices. Others bare-chested war signs reading training partner recruitment with clear pricing: D-grade enhancement, half an hour of resistance, training 3 credits, light injuries are self-managed. Another sign read run low-level material tasks, pay split 7,030, employer 70. In a corner, a line of information written in a crooked manner with a carbon pen read urgently seeking Earth-type psionic core cash supplement available, lifesaver. Wang Fatty stood at the door for a long time, his anger gradually dissipating into heavy silence. This is the Tier C resource area. To be precise, it's a place for those at Tier C and below struggling to survive. Chu Yao scanned the numb faces. The academy does not prohibit low-level resources from being exchanged privately, only prohibits overt robbery. Thus, many exploitations are cloaked in a guise of voluntariness. Quite good. Lin Mu walked through the crowded area with a blank expression, stopping in front of an old inquiry machine covered in scratches. Wang Fatty doubted he heard wrong. Is this really good? At least here life can be used to bargain. Lin Mu opened the task and resource exchange section. The glow of Tier S had already been frozen. He was in urgent need of supplies that could be immediately converted into combat power. The defenses of the villa needed repairs. Fatty's cracked shield and armor needed fixing. Chu Yao's drones, radars, and countermeasure modules required. He himself also needed to reforge Half Moon / Gale Blade technique, Wind Shadow Step, and Shadow Line, pull into the furnace for quenching once again. Since the official channels weren't providing food, he had to scrape together meat from the gray market and private black markets. Chu Yao projected a map of the school's dark web onto the terminal. The public area can only buy basic junk. Higher-tier items are located underground in the old teaching building of the East District, nicknamed the Black Iron Bar. There you can find credit black markets, black market equipment, and even private fights. The risks are high, but as long as you have money, the rules are more flexible than the official ones. Let's not go to the Black Iron for now. Lin Mu turned off the inquiry machine. What we need most now is time. Today we will just buy whatever we can. He quickly listed off a series of items: a backup independent power supply for the access control system, 2 sets of low-level sensing radars, 30 vibration alarm pieces, 1 second-hand gravity generator, 2 grade Earth-type psionic cores, and 1 grade shield repair alloy. Chu Yao's fingers flew across the terminal estimating the price. With cash and the idle materials we have on hand, we can only gather about 70%. The remaining gap must be filled by exchanging credits. Exchange. Lin Mu took out a grade exotic beast crystal core packed in an antipsionic leakage bag. This was a trophy left from the wilderness without any academy binding records. Exchange as much as possible. In the crowd waiting in line, someone recognized him. Whispers spread like rats in a sewer. Damn, is that Lin Mu? How did he end up in Area C? Did you not see the morning's list? The 10th floor was put under review and the resources dropped directly to Tier C. He just rubbed the disciplinary department's people on the ground yesterday, and today he's come to the junkyard to scavenge for secondhand goods. Is this person really amazing, or has the academy soft-killed him? Lin Mu ignored the gazes and discussions. Wang Fatty turned back to glare, while Chu Yao maintained a stoic expression staring at the fluctuating prices on the trading board. Half an hour later, they exchanged cash crystal cores and 2 useless idle armors for a large batch of miscellaneous materials. The process was far from dignified, but it was exceedingly realistic. As they left the public area, Lin Mu's lightweight terminal vibrated. It was an encrypted message from Songja. Songja, brother Lin, I heard there was a little incident at the villa last night. How is your injury recovery? The activity window for the Void Shadow Minx was still 10 days away. Don't be late. Lin Mu looked at the words on the screen, gently rubbing his thumb along the sleeve. That circuit marker he ruthlessly crushed before entering the school seemed to still carry a lingering scent. Songja's inquiry was less about concern and more about confirming whether a chess piece still had utility. He replied quickly with just 6 words. Lin Mu as agreed 10 days later. A few seconds later, Songja responded. Songja, looking forward to your condition then. Lin Mu turned off the screen. Let's go back. Wang Fatty paused. Aren't we going to the Black Iron Bar to scout the way? First we need to fix the door at home. Lin Mu looked towards the direction of Qianlong, Lake, his eyes sharp. And train the guards until their bones are tough. The spacious living room had completely turned into a temporary workshop. Chu Yao was in charge of reconstructing the access control system, backing up the video, and laying out the sensing radars. She was extremely cautious not to touch the school's security main network, but made the internal evidence chain of the villa upload with triple physical isolation, academic affairs mailbox, security department's database, and Tutorchine's private line. Next time, if anyone approaches within 3 meters of the access control, the built-in module will first record the iris, and then lock the armband and record number. If there is another forced entry with a breaching tool, the video will automatically slice and hash encrypt, and no one can claim we edited it. Wang Fatty sat on the ground, shirtless, repairing the shield. His left arm was still in a sling, so he could only use his right hand to press down on the heavy shield surface, while Lin Mu helped him force the cracked metal edges back together. Lin Mu pushed 2 grade Earth-type psionic cores which were muddy in front of him. Don't swallow these 2. Have Chu Yao rewire them directly into your armor circuit. Practice pressure resistance first. Lin Mu tightened the last fixed rivet. Your current problem is that the hardness during an explosive moment is enough to block for an instant, but the toughness isn't enough to withstand a whole to-go for. Wang Fatty rubbed his nose, looking down at the shield full of cracks. I know. He paused for a moment, his voice muted. Yesterday, watching you take on 7 or 8 of them alone, I thought at least I could help you block the front. You already did block. Lin Mu stood up and patted his solid shoulder. But next time you need to hold on longer, long enough for me to snap all their necks. Fatty nodded heavily. In the evening, Chen Feng's counterattack arrived as expected. There were no private threats, nor did he send the disciplinary department's lackeys to block the door. He directly published an open challenge on the school forum using his real name account. Application title: Combat Power Assessment Guidance Battle. Applicant: Chen Feng, sophomore, head of the Student Council Disciplinary Department. Respondent: Lin Mu, freshman, Tier S, Special Recruitment. The reasoning was impeccable and filled with official grandiosity after the resource review conflict at Villanelle. 1. Qianlong Lake. The actual combat power of the respondent Lin Mu and the matching degree with Tier S resources are in dispute. To ensure fairness, the application is for an open evaluation in the form of a guidance battle. Location: Battle Arena. Time: 7 days later. The additional conditions were even more revealing. If Lin Mu wins, the disciplinary department will withdraw all resource review applications for this stage, and publicly acknowledged the procedural violations of Officer Li Hao. If Lin Mu loses, he must accept a downgrade of flow resources and unconditionally submit a second review application for Villeneuve. 1. The post was just sent out when the comment section exploded with thousands of replies. Chun Feng didn't curse once, nor did he display the frantic ugliness of Li Hao. He casually stuffed a private, violent conflict back into the Academy's coldest rules framework. This was far more lethal than smashing through the door with a breaching tool. Wang Fatty read the post and couldn't utter a word for a long time. Chu Yao frowned tightly. He's very clever. The guidance battle is protected by the Academy's highest rules. As long as you accept it, you can't say he's bullying the weak or exceeding authority. If you win, he will only lose a subordinate. If you lose, he can legally kick you out of Villeneuve. 1. Lin Mu looked at the post on the holographic screen, a cold intent spreading in his eyes. The guidance battle is scheduled 7 days later. 3 days later, it will be just in time for the wilderness operation with Songjia. The timing is precise. Chun Feng intends to drive him to the shame pillar using the battle arena before he leaves the Academy. Lin Mu picked up the lightweight terminal and typed a very straightforward word under Chun Feng's real name challenge post. Accept. The reply was sent. The boiling forum fell into several seconds of dead silence because of this word. Then new posts erupted like a geyser. The storm at Qianlong Lake was not over. It had simply moved from the villa's entrance to the bloodier battle arena. Lin Mu turned off the terminal and walked towards the underground private training room. The black star-falling iron blade blank quietly leaned against the corner, and the unsharpened blade still bore the dark red bloodstains left from the last battle. The external spiritual energy of Half Moon Slash was too scattered and insufficiently concentrated. The incomplete experience of the Gale Blade technique was too muddled and dragged down. The Wind Shadow Step could achieve instantaneous entry, but lacked the absolute explosive power to break through Tier C heavy armor. The Shadow Line could provide traction and interference, but did not constitute complete lethal control. He needed to throw all these fragmented killing techniques into the high-pressure furnace and hammer them into a single strike. Not seeking flamboyance nor special effects. Just aiming for speed, weight, and a single kill. The heavy alloy door of the training room slowly closed. Outside the door, the sensing radar screen set up by Chu Yao lit up segment by segment, flashing red. Inside, the lights went out. In the darkness, Lin Mu drew the blade. He closed his eyes, the spiritual energy in his dantian boiling like magma, fiercely compressing. The first strike slashed towards the special grade testing steel plate directly ahead. There was no deafening roar, only a muffled shoo sound. The dull thud sank directly into the heavy wall. The testing steel plate did not split in two. However, in the center of the steel plate, a very fine and deep gray-white knife mark was left. Just 2 seconds after Lin Mu sheathed the blade. Click. Inside that gray-white knife mark, a nerve-wracking metallic cracking sound emerged. The indestructible special-grade steel plate unexpectedly collapsed and corroded silently inward along that fine line by a full 2 inches. Lin Mu stared at that profound cut, readjusted his breathing, and tightened the grip on the knife. Do it at Modu War Academy's Qianlong Lake, Villeneuve. One of the underground training room's cold lamps had not gone out on the 3rd afternoon after the challenge was issued. The second-hand gravity generator in the corner emitted a low, overburdened hum. Its output was set to the D range, yet the air in the room had grown viscous like liquid mercury. Sweat could not evaporate and had congealed into a sticky film on the floor. Lin Mu stood bare-chested before the test steel plate, the Black Star Meteor iron blade blank, held in his hand, its edge still sheathed. He closed his eyes, heels pressed hard against the ground. His hips initiated the movement. In the instant of the twist, his shoulders plunged down. Every ounce of force channeled along his spine in segments and culminated in a short, violent thrust that slammed the tip of the scabbard into the exact center of the steel plate. A dull chest-constricting bang reverberated into the soundproof walls. The special steel plate did not shatter, but at the point of impact, a dent remained deeper than yesterday's, its edges showing irregular signs of metal fatigue. Lin Mu stepped back half a pace, his left arm trembled slightly where it held the blade. The domineering curative effect of the angel's blood subdued the surface wounds, but it could not smooth over the price exacted by forcing a fight across levels. 3 days of relentless crushing training had awakened the faint rot that lingered in his spiritual energy circuit. It felt like a rusted fine needle stirring slowly in a lung lobe, a cold gnawing ache. He closed his eyes and forced his ragged breaths back into his dantian, one measured inhalation at a time. No. The Banyuajan half-month / leaked spiritual energy too diffusely against someone like Chun Feng, who specialized in earth-type heavy armor. The harm would be easily distributed by the rock shell. The fragmented experience of the Quangfeng blade could offer a force line, but its wide sweeping motions left too many openings. Feng Yingbu Wind Shadow Step could accomplish instantaneous insertion, yet once pressed to the body, it could not pierce armor. Such an entry would be tantamount to delivering one's neck to the opponent's blade. He needed to grind these disparate techniques into dust and compress them into less than an inch of power space. Short, heavy, with no leakage. Again, Lin Mu opened his eyes with a streak of obsessive coldness flashed through his purple-gold irises. In the adjacent gravity zone, Wang Pengzi lay prostrate like a toad. 2 Earth-type spiritual cores were hooked to the heavy armor on his back. Chu Yao had modified the absorption circuit so that the spiritual energy would first be buffered by the armor and then be pressed little by little into the pressure-bearing layers of his honed flesh. You did not need to swallow it whole, but it would not be easy. Wang Pengzi's face was nearly pressed to the sweat-slick floor. His voice was a thin rasp as he broke out in a cold sweat. MOG. I feel like I've been run over by a steamroller 8 times. If you can still say you're tired, it means you haven't reached the limit. Lin Mu did not look back and set his blade stance once more. When Li Hao led the raid on the door, you held 7 rounds of impact with your body. Next time you must hold until the 10th. 10 rounds. Wang Pengzi ground his teeth, veins pulsed on his forehead. He propped himself up half an inch by his intact right hand and grunted, "Fine. I fatty will sooner or later make our doorstep into a wall no one can break." Chu Yao sat at the control console. 3 microradars glowed at the terminal. She adjusted gravity parameters with quick fingers and glanced at Pengzi. "Don't rush to shout slogans. Your armor's external circuit has 2 hotspots. Push through 5 more minutes, and the interface will burn through. Lie down and steady your breath." Pengzi, as if pardoned, obediently flopped back down. At that moment, the door access screen emitted a sigh. The entry panel lit up, and the visitor log displayed a name: Su Qingxue. Identity: 109th Cohort Freshman, Tongtian Tower, Initial Test A grade. Wang Pengzi struggled to lift his head. Why is she here? Chu Yao pulled up the holographic feed of the gate. On the lakeside breeze, Su Qingxue stood alone outside the villa's iron gate in a thin white coat. She carried no weapon, and no family retainers followed her. No murderous intent. Not someone looking to make trouble, Chu Yao judged. Lin Mu put down the blade blank, grabbed a towel from the equipment, casually wiped the sweat from his jaw, and slipped on a black jacket. Then see her. Su Qingxue's first glance on entering fell upon the reinforced metal doorframe that had been re-welded. The scorch marks from the discipline department's breaching tool were still there. Chu Yao set down a cup of warm water on the glass coffee table with a soft clink. Su Qingxue did not touch the water. She sat erect in the single chair, her gaze calm as she watched Lin Mu. He had just come up from the underground room, his hair still dripped. His sleeve was rolled up, revealing an arm, not yet free of bruises. His face betrayed no emotion, but the instant he sat, there was a barely perceptible hitch in his left shoulder. Su Qingxue caught the detail. Your injury hasn't healed through. Disabling a few of the discipline department types was enough. Lin Mu leaned back on the sofa. So you didn't come to Qianlong Lake merely to inquire after my wounds. Wang Pengzi shrank in the other sofa and muttered under his breath, I think she's just here for the show. Su Qingxue cast him a cool glance. That single look seemed to lower the room's temperature by half a degree. Pengzi cleared his throat and kept quiet. Su Qingxue withdrew a finely made silver-white invitation card from a metallic folder and with 2 fingers together slid it to the center of the table. An observer seat invitation from the Jiguang Society. Lin Mu leaned back without reaching for it. Chu Yao reacted quickly, scanning the card with her terminal. Encrypted files flashed on her screen. The Jiguang Society was a resource alliance within Modu War Academy, formed by several top household science. Its interests did not run along the same line as the student council represented by Chen Feng. It held no official disciplinary power, yet it quietly controlled much of the academy's high-level training room, subleases, rare material exchanges, underground mission teams, and even recommendation slots for mentors' private masterclasses. Su Qingxue said formally joining the Jiguang Society requires strict background checks and strength assessments. But an observer seat needs only my real name recommendation. Accept it, and you'll gain 2 weeks of internal resource exchange privileges. 7 days from now, when you and Chen Feng have your guidance matched, the Jiguang Society will also dispatch senior members to audit the site. Sounds like a guaranteed bargain. Lin Mu set eyes flat as he regarded the silver card. What's the cost? 2 conditions, Su Qingxue answered without hesitation. First, during the observation period, you must not initiate attacks against any Jiguang member. Second, if you defeat Chen Feng on the arena, the Jiguang Society has first refusal to invite you on a joint mission below Crank. You may decline, but you must provide a reasonable reason. Wang Pengzi's eyes brightened. Those terms sound a lot more reasonable than the student council's thugs. Chu Yao was not so optimistic. She tapped the table and turned her terminal toward Lin Mu. Captain, a resource alliance is not a charity. The observer seat will still leave political traces. Once you accept this card, the Academy Forum will categorize you under the Jiguang faction. Chen Feng will take the chance to brand you a family-raised dog. The Student Council will treat you as a live target to strike at the household faction. Su Qingxue did not deny Chu Yao's analysis, and spoke plainly. That's precisely why I put it on the table. The Jiguang Society can offer the resources and shelter you most urgently need right now, but it will also bring new trouble. The choice is yours. Lin Mu stared at the card. The face was immaculate, stamped only with a complex auroral emblem. This was not a lifeline pulling him from the mire, it was a ticket that would force him to pick a side and enter another proxy war. He placed his finger on the card's edge and slowly pushed it back towards Su Qingxue. I will not take the observer. For the first time, a micro-shift softened Su Qingxue's perennial icy expression. Why? I've just torn a hole in one net. I have no interest in crawling into another net to play somebody's hired hand, Lin Mu said, meeting her eyes with a calm, yet imperious tone. This fight with Chen Feng, I will fight myself. Until I beat him, I do not wear anyone's banner. Silence held the living room for several seconds. Su Qingxue retrieved the invitation card without a trace of vexation. Instead, she regarded Lin Mu with a gaze that had grown deeper somehow. You are harder to tame than I imagined. Is that a compliment? He asked. Consider it a friendly warning, she replied. She closed her folder with decisive motions, then produced a pure black data chip and set it where the card had been. This contains every publicly recorded battle video of Chen Feng in the arena over the past 6 months, annotated by me with ability tags and weakness analysis. Su Qingxue stood. This has nothing to do with the Jiguang Society. Consider it a favor returned from that black steel incident in the Tongtian Tower. Lin Mu did not refuse this time. He took the black chip between his fingers. A returned favor. Also an early investment, she said. At the doorway, she paused and added, Chen Feng represents the absolute authority of the Student Council's discipline department. If he can trample you openly, the council will act with fewer scruples. But if you can publicly break him, many within the academy will reassess you. Right before she left one last sentence. Lin Mu, do not mistake every olive branch thrown at you for a noose. Some help is simply others' curiosity, to see how many hunting dogs an untamed wolf can rend. The front door closed. Wang Pengzi finally exhaled. MOG, she couldn't recruit you, so she bet a few stray coins here, and Chu Yao had no appetite for that kind of idle banter. She slapped a screwdriver down on the table. Wang Kai, you have 30 minutes left of pressure endurance training today. Pengzi shuddered, clung to the wall, and shuffled toward the basement like a man fleeing for his life. Lin Mu slipped the black chip into his pocket and looked at Chu Yao. You were quiet just now. Besides weighing pros and cons, is there anything else? Chu Yao pulled up a terminal and projected a complex holographic map onto the living room wall. There is. She pointed to a cluster of buildings in the Academy's West District. This afternoon, while calibrating the villa's perimeter radars, I did a spare baseline comparison with public topography data. I discovered that directly beneath the old library in the West District, there is a strange echo blank. The old library's area on the map was marked in an unpleasant gray. Surface records show this site was permanently sealed 3 years ago after a high-risk experiment accident. Yet the subterranean structure map shows a discontinuity at the exact same coordinates, as if someone had taken an eraser and forcibly removed a patch from the geological chart. Chu Yao's tone turned grave. I did not perform an intrusive scan, only a peripheral passive comparison. But along the edge of that blank there exists a periodic vibration frequency. It's very stable, like the lingering resonance of some vast ancient device or a low-frequency pulse source. Lin Mu stared at the gray area on the map. The fragmentary records he had seen in the Tongtian Tower's 27th floor interlayer flashed through his mind. 0 point. Underground. Ownership record damaged. He did not voice those guesses. He issued a curt order, instead we go take a look at the perimeter tonight. Chu Yao frowned and warned, danger level unknown. Only check the periphery. Only the periphery, Lin Mu agreed, patting the pocket that held the chip. Chen Feng's files can wait. If this underground line truly ties to the Tongtian anomalies, we can't let others dig it up first. Late that night at the Academy's West District around the old library, the wind cut like a blade. The old library was ringed by towering electrified iron fencing. A rusted warning board painted in red read, campus top secret lockdown zone. Approach without authorization at your own peril. The building had collapsed on one side. Mutated black vines crawled across broken walls. Wine through the windowless frames made a strange page-turning rustle. The three of them concealed themselves in the shadows outside the fence. They did not climb. Chu Yao crouched and released 2 insect-like microprobes. One crawled across the overgrown ground, while the other crept along the corner toward the main building. The instant the probe neared the west side residual wall, Chu Yao's terminal began to flash with snow-like interference. The interference is too strong, she whispered, fingers flying across the screen. It's not ordinary radio shielding. It's as if some high-dimensional field underground is actively absorbing surrounding echo returns. Wang Pengzi held his heavy shield and looked around in panic, a cold sweat running. MOG, why does this place feel creepier than those mass graves in the wasteland? I feel like 1,000 eyes are watching us. Quiet. Lin Mu approached a stretch of collapsed wall, removed his gloves, and pressed his fingertips to the ice-cold bricks. At first there was only wind. After a few seconds, though, a muffled thud came from within the wall. One beat, then 3 breaths later, another thud. It was not the sound of gears or a water pump. The rhythm was too steady, too heavy, like the slow revival of a colossal heart buried to the earth's core after eons of sleep. The moment the sound reached him, Lin Mu felt a sudden stab deep within his soul. His shadow cast on the ground seeped uncontrollably half an inch toward the residual wall, as if something beneath were calling upon the law of darkness. He snapped his spiritual energy off and forced the shadow back down. "There's a living thing below," he said. Suddenly Chu Yao's terminal erupted with a harsh red waveform. The 2 microprobe signals were sent. Moments later, 2 searchlights swept across the distant night. "Security night patrol. They'll pass the West Junction in 30 seconds. Chu Yao snapped her screen's light off. "Pull back." Lin Mu did not hesitate. He seized the strap of Wang Pengzi's heavy armor and retrieved. He pushed Feng Bu to its limit, suppressing every air current fluctuation, and they sped along the shadowed edge outside the fence. A pale beam from the searchlight cut across the residual wall. The old library fell silent once more. Only Chu Yao's terminal had stubbornly recorded the last 3 seconds of that low-frequency pulse. Thud, thud, thud. Back at Qianlong Lake, Villanelle. 1 in the small hours, the 3 returned safely to the living room. Wang Pengzi collapsed onto the sofa and gulped a large draft of cold water before his heart would stop pounding. "Damn, I used to think the scariest thing at this academy was Chun Feng's lunacy. Now I get it. The real monsters are all buried underground." Chu Yao didn't reply. She denoised and amplified the intercepted 3-second low-frequency pulse and listened to it 3 times. "The waveform is stable and extremely penetrating," she said. "The old library's main building is only a cover. Judging by the attenuation depth, there are at least 2 to 3 vast bottomless levels beneath." Lin Mu did not join the conversation. He sat at the other end of the sofa and inserted the black data chip Su Qingxue had given him into the holographic reader. The screen lit up. The first of Chun Feng's fight videos began to play. Under the arena's spotlights, Chun Feng's body was sheathed in a heavy earth-colored rock shell that ran from his shoulders down to his fists. Facing a charging heavy-class senior in full armor, Chun Feng did not use any flashy techniques. He simply stood his ground, and at the exact moment the opponent's shield struck his face, he twisted his waist, dropped his shoulder, and thrust a single punch. The fist hit the hardened steel shield. The shield did not shatter. Yet the shield-bearer's face went deathly white, his knees buckled, and he collapsed, spurting blood. Chu Yao froze the frame and drew 3 radiating red lines at the contact point between Chun Feng's punch and the shield. "It's a collapsing shock," she said. The Earth-type spiritual energy didn't try to smash the shell outward. Instead, it converted at the contact into a high-frequency oscillatory wave that penetrated into the opponent's interior. No wonder he sits so comfortably as disciplined chief. This kind of penetrating injury is nearly indefensible. Lin Mu stared at the posture of that single punch. Short, heavy, spiritual energy with no leakage. It was the very direction he had been groping toward in the underground room for 3 days, attempting to fuse his scattered skills into a single compressed stroke. Wang Pengzi, seeing the lethal intent of that punch, paled. "MOG. This guy doesn't just posture and scheme, his fist can actually kill. What worth is a stepping stone that cannot kill?" Lin Mu rose and pulled the black blade blank from its lean against the sofa. The unsharpened tip brushed the marble floor and emitted a crisp, ringing note. The old library's heartbeat-like pulse still reverberated at the back of his ears. The lethal collapse wave of Chun Feng's strike looped silently on the screen. Su Qingxue's offering Chu Yao's recorded anomaly, and the academy's detached, bloodied rules crowded the late-night living room like a sudden conflagration. Lin Mu walked to the reader and rewound the footage to the very start of Chun Feng's punch. "We begin by dismantling this one blow." Outside, the night remained dense and heavy. Dawn had not